Appellate lawyer. For all his acknowledged skill as a jury trial lawyer, Lincoln was even more successful on the appellate level. For cases in the federal courts and the Illinois Supreme Court, he had time enough to prepare extensively and master the facts and law. Henry C. Whitney called Lincoln an uneven lawyer, whose best results were achieved as a result of long and continuous reflection. The various elements of a case did not group themselves in apt and proper position and order in his mind on first impression. Hence, he was not as self-reliant in a new case as in one he had fully discussed and decided in his own mind, and his first impressions in a case were not his best ones. Lawyers from afar regularly asked Lincoln to handle cases on appeal to the Illinois Supreme Court. Most of Lincoln's appearances before that tribunal were in Springfield, though now and then he would travel to Ottawa when it met there. In the 1840s, he averaged about 40 Supreme Court cases annually until the fall of 1847, when he left Illinois to serve in Congress. In the 1850s, he had fewer cases, but they involved higher stakes. Of the 5,173 documented cases that he and his partners participated in, 411 were tried in the Illinois Supreme Court. All of them were civil rather than criminal, primarily involving the ownership of horses and other animals. The most lucrative cases concerned iron horses. Lincoln represented various railroads, including the Illinois Central, the Alton and Chicago, and the Tonopah and Petersburg. On behalf of individuals, he sued the Alton and Chicago, the Illinois River, the Northern Cross, and the Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy lines. The only corporation that gave him a regular retainer was the Illinois Central, which he represented in several dozen cases. Most of them involved simple questions and were tried in lower courts. As part of his retainer agreement, he pledged not to represent anyone suing the Illinois Central. In 1854, when a farmer asked him to bring suit against that railroad, Lincoln refused because, he explained to the corporation's general solicitor, "As I had sold myself out to you, I turned him over to Stewart." On another occasion, he reversed that sequence when a farmer whose cow had been killed by a train asked him to sue a railroad. Upon learning of this potential suit, the company tried to hire Lincoln. He turned down the offer and represented the farmer, who won a liberal settlement. Approximately 4% of Lincoln's total caseload involved railroads. Lawyers and courts in antebellum Illinois blazed trails, for there were few precedents to guide them. The General Assembly had given legal status to the English common law, but it was not clear what elements of that corpus were relevant to frontier America. Attorneys and judges, as Herndon noted, had to think deeply. The challenge was especially marked in railroad cases, where no common law existed to guide courts. Lincoln helped establish important precedents in this area. One notable example dealt with stock subscribers who reneged on their pledges. To raise capital, railroad corporations issued stock that many Illinoisans, eager to have the tracks pass near or through their property, agreed to purchase. In time, some subscribers changed their minds and refused to pay. In Barrett v. Alton and Sangamon Railroad Company, 1851, one of Lincoln's first railroad cases, James A. Barrett maintained that when he agreed to buy shares of the company's stock, the rail line was projected to cross his property. Later, when the company changed the route, but not the termini, Barrett understandably lost his enthusiasm and declined to honor his pledge. Lincoln, representing the railroad in the circuit and Supreme Courts, won at both levels. His principal argument was that legislation and adjudication must follow and conform to the progress of society. 6 years later, however, Lincoln found himself on the other side of the argument when he represented Charles Sprague, who reneged on his pledge to purchase $50,000 worth of stock in the Illinois River Railroad. Finding against Sprague, the court observed that it had nowhere met with a more satisfactory exposition of the general principle of the law governing the respective rights of corporations and individual stockholders therein, as connected with the subject, than in the case of Barrett versus the Alton and Sangamon Railroad Company. In 1859, Lincoln met with a similar defeat when the Supreme Court ruled that his client, Daniel Earp, must honor a pledge to buy stock in the Terre Haute and Alton Railroad Company. The court again cited the Barrett case, saying that if what it had ruled there has not shown satisfactory reasons for the rule of law which we hold on this subject, we despair of doing so now. Thus was Lincoln twice hoist with his own petard. Lincoln helped set another precedent in the 1857 case of Illinois Central Railroad Company versus Morrison and Crabtree, which dealt with the obligations of common carriers to insure their freight. The plaintiffs alleged that the railroad company had been grossly negligent in transporting 400 head of their cattle. Some of the livestock had died in transit, and many others lost a great deal of weight. Lincoln, along with Henry C. Whitney and O.B. Ficklin, successfully defended the corporation before the Supreme Court, which agreed with Lincoln's argument that the common law, which held the carrier strictly liable for goods lost or damaged in its care, had to be modified to take into account the dramatic changes wrought by railroads. Carriers could limit their liability and, in effect, cease to act as insurers by reducing their rates in return for the shipper's agreement to waive the right to sue. The most lucrative case Lincoln tried, Illinois Central Railroad versus McLean County, Illinois, and Park, better known as the McLean County tax case, involved the power of counties to tax the corporation. In 1851, the General Assembly had granted the railroad a charter stipulating that its property would be exempt from taxation. In return, it would pay the state a percentage of its gross receipts. Some counties regarded the state's action as an unconstitutional usurpation of their authority to tax. In the summer of 1853, Champaign County officials discussed the matter with Lincoln, who was subsequently approached by the corporation, which was already being taxed by McLean County. Since Champaign County had made the first overture, he told the clerk of its circuit court, "The question, in its magnitude, to the company on the one hand, and the counties in which the company has land on the other, is the largest law question that can now be gotten up in the state, and therefore, in justice to myself, I cannot afford, if I can help it, to miss a fee altogether." Indeed, the stakes were high for both the counties and the corporation. The former anticipated a large tax windfall, and the latter dreaded the prospect of having to pay property taxes in each of the 24 counties through which its rails passed, above and beyond its levy to the state government. If the county would compensate him at a level roughly equivalent what the corporation would, then Lincoln would feel obliged to work for it. The judge of the Champaign County Court urged that no time is to be lost in securing the services of Mr. Lincoln, but nothing came of his initiative. In October, Lincoln therefore accepted the offer of the corporation, which gave him a $200 retainer. In cooperation with Mason Brayman, another Springfield attorney working for the railroad, and with James F. Joy of Detroit, general counsel of the Illinois Central, Lincoln filed suit to block McLean County's attempt to tax the corporation. The county agreed to have the case dismissed by the circuit court in order to appeal it to the Supreme Court expeditiously. There, in 1856, Lincoln and his colleagues prevailed after arguing the case twice. Lincoln cited the landmark 1819 U.S. Supreme Court case of McCulloch v. Maryland and 24 others. It ranks as one of the most persuasive and complex briefs he ever penned. In 1859 and 1860, Lincoln argued another important tax case, the People v. Illinois Central Railroad, which involved an attempt by State Auditor Jesse K. Du Bois, Lincoln's close friend, to sue the company for underpayment of taxes. Du Bois ignored Lincoln's advice not to bring suit. Lincoln, in his final case before the Supreme Court, successfully defended the corporation, arguing that the state had assessed the company's property incorrectly. The court ruled that taxes should be levied on the actual, not prospective, value of property. An Illinois Central official later said that this was a case of considerable importance, and it was largely due to the efforts of Mr. Lincoln that judgment was rendered in favor of the company. Although David Davis regularly ignored technicalities, Lincoln did not. In 1849, he represented a client who had guaranteed an appeal bond that the original debtor failed to pay. In the Illinois Supreme Court, Lincoln argued that the guarantor need not honor the bond because of a minor discrepancy between the wording of the bond and the original judgment, which the debtor had appealed. Both documents indicated that the debtor owed $909.41, but Lincoln maintained that the bond was invalid because the original judgment against his client specified that he must pay $909.41 plus $7.50 3/4 costs, whereas the appeal bond, guaranteeing that the debt would be paid if the appeal failed, stipulated that the debtor must pay $841.54 in debt and $58.87 in damages, a total of $909.41, plus costs, amount unspecified. The court sensibly ruled that because the difference in wording was so minor and the amount owed was exactly the same in both documents, the guarantor of the bond must pay up. In the 1857 murder case of the People versus Banshouse, Lincoln took advantage of a newly appointed state's attorney, James B. White, who failed to note that homicide cases must be tried within 2 consecutive terms of a court. As counsel for the accused, Lincoln moved for a continuance and a change of venue. When White did not object, Lincoln successfully asked for dismissal on the grounds that the speedy trial rule had been violated. Of the many cases Lincoln handled in his 24 years at the bar, none was more important than Heard versus the Rock Island Bridge Company, better known as the F.E. Afton case, tried in September 1857 before the U.S. Circuit Court in Chicago, Justice John McLean presiding. The previous year, a river packet, the F.E. Afton, had crashed into a pier of the first railroad bridge thrown across the Mississippi River, linking Davenport, Iowa, and Rock Island, Illinois. Both the ship and the drawspan of the bridge caught fire and were destroyed. Alleging that the bridge materially obstructed navigation, the ship's owner, Jacob S. Heard, sued the bridge company for $50,000. The case became a cause célèbre, pitting the river towns, principally St. Louis, against rail hubs, notably Chicago. The future of Western railroads was jeopardized by the suit, which might lead to the prohibition of all bridge construction over the Mississippi. Norman B. Judd, a leading railroad attorney who was engaged by the bridge company, suggested that it also hire Lincoln, whom he described as one of the best men to state a case forcibly and convincingly that I ever heard, and his personality will appeal to any judge or jury hereabouts. The Springfield attorney, said Judd, was the only man who can, without doubt, win that case. Lincoln spent months in preparation, carefully inspecting the bridge site and the relevant documents. His job was made easier by his experience arguing an earlier case involving similar circumstances, Columbus Insurance Company versus Peoria Bridge Company, in which he represented insurers who had paid for damage sustained by a canal boat that had struck the pier of a bridge over the Illinois River. Unlike the F.E. Afton case, he pleaded on behalf of the boat owners. In his closing speech to the jury, preserved thanks to the shorthand reporting of Robert R. Hitt, who would cover Lincoln's debates with Stephen A. Douglas the following year, Lincoln demonstrated a formidable command of the details of the case. He argued that the current of travel flowing east and west had as much right to protection as that flowing north and south, that a substantial amount of traffic crossed the bridge, that the rail line, unlike the river, was an all-weather highway for commerce, that the pilot of the ship had not exercised reasonable skill and care, that one of the ship's two paddle wheels had stopped working as it passed through the draw, and that it was unreasonable to expect railroad companies to dig tunnels beneath the Mississippi or to erect suspension bridges high above it. An observer recollected that Lincoln's examination of witnesses was very full, and no point escaped his notice. I thought he carried it almost to prolixity, but when he came to his argument I changed my opinion. He went over all the details with great minuteness, until court, jury, and spectators were wrought up to the crucial points. Then, drawing himself up to his full height, he delivered a peroration that thrilled the courtroom, and to the minds of most persons, settled the case. A fellow attorney called this case the one in which Lincoln's powers were exhibited to the most advantage. Another said, "I have always considered it as one of the ablest efforts I ever heard from Mr. Lincoln at the bar. His illustrations were apt and forcible, his statements clear and logical, and his reasons in favor of the policy, and necessarily the right to bridge the river, and thereby encourage the settlement and building up of the vast area of fertile country to the west of it, were broad and statesmanlike." After splitting 9-3 in favor of the bridge company, the jury was dismissed. In 1862, the case ended with the U.S. Supreme Court overturning a lower court order to remove a portion of the bridge. In 1857, the firm of Lincoln and Herndon tried another celebrated railroad case, St. Louis and Chicago Railroad versus Dalby, which has been hailed as probably the most far-reaching case Lincoln ever had before the Supreme Court. In fact, Herndon, not Lincoln, represented the client in both the circuit and the Supreme Courts. Another area where the common law remained silent was the liability of municipalities for negligence. Lincoln helped establish an important precedent in the 1853 case of Browning versus City of Springfield, which involved his friend and colleague at the bar, Orville H. Browning. While walking the streets of the capital one day, Browning fell and broke his leg. Alleging that the city had failed to keep its streets in proper repair, he hired Lincoln to sue for damages. After losing in the circuit court, he won before the Supreme Court, which ruled that in the absence of common law provisions to cover the case, a set of guidelines should be followed, based upon sound sense in accordance with strict morality, and keeping pace with the progress of improvements of the age. Lincoln practiced extensively in the federal courts in Illinois once he was admitted to do so in 1842. About 7% of his total caseload consisted of trials at the federal level, where he, not Herndon, did virtually all the litigating. The federal courts handled disputes among citizens of different states. Residents of other states trying to collect sums larger than $500 from Illinoisans would often hire Lincoln to bring suit in federal courts. It is impossible to determine the extent of his practice there because the Chicago Fire of 1871 consumed most of the Illinois federal records prior to 1855. The surviving documents indicate that Lincoln was involved in 332 federal cases, in addition to the 72 bankruptcy actions he and Logan handled in the brief period when the federal bankruptcy law was in effect, from 1842 to 1843. Many of those cases, like most of the ones Lincoln dealt with in the state court system, involved debt collection. In 1841, David Davis reported that in Illinois, the great business of lawyers is the collection of debts, and there being always more of everything else than of money here, the business is not a very easy one. Hence, clients are continually writing, to keep up a running correspondence with whom occupies about half of one's time. Debt litigation comprised 55% of Lincoln's total caseload. The rest consisted of matters pertaining to inheritance, 15%, foreclosing on mortgages, 7%, divorce, 3%, slander, 2%, and medicine, less than 1%. The sums involved in federal cases were often large and therefore yielded handsome fees. In 1859, Lincoln received $1,500 for his work in Beaver versus Taylor and Gilbert, where he successfully argued that his clients deserved title to acreage in southern Illinois. That same year, he billed Nicholas H. Ridgely $500 for a real estate matter. Another major case, the last that Lincoln tried in federal court, also involved a real estate dispute. In Chicago, a large tract of alluvial land had been formed when the federal government ordered a channel dug across two parcels of lakefront land owned by different parties. This misnamed sandbar case, Johnston versus Jones and Marsh, dragged on for years. At the fourth trial of the matter, lasting 11 days in the early spring of 1860, Lincoln successfully defended his client's claim and received a $350 fee. One of Lincoln's co-counsels, Van H. Higgins, said that after the trial he had no idea before of what a great lawyer Lincoln was. In federal court, Lincoln and his partners were involved in 24 patent cases, including Parker versus Hoyt, an 1850 action he successfully argued in Chicago involving infringement of a patented water wheel. Lincoln thought of his triumph as one of the high points of his legal career. He was especially interested in the issues involved, for he had long ago worked at a sawmill where he learned much about water wheels. His co-counsel, Grant Goodrich, said Lincoln had a great deal of mechanical genius, could understand readily the principles and mechanical action of machinery, and had the power, in his clear, simple illustrations and style, to make the jury comprehend them. In 1855, another patent case took Lincoln to Cincinnati for a major trial that would affect his future. The McCormick Reaper Company sued the John H. Manny Company of Rockford, Illinois, for infringing its patent. Because the case was originally scheduled to be tried in Illinois before Judge Thomas Drummond, Manny hired Lincoln as associate counsel, paying him a retainer of $1,000 to keep McCormick from employing him. Lincoln's name was suggested because he knew Judge Drummond and because the firm wanted to have local talent on the legal team. But the lead attorney for Manny, George Harding of Philadelphia, was unenthusiastic about Lincoln. His choice for co-counsel was Pittsburgh attorney Edwin M. Stanton. Reluctantly, Harding dispatched an associate, Peter Watson, to consult with Lincoln. When Watson knocked on the door of the house at 8th and Jackson Streets, Mary Lincoln poked her head out of the window and asked, "Who is there?" Watson explained that he had come from Philadelphia to see her husband. "Business or politics?" she queried. When told it was business, Mrs. Lincoln indicated her satisfaction by the modified tone in which she shouted, "Abe, here is a man who wants to see you on business." Dressed casually, Lincoln opened the door and invited Watson into the parlor, which his guest found unprepossessing. As Harding related, Watson was satisfied that he was not the associate we wanted, but after some conversation concluded that Lincoln had qualities which might be rather effective in that community, that it would be unwise to incur his hostility by turning him down after consulting him, and paid him a retainer, at which he seemed much surprised, arranged for quite a substantial fee to be paid at the close of the litigation, and left him under the impression that he was to make an argument and should prepare himself for it. When Watson reported back to Harding, however, they agreed that Lincoln would not in fact help present the argument, but that Stanton would be hired to do so. Lincoln would be sidetracked, but he was not informed of this altered plan. When the trial was moved from Chicago to Cincinnati to suit the convenience of Justice John McLean, who was to preside instead of Drummond, the need for Lincoln's services as local talent disappeared. Instead of letting him go, Harding and Watson allowed him to proceed writing his brief. As Lincoln worked away, he looked forward to jousting with some of the finest legal minds in the country. When he arrived in the Queen City, Lincoln was surprised to discover that he would not help present the argument. The sophisticated Stanton and Harding, for their part, were taken aback when they first beheld their unprepossessing co-counsel, whose clothes fit him badly. After being introduced, Lincoln suggested that they proceed to the court in a gang. Stanton pulled Harding aside and said, "Let that fellow go with his gang. We'll walk up together." And so they did, snubbing Lincoln. At the courthouse, Stanton emphatically announced that only he and Harding would be arguing their client's case. Throughout the trial, Harding and Stanton continued to ignore their associate. When Lincoln asked Watson to present Harding with a copy of the argument he had laboriously prepared, the Philadelphia attorney returned it unopened. Harding remembered that, in all his experience, he had never seen one man insult another more grossly, and that, too, without reason, than Stanton insulted Lincoln on that occasion. Stanton conducted himself toward Lincoln in such a way that it was evident that he, Stanton, thought Lincoln was of no importance and deserved no consideration whatever from himself. And he refused to talk with him, and told Harding that it was shameful that such a low-down country lawyer should be sent to associate with them. Stanton refused to walk with Lincoln or be seen on the street with him. In court, Stanton refused to talk with or say anything to Lincoln, but utterly ignored him, even refusing to take from Lincoln's hands one of the models used in the case. Stanton, who referred to Lincoln as a giraffe and a long-armed baboon, once rudely jerked him by the coat-tails and told him to step aside as lawyers examined the reapers on display. Thereafter, Stanton did not attempt to conceal his unkind feelings toward Lincoln until he was appointed Secretary of War in 1862. Later, Stanton said, "What a mistake I made about that man when I met him in Cincinnati." Understandably, Lincoln felt so badly treated and so humiliated, and was so deeply disappointed, that he told Ralph Emerson, an officer of the Manning Company who had suggested that Lincoln be hired, that he planned to quit. Only persistent lobbying by Emerson and Watson persuaded him to stay on. As Lincoln closely observed the proceedings, he looked depressed but was fascinated by the dueling, high-powered attorneys. He sat directly behind Harding as the Philadelphian held forth, following each step of the argument. As he left town, Lincoln told his hostess, "You have made my stay here most agreeable, and I am 1,000 times obliged to you. But in reply to your request for me to come again, I must say to you I never expect to be in Cincinnati again. I have nothing against the city, but things have so happened here as to make it undesirable for me to ever return here." When Lincoln received a check for his services, he returned it, insisting that since he had not made the argument, he deserved no more than he had been given as a retainer. The check was once again sent to Springfield with the explanation that Lincoln had prepared a case and was entitled to a fee, as though he had delivered it. Eventually, Lincoln accepted both the argument and the money. Murder cases. Although 95% of the documented cases that Lincoln and his partners handled were civil, they participated in several trials for murder and assault with intent to murder. One of the more controversial murder cases was that of Isaac Wyant, who attacked his neighbor, Asen Rusk, with a knife. In self-defense, Rusk shot his assailant in the arm, which was subsequently amputated. In 1855, thirsting for revenge, Wyant shot Rusk to death in cold blood. Lincoln helped prosecute the case. He substituted as prosecutor sometimes when the state's attorney was absent. At other times, he was hired by interested parties to assist the prosecutor, who was often young and inexperienced. Leonard Swett defended Wyant with the novel insanity plea and won despite Lincoln's best efforts. Later, when informed by authorities at the state insane asylum that Wyant was truly deranged, Lincoln expressed regret for having prosecuted him so vigorously. Lincoln helped prosecute another murder case, the People v. Denton and Denton. The defendants, James and George W. Denton, accused of murdering their brother-in-law with axes, were found not guilty. One murder case held such a special fascination for Lincoln that he published a long account of it, anonymously. James H. Matheny called it the most remarkable trial that ever took place in Springfield. Lincoln, Logan, and Baker defended Archibald and William Traylor, who were charged with the murder of Archibald Fisher. A coerced confession from a brother of the accused men, along with suspicious circumstantial evidence, seemed to establish their guilt. Some residents of Springfield were in the mood to lynch the alleged felons. After the prosecution presented what seemed an airtight case, Lincoln called only one witness, who testified that Fisher was alive and staying with him, sound in body if not in mind. He suffered from amnesia and could not recall where he had been recently. The case was dismissed. According to Governor Thomas Ford, in all cases of murder arising from heat of blood or in a fight, it was impossible to convict. The juries were willing enough to convict an assassin or one who murdered by taking a dishonorable advantage, but otherwise if there was a conflict and nothing unfair in it. That proved untrue in the case of William Frame, a client of Lincoln's who was convicted of stabbing to death an opponent in a drunken brawl. He was hanged after Lincoln had exhausted all legal remedies. In 1859, Lincoln represented Melissa Goings, a 77-year-old woman accused of murdering her husband. She claimed she had acted in self-defense. During a recess in the trial, she fled Illinois, eventually winding up on the Pacific coast. When the court bailiff charged that Lincoln had suggested she flee, he replied, "I didn't run her off. She wanted to know where she could get a good drink of water, and I told her there was mighty good water in Tennessee." In another murder case in 1859, Lincoln's client, Thomas Patterson, was found guilty of manslaughter in the death of Samuel DeHaven. The deceased, while drunk, had tried to buy a hatchet on credit at Patterson's store. When Patterson refused him, the enraged DeHaven picked up a spade and approached the storekeeper, who flung a 2-pound lead weight at DeHaven, killing him. Lincoln and Leonard Swett were unable to persuade the jury that the well-to-do Patterson acted in self-defense. According to Henry C. Whitney, who was also part of the defense team, Lincoln made a very poor closing speech. Whitney personally thought that Patterson, whom he characterized as a worthless doggery keeper, was guilty of murder. Lincoln seems to have shared Whitney's feelings about their client, and that doubt undermined his advocacy. Swett argued so effectively that it seemed as if Patterson would be acquitted, but the next day Lincoln undid all the good that Swett had done, and Patterson was convicted and sentenced to 3 years in jail. Feeling responsible for the outcome, Lincoln successfully appealed to the governor for a pardon, and Patterson was released after spending 1 year in the penitentiary. In his best-known murder case, the Almanac trial, Lincoln defended William Duff Armstrong, 24-year-old son of his good friends from New Salem days, Hannah and Jack Armstrong. In September 1857, the defendant was accused of killing James Preston Press Metzger, a 28-year-old father of 3. Along with several other young men, including Armstrong, Metzger had been drinking on the outskirts of a camp meeting near Hiawatha in Mason County. Around 10 p.m., the inebriated Armstrong lay down to sleep not far from the impromptu bars that were a common feature at camp meetings. Suddenly, the much taller and stronger Metzger, also intoxicated, awoke him and picked a fight. After they battled, Metzger similarly provoked 27-year-old James Norris. Not long thereafter, Armstrong and Norris attacked him. The latter clubbed Metzger from behind, fracturing his skull. Armstrong was accused of hitting Metzger in the eye with a kind of blackjack called a slung shot. Somehow Metzger managed to mount his horse and ride home, where he died 3 days later. Norris and Armstrong were arrested, jailed in nearby Havana, and indicted for murder. Armstrong's family hired the local firm of Dilworth and Campbell, which successfully moved for a change of venue. Unfortunately for Norris, his court-appointed attorney failed to do the same. In November, he was swiftly tried, convicted of manslaughter, and sentenced to 8 years at hard labor. It seemed likely that Armstrong would meet a similar fate when tried in Beardstown that same month. Public sentiment ran strongly against Armstrong, whose rather wild behavior, including quarrels with schoolmates, was well known and exaggerated. The possibility of a lynching hung heavy in the air. Compounding the Armstrongs' woes, Jack suddenly died in November, leaving Hannah a poor widow. One of the Clary's Grove gang, Thomas S. Edwards, sought out Lincoln. "I sat down and told him all about the boy's fix and the widder's trouble, and asked what could be done. He sat there a minute, pushing his gold specs up into his hair, looking kinda serious at the floor. I imagined that, like the balance of the lawyers, he was thinking about his fee." Edwards assured Lincoln that he would be paid. The attorney then looked up, smiling quietly, a way he has got, more with his eyes than his mouth, and says, "You, Edwards, you ought to know me better than to think I'd take a fee from any of Jack Armstrong's blood." Then he laid his hand on my shoulder in his old fashion and says, "Why, bless your soul, I've danced that boy on my knee 100 times in the long winter nights by his father's fire down in Old Howard. I wouldn't be worthy to take your hand, Tom, if I turned on him now. Go back and tell old Hannah to keep up a good heart, and we will see what can be done." In November, while in Beardstown representing a client, Lincoln called on Armstrong's lawyer, Caleb J. Dilworth of Havana, who filled him in on the facts of the case. To Dilworth's delight, Lincoln volunteered to help defend the lad. That night they interviewed some witnesses. When the prosecution won a continuance, Lincoln had more time to prepare his defense. He visited Hannah at her home in Mason County, traversed the scene of the crime, inspected records of the Norris trial, unsuccessfully requested that Armstrong be released on bail, and interviewed witnesses. One of those witnesses was Nelson Watkins, who had been drinking with the others on the fatal night. He owned the homemade slungshot that Armstrong had allegedly used to strike and kill Metzger. It had been discovered near the scene of the crime. Armstrong denied ever having had possession of it. Shortly after the trial, Watkins told juror John T. Brady that Mr. Lincoln questioned him about the slingshot and asked how it happened to be lost and then found near the spot where Metzger was killed. Watkins somewhat implausibly stated that he had gone to sleep under a wagon and had placed the weapon on its frame. The next morning he had forgotten about it, and it evidently fell off the wagon as it passed near the crime scene. Watkins then confided to Brady that he told Mr. Lincoln that Lincoln did not want to use Watkins as a witness, as he knew too much, and he began to tell Lincoln what he knew, and Mr. Lincoln would not allow him to tell him anything and said to Watkins, "All I want to know is this: did you make that slingshot? And did Duff Armstrong ever have it in his possession?" Watkins said he replied, "On cross-examination, they may make me tell things I don't want to tell." Lincoln assured him that he would not be questioned about any subject other than the alleged murder weapon. Watkins further confided to Brady that Duff Armstrong killed Metzger by striking him in the eye with an old-fashioned wagon hammer, and that he saw him do it. It was not clear how Lincoln could guarantee that Watkins would not be asked damaging questions on cross-examination. Armstrong's trial began in Beardstown on May 7, 1858. Taking charge of the jury selection for the defense, Lincoln exercised great care. From the first pool of potential jurors, only 4 were chosen, so a second pool of 50 was brought in. Although Lincoln did not know the potential jurors personally, he sought to impanel young men on the assumption that they would be more sympathetic to Armstrong than older men would be. The dozen men finally chosen ranged in age from 24 to 38. Lincoln's folksy approach to the trial was apparent when he examined the witness William Killian. Lincoln began by asking his name. "William Killian," was the reply. "Bill Killian?" Lincoln repeated in a familiar way. "Tell me, are you the son of old Jake Killian?" "Yes, sir," answered the witness. "Well," said Lincoln, somewhat aside, "you are a smart boy if you take after your dad." Killian and another witness, William A. Douglas, testified that although Armstrong had behaved like a rowdy on occasion, he never did anything vicious. Lincoln summoned other witnesses who stated that Armstrong and Norris had not colluded and that Armstrong used only his fists against Metzger. Lincoln called an expert witness, Dr. Charles E. Parker, who stated that both of Metzger's skull injuries could have been caused by the blow Norris had administered to the back of the victim's head. Nelson Watkins swore that he owned the slung shot and that Armstrong had never possessed it. Then Charles Allen, the prosecution's chief witness, took the stand. According to jury foreman Milton Logan, the questioning went something like this. "Did you see Armstrong strike Metzger?" "Yes." "About how far were you from where the affair took place?" "About 40 feet. I was standing on a knoll or hill looking down at them." "Was it a light night?" "Yes, it was." "Any moon that night?" "Yes. The moon was shining almost as bright as day." "About how high was the moon?" "About where the sun would be at 10 o'clock in the day." "Are you certain there was a moon that night?" "Yes, sir, I am certain." "Are you sure you are not mistaken about the moon shining as brightly as you represent?" "No, sir, I am not mistaken." "Did you see Armstrong strike Metzger by the light of the moon, and did you see Metzger fall?" "I did." "What did Armstrong strike him with?" "With a slingshot." "Where did he strike Metzger?" "On the side of the head." "About what time did you say this happened?" "About 11 o'clock at night." Another juror remembered that Lincoln was very particular to have Allen repeat himself a dozen or more times during the trial about where the moon was located, and was very careful not to cross Mr. Allen in anything, and when Allen lacked words to express himself, Lincoln loaned them to him. The prosecutor, who had gone over the same ground eliciting the same testimony, felt confident that he would win. But then Lincoln sprang a trap. Producing an 1857 almanac showing that the moon, instead of being high overhead at 11 p.m., when Metzger was attacked, was low on the horizon and due to set within an hour. This flummoxed Allen and led the prosecutor to object strenuously. Judge James Herriot examined the volume, as did the prosecutor and the jurymen. This shattered Allen's credibility, which was not strong to begin with. According to a local attorney, Allen's general reputation in the vicinity of Oakford for truth and veracity was exceedingly bad. Thompson McNeely, a noted criminal lawyer in Petersburg, who served as a U.S. representative, often told friends that Allen would swear to anything in a trial and would work on either side of the case very nicely. Lincoln's closing speech was, by all accounts, a tour de force. It is not known just what he said, but it probably incorporated points Lincoln made in these suggestions for instructing the jury. That if they have any reasonable doubt as to whether Metzger came to his death by the blow on the eye or the blow on the back of the head, they are to find the defendant not guilty, unless they further believe from the evidence, beyond all reasonable doubt, that Armstrong and Norris acted in concert against Metzger, and that Norris struck the blow on the back of the head. That if they believe from the evidence that Norris killed Metzger, they are to acquit Armstrong, unless they also believe from the evidence, beyond a reasonable doubt, that Armstrong acted in concert with Norris in the killing or purpose to kill or hurt Metzger. Because of the sultry heat on that summer day, Lincoln removed his coat, tie, and vest. As he proceeded, one suspender slid from his shoulder. Juror John T. Brady recalled that this backwoodsy appearance made Lincoln about as homely, awkward-appearing a person as could be imagined. But all this was forgotten in listening to his fiery eloquence, his masterly argument, his tender and pathetic pleading for the life of the son of his old benefactor. Another juror recollected that Lincoln began by saying he appeared before us without any expectation of reward, that the prisoner's mother, Hannah Armstrong, had washed and mended his worn shirts and clothes, and done for him when he was too poor to pay her, and that he stood there to but partially try and pay the debt of gratitude he owed her. He carried us with him as if by storm, and before he had finished speaking, there were many wet eyes in the room. Duff said that Lincoln did his best talking when he told the jury what true friends my father and mother had been to him in the early days when he was a poor young man at New Salem. He told how he used to go out at Jack Armstrong's and stay for days, how kind my mother was to him, and how, many a time, he had rocked me to sleep in the old cradle. An observer reported that, in words of thrilling pathos, Lincoln appealed to the jurors as fathers of sons who might become fatherless, and as husbands of wives who might be widowed, to yield to no previous impressions, no ill-founded prejudice, but to do his client justice. Juror Brady recollected that tears were plentifully shed by everyone present. The mother of Duff Armstrong wore a huge sunbonnet. Her face was scarcely visible, but her feelings were plainly shown by her sobs. The assistant prosecutor thought that Lincoln's story of his New Salem days was told so pathetically that the jury forgot the guilt of the boy. Lincoln wept, for his sympathies were fully enlisted in favor of the young man, and his terrible sincerity could not help but arouse the same passion in the jury. I have said it 100 times that it was Lincoln's speech that saved that criminal from the gallows. Lincoln's co-counsel, William Walker, maintained that the concluding 15-minute segment of that speech was as eloquent as I ever heard, and such was the power and earnestness with which he spoke, that jury and all sat as if entranced, and when he was through found relief in a gush of tears. I have never seen such mastery exhibited over the feelings and emotions of men as on that occasion. The judge, on the other hand, thought that the almanac may have cut a figure, but it was Dr. Parker's testimony confirming Lincoln's theory. The court saw this. But curiously, when the jury withdrew, 9 of its members voted to find Armstrong guilty. As the deliberations went on, however, the effect of Lincoln's speech and the damaged credibility of the chief prosecution witness eventually led to a unanimous verdict of not guilty. One juror said that he and his colleagues thought Allen was telling the truth. I know that he impressed me that way, but his evidence with reference to the moon was so far from the facts that it destroyed his evidence with the jury. Lincoln was not in court when the jury announced its verdict. Upon his return, the jurors shook his hand as if they were old friends. Hannah Armstrong, who had withdrawn to await the verdict, was overjoyed. When informed of the good news, she hurried to thank the jury, the court, and Lincoln. We were all affected, she recalled, and tears streamed down Lincoln's eyes. He told her, "I pray to God that this lesson may prove in the end a good lesson to him and to all." He instructed Duff to return home and be a good boy, and don't get into any more scrapes. That is all I ask of you. Soon thereafter, Lincoln helped Hannah Armstrong fend off attempts to take from her the land she had inherited from her husband. Mentor. In dealing with his fellow attorneys, Lincoln was unfailingly courteous to all, especially to junior members of the bar. Gibson W. Harris recalled that Lincoln's courtesy to young practitioners was little less than proverbial, and it was never more gracious than when he was the opposing counsel. He had a happy knack of setting them at ease and encouraging them to put forth their best efforts. In consequence, they all liked him. Lincoln did not seek popularity with young attorneys, but he won their affection, and they came to him often. In 1851, Tyro attorney James Haynes was startled when Lincoln, his co-counsel on a case, urged him to make the initial speech in defense of their client. Nervous, Haynes suggested that Lincoln take the lead. Tactfully, the older man placed his hand on Haynes's shoulder and said, "No, I want you to open the case. And when you are doing it, talk to the jury as though your client's fate depends on every word you utter. Forget that you have anyone to fall back upon, and you will do justice to yourself and your client." That, Haynes recalled, was a fair sample of the way he treated younger members of the bar. Lewis H. Waters received similar treatment. Though much older than Waters, Lincoln insisted that the young man act as lead counsel on their case and wrote out instructions that he urged Waters to copy and submit to the court as his own handiwork. When attorney Joe Blackburn was starting out as a nervous 19-year-old, he began his presentation in such a confused fashion that he was tempted to let the case go by default. But Lincoln, who had been paying close attention, rose and made Blackburn's point for him so effectively that the judge granted his demurrer. When the opposing counsel complained about this meddling, Lincoln replied that he claimed the privilege of giving a young lawyer a boost when struggling with his first case, especially if he was pitted against an experienced practitioner. Similarly, James H. Hosmer, in the midst of his first important case, floundered badly in a sea of details. Lincoln approached him, saying, "Young man, I have handled cases like this in the past. Let us see if I can't help you out." Guided by the veteran attorney, young Hosmer won his case. "I remember with what confidence I always went to him," recollected Lawrence Weldon. One time when he approached Lincoln with a paper he could not understand, the older man said, "Wait until I fix this plug for my gallus, and I will pitch into it like a dog at a root." No other lawyer was so willing to assist junior colleagues at the bar. Lincoln's solicitude for young attorneys was doubtless shaped by his own experience as an aspiring lawyer, when Todd Stewart had been so kind to him. Jonathan Birch speculated plausibly that, somehow, probably because of the recollection of his own early struggles, his heart seemed especially filled with sympathy and concern for the young man whose footsteps took him in the direction of the law. Memories of his law studies led Lincoln to visit young men poring over Blackstone, Chitty, and others. He would greet them cheerfully, peruse their volumes, test their knowledge, and play games with them. Lincoln occasionally tested their knowledge formally, in the capacity of a bar examiner. He began examining Jonathan Birch by asking what books he had read. When the young man complied, Lincoln said, "Well, that is more than I had read before I was admitted to practice." He then told how he had once argued a case against a college-educated attorney whose erudition impressed the judge and other attorneys, but not the jurors. "And they," said Lincoln with a laugh, "were the fellows I was aiming at." He resumed the exam, rapidly posing questions that taxed Birch's memory, but not his knowledge of the law. Lincoln abruptly ended the exam, wrote out a recommendation for a license, and offered some advice about future study, which, Birch recalled, was about the first thing that had been said to indicate that the entire proceeding was, after all, an examination to test the applicant's ability to practice law. Like Herndon, these young men were surrogate sons to Lincoln, whose paternal streak ran deep. Gibson W. Harris recollected that he took undisguised pleasure in fathering many of us younger persons, including some already in their 30s. Congressman R. Hitt, who covered Lincoln as a shorthand reporter in the 1850s, confided to his journal that he treated me with the utmost kindness, almost like a father. In 1860, the influential newspaperman Joseph Medill told Lincoln, his senior by 14 years, "I have spoken to you with all the sincerity and truthfulness of a son writing to his father." Though especially solicitous of these younger men, Lincoln was also kind to jurors, bailiffs, sheriffs, deputies, and all officers of the court. Anger. Lincoln usually appeared relaxed and unruffled in court. One day, in a significant railroad case, which Whitney was arguing with his help, opposing counsel scored so many points that Whitney expressed some unease to his partner. "All that is very easily answered," Lincoln remarked, and when he addressed those points, he blew them away, as easily as a beer drinker blows off the froth from his foaming tankard. For all Lincoln's equanimity, though, he could erupt in terrible anger, as he did in the 1843 case of Renier versus Cabot and Taylor, for example. Lincoln's client, Eliza Cabot, sued Francis Renier, charging that he had publicly declared that one Elijah Taylor has rogered her, and that he has got skin there from Eliza Cabot as much as he wanted. When Lincoln took the floor, he bitterly denounced Regnier for slandering a friendless schoolteacher. His tirade was, a colleague recalled, as bitter a philippic as was ever uttered. Cabot won a judgment of $1,600. 7 years later, defending an orphan girl who had been seduced and abandoned, Lincoln reacted to defamatory testimony against his client by pouring upon the witness a torrent of invective and denunciation of such severity as rarely ever falls from the lips of an advocate at the bar. Turning to his client, he abruptly shifted gears, becoming mild and tender as he spoke on her behalf. In a similar case, Lincoln tore into slanderers during his closing speech in Dunn v. Carley, an adultery case involving a married man. When the defendant went to great lengths to obtain testimony that the woman had sex with other men, Lincoln, believing that his testimony, as well as that of his witnesses, was untrue, attacked them mercilessly and won a crushing victory. Lincoln ridiculed one witness, S. H. Busey, who intimated that he was a ladies' man. "There is Busey. He pretends to be a great heart-smasher, does wonderful things with the girls, but I'll venture that he never entered his flesh but once, and that was when he fell down and stuck his finger in his anus." Lincoln ridiculed another witness who identified himself as J. Parker Green. To discredit him, Lincoln asked, "Why J. Parker Green? What did the J stand for? John? Well, why didn't the witness call himself John P. Green? That was his name, wasn't it? Well, what was the reason he did not wish to be known by his right name? Did J. Parker Green have anything to conceal? And if not, why did J. Parker Green part his name in that way?" Green became an object of scorn, helping Lincoln to win his case. During the Civil War, when an Iowa congressman recommended for office a man named H. Clay Caldwell, Lincoln said he would not appoint anyone who parted his name in the middle. He relented when it was explained that Caldwell employed only the initials H.C. when signing his name. Lincoln's indignation knew no bounds in the case of Rebecca Thomas, the poor widow of a Revolutionary War veteran. In Lincoln's view, her agent, Erastus Wright, had charged too much for winning a pension. Lincoln took the case gratis. The notes for his speech to the jury read, "No contract. No professional services. Unreasonable charge. Money retained by defendant, not given to plaintiff. Revolutionary War. Describe Valley Forge privations. Ice. Soldier's feet bleeding. Plaintiff's husband. Soldier leaving home for army. Skin defendant. Close." In speaking of this trial, David Davis recollected that when Lincoln attacked meanness and littleness, vice and fraud, he was most powerful, was merciless in his castigation. According to Herndon, when his partner recounted how Wright had taken advantage of the widow, he rose up to about 9 feet, grew warm, then eloquent, attacking as with a thunderbolt the miscreant who had robbed one that helped the world to liberty. Herndon recalled never seeing Lincoln so wrought up. Lincoln acted as pension attorney for several other clients in addition to Mrs. Thomas, but not gratis. In Todd v. Ware, Lincoln again excoriated the same Wright, accusing him of lying. While discussing the endorsements on some promissory notes, Lincoln said of Wright, "He manifestly prevaricates, manifestly attempts to cheat his conscience and his God, with the mere literal import of his language, which he substantially and intentionally falsifies to the court." For good measure, Lincoln also skinned Wright in the 1846 congressional campaign. Lying witnesses also provoked Lincoln's wrath. As Herndon put it, "Woe be to him if Mr. Lincoln took the notion in his head that the man was swearing to a willful lie. Whips of scorpions in a man's conscience could be no worse. To flee from Mr. Lincoln and conscience was impossible in the witness." In this condition I have seen the witness on the stand turn pale and tremble. Great big drops of sweat, drops of agony stood out all over the man's face. One day a physician offering expert testimony made some implausible claims, prompting Lincoln to ask how much money he was receiving for his participation in the trial. The large amount astonished the jurors. Lincoln then rose, turned, and stretching out his long right arm and forefinger, cried in a shrill voice, overflowing with the hottest indignation, "Gentlemen of the jury, big fee, big swear." Disgruntled clients could tax Lincoln's goodwill. When Henry C. Whitney asked him to deal with a particularly difficult client, Lincoln replied, "Let him howl." Once a client spurned his advice, saying, "I will be damned if I do." Lincoln responded, "I will be damned if I attend to your suit if you don't." In 1853, Lincoln snapped at a client who sulked and complained about the verdict in a fraud suit, which awarded him some money. Lincoln grew angry and cried out, "You old fool! You'll keep on until you won't get a cent." Unscrupulous lawyers could also expect to feel the sting of Lincoln's wrathful denunciation. In 1847, at Tremont, Lincoln argued on behalf of an elderly gentleman who had sold oxen to two young men named Snow, taking their note in payment. When he tried to collect from them, they refused to pay, saying they were minors when the note was written and therefore could not, under the law, be held accountable for contracts they had signed. Lincoln, believing that the lads had swindled the old man on the advice of their counsel, slowly rose and said, "Gentlemen of the jury, are you willing to allow these boys to begin life with this shame and disgrace attached to their character? If you are, I am not." He then quoted Iago's speech about reputation from Othello, which begins, "Good name in man or woman." Then, unbending to his full height and gazing at the Snow brothers with compassion, he pointed at the opposing counsel and said, "Gentlemen of the jury, these poor innocent boys would never have attempted this low villainy had it not been for the advice of these lawyers." Since they were now over 21, the brothers should either pay what they owed or return the oxen. After rebuking practitioners who so disgraced the legal profession, he concluded, "And now, gentlemen, you have it in your power to set these boys right before the world." The jury found for the old man. According to Leonard Swett, any attorney who took Lincoln for a simple-minded man would very soon wake up upon his back in a ditch. When lawyers went at him to joust him from his position and take away his weapons, Lincoln arose like a lion wakened from his lair. His stooping form straightened, his angular features acquired force and expression, his eye flashed, all his powers of logic, sarcasm, and ridicule were aroused, and rejecting all compromise, he fought it out on that line until he was routed or until he carried the day. One day, when attorney Amsey McWilliams shouted, "No, no, no," at a client of Lincoln's, he shouted back, "Oh, yes, yes, yes," while staring daggers at McWilliams, who quailed under Lincoln's determined look. When Usher Linder interrupted Lincoln repeatedly as he was presenting his client's case, and the judge refused to stop the disruption, Lincoln grew exasperated, shook his fist at his opponent, and declared angrily, "I did not bother you in your plea, and if the court cannot protect me, I can protect myself. Now, sir, we'll have no more of this." Lincoln once grew irritated when an attorney for the other side challenged potential jurors by asking if they were acquainted with Lincoln, who, in turn, asked members of the jury pool if they knew the other attorney. When the judge admonished him, saying, "Now, Mr. Lincoln, you are wasting time. The mere fact that a juror knows your opponent does not disqualify him." "No, Your Honor," Lincoln replied, "but I am afraid some of the gentlemen may not know him, which would place me at a disadvantage." One day, opposing counsel used a Latin quotation and asked Lincoln, "That is so, is it not?" Lincoln drolly replied, to the delight of the judge and the consternation of his opponent, "If that's Latin, "You had better call another witness." In court, Lincoln occasionally deflated other lawyers with his remarkable gift for puns and barbed anecdotes. When opposing counsel once claimed that he could bring a man to prove an alibi, Lincoln replied, "I have no doubt you can bring a man to prove a lie by." Lincoln once skewered a glib young lawyer who patronized him during a trial. Exasperated, he likened his opponent to an old mud scow that used to run on the Sangamon River, whose engine was a rather weak affair, and when they blew the whistle the wheels would stop. To the jurors, Lincoln said that his opposite number was in a somewhat similar condition, that when he was using his tongue so vigorously, his brain failed to work. More gently, Lincoln poked fun at Stephen T. Logan, one of the few men more careless about his attire than Lincoln himself. On the brink of a courtroom defeat to his former partner, Lincoln resorted to ridicule as he addressed the jury. "My learned friend Logan has made an able speech to you. He has analyzed the testimony with his accustomed acuteness and skill, and laid down to you the law with his usual ability and confidence. And I am not going to assert positively that he is mistaken, either as to the law or the evidence. It would not become me to do so, for he is an older and better lawyer than I am. Nevertheless, I may properly make a suggestion to you, gentlemen of the jury. And now I ask you, and each of you, to look closely and attentively at my friend, the counsel on the other side, as he sits there before you. Look at him all over, but especially at the upper part of him, and then tell me if it may not be possible that a lawyer who is so unmindful of the proprieties of this place as to come into the presence of his honor and into your presence, gentlemen of the jury, with his standing collar on, wrong end too, may not possibly be mistaken in his opinion of the law?" This query elicited uproarious laughter when it was observed that indeed Logan had fastened his collar so that its 2 points were sticking out behind like horns. Lincoln generally maintained good relations with his colleagues like Logan because he respected their skills and readily acknowledged his own weaknesses. Despite his gentle teasing of Logan, Lincoln had such respect for him that he would direct potential clients his way. In the early 1850s, when an Ohio lawyer asked him to sell some land in Illinois owned by a miner, Lincoln in vain looked through Joseph Story's Conflict of Laws, acknowledged his ignorance of the relevant statute, and said, "I cannot give you an opinion without further examination. You are in a hurry to return home, and I will give you the best advice that I can." He led his guest to the door and pointed to a nearby building, saying, "That is the office of ex-Judge Logan. Go to him. If there is a man in Illinois who can give you an opinion at once, he is the man. I am not." On another occasion, he told a potential client to seek out John Todd Stewart, explaining that he's a better lawyer than I am. As Joseph Gillespie said of Lincoln's humility, it required no effort on his part to admit another man's superiority. Judge, lobbyist. Though he was intensely ambitious, Lincoln did not aspire to become a judge or a state's attorney. Occasionally, however, he did serve as a temporary judge on the circuit. In antebellum Illinois, lawyers could substitute for judges who were unavoidably absent. When David Davis needed someone to pinch hit for him, he usually chose Lincoln, who presided only if lawyers for both sides approved. They often did so, for the arrangement eliminated delays, to the relief of clients and witnesses. On the bench, Lincoln showed his usual tact. Once, when some lawyers used various technicalities in a case where they had little ground to stand on, he patiently allowed them to go on for a full day before finally handing down a decision against them, written so carefully that there could be no appeal. "But how are we to get this up to the Supreme Court?" they asked. "Well, you've all been so smart about this case," Lincoln replied, coolly, "that you can find out for yourselves how to carry it up." As a judge, Lincoln did not play favorites. In April 1858, at Urbana, his friend Henry C. Whitney and other attorneys were trying to postpone action on a creditor's note. Whitney claimed that he had, in a timely fashion, submitted a demurrer to the court clerk, who could not find it. Lincoln, after listening to heated arguments about the supposed filing, denied Whitney, saying, "Demurrer overruled, if there ever was one," implying that he did not believe Whitney, and thought he was merely trying to delay matters. To a newly named judge who asked how to conduct himself on the bench, Lincoln replied, "There is no mystery in this matter. When you have a case between neighbors before you, listen well to all the evidence, stripping yourself of all prejudice, if you have any, and throwing away, if you can, all technical law knowledge. Hear the lawyers make their arguments as patiently as you can, and after the evidence and the lawyers' arguments are through, then stop one moment and ask yourself, what is justice in this case? And let that sense of justice be your decision. Law is nothing else but the best reason of wise men applied for ages to the transactions and business of mankind." This approach to the law also characterized his approach to governing, as he repeatedly showed during his presidency. Lincoln was ideally situated to be a lobbyist, for he lived in Springfield, had served 4 terms in the legislature, and had a large circle of politically well-connected friends. There is some evidence that he engaged in lobbying. In 1853, he received $25 from the commissioners of the Illinois and Michigan Canal for opposing legislation compensating a mill owner for alleged damage done to his business by the canal. That same year, he told John A. Rockwell that he had managed to get his coal mining charter passed by the Senate, but failed to do so in the House for want of time. He would, if desired, try to get it passed in the next session. The following year, he lobbied against the Atlantic and Mississippi Railroad, which had long been trying to win legislative approval to construct a line with a terminus at what became known as East St. Louis. Lincoln may have been acting at the behest of the Illinois Central, which did not welcome competition. Reputation. Not everyone entertained a high opinion of Lincoln's legal ability. Some, like Dr. Allen B. Clough, thought him a lightweight jokester. Clough observed him before the court in Champaign County and said in 1860, "I have seen and heard old Abe at the legal bar and other kinds in this county during every term of the circuit court since the spring of '57. And I never saw him do a good thing yet in his profession, and I have seen him whipped several times by young lawyers of no pretensions. He has great clownish wit, ready for a joke on any occasion, a good memory, therefore he readily copies from others, has a large base of brain but small perceptive faculties." Others simply belittled him. William Herndon's brother Eliot, an attorney in Springfield and a fervent Democrat, thought Lincoln had no mind not possessed by the most ordinary of men. "I never knew him to thoroughly understand anything in law." Another Democratic attorney in Springfield, George Edmunds, who became the first territorial judge of Utah, singled out lack of application as Lincoln's greatest fault as a lawyer. He was a lazy man who absolutely refused to put more than the minimum of time on any case that he might be interested in. He used to come into the state library at Springfield, and we would see him try to study the cases and make notes of precedents and so on, but he couldn't keep at it long at one time. He would slam down the books and come over to tell us funny stories. But, Edmunds admitted, that did not mean that he slighted his work. He didn't need to study so much as the rest of us because he could grasp the essentials of the argument in an instant. Things that other lawyers could not see through without great difficulty were perfectly clear to him at once. Still, he was not a great lawyer. Even his friends acknowledged that Lincoln was not what might be called an industrious lawyer. The admiring Gibson W. Harris reported that, as a formal student, Lincoln struck me as actually lazy. Days of slack business found him with feet on a table reading Burns or Byron, not law. After an hour or so, he would stretch himself at full length on the office lounge, his feet projecting over the end of it, hands under his head and eyes closed, and in this attitude would digest the mental food he had just taken. Herndon similarly recalled that Lincoln never read much law, and never did I see him read a law book through, and no one else ever did. When he arrived at the office around 9 a.m., Herndon said, the first thing he did was to pick up some newspaper, if I had not hidden them, and read them aloud, much to my discomfort. He would spread himself out on the sofa, one leg on a chair, another on the table or stove. Now and then Lincoln would read something in the papers that would suggest to him an idea, and he would say, "That puts me in mind of a story that I heard down in Egypt in Illinois." And then he would tell the story, and that story would suggest another, and so on. Nothing was done that morning. Declarations, pleas, briefs, and demurrers were flung to the winds. Lincoln also wrote aloud, as it were. "I write by ear," he told Gibson W. Harris. "When I have got my thoughts on paper, I read it aloud, and if it sounds all right, I just let it pass." Occasionally, lack of application caught up with Lincoln. Defending his father-in-law, Robert Todd, in a debt matter, he called a witness whose testimony badly hurt Todd's case. If Lincoln had properly prepared the witness, or had not called him at all, Todd might not have lost. 3 years later, in the case of Rogers versus Dickey, Lincoln fumbled a case before the Supreme Court because he did not include in his original pleading important cases that he later cited in his request for reconsideration. He could have prevailed if he had earlier called attention to the precedents included in the appeal. Unlike other lawyers, Lincoln kept no commonplace book of reported court decisions and did not read Supreme Court decisions. Instead, when seeking authorities and precedents, he relied heavily on digests and treatises that summarized cases. Lincoln could go off half-cocked at times. In 1856, while he and Whitney were trying an important land case in Champaign County, Whitney worried that they would lose because Henry Dickerson was to testify against their client. Lincoln said, "We'll beat that easy enough, for Henry Dickerson has served a term in the penitentiary." Whitney was amazed, for Dickerson was a highly respected citizen who had never seen the inside of a jail. Whitney also recalled with astonishment that Lincoln did not realize that a suit on a foreign judgment could not be defended as if it were a suit brought in Illinois. Lincoln blundered, too, while arguing a case before the state Supreme Court. He read from a reported case that contained passages supporting his case, but, inadvertently, he read too far, and provided the court with a good precedent against his client. Hesitating, he remarked half-humorously, There, may it please the court, I reckon I've scratched up my snake." I have seen him lose cases of the plainest justice, which the most inexperienced member of the bar would have gained without effort, reported Herndon, who concluded that his partner, for all his skills before a jury, was a second-rate lawyer. A great lawyer is one who is the master of the whole law, and who is ever ready to attend in a masterly way all cases that come before him, right or wrong, good or bad, ready or not ready, except ever ready through his legal love and his own sagacity. Rhetorically, he exclaimed, "What, make a great lawyer of a man who never read law much?" David Davis stated that Lincoln could hardly be called very learned, and that he read law books but little, except when the case in hand made it necessary. In the January 1860 term of the Illinois Supreme Court, the firm of Lincoln and Herndon suffered an embarrassing series of reverses, losing 9 of 10 cases, largely because of incompetence. Since Lincoln was preoccupied with his Cooper Institute speech and other matters related to the impending presidential campaign, it is likely that he had little to do with these cases. More than once, Lincoln had occasion to apologize for running a sloppy office and for negligence in details. In his notoriously untidy office, papers were easily mislaid. Atop a package of letters, newspapers, pamphlets, and other miscellaneous documents, he affixed a label stating, "When you can't find it anywhere else, look into this." In 1850, he confessed to a client, "I am ashamed of not sooner answering your letter, herewith returned, and my only apologies are, first, that I have been very busy in the U.S. court, and second, that when I received the letter I put it in my old hat, and buying a new one the next day, the old one was set aside, and so the letter lost sight of for a time." 4 years later, he sent a similar apology to Milton K. Alexander. "It pains me to have to say that I forgot to attend to your business when I was in Clinton, at court, in May last. Your best way would be to address me a letter at Clinton, about the time I go there to court in the fall. October 16th, I think, and then it will be fresh, and I will not forget or neglect it." Examples of negligence appear sporadically throughout Lincoln's career. In 1846, for example, he filed an affidavit concerning the case of Chansey v. Jackson, in which he said that he received a letter from R.J. Hamilton asking him to attend to that case, that he considered himself engaged to do so, and in good faith intended to do the same, that having considerable other and earlier business in said court, he lost sight of the case, and the judgment therein, as it seems, was reversed for want of a joinder in error. Lincoln added that he had no actual knowledge of a rule being taken in the case for joinder in error, or of the reversal for want of joinder, until this morning. He believes that appellee, through said Hamilton, relied for attention to the case exclusively on the affiant, and therefore had no other attorney nor attendants. That same year, the New York attorney, William M. Evarts, asked Cyrus Edwards to see Lincoln and ask him why he does not remit the $125 he collected as dividend on stock of the Alton Fire Insurance Company for my client. I know he has collected it, but I cannot find out from him why he does not remit it. In 1838, Lincoln apologized to Levi Davis, saying that the firm of Lincoln and Stewart received yours of the 2nd instant by due course of mail, and have only to offer in excuse for not answering it sooner that we have been in a great state of confusion here ever since the receipt of your letter. We beg your pardon for our neglect in this business. He then added lamely, "If it had been important to you or your client, we would have done better." But in general, Lincoln was conscientious. Preparing for trial, he anticipated what opposing counsel might do. He told a friend that he habitually studied the opposite side of every disputed question, of every law case, of every political issue, more exhaustively, if possible, than his own side. He said that the result had been that in all his long practice at the bar he had never once been surprised in court by the strength of his adversary's case, often finding it much weaker than he had feared. It is difficult to describe Lincoln's stature as a lawyer with any precision. We cannot, for example, compare the number of cases won and lost because of incomplete statistics. Even where such numbers can be generated, as in Lincoln's appearances before the Illinois Supreme Court, the one lost yardstick is misleading, for it fails to account for the degree of difficulty involved in each case. Some apparent losses may have been victories in substance. If, for example, Lincoln's client were sued for $1,000 and the jury found for the plaintiff but awarded damages of only $1, the defendant, though technically a loser, would probably have been more than satisfied with his attorney. The true test of Lincoln's ability would be to assess cases on their merits, judging how well he did compared to what most lawyers would have done. Such judgments are necessarily subjective and hard to make in hindsight. Even with the abundant documentary evidence that has been unearthed concerning Lincoln's career at the bar, the challenge is still formidable. Those documents, though numerous, shed little light on the substance of his arguments before juries. Lawrence Weldon thought that Lincoln could not perhaps be called a great lawyer, measured by the extent of his acquirement of legal knowledge. He was not an encyclopedia of cases, but in the clear perception of legal principles. With natural capacity to apply them, he had very great ability. A juror in a 1859 case, argued by Lincoln, said that he is not a great lawyer, but a good one. His opposing counsel, Norman Purple, in Intricate Questions, is too much for him. But when Purple makes a point which cannot be logically overturned, Lincoln avoids it by a good-natured turn, though outside the issue. Lincoln's chief characteristics are candor, good nature, and shrewdness. He is a gentleman throughout. I wish I could add, the scholar. He possesses a noble heart, an elevated mind, and the true elements of politeness. Henry C. Whitney said of Lincoln's record on the circuit that he was not more than ordinarily successful for a first-class lawyer. He did not stand at the head of the bar except as a jury lawyer, another contemporary observer and admirer of Lincoln acknowledged. Before the court he was inferior, both in argument and influence, to such men as Judge Joel Manning, Judge Purple, and Mr. Elihu N. Powell. He certainly did not belong to the tribe of legal giants like Reverdy Johnson, Daniel Webster, David Dudley Field, and other attorneys, celebrated for their profound learning and ability to affect history in actions before the U.S. Supreme Court. Lincoln did present one case, a highly technical one, before that tribunal. Informants for the nation's leading credit rating agency described him in 1856 as a good man and to be relied on, and 2 years later as prompt, efficient, and skillful. In sum, Lincoln was a highly capable but not outstanding lawyer. Lincoln offered characteristically modest estimates of his own stature as an attorney. In 1860, while discussing the political antecedents of a Pennsylvania leader, he remarked, "I suppose we could say of General Cameron, without offense, that he is not Democrat enough to hurt him. I remember that people used to say, without disturbing my self-respect, that I was not lawyer enough to hurt me." Likening himself to swine scavenging acorns in a forest, he said, "I'm only a mast-fed lawyer." According to one resident of one of the towns in which Lincoln practiced on the circuit, he was aware of his inferiority as a lawyer, and always ready to acknowledge it with a smile or a good-natured remark, which endeared him to his colleagues. It is hard to assess the importance of Lincoln's legal career in shaping his political life. Certainly his widespread practice on the Eighth Circuit helped acquaint him with many voters, and that experience enhanced his uncanny ability to read public opinion. The friends he made on the circuit, among them David Davis, Leonard Swett, and John Todd Stewart, lent invaluable assistance in promoting his political fortunes. Lincoln's work as a legal draftsman doubtless contributed to his ability to write terse, precise prose, and to think through such difficult legal subjects as emancipation and habeas corpus. His knowledge of human nature was deepened by widespread contact with all sorts of people in court and out, and his powers of persuasion were strengthened. He honed his God-given talent as a logician during his 24 years at the bar. In his practice, he settled innumerable disputes, a task he performed regularly at the White House. In all these ways, Lincoln's legal career helped prepare him for greatness as president. But that greatness rested largely on his moral vision, which was little fostered by an adversarial legal system in which he acted as a hired gun. Such a system can easily produce a kind of ethical agnosticism. Fortunately for the nation, it did not do so in Lincoln's case. Political dabbling. From 1849 to 1854, Lincoln retained some interest in politics, though nothing like what he had shown in the previous 17 years or the subsequent 11. In June 1850, he refused to sign a call for a rally in support of the fateful compromise measures pending in Congress. In 1852, however, he did inject some political content into his eulogy on Henry Clay. After quoting the great compromiser's eloquent defense of the American Colonization Society, Lincoln offered his own biting commentary on slavery. Pharaoh's country was cursed with plagues, and his hosts were drowned in the Red Sea for striving to retain a captive people who had already served them more than 400 years. This concern about divine punishment for the sin of slavery was to reappear in one of his greatest state papers, the Second Inaugural Address. During the presidential campaign of 1852, Lincoln spoke occasionally on behalf of the Whig standard-bearer, Winfield Scott, for whom he served as an elector. As Lincoln observed in his 1860 autobiographical sketch, however, he did something in the way of canvassing, but owing to the hopelessness of the cause in Illinois, he did less than in previous presidential canvasses. The speech that he did give still reflected the immaturity of the pre-1854 Lincoln. In it, he resorted to the ridicule and sarcasm that had long been his stock in trade. His remarks were prompted by Stephen A. Douglas, who had attacked Scott while praising the Democratic presidential nominee, Franklin Pierce of New Hampshire. Responding to the Little Giant, Lincoln engaged in a lawyer-like quibble over the meaning of the word with, denounced the utter absurdity of Douglas's arguments, and compared Pierce to a Springfield militia leader who rode at the head of his men with a pine wood sword about 9 feet long and a pasteboard cocked hat from front to rear about the length of an ox yoke, and very much the shape of one turned bottom upwards, and with spurs having rowels as large as the bottom of a teacup, and shanks 1.5 feet long. Lincoln pictured the Democratic nominee complying with the rules of the Springfield militia, which stipulated that no man is to wear more than 5 pounds of codfish for epaulets, or more than 30 yards of bologna sausages for a sash. Scott should fear, Lincoln said, that someday he would be attacked by Pierce holding a huge roll of candy in one hand for a spyglass, with B.U.T. labeled on some appropriate part of his person, and with Abram's long pine sword cutting in the air at imaginary cannonballs, and calling out, "Boys, there's a game of ball for you," and over all streaming the flag with the motto, "We'll fight till we faint, and I'll treat when it's over." He also criticized Pierce for expressing hostility to the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850, and likened him to a mulatto. Midlife crisis. This minor address was notable as the last such crude partisan speech that Lincoln would ever deliver. Between 1849 and 1854, while sitting on the political sidelines and devoting himself outwardly to the practice of law, Lincoln, inwardly, was undergoing a profound transformation, successfully wrestling with the challenges of midlife. Little documentation of his inner life survives. He kept no diary, seldom wrote revealing personal letters, and confided few of his innermost thoughts to anyone. Yet he was clearly trying to come to grips with the questions that many men address, consciously or unconsciously, as they pass from the first half of life to the second half during their early 40s. What do I really want from life? Is the structure of my life so far truly satisfactory? What kind of legacy do I wish to leave? Have I paid too much attention to the demands of the outer world and conformed too much to its pressures? What do I hope to accomplish with the rest of my days? What do I really care about most? What are my basic beliefs? How have I failed to live up to the dream I formed many years ago? How can I, realistically, modify that dream? Have I suppressed parts of my personality that now need to be developed? How shall I deal with the uglier aspects of my personality? How have I behaved in a destructive fashion, and how have I in turn been affected by the destructiveness of others? Have I chosen the right career and the right spouse? Introspection of this sort is often triggered by a sense of failure, which Lincoln painfully experienced. In 1857, a Democratic newspaper contemptuously observed that Lincoln is undoubtedly the most unfortunate politician that has ever attempted to rise in Illinois. In everything he undertakes, politically, he seems doomed to failure. He has been prostrated often enough in his political schemes to have crushed the life out of any ordinary man. As a political ally noted, Lincoln had plenty of setbacks to brood over. He went into the Black Hawk War as a captain and came out a private. He rode to the hostile frontier on horseback and trudged home on foot. His store winked out. His surveyor's compass and chain, with which he was earning a scanty living, was sold for debt. He was defeated in his first campaign for the legislature, defeated in his first attempt as a candidate for Congress. 4 times he was defeated as a candidate for presidential elector because the Whigs of Illinois were yet in a hopeless minority. He was defeated in his application to be appointed commissioner of the General Land Office. It was painful for Lincoln to reflect on these setbacks, for he was keenly sensitive to his failures, and any allusion to them made him miserable, according to Herndon. In his mid-40s he lamented, "With me, the race of ambition has been a failure, a flat failure." And reflecting on his legal career, he said, "I am not an accomplished lawyer. I find quite as much material for a lecture in those points wherein I have failed as in those wherein I have been modestly successful." In 1855 he remarked, with much feeling, that men are greedy to publish the success of their efforts, but meanly shy as to publishing the failures of men. Men are ruined by this one-sided practice of concealment of blunders and failures. Lincoln worried about his legacy. In 1851 he told Herndon, "How hard, oh, how more than hard, it is to die and leave one's country no better for the life of him that lived and died her child." Joshua Speed recalled Lincoln uttering a similar lament. He said to me he had done nothing to make any human being remember that he had lived, and that to connect his name with the events transpiring in his day and generation, and so impress himself upon them, as to link his name to something that would redound to the interest of his fellow man, was what he desired to live for. Lincoln's obsession with death, which dated back to his youth, became even more marked in his early 40s. A heightened awareness of mortality is common among men at that stage of life. In Lincoln's case, it became especially acute in 1850, when his second son, 3-year-old Eddie, died after an illness of 52 days. Lincoln told a friend that if he had 20 children, he could never cease to sorrow for that one. A poem, perhaps by Lincoln, appeared in the Illinois State Journal a week after the boy's death. Titled "Little Eddie," it read, "Those midnight stars are sadly dimmed, that late so brilliantly shone, and the crimson tinge from cheek and lip, with the heart's warm life has flown. The angel of death was hovering nigh, and the lovely boy was called to die. The silken waves of his glossy hair lie still over his marble brow, and the pallid lip and pearly cheek the presence of death avow. Pure little bud in kindness given, in mercy taken, to bloom in heaven. Happier far is the angel child, with the harp and the crown of gold, who warbles now at the Saviour's feet the glories to us untold. Eddie, meet blossom of heavenly love, dwells in the spirit world above. Angel boy, fare thee well, farewell, sweet Eddie, we bid thee adieu. Affection's wail cannot reach thee now, deep though it be, and true. Bright is the home to him now given, for of such is the kingdom of heaven." The lad's funeral was conducted by the Reverend Dr. James Smith, who frequently visited the grieving parents and provided what Lincoln gratefully called loving and sympathetic ministrations. Smith gave them a copy of his 676-page book, The Christian's Defense, which, according to Smith, Lincoln found convincing. Mary Lincoln said her husband's heart was directed towards religion following Eddie's death. Soon after the funeral, the Lincolns rented a pew in the First Presbyterian Church, where Smith served as pastor. The following year, Lincoln's father passed away. As Thomas lay dying near Charleston, a day's journey from Springfield, Lincoln rejected his deathbed appeal for a visit. Coldly, Lincoln wrote his stepbrother, John D. Johnston, to tell their father that if we could meet now, it is doubtful whether it would not be more painful than pleasant. Lincoln neither attended Thomas's funeral nor arranged for a tombstone to mark his grave. In some men, the painful questioning that often occurs at midlife can lead to despair. In others, it produces stagnation. But it can also be a creative, if turbulent, period during which inner psychological growth takes place and leads to profound maturity. Out of the crucible of midlife introspection can emerge an awareness of one's own identity and uniqueness that breeds self-confidence and inspires confidence in others. A hallmark of such psychological progress is an ability to overcome egotism, to avoid taking things personally, to accept one's shortcomings and those of others with equanimity, to let go of things appropriate for youth and accept gladly the advantages and disadvantages of age. People able to meet these challenges successfully radiate a kind of psychological wholeness and rootedness that commands respect. Lincoln was such a person after his period of retreat from politics. As he came to be more fully himself, Lincoln resembled the archetypal Kentuckian described by Ralph Waldo Emerson in a lecture that the future president heard and remembered. The Sage of Concord said that men from the bluegrass state proclaim by their manners, "Here I am. If you don't like me, the worse for you." During the final 11 years of his life, Lincoln impressed people with what Herndon called that peculiar nature which distinguishes one person from another, as much to say, "I am myself, and not you." Joshua Speed, his closest friend, said, "If I was asked what it was that threw such charm around him, I would say it was his perfect naturalness. He could act no part but his own. He copied no one either in manner or style. Lincoln had no affectation in anything," Speed reported. True to nature, true to himself, he was true to everybody and everything about and around him. When he was ignorant on any subject, no matter how simple it might make him appear, he was always willing to acknowledge it. His whole aim in life was to be true to himself, and, being true to himself, he could be false to no one. In 1859, a perceptive friend noted that what Lincoln does and says is all his own. What Seward and others do, you feel that you have read in books or speeches, or that it is a sort of deduction from what the world is full of. But what Lincoln does you feel to be something newly mined out, something above the ordinary. John W. Forney, an influential newspaper editor who saw Lincoln often during his presidency, recalled that he was a man of the most intense individuality, so that his capacity to stand alone, and, in a measure, outside of others, was one of the hidden forces of his character. Admiral David Dixon Porter, who knew Lincoln in the Civil War, thought he had an originality about him which was peculiarly his own. John Littlefield recalled that Lincoln was a very modest man in his demeanor, and yet gave you an impression of strong individuality. In his freedom of intercourse with people, he would seem to put himself of a par with everybody, and yet there was within him a sort of reserved power, a quiet dignity, which prevented people from presuming on him, notwithstanding he had thrown down the social bars. A person of less individuality would have been trifled with. Lincoln's highly evolved sense of his own identity lent him what some called psychic radiance. His good friend and political ally, Joseph Gillespie, observed him in 1858 as residents of Highland, Illinois, flocked around him. There was some magnetic influence at work that was perfectly inexplicable, which brought him and the masses into a mysterious correspondence with each other. As time passed, Gillespie recalled, that relation increased and was intensified to such an extent that afterwards at Springfield I witnessed a manifestation of regard for Mr. Lincoln, such as I did not suppose was possible. Like others, Henry C. Whitney was hard put to identify Lincoln's special quality. Though Lincoln was awkward and ungainly, Whitney said, there nevertheless was in his tout ensemble an indefinable something that commanded respect. Some thought Lincoln's magnetism stemmed from his distinctive voice. An Illinois congressman remembered that Lincoln personally won men to him, and those who came in contact with him felt the spell and submitted to its thraldom, led by the invisible cords of his marvelous power. As well might the hashish eater attempt to analyze its seductive influence, as for those who felt the spell of Lincoln's voice and presence, to say where and what it was. In 1859, a Wisconsinite marveled at Lincoln's voice, which had something peculiarly winning about it, some quality which I can't describe, but which seemed to thrill every fiber of one's body. In 1863, Jane Grey Swisshelm, a radical critic of Lincoln's administration, called on him in Washington, with a feeling of scorn for the man who had tried to save the Union and slavery. But quickly she was startled to find a chill of awe pass over me as my eyes rested upon him. It was as if I had suddenly passed a turn in a road and come into full view of the Matterhorn. I have always been sensitive to the atmosphere of those I met, but have never found that of any one impress me as did that of Mr. Lincoln, and I know no word save grandeur which expresses the quality of that atmosphere. That same sense of grandeur impressed an Illinois railroad conductor who often observed leading politicians on his train. He considered Lincoln the most folksy of them. He put on no airs. He did not hold himself distant from any man. Yet there was something about him which we plain people couldn't explain that made us stand a little in awe of him. You could get near him in a sort of neighborly way, as though you had always known him, but there was something tremendous between you and him all the time. The modesty that accompanied Lincoln's grandeur was genuine. Like most people who have truly come to grips with their own dark side, and Lincoln had a cruel streak that had marred his conduct toward political opponents in earlier years, he cherished no exalted self-image. I am very sure, he told a friend one day in the White House, that if I do not go away from here a wiser man, I shall go away a better man, for having learned here what a very poor sort of man I am. To a delegation of clergy who called at the executive mansion, he declared, I may not be a great man, straightening up to his full height. I know I am not a great man. This lack of egotism, a hallmark of psychological maturity, impressed many observers. It is an especially noteworthy quality in a politician, for seekers of political preferment often have exceptionally needy egos. Thus, in 1854, when Lincoln re-entered the political world wholeheartedly, he was a changed man. No more would he ridicule and belittle his opponents. No more would he travel the political low road of narrow partisanship. Summoned by a grave national crisis, the partisan politico was about to emerge from his semi-retirement as a true statesman. Chapter 10. Aroused as he had never been before. Re-entering politics, 1854 to 1855. For Lincoln, 1854 was an annus mirabilis. As he later said of himself, by that year the practice of law had almost superseded the thought of politics in his mind, when the repeal of the Missouri Compromise aroused him as he had never been before. He and hordes of other Northerners were outraged by the Kansas-Nebraska Act, which threw open to slavery millions of acres in the West that had long been set aside for freedom. That legislation, introduced in January 1854 by Stephen A. Douglas, allowed settlers in the Central Plains territories to decide for themselves if slavery should exist there. The statute, which its author said rested on the principle of popular sovereignty, raised a hell of a storm, as Douglas predicted it would, because it repealed the 1820 Missouri Compromise, forbidding slavery in the northern portion of the Louisiana Purchase, encompassing what would become the states of Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, Colorado, Wyoming, and Montana. Indignation swept the free states, where voters had been relatively indifferent to the slavery issue since the Compromise of 1850. "There is a North, thank God," exclaimed a New England abolitionist in March 1854. "We have found out where even the people of New Hampshire had a heart and soul stored away in a secret place under their waistcoats. We thought they had no such articles about them." Anti-slavery Democrats in Congress denounced Douglas's bill as a gross violation of a sacred pledge, as a criminal betrayal of precious rights, as part and parcel of an atrocious plot to transform free territory into a dreary region of despotism inhabited by masters and slaves, and condemned Douglas for sacrificing the peace of the nation to gratify his insatiable ambition. "We are in the midst of a revolution," declared the New York Tribune. "The attempted passage of this measure is the first great effort of slavery to take American freedom directly by the throat. Should success attend the movement, it is tantamount to a civil revolution and an open declaration of war between freedom and slavery on the North American continent, to be ceaselessly waged till one or the other party finally and absolutely triumphs." New York Senator William Henry Seward reported from Washington that protests against the Kansas-Nebraska bill from northern legislatures, clergymen, and citizens' assemblies were coming down upon us as if a steady but strong north wind was rattling through the country. In February 1854, Charles Henry Ray, editor of a paper in northern Illinois, told a friend, "I am up to my neck in Nebraska. Great God, how I hate and despise the movers of that infamous scheme, and I have but just begun to hate them and to fight it." Such hatred was so widespread that when Douglas returned to Illinois, he said of his trip, "I could travel from Boston to Chicago by the light of my own burning effigy at night." Whigs in Illinois, Lincoln observed, were thunderstruck and stunned, and we reeled and fell in utter confusion. But quickly they arose in a fighting mood, each one grasping whatever he could first reach, a scythe, a pitchfork, a chopping axe, or a butcher's cleaver. Lincoln's weapon of choice was the pen, which he used to write editorials condemning the Kansas-Nebraska Act and urging voters to elect opponents of that measure. When some of his fellow Whigs who shared his anger at the encroachments of slavery seemed unwilling to take action against them, Lincoln reportedly said, "If we hold these opinions in regard to the outrages upon the black man, why should we fear to avow them and say what we think and do what we can in behalf of right and justice?" Similarly, upon learning of the passage of the Kansas-Nebraska Act, he told his friend and fellow Whig leader T. Lyle Dickey that the nation could not continue to exist, half slave and half free. Lincoln did not, however, call at this time for the establishment of a new party. In an editorial that he may well have written, the Illinois State Journal predicted in July 1854, "There will be, in our opinion, no large third party. There always have been but two large permanent parties in the country, and when the Nebraska matter is disposed of, the members of the Free Soil Party will fall into the ranks of one of the parties." Similarly, Lincoln's political ally, David Davis, urged Massachusetts Senator Julius Rockwell to save the Whig Party. "I don't fancy its being abolitionized, although no one can be more opposed to the admission of Nebraska than I am."
Throughout the Free States, Whigs in 1854 hoped to reunite the party's northern and southern wings for the next presidential contest.
Only in 1856 would Lincoln and other anti-slavery Whigs in the Prairie State help form a new party to combat the expansion of slavery, and thus fulfill the prophecy of the New York Tribune that the passage of the Nebraska Bill will arouse and consolidate the most gigantic, determined, and overwhelming party for freedom that the world ever saw. Northern racism. Diving once again into the political waters, Lincoln found himself swimming in a sea of Negrophobia. Illinois Democrats blatantly attacked Lincoln and other opponents of Douglas's legislation as nigger worshippers, nigger agitators, and nigger stealers. In September 1854, the Quincy Herald alleged that the abolitionists of Chicago partake too largely of the instincts of the nigger himself to be ashamed of anything they do. The Herald claimed that there are hundreds of abolitionists that wouldn't hesitate a minute to marry nigger women. The Herald was joined by other race-baiting Illinois Democratic journals, including the Springfield Register, the Morris Gazette, and the Pike County Union. Douglas's own organ, the Chicago Times, attacked those who opposed the Kansas-Nebraska Act for allegedly promoting miscegenation at the 1847 Constitutional Convention, where they had voted to legalize in this state this identical intercourse between Negroes and white women, and to place such intercourse, filthy and repulsive as it is, upon the same equal footing as marriages between our white citizens. In western Illinois, a newspaper made the same allegation against a Whig congressional candidate. He voted in 1847 against a proposition preventing the intermarriage of whites with blacks, which was equivalent to voting that whites and niggers might intermarry. Illinoisans were among the most bigoted of all Northerners. The Constitutional Convention of 1847 had endorsed a ban on black migration into the Prairie State, a provision that voters overwhelmingly approved the following year. In debates on that provision, anti-black sentiment was freely expressed. George Lemon of Marion, for example, doubted that blacks were altogether human beings. If any gentleman thought they were, he would ask him to look at a Negro's foot. What was his leg doing in the middle of it? If that was not sufficient, let him go and examine their nose, then look at their lips. Why, their skulls were 3 inches thicker than white people's. Lemon's remarks captured the feelings of many Illinoisans who were vehemently opposed to the presence of blacks in their state. The Chicago Times asserted that there is, in the great masses of the people, a natural and proper loathing of the Negro, which forbids contact with him as with a leper, and proudly boasted that the Prairie State wisely kept her soil for white men alone, inhibited the Negro from coming within her limits for settlement, denied to the Negro an equal participation in the right to settlement, and declared that Illinois should never be cursed with slavery, and that her people should not be crowded and inconvenienced by an inferior and deteriorated race. An anti-slavery journalist noted that the black man in Illinois has no rights except the right of being taxed. He has no privileges except the privilege of paying. His children are booted out of public schools, while no provision is made for their separate education. His testimony is not received in a court of justice. His accounts, though he may be an honest, hard-working mechanic, are worth nothing in evidence. His friends, if they remove hither from any other state, though perchance just redeemed from the thrall of chattel slavery, are liable to be thrust into prison and thence sold into bondage. The editors of the Illinois State Journal acknowledged that they shared in common with 19/20ths of our people a prejudice against the nigger. The militant anti-slavery Chicago Tribune explained that many Illinoisans resisted abolition because they feared that if the slaves were liberated, they would become roaming, vicious vagrants, that they would overrun the North, and subsist by mendicancy and vagrancy, and that from the day they were made free, they would cease to work. The Chicago Herald referred to blacks as members of a poor, ignorant, and imbecile race, and applauded a Milwaukee theater proprietor who expelled a black from the audience. "We utterly despise that spirit that would debase our own race to a social equality with the inferior races," the Herald proclaimed. When a slave ship was captured, the Herald regretted that abolitionists did not peer into the hold to see a couple of thousand of those naked, musky, greasy cannibals at one of their usual feasts of raw beef and dead Negroes. Democrats in Illinois and Ohio decorated wagons carrying young white women with banners reading, "Fathers, protect us from Negro equality." Such anti-black sentiment, though especially vehement in Illinois, was far from unique in the Old Northwest. In 1858, Indiana Congressman George W. Julian referred to his state and Illinois as outlying provinces of the empire of slavery, and lamented that Hoosiers hate the Negro with a perfect, if not a supreme, hatred. Another Indiana congressman declared that his constituents had three strong antipathies: abolitionism, free niggerism, and slavery. In 1851, an overwhelming majority of Indiana voters, 108,513 to 20,951, approved a constitutional clause forbidding blacks to settle in their state. Their counterparts in Wisconsin rejected black suffrage by a margin of 40,915 to 23,074. A Republican senator from the Badger State, Timothy O. Howe, viewed blacks, in the main, as so much animal life, while the editor of a Republican newspaper in Grant County summarized the party's creed bluntly: "No slaveholders and no niggers in the territories. White men must own and forever occupy the Great West." In Ohio, the Republican-dominated legislature forbade blacks to join the state militia, prompting a Democratic journal to observe, "Black Republicans regard the nigger as good enough to make political capital with, but consider his skin too black, nose too flat, and heel too long to be permitted to unite with them in a cornstalk muster." A prominent Ohio Republican newspaper said, "It is really desirable that the Negro should be expelled." Ohio Senator Ben Wade, an anti-slavery radical, supported colonization of blacks in order to hear no more about Negro equality or anything of that kind. "We shall be glad to rid ourselves of these people." In Missouri, anti-slavery partisans held similar views because, as some St. Louis workingmen declared, they wanted white men for our city and our city for white men. Elsewhere in the North, opponents of slavery expansion demonstrated little fondness for blacks. The editor of the New York Tribune declared, "We make no pretensions to special interest in or liking for the African race. We love liberty, equality, justice, humanity. We maintain the right of every man to himself and his own limbs and muscles, for in so doing we maintain and secure our own rights. But we do not like Negroes, and heartily wish no individual of that race had ever been brought to America. We hope the day will come when the whole Negro race in this country, being fully at liberty, will gradually, peacefully, freely, draw off and form a community by themselves." The editor of that paper, Horace Greeley, criticized free blacks in New York, maintaining that they have great faults, being vicious, indolent, dissipated, generally ignorant, and groveling in their tastes and appetites. An 1855 Tribune editorial calling for equal suffrage for all races noted, "As a class, the blacks are indolent, improvident, servile, and licentious, and their inveterate habit of appealing to white benevolence or compassion whenever they realize a want or encounter a difficulty is eminently baneful and end-venerating." The Tribune in 1857 observed that the children of the emancipated slaves of our own state, who have now enjoyed some 30 years of comparative freedom, ought to be more industrious, energetic, thrifty, and independent than a majority of them are, and they have not done so well as might fairly have been expected of them, and that the cause of emancipation throughout the world is thereby embarrassed and retarded. According to the Tribune, in their private conversation, no men are more frank in acknowledgment and reproof of Negro sloth and vice than abolitionists. A case in point was the eminent anti-slavery divine Theodore Parker of Boston, who in 1857 told a friend, "There are inferior races which have always borne the same ignoble relation to the rest of men, and always will. For 2 generations, what a change there will be in the condition and character of the Irish in New England. But in 20 generations the Negroes will stand just where they are now, that is, if they have not disappeared. In Massachusetts there are no laws now to keep the black man from any pursuit, any office that he will. But there has never been a rich Negro in New England, not a man with $10,000, perhaps none with $5,000, none eminent in anything except the calling of a waiter." Parker told a Massachusetts anti-slavery convention that the African is the most docile and pliant of all the races of men. None has so little ferocity. No race is so strong in the affectional instinct which attaches man to man by tender ties. None so easy, indolent, confiding, so little warlike. In a commentary on John Brown's 1859 raid at Harper's Ferry, which he backed, Parker wrote that the Anglo-Saxon with common sense does not like this Africanization of America. He wishes the superior race to multiply rather than the inferior. Another Unitarian minister, William Ellery Channing, lamented that anti-slavery societies ought never to have permitted our colored brethren to unite with us in our associations. A black preacher observed that some abolitionists, no matter how much they might hate slavery, nonetheless hate a man who wears a colored skin worse. One of Parker's most enthusiastic fans, Lincoln's partner William Herndon, wrote to a congressman in 1859, "I see you have got the nigger up in the house already. Can you kick him out when you want him gone? Niggers are great institutions, are they not? My colored brethren here say, 'Why, good Lord, Massa Billy, de nigger am de great object of de American government. Dey am always to talk. Can't legislate for mail bags, but that de nigger am in the threads, in de whole bag, massa. What am you goin', you white folks, to do with the darky?'" Herndon added, "The niggers, as they themselves say, are America's great homemade institution." A correspondent for the abolitionist paper that first published Uncle Tom's Cabin declared that the real evil of the Negro race is that they are so fit for slavery as they are. The New York Journal of Commerce articulated a common theme of anti-black prejudice when it declared that the Negroes held in slavery in the United States are much better off, physically and morally, than their ignorant and degraded brothers in Africa. On that continent, the typical native is an habitual drunkard, a thief, a liar, revengeful, licentious, groveling in his habits, almost destitute of natural affection, and unprogressive in character. Any student of ethnology knows that a superior and an inferior race cannot continue to occupy the same territory on terms of equality. Either the inferior race will be enslaved, and in that condition increase and multiply, if treated with reasonable kindness, or, in the attempt to compete with the superior race, be ultimately wiped out of existence by their greater skill and strength. Ethnologists like Louis Agassiz did in fact preach the doctrine of black racial inferiority. That eminent professor of zoology and geology at Harvard opposed both slavery and social equality for blacks, whom he described as indolent, playful, sensual, imitative, subservient, good-natured, versatile, unsteady in their purpose, devoted, and affectionate. They were entitled to their freedom, to the regulation of their own destiny, to the enjoyment of their life, of their earnings, of their family circle. But with all this, nowhere do they appear to have been capable of rising, by themselves, to the level of the civilized communities of the whites, and therefore I hold that they are incapable of living on a footing of social equality with the whites in one and the same community without becoming an element of social disorder. At Illinois College, an abolitionist hotbed, Professor Jonathan Baldwin Turner offered a similar ethnological analysis in The Three Great Races of Men, 1861. Turner described whites as polar people and blacks as equatorial people. The great mission of the former is to analyze and to conquer, while that of the latter is to enjoy and adore, as one is a being of intellect, of the head, the other of sentiment, of the heart. If they lived with whites, blacks were bound to be subordinate. The two races cannot dwell together, first because God never designed that they should, and second because each race is still essentially barbarian in the only line where the other has begun to be civilized, the one in the head, the other in the heart. Turner recommended that blacks be colonized to Haiti or other tropical lands south of the United States. Julian Sturtevant, president of Illinois College, supported emancipation but held that colonization was not necessary because blacks, unable to compete with whites, would die out once they were freed. Other leading opponents of slavery, including the Reverend Mr. James Freeman Clarke, Moncure Conway, Theodore Tilton, and Samuel Gridley Howe, all thought blacks were intellectually inferior to whites. The eminent author and radical Republican Bayard Taylor called blacks the lowest type of humanity known on the face of the earth. If Negrophobia was strong among anti-slavery Northerners, it was much more rampant among Democrats who, according to Ohio Republican leader Salmon P. Chase, wanted simply to talk about the universal nigger question, as they call it. All they seem to say is nigger, nigger, nigger. In 1858, a leading newspaper of New England, the Springfield, Massachusetts Republican, observed that for Northern Democrats, Negrophobia is pretty much all that is left for stump uses. Hence, their campaign documents are all about niggers, nothing but niggers. To combat their opponents' demagoguery, Republicans and other opponents of slavery expansion had to insist that they truly championed the interests of whites. The New York Times defended Republicans, arguing that they had insisted always and everywhere that they aimed at the good of the white men of the country, and had nothing to do with Negroes. In 1858, that paper spoke for many when it disavowed any abstract love of the Negro. Republicans, said the Times, had uniformly and most emphatically repudiated the idea that they had anything whatever to do with Negroes or Negro rights. The New York Tribune protested against the silly lie that ours is a Negro party, that it has no idea but nigger, nigger, that it cares nothing and thinks nothing of the interests and welfare of white men. The Tribune's editor maintained that the Republican Party contemplates primarily the interest of free white labor, for which it struggles to secure the unoccupied territory of the Union. Iowa Senator James Harlan declared that the policy of the Republican Party invites the Anglo-Saxon and others of Caucasian blood by its proposed preemption and homestead laws to enter and occupy the territories, and by the exclusion of slavery, it will practically exclude the Negro and kindred races. A leader of Virginia's anti-slavery movement chastised Democrats for their monomaniacal preoccupation with race. It is niggers, 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 first and always. Tariff and everything else must be made to suit their niggers. Our interest is the white man's interest. I am proud to say that I belong to the white man's party. that is, the Republicans. In Illinois, Macon County Republicans proclaimed that the industry, virtue, and patriotism of the free white laboring classes is the great bulwark of our political freedom, and our cause is that of the white man, and our object the encouragement and prosperity of free white labor, and the spread of free society. A Republican leader in Galena insisted that his party is really and truly the white man's party. The Springfield, Illinois State Journal agreed, asserting that the Republican Party was preeminently the white man's party. It defends the cause of free labor and honorable industry against the encroachments of slave labor. It repels the modern democratic dogma that slavery should not only be nationalized, but should be made dependent not upon color, but condition. A constituent wrote to an Illinois Republican congressman, "No matter whether we are opposed to the extension of slavery from our humanity and love of right and justice, or from hatred of niggers, of the latter class are many Illinois Republicans, we are terribly in earnest in our opposition to the extension of that institution." According to the Chicago Tribune, the doctrine of the Abolition Party is to let the African race alone, neither marry nor cohabit with them, to give them their freedom, treat them as human beings, pay them for their work, separate the whites from adulterous communication with them, and preserve the purity of the Caucasian blood from African admixture. Some Republicans responded to the Democrats' race-baiting in kind. When the Democratic Rushville Times advised Republicans to be consistent, just agree to sleep with Fred Douglass and marry your daughters to specimens of the thick-lipped gentry, and be done with it. The Free Press of Pittsfield reminded the Times that its co-laborers of the South live among niggers, work among niggers, eat among niggers, drink among niggers, and sleep with niggers, that they never get out of sight of a nigger, and their constant intercourse with niggers corrupts even their manners and language, and leads them to acquire nigger antics, nigger pronunciation, and nigger language. The anti-Nebraska men are laboring to keep Kansas and her white people free from the foul contamination with niggers. Their purpose is to keep niggers out of Kansas. Attacking the Kansas-Nebraska Act. Lincoln eschewed such racial arguments in his attacks on the Kansas-Nebraska Act. He applauded Senator William Henry Seward's high-minded speech against that legislation in mid-February. The following month, the Illinois State Journal ran an editorial, probably by Lincoln, that expressed themes he would stress in formal speeches later that year. It condemned the Democratic Illinois State Register for supporting Douglas's bill. If George Walker, co-publisher of the Register, can find any principle in the Constitution that allows George Walker, white man, to enslave George Walker, black man, then he has some ground for conscience' sake to stand upon. But there was no such constitutional justification for allowing slavery to expand into the northern portion of the Louisiana Purchase. If the principle of free government means anything, the black man must stand on the same footing of governing himself as the white. The Register, with one blow, would annul the grandest principle of free government and give to 10,000 slaveholders from the South the privilege of setting up slave pens in Nebraska, thus widening the foulest curse and fostering the most insidious enemy that holds in the bosom of our republic. Throughout 1854, the Journal continued publishing editorials, in all likelihood by Lincoln, assailing the Kansas-Nebraska Act. One of them, that virtually all authorities agree was Lincoln's handiwork, ridiculed the 14th section of that law, which stated that it was the true intent and meaning of this act not to legislate slavery into any territory or state, not to exclude it therefrom, but to leave the people therefore perfectly free to form and regulate their domestic institutions in their own way. Sarcastically, Lincoln proposed an analogy to expose the illogic of that assertion. Abraham Lincoln has a fine meadow, containing beautiful springs of water, and well fenced, which John Calhoun had agreed with Abraham, originally owning the land in common, should be his, and the agreement had been consummated in the most solemn manner, regarded by both as sacred. In time, Calhoun became owner of an extensive herd of cattle, which, because of a drought, was starving. Thereupon Calhoun, with a longing eye on Lincoln's meadow, dismantles his neighbor's fence. "You rascal," says Lincoln, "what have you done? What do you do this for?" "Oh," replies Calhoun, "everything is right. I have taken down your fence, but nothing more. It is my true intent and meaning not to drive my cattle into your meadow, nor to exclude them therefrom, but to leave them perfectly free to form their own notions of the feed, and to direct their movements in their own way." Now, would not the man who committed this outrage be deemed both a knave and a fool? A knave in removing the restrictive fence, which he had solemnly pledged himself to sustain, and a fool in supposing that there could be one man found in the country to believe that he had not pulled down the fence for the purpose of opening the meadow for his cattle. While this barb was aimed at his former surveying boss, Democrat John Calhoun, Lincoln understandably focused attention most closely on Stephen A. Douglas. From 1854 to 1860, Lincoln and Douglas engaged in an ongoing political and moral contest, of which their celebrated debates in 1858 formed only a part. Douglas proved a formidable, immensely popular opponent, as Lincoln acknowledged. From 1852, when both Henry Clay and Daniel Webster died, until 1860, Douglas loomed larger than any other American politician, presidents included. Pugnacious, arrogant, vituperative, and ferociously ambitious, he was, as a Southerner who served with him in the U.S. House recalled, distinctly a man of large faculties. He had a knack for genially convincing everyone he met that he was their good and true friend, interested in what they were interested in, and caring about what they cared about. They in turn felt drawn to him and disposed to support him. A journalist who accompanied Douglas on a campaign swing reported that he could talk religion with the priests as well as politics with the statesmen. At train stations where they stopped, more regularly than the conductor, Mr. Douglas is on the platform with a goodbye to the leaving and a welcome to the departing traveler. A shake of the hand with one man that stands at the depot, and a touch of the hat to another. He knows everybody, can tell the question that affects each locality, calls the name of every farm owner on the way. Douglas's overflowing energy and uncommon industriousness led people to call him a steam engine in breeches. With his hail fellow well-met manner, he could be exceptionally persuasive, and he radiated a magnetism that won him countless followers. Though short, 5 feet 4 inches, his broad shoulders, muscular frame, huge head, bright eyes, and firm mouth gave him a most imposing presence. Lincoln referred to him as Judge Douglas, for he had served briefly on the Illinois Supreme Court, where he scandalized older members of the bar with his lack of dignity. At lunch he would occasionally sit in a fellow attorney's lap and ramble on about politics and the past. He constantly gave the impression that he was electioneering. Douglas's suave and hearty manner made him popular with colleagues in Congress. "Many a time I have watched him," said John W. Forney, editor of the Philadelphia Press, "leading in the keen encounters of the bright intellects around the festive board. To see him threading the glittering crowd with a pleasant smile or a kind word for everybody, one would have taken him for a trained courtier." But Forney observed, "He was more at home in the close and exciting thicket of men. There he was truly in his element. To call each one by name, sometimes by his Christian name, to stand in the center of a listening throng while he told some Western story or defended some public measure, to exchange jokes with a political adversary, or ascending the rostrum to hold thousands spellbound for hours, as he poured forth torrents of characteristic eloquence. These were traits that raised up for him hosts who were ready to fight for him. Under his banner, eminent men did not hesitate to take their stand, and riper scholars than himself, older if not better statesmen, frankly acknowledged his leadership and faithfully followed his fortunes. Forney's colleague, John Russell Young, praised Douglas as a man of great nature, the most buoyant of Americans, full of life and aggressiveness and animal vigor, a man of the multitude, the most gifted, the most popular, the most strenuous of democratic statesmen, the most accomplished debater in America, quick, apt, ready, irrepressible. Carl Schurz, who observed Douglas debating in the Senate in 1854, recalled that his sentences went straight to the mark, like bullets, and sometimes like cannonballs, tearing and crashing. It was hard, Schurz thought, to surpass his clearness and force of statement when his position was right, or his skill at twisting logic or in darkening the subject with extraneous, unessential matter when he was wrong, or his defiant tenacity when he was driven to defend himself, or his keen and crafty alertness to turn his defense into attack, so that even when overwhelmed with adverse argument, he would issue from the fray with the air of the conqueror. With equal justice, Douglas's detractors called him egotistical, belligerent, scornful, quarrelsome, demagogic, unscrupulous, shifty, brash, haughty, impudent, vituperative, intensely partisan, vindictive, humorless, coarse, vulgar, profane, and morally obtuse. Young deplored Douglas's insane yearning for immediate success and his willingness to truckle the Southern slaveholders. He believed in the rowdy virtue of American politics and had much of the rowdy in his nature. Horace White thought him patriotic beyond a doubt, but colorblind to moral principles in politics, and if not stone-blind to the evils of slavery, was deaf and dumb to any expression concerning them. Even the Little Giant's friends lacked confidence in his moral principle. In debate, Douglas could be abusive. According to Schurz, the senator was utterly unsparing of the feelings of his opponents. He would nag and nettle them with disdainful words of challenge, and insult them with such names as dastards and traitors. Nothing could equal the contemptuous scorn, the insolent curl of his lip with which, in the debates to which I listened, he denounced the anti-slavery men in Congress as the Abolition Confederates, and at a subsequent time, after the formation of the Republican Party, as Black Republicans. Worse still, he would, with utter unscrupulousness, malign his opponents' motives, distort their sayings, and attribute to them all sorts of iniquitous deeds or purposes of which he must have known them to be quite guiltless. His style of attack was sometimes so exasperatingly offensive that it required, on the part of the anti-slavery men in the Senate, a very high degree of self-control to abstain from retaliating. Schurz never saw a more formidable parliamentary pugilist in whom there was something which very strongly smacked of the barroom. He was the idol of the rough element of his party, and his convivial association with that element left its unmistakable imprint upon his habits and his deportment. Douglas would sometimes offend the dignity of the Senate by his astounding conduct. Once, at a night session of the Senate, I saw him, after a boisterous speech, throw himself upon the lap of a brother senator and loll there, talking and laughing for 10 or 15 minutes, with his arm around the neck of his friend, who seemed to be painfully embarrassed, but could or would not shake him off. A journalist observed Douglas attack senatorial rivals in an 1854 speech that had no trace of dignity. He abused colleagues so mercilessly that a fight seemed likely to break out. His language and tone were wholly alien to that body, and disgraceful alike to it and to him that it was indulged in. In 1856, the Little Giant rebuked Charles Sumner, asking, Is his object to provoke some of us to kick him as we would a dog in the street, that he may get sympathy upon the just chastisement? 2 days later, South Carolina Congressman Preston Brooks, wielding a heavy cane, cudgeled Sumner into insensibility on the Senate floor. Such conduct earned Douglas the reputation of a bully who only insults peaceable men. Douglas taunted New York Senator William Henry Seward, saying, "You can't crawl behind that free nigger dodge." According to a reporter covering the Senate, Douglas always uses the word nigger and not Negro, as it appears in his printed speeches. Seward told the Little Giant, "No man who spells Negro with 2 G's will ever be elected President of the United States." That journalist informed his readers that only those who know Douglas, or who heard him, can be aware of his low, short boy style of speaking. His sneering tone and vulgar grimaces must be heard and seen rather than described. In 1858, another journalist, E. L. Godkin, termed Douglas a model demagogue, who is vulgar in his habits and vulgar in his appearance, takes his drink, chews his quid, and discharges his saliva with as much constancy and energy as the least pretentious of his constituents. Commenting on the premature death of President Zachary Taylor, Douglas tastelessly remarked, "It was the hand of Providence that saved us from our first and only military administration. Taylor was gathered to his fathers." In 1844, John Quincy Adams described Douglas giving a vehement speech in the House of Representatives. Defending a committee report, the Illinoisan raved out his hour in abusive invectives upon the members who had pointed out its slanders, and upon the Whig party. Douglas's face was convulsed, his gesticulation frantic, and he lashed himself into such a heat that if his body had been made of combustible matter, it would have burnt out. In the midst of his roaring, to save himself from choking, he stripped off and cast away his cravat, unbuttoned his waistcoat, and had the air and aspect of a half-naked pugilist. Adams, known as Old Man Eloquent, wrote in astonishment, "This man comes from a judicial bench, and passes for an eloquent orator." Douglas's combativeness led other observers to compare him to a boxer. In 1860, a Massachusetts journalist described him as a chunky man who looks like a prize-fighter. Indeed, he possessed excellent prize-fighting qualities: pluck, quickness and strength, adroitness in shifting his positions, avoiding his adversary's blows, and hitting him in unexpected places in return. Douglas's strong point is his will to have his own way. Withal, he was a plucky, hard, unscrupulous, conscienceless fellow. The Springfield, Massachusetts Republican maintained that Douglas's main power lies in his appeals to the passions and the lower instincts of the mob, especially its racial prejudices. Douglas's greatest asset was his prowess in debate. Congressman Isaac N. Arnold called him the U.S. Senate's leading debater in the 1850s. He had been accustomed to meet for years in Congress the trained leaders of the nation, and never, either in single combat or taking the fire of a whole party, had he been discomfited. He was bold, defiant, confident, aggressive, fertile in resources, terrible in denunciation, familiar with political history, practiced in all controversial discussion, of indomitable physical and moral courage, and unquestionably the most formidable man in the nation on the stump. According to Arnold, the Little Giant had a wonderful faculty of extracting from his associates, from experts, and others, by conversation, all they knew of a subject he was to discuss, and then making it so thoroughly his that all seemed to have originated with himself. A fellow senator, William Pitt Fessenden of Maine, credited Douglas with Houdini-like qualities. "You may drop him in the middle of a morass, from which escape seems impossible, and before your back is turned, he will have built a corduroy road across it, and be out again, and at you harder than ever." Like Fessenden, Lincoln found it virtually impossible to get the advantage of Douglas, for even if he is worsted, he so bears himself that the people are bewildered and uncertain as to who has the better of it. In 1854, Lincoln said of Douglas's debating style, "It was a great trick among some public speakers to hurl a naked absurdity at his audience, with such confidence that they should be puzzled to know if the speaker didn't see some point of great magnitude in it, which entirely escaped their observation." A neatly varnished sophism would be readily penetrated, but a great, rough non sequitur was sometimes twice as dangerous as a well-polished fallacy. After witnessing Douglas clash with senatorial opponents, Harriet Beecher Stowe made a similar observation. His chief forte in debating is his power of mystifying the point. With the most offhand assured airs in the world and a certain appearance of honest superiority, like one who has a regard for you and wishes to set you right on one or two little matters, he proceeds to set up some point which is not that in question, but only a family connection of it. And this point he attacks with the very best of logic and language. He charges upon it horse and foot, runs it down, tramples it in the dust, and thus turns upon you with, "Sir, there's your argument. Didn't I tell you so? You see, it's all stuff, and if you have allowed yourself to be so dazzled by his quickness as to forget that the routed point is not, after all, the one in question, you suppose all is over with it." In addition, Mrs. Stowe said, "He contrives to mingle up so many stinging allusions to so many piquant personalities, so many fillips upon sore and sensitive places, that by the time he has done his mystification, a dozen others are ready and burning to spring on their feet to repel some direct or indirect attack, all equally wide of the point. His speeches, instead of being like an arrow sent at a mark, resemble rather a bomb which hits nothing in particular. It bursts and sends red-hot nails in every direction." Mrs. Stowe thought it merciful providence that with all his alertness and adroitness, all his quick-sighted keenness, Douglas is not witty. That might have made him too irresistible a demagogue for the liberties of our laughter-loving people, to whose weaknesses he is altogether too well adapted now. The Republicans, she concluded, have pitted against them a leader infinite in resources, artful, adroit, and wholly unscrupulous. Douglas treated the 1854 Illinois legislative and congressional campaigns as a referendum on the Kansas-Nebraska Act and on his leadership. In January, he accurately predicted that Northerners would assail him without stint or moderation. "Every opprobrious epithet will be applied to me. I shall be, probably, hung in effigy in many places." To vindicate himself, he returned from Washington late in the summer to speak on behalf of Democratic candidates, especially Thomas L. Harris, challenger to Lincoln's friend Congressman Richard Yates. When Yates announced his intention of retiring, Lincoln urged him to seek re-election. Yates recalled Lincoln's statement that, "Though he could not promise me success in a district so largely against us, yet he hoped for the sake of the principle I would run, and if I would, he would take the stump in my behalf." I remember his earnestness, and so deeply did he implore me that the question was one worthy of our noblest efforts, whether in victory or defeat, that I consented. When political leaders asked if he would like to run for Yates's seat, Lincoln seemed gratified by the compliment but refused, saying, "No, Yates has been a true and faithful representative, and should be returned." Lincoln took to the hustings in August, shortly after the announcement of Yates's candidacy. The following month, the Chicago editor reported that Lincoln tells me that Yates is on the praying ground in his district. Lincoln canvasses it with and for him. Lincoln was no longer the fierce Whig partisan of old, but rather a principled opponent of slavery expansion. As Yates's campaign manager, he tried to marshal support for the incumbent congressman, reaching across party lines to seek the help of anti-Nebraska Democrat John M. Palmer. "You know how anxious I am that this Nebraska measure shall be rebuked and condemned everywhere," Lincoln wrote Palmer on September 7th. He added that if the Democrats had nominated Palmer instead of Thomas L. Harris, Lincoln would not have opposed him. "I should have been quiet, happy that Nebraska was to be rebuked at all events. I still should have voted for the Whig candidate, but I should have made no speeches, written no letters, and you would have been elected by at least 1,000 majority." To counter rumors that Yates was a nativist bigot, Lincoln drafted a letter for him to circulate. Yates ignored the advice and later acknowledged that his failure to heed it probably cost him the election. Anti-foreign, anti-Catholic sentiment was sweeping the North, in some places becoming the dominant theme in 1854. Supporters of this movement, called Native Americans or Know-Nothings, adopted the slogan, "Americans must rule America." They believed that Catholicism was incompatible with America's democratic, individualistic values, that Catholics wielded disproportionate power, that established political parties and professional politicians were corrupt and unresponsive to the popular will, that slavery and liquor were evil, and that immigrants were the source of crime, corruption, pauperism, wage reductions, voter fraud, and the defeat of anti-slavery candidates. Know-Nothings in Springfield approached Lincoln, asking if they could run him for the state legislature. A party leader, Richard M. Ballinger, and two colleagues visited Lincoln's law office, where he received them kindly but flatly turned them down, stating that he had belonged to the old Whig Party and must continue to do so until a better one arose to take its place. He could not become identified with the American Party. They might vote for him if they wanted to, so might the Democrats, yet he was not in sentiment with this new party. Lincoln asked who the Native Americans were.
"Do they not," he said, "wear the breech clout and carry the tomahawk?"
"We pushed them from their homes, and now turn upon others not fortunate enough to come over as early as we, or our forefathers. Gentlemen of the committee, your party is wrong in principle." He added, humorously, "When this Know-Nothing party first came up, I had an Irishman, Patrick by name, hoeing in my garden. One morning I was there with him, and he said, 'Mr. Lincoln, what about the Know-Nothings?' I explained that they would possibly carry a few elections and disappear, and I asked Pat why he was not born in this country. 'Faith, Mr. Lincoln,' he replied, 'I wanted to be, but my mother wouldn't let me.'" In September, Lincoln debated John Calhoun, who alleged that the Whigs and Know-Nothings were acting in concert. Lincoln disparaged Know-Nothingism and even doubted its existence. The following year he condemned the Know-Nothings in an eloquent private letter to his old friend Joshua Speed, who had asked where Lincoln stood politically now that the Whigs were defunct. "I am not a Know-Nothing," he declared. "That is certain. How could I be? How could anyone who abhors the oppression of Negroes be in favor of degrading classes of white people? Our progress in degeneracy appears to me to be pretty rapid. As a nation, we began by declaring that all men are created equal. We now practically read it, all men are created equal, except Negroes, and foreigners, and Catholics. When it comes to this, I should prefer emigrating to some country where they make no pretense of loving liberty. To Russia, for instance, where despotism can be taken pure, without the base alloy of hypocrisy." Lincoln avowed that if the Know-Nothing movement was successful, that he could no longer be of any use to his fellow men in politics. One day when Lincoln was out of town, Springfield Whigs nominated him for the General Assembly, much to his surprise and his wife's dismay. Upon reading a press account indicating that he was being put forward for the State House of Representatives, she rushed to the newspaper's offices and ordered her husband's name stricken from the list of candidates. Later, when William Jayne called seeking permission to reinstate Lincoln's name, he found the potential candidate the saddest man I ever saw, the gloomiest. Lincoln, nearly in tears, paced the floor, resisting Jayne's blandishments by saying, "No, I can't. You do not know all. I say you do not begin to know one half, and that's enough." Henry C. Whitney explained that it was Mrs. Lincoln's opposition which so much disturbed him. She insisted in her imperious way that he must now go to the United States Senate, and that it was a degradation to run him for the legislature. But despite his wife's objections, Lincoln remained on the ballot, explaining to a friend, "I only allow myself to be elected because it was supposed my doing so would help Yates." The First Great Speech. For the campaign, Lincoln prepared a long, masterful speech, arraigning Douglas, the Kansas-Nebraska Act, and slavery with a passionate eloquence that heralded the emergence of a new Lincoln. Like a butterfly hatching from a caterpillar's chrysalis, the partisan warrior of the 1830s and 1840s was transformed into a statesman. Abandoning his earlier slasher-gaff style, he began to speak with authority as a principled, articulate, high-minded champion of the anti-slavery cause. He dissected Douglas's popular sovereignty doctrine with surgical precision, forceful logic, and deep moral conviction. Lincoln had planned to debate Douglas just as he had done on earlier occasions. In September, the little giant was to speak in Bloomington, where a leading Whig, Jesse W. Fell, proposed that he share time with Lincoln. "No, I won't do it," Douglas exclaimed. "I come to Chicago, and there I am met by an old-line abolitionist. I come down to the center of the state, and I am met by an old-line Whig. I go to the south end of the state, and I am met by an anti-administration Democrat. I can't hold the abolitionist responsible for what the Whig says. I can't hold the Whig responsible for what the abolitionist says. And I can't hold either responsible for what the Democrat says. It looks like dogging a man over the state. This is my meeting. The people have come to hear me, and I want to talk to them." Fear of Lincoln's ability as a debater may have led Douglas to reject Fell's suggestion. In October, the little giant called Lincoln the most difficult and dangerous opponent that I have ever met in debate. Lincoln saw the logic of Douglas's position. That evening he replied to the speech that the little giant gave in the afternoon. Lincoln's remarks prefigured the memorable address he would deliver at Springfield and Peoria a few days later. When in Bloomington, Lincoln attended a reception at Douglas's hotel suite, where the little giant offered liquor to his callers. When Lincoln declined, Douglas asked, "What, do you belong to a temperance society?" "No, I don't belong to any temperance society, but I am temperate in this, that I don't drink anything." Douglas may have been taunting Lincoln with a subtle allusion to the temperance movement, which had fielded candidates for public office. Although he had spoken on behalf of temperance in 1842, Lincoln did not participate in the Illinois anti-alcohol crusade of the mid-1850s. In October, Lincoln responded to Douglas in Springfield, where thousands of Illinoisans had flocked to attend the state fair. There, the little giant defended his record and asserted that the defection of anti-Nebraska Democrats could not defeat his party. "I tell you, the time has not yet come when a handful of traitors in our camp can turn the great state of Illinois, with all her glorious history and traditions, into a Negro-worshipping, Negro-equality community." Sitting directly before Douglas, Lincoln listened with close attention, obviously planning to offer a rejoinder. At the close of the speech, Lincoln announced to the crowd that a leading anti-Nebraska Democrat, Lyman Trumbull, might reply to it the following day. But in case Trumbull could not do so, he himself would. When John W. Bunn opined that it would be hard to respond to the little giant's speech, Lincoln replied, "No, it won't. Douglas lied. He lied 3 times, and I'll prove it." The next afternoon, in Trumbull's absence, he did so before an unusually large crowd at the State House. He repeated this address 12 days later in Peoria and wrote it out for publication. It became known as the Peoria Speech, though he delivered virtually the same remarks earlier at Springfield. Lincoln had prepared his remarks with special care, conducting research in the State Library. Among the books that influenced his thinking was Leonard Bacon's Slavery Discussed in Occasional Essays from 1833 to 1846, in which the author, a congressional minister, declared that if those laws of the Southern states, by virtue of which slavery exists there, and is what it is, are not wrong, nothing is wrong. In 1864, Lincoln would famously write that, "If slavery is not wrong, nothing is wrong." Lincoln gave a preliminary version of the speech in Winchester, as well as Bloomington. A member of the Winchester audience recalled that he made a few gestures, more with his head than he did with his hands or arms. In discussing the way in which the 3/5 provision of the Constitution diminished the political rights of free state voters, he said, "Talk about equal rights. I would like some man to take a pointer dog and nose around and snuff about and see if he can find my rights in such a condition." He illustrated this image by mimicking, with his head and face, the acts of a dog doing that. Richard Yates said of Lincoln's effort in Winchester, "I have heard this winter all the big men in Congress talk on this question, but Lincoln's is the strongest speech I ever heard on the subject." Winchester and Bloomington were just a warm-up for Springfield and Peoria. In this Springfield-Peoria speech, his first oratorical masterpiece, Lincoln presented a comprehensive analysis and denunciation of slavery and its apologists. Before getting to the substance of his address, he graciously said that he should not assail the motives and not impeach the honesty of any man who voted for the Nebraska bill, much less his distinguished friend, Judge Douglas. He gave Douglas credit for honesty of intention and true patriotism, referring whatever of wrong he might happen to find among his actions entirely to a mistaken sense of duty. He invited the little giant to point out any mistakes he might make in recounting the history of the slave controversy. Douglas consented to do so. Lincoln offered some bantering comments about Douglas and the Know-Nothings. He found nothing unusual in Douglas's attacks on the nativists, for he already had 95% of the foreign-born voters on his side, and no one could blame him for trying to win over the remaining 5%. Douglas looked grim as Mont Blanc at this point. Lincoln also addressed the little giant's claim that the Whig Party had died. Pointing to the election returns in New England and Iowa, he observed that the Democratic Party was in a very bad way. After these preliminaries, Lincoln traced the course of the slavery issue in American politics, showing how the Kansas-Nebraska Act was wrong in its direct effect, letting slavery into Kansas and Nebraska, and wrong in its prospective principle, allowing it to spread to every other part of the wide world where men can be found inclined to take it. Douglas often interrupted this historical survey to challenge Lincoln's accuracy, as he had been invited to do. When Lincoln suggested that the senator was not the true author of the Nebraska bill, that in 1848 Democratic presidential candidate Lewis Cass had put forward the theory of popular sovereignty, the crowd laughed and applauded. Incensed, Douglas rose, shook his hair, and looking much like a roused lion, said, in his peculiarly heavy voice, which he uses with so much effect when he wishes to be impressive, "No, sir. I will tell you what was the origin of the Nebraska bill. It was this, sir. God created man, and placed before him both good and evil, and left him free to choose for himself. That was the origin of the Nebraska bill." Lincoln, who looked the picture of good nature and patience, smilingly replied, "I think it is a great honor to Judge Douglas that he was the first man to discover that fact." The audience once again burst out laughing, to the little giant's evident discomfiture. Lincoln quoted from an 1849 speech in which Douglas lauded the Compromise of 1820. The Missouri Compromise had been in practical operation for about a quarter of a century and had received the sanction and approbation of men of all parties and every section of the Union. It had allayed all sectional jealousies and irritations growing out of this vexed question, and harmonized and tranquilized the whole country. All the evidences of public opinion at that day seemed to indicate that this compromise had been canonized in the hearts of the American people as a sacred thing which no ruthless hand would ever be reckless enough to disturb. Lincoln said of Douglas's 1849 speech, "It is powerful and eloquent. The language is choice and rich. I wish I was such a master of language as my friend the judge." Douglas interjected, "A first-rate speech." In dealing with the line established in the Missouri Compromise, Lincoln was asked by Douglas, "And you voted against extending that line, Mr. Lincoln?" "Yes, sir, because I was in favor of running that line much further south." Turning to the Wilmot Proviso, Lincoln recounted that the judge introduced me to a particular friend of his, one Davy Wilmot of Pennsylvania. "I thought you would be fit associates," quipped Douglas, to which Lincoln replied, "Well, in the end it proved we were, and I hope to convince this audience that we may be so yet." After sketching the historical background of the current crisis, Lincoln displayed intense moral conviction as he excoriated Douglas's popular sovereignty doctrine. The senator had nothing to say about the morality of slavery, proclaiming that, "I do not know of any tribunal on earth that can decide the question of the morality of slavery or any other institution. I deal with slavery as a political question, involving questions of public policy." Douglas did not always eschew moral argument in politics. When attacking nativism, he said, "To proscribe a man in this country on account of his birthplace or religious faith is subversive to all our ideas and principles of civil and religious freedom. It is revolting to our sense of justice and right." With unwonted vehemence, Lincoln denounced Douglas's neutrality on such a burning moral issue. "This declared indifference, but as I must think, covert real zeal for the spread of slavery, I cannot but hate." Hate was a word Lincoln rarely used, but he repeated it in this address. "I hate it because of the monstrous injustice of slavery itself. I hate it because it deprives our Republican example of its just influence in the world, enables the enemies of free institutions with plausibility to taunt us as hypocrites, causes the real friends of freedom to doubt our sincerity, and especially because it forces so many really good men amongst ourselves into an open war with the very fundamental principles of civil liberty, criticizing the Declaration of Independence and insisting that there is no right principle of action but self-interest." Lincoln found slavery monstrous because, among other things, it represented the systematic theft of the fruits of hard labor, a kind of institutionalized robbery. In 1860, Lincoln remarked, "I always thought that the man who made the corn should eat the corn." 13 years later, when first introduced to Ward Hill Layman, he teased the younger man, a native of Virginia, about white Southerners' aversion to hard work. When Layman protested, Lincoln sarcastically replied, "Oh, yes. You Virginians shed barrels of perspiration while standing off at a distance and superintending the work your slaves do for you. It is different with us. Here it is every fellow for himself, or he doesn't get there." For the rest of his life, Lincoln was to stress this theme, again and again, most memorably in his second inaugural address. Lincoln then balanced his repeated use of the word hate with a conciliatory gesture toward slaveholders. "I think I have no prejudice against the Southern people," he said. "They are just what we would be in their situation. If slavery did not now exist amongst them, they would not introduce it. If it did now exist amongst us, we should not instantly give it up."
He acknowledged that some Southern men do free their slaves, go north, and become tip-top abolitionists, while some Northern ones go south and become most cruel slave masters. When Southerners assert that they are no more responsible for the origin of slavery than we, I acknowledge that fact. When it is said that the institution exists, and that it is very difficult to get rid of it in any satisfactory way, I can understand and appreciate the saying. Lincoln confessed that he saw no easy solution to the problem of slavery. If all earthly power were given me, I should not know what to do as to the existing institution. His first impulse would be to free all the slaves and send them to Liberia, to their own native land. Yet that was impractical. Whatever of high hope, as I think there may be in this, in the long run its sudden execution is impossible. Should all such slaves landed there in a day, they would all perish in the next 10 days. Moreover, there are not surplus shipping and surplus money enough in the world to carry them there in many times 10 days. If colonization was not feasible, what alternatives remained? Free them all and keep them amongst us as underlings? It is not clear that this betters their condition. Still, Lincoln said, I think I would not hold one in slavery. What else could be done? Free them and make them politically and socially our equals? Lincoln confessed that, my own feelings will not admit of this, and if mine would, we well know that those of the great mass of white people will not. In a democracy, he added, a universal feeling, whether well or ill-founded, cannot be safely disregarded. We cannot, then, make them equals. Here he did not say that blacks were not the equals of whites. Rather, he implied that, while they might be equals to whites in many respects, white prejudice would prevent blacks from being made equals. That is to say, given equal rights by a government responsive to the wishes of the overwhelmingly white electorate. In dealing with the controversial Fugitive Slave Act of 1850, which outraged many Northerners, Lincoln conceded that when white Southerners remind us of their constitutional rights, I acknowledge them, not grudgingly but fully and fairly, and I would give them any legislation for the reclaiming of their fugitives which should not, in its stringency, be more likely to carry a free man into slavery than our ordinary criminal laws are to hang an innocent one. While publicly supporting the Fugitive Slave Act, Lincoln privately denounced it as very obnoxious and exclaimed that it was ungodly. No doubt it is ungodly. A conductor on the Underground Railroad told a fellow abolitionist that Lincoln was often a contributor to the funds needed for the protection of the fugitives. In 1843, Luther Ransom, a prominent Springfield abolitionist, reportedly said that Lincoln always helps me when I call upon him for a man that is arrested as a runaway. In 1855, Lincoln told his best friend, Joshua Speed, while discussing captured runaway slaves, I hate to see the poor creatures hunted down and caught, and carried back to their stripes and unrewarded toils. 5 years later, when a leading abolitionist was jailed for resisting the Fugitive Slave Act, Lincoln recommended that the Republican Party pay his fines. As a lawyer, Lincoln avoided cases dealing with runaways because he was unwilling to be a party to a violation of the fugitive slave law, arguing that the way to overcome the difficulty was to repeal the law. In 1857, Lincoln responded positively to the appeal of a free black woman whose son faced enslavement in New Orleans. The incautious young man had worked on a steamboat and was seized in the Crescent City because he lacked free papers. Lincoln asked his old friend Alexander P. Field, then practicing law in New Orleans, to represent the accused, a native of Springfield, and offered to pay all costs. With William Herndon, he also called on Illinois Governor William Bissell, who alleged that he had no power to help rescue the unfortunate fellow. According to Herndon, Lincoln exclaimed with some emphasis, "By God, Governor, I'll make the ground in this country too hot for the foot of a slave, whether you have the legal power to secure the release of this boy or not." Thwarted at first by technical complications, Lincoln eventually raised money to procure the young man's freedom. As president, he similarly tried to cut through red tape to save a young slave by offering to pay the owner up to $500 for his freedom. After conceding that the Fugitive Slave Act should be faithfully enforced, Lincoln insisted that all this, to my judgment, furnishes no more excuse for permitting slavery to go into our own free territory than it would for reviving the African slave trade by law. To Lincoln's mind, the statute which forbids the bringing of slaves from Africa, and that which has so long forbidden the taking of them to Nebraska, can hardly be distinguished on any moral principle. Lincoln indignantly rejected Douglas's justifications for repealing the Missouri Compromise, dismissing as an absurdity the contention that votes for the Wilmot Proviso showed that the Missouri Compromise had been abandoned in principle by supporters of that measure. Neither did the Compromise of 1850 vitiate the Missouri Compromise, for the former had no more direct reference to Nebraska than it had to the territories of the Moon. Douglas's contention that the original Nebraska bill, which he introduced on January 4th, and which contained no reference to the Missouri Compromise, was no different from the revised version he submitted several days later, which repealed the Missouri Compromise, prompted a scornful response from Lincoln. It is as if one should argue that white and black are not different. It was therefore obvious, Lincoln concluded, that the public never demanded the repeal of the Missouri Compromise. More importantly, the abrogation of the Missouri Compromise was manifestly unjust. The South and North had each made concessions in 1820. Now the South wanted to renege on its end of the bargain, while enjoying the benefits of the North's concession. To illustrate this point, Lincoln employed one of his favorite images: a man unfairly taking food from another man who deserved it. It is as if two starving men had divided their only loaf. The one had hastily swallowed his half, and then grabbed the other half just as he was putting it to his mouth. Lincoln dismissed as an inferior matter, a palliation and a lullaby, the contention of Douglas and many others that slavery would never spread into Kansas and Nebraska, even if popular sovereignty were applied there. Lincoln pointed out that over 860,000 slaves, fully 25% of the nation's unfree population, lived north of the Missouri Compromise line, in Delaware, Maryland, Missouri, Virginia, Kentucky, and the District of Columbia. Moreover, in western Missouri, abutting Kansas, slavery flourished. The best way to keep Kansas free was to prevent the peculiar institution from entering it in the first place. By allowing slaves to be brought into that territory as soon as it was thrown open to settlement, Douglas guaranteed that slavery would fasten itself on Kansas in perpetuity. To get slaves into the country simultaneously with the whites, in the incipient stages of settlement, is the precise stake played for, and won, in this Nebraska measure, Lincoln maintained. Slavery never sank deep roots in Illinois, he said, because the Northwest Ordinance of 1787 had specifically banned the peculiar institution there. But neighboring Missouri, having no such ban, became a slave state. If Kansas and Nebraska were thrown open to slavery, it would encourage the outlawed African slave trade by increasing the demand for slaves, Lincoln predicted. Thus Douglas's bill does in fact make slaves of free men by causing them to be brought from Africa and sold into bondage. That argument was somewhat strained. More solid was Lincoln's fundamental point, which distinguished his position from Douglas's, that blacks were fully human and thus entitled to certain basic rights. The popular sovereignty doctrine, resting on the assumption that if settlers in Kansas and Nebraska were allowed to take their swine with them, they should also be allowed to take their slaves, was, Lincoln contended, perfectly logical, only if there is no difference between hogs and Negroes. Lincoln flatly refused to deny the humanity of the Negro, and argued that white Southerners showed by their actions, if not their words, that they agreed with him. In both the North and the South, there were few natural tyrants, he said. Most people in both sections have human sympathies that made them hostile to slavery. White Southerners revealed their own anti-slavery feelings in many ways. In 1820, Southern senators and representatives joined with Northerners to declare African slave traders pirates, subject to the death penalty. Addressing the citizens of the South, Lincoln said, "Why did you do this? If you did not feel that it was wrong, why did you join in providing that men should be hung for it? The practice was no more than bringing wild Negroes from Africa to sell to such as would buy them. But you never thought of hanging men for catching and selling wild horses, wild buffaloes, or wild bears. Why did respectable white Southerners utterly despise slave dealers, refusing to socialize with them, befriend them, or even touch them?" Lincoln asked. "You do not so treat the man who deals in corn, cattle, or tobacco." The existence in the United States of more than 430,000 free blacks, worth more than $200 million, if enslaved, further showed that white Southerners realized that slaves were human beings, not mere chattel. "How comes this vast amount of property to be running about without owners? The freedmen were slaves liberated by their masters or descendants of slaves who had been so liberated. What induced their owners to free them? In all these cases," Lincoln concluded, "it is your sense of justice and human sympathy continually telling you that the poor Negro has some natural right to himself, that those who deny it and make mere merchandise of him deserve kickings, contempt, and death." Rhetorically, he queried white Southerners, "Why will you ask us to deny the humanity of the slave and estimate him only as the equal of the hog? Why ask us to do what you will not do yourselves?" They were good questions. If blacks were human and not chattel, then Douglas's argument that the Missouri Compromise violated the sacred right of self-government was false. Lincoln agreed with the Little Giant's basic premise. The doctrine of self-government is right, absolutely and eternally right. But whether that doctrine was relevant in the current debate over Kansas and Nebraska depended upon whether a Negro is not or is a man. If he is not a man, why, in that case, he who is a man may, as a matter of self-government, do just as he pleases with him. But if the Negro is a man, is it not to that extent a total destruction of self-government, to say that he too shall not govern himself? Like an Old Testament prophet, Lincoln declared, "When the white man governs himself, that is self-government. But when he governs himself and also governs another man, that is more than self-government, that is despotism." If the Negro is a man, why then my ancient faith teaches me that all men are created equal, and that there can be no moral right in connection with one man's making a slave of another. To Douglas's contemptuous assertion that anti-slavery forces argued that the white people of Nebraska are good enough to govern themselves, but they are not good enough to govern a few miserable Negroes, Lincoln replied, "No man is good enough to govern another man without that other's consent. I say this is the leading principle, the sheet anchor of American republicanism." After quoting the Declaration of Independence, Lincoln called the relationship between master and slave a total violation of its central principle. The master not only governs the slave without his consent, but he governs him by a set of rules altogether different from those which he prescribes for himself. Allow all the governed an equal voice in the government, and that only, is self-government. Lincoln explained that he did not advocate equal political rights for blacks, but rather was combating what is set up as a moral argument for permitting slaves to be taken where they have never yet been, arguing against the extension of a bad thing, which, where it already exists, we must of necessity manage as best we can. Douglas was wrong, said Lincoln, in asserting that the extension of slavery into Kansas and Nebraska concerned only settlers in those territories. The whole nation is interested that the best use shall be made of these territories. We want them for the homes of free white people. This they cannot be, to any considerable extent, if slavery shall be planted within them. Here Lincoln was not making the argument espoused by some free soilers, that they wanted slavery kept out of the territories because they disliked blacks and had no desire to live near them. Instead, Lincoln emphasized something that his own family had acted on 4 decades earlier. Slave states are places for poor white people to remove from, not to remove to. New free states are the places for poor people to go to and better their condition. Lincoln objected not to the presence of blacks, but to the presence of slave owners and their hierarchical social system. In asserting that Republicans wanted the territories to become homes of free white people, Lincoln was adopting what the Chicago Tribune called a narrow method for attacking slavery. It was necessary to appeal to white self-interest because, said the Tribune, it is far easier to convince the multitude that slavery is a baleful evil to them than to possess them with the idea that it is a cruel wrong to the enslaved. So inveterate are the prejudices of color, so deep-rooted is the conviction that the African is a being of inferior order, so intolerant is the Caucasian of African assertion of equality, so low under the depressing influence of the institution has the national morality descended, that this method, narrow and incomplete as it is, holds out the only promise of success. Northern whites also had a stake in the outcome of the debate over slavery expansion, Lincoln averred, because of constitutional relations between the slave and free states, which are degrading to the latter. Free state residents did not wish to help catch runaway slaves, as the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850 mandated. It was, Lincoln said, a sort of dirty, disagreeable job, which I believe, as a general rule, the slaveholders will not perform for one another. Northern whites also did not want more slave states because the Constitution's 3/5 clause permitted those states to have representation of their unfree population in the U.S. House and in the Electoral College. Offering an argument which had been made repeatedly since 1789, Lincoln protested that it was grossly unfair for South Carolina, where 274,567 whites lived, to have the same number of representatives in Congress as Maine, with a white population of over 580,000. The 3/5 rule, Lincoln calculated, gave the slave states 20 more representatives in the House and votes in the Electoral College than they would have had in the absence of such a rule. Without those extra congressmen, the Kansas-Nebraska Act, which passed the House by a 7-vote margin, might never have been adopted. Lincoln pledged to obey the Constitution's Fugitive Slave Clause and 3/5 rule fairly, fully, and firmly, but he balked at letting the settlers of Kansas and Nebraska, a mere handful of men, bent only on temporary self-interest, decide whether the nation should add more slave states. When I am told I must leave it altogether to other people, to say whether new partners are to be bred up and brought into the firm, on the same degrading terms against me, I respectfully demur. Lincoln insisted that whether I shall be a whole man or only the half of one in comparison with others is a question in which I am somewhat concerned, and which no other man can have a sacred right of deciding for me. Scornfully, he dismissed this mighty argument of self-government. Go, sacred thing, go in peace. To those claiming that opposition to the Kansas-Nebraska Act posed a threat to the Union, Lincoln forcefully replied that it was Douglas and his supporters who imperiled national unity by needlessly reviving the slavery controversy, which had been diffused by the Compromise of 1850. It could not but be expected by its author that it would be looked upon as a measure for the extension of slavery, aggravated by a gross breach of faith. Speaking with the moral passion of a biblical prophet like Amos or Hosea, Lincoln declared that slavery is founded in the selfishness of man's nature, opposition to it in his love of justice. These principles are an eternal antagonism, and when brought into collision so fiercely as slavery extension brings them, shocks and throes and convulsions must ceaselessly follow. Supporters of slavery might repeal the Missouri Compromise, the Declaration of Independence, and all past history, but you still cannot repeal human nature. Paraphrasing Jesus, he said, "It still will be the abundance of man's heart that slavery extension is wrong, and out of the abundance of his heart his mouth will continue to speak." Lincoln agreed that the Union was indeed worth preserving. "Much as I hate slavery, I would consent to the extension of it rather than see the Union dissolved, just as I would consent to any great evil to avoid a greater one." By 1861 he would change his mind on this question. But the Kansas-Nebraska Act did not threaten the Union, he insisted. Quoting Hamlet, he added that, "It hath no relish of salvation in it." Lincoln pointed out the basic flaw in the popular sovereignty argument, its failure to specify at what point in the development of a territory its settlers could forbid slavery. Is it to be decided by the first dozen settlers who arrive there? Or is it to await the arrival of 100? And just who would be empowered to take action against the peculiar institution? Was it the territorial legislature, or the people in a referendum? To those Whigs who opposed the Kansas-Nebraska Act, but who hesitated to demand the restoration of the Missouri Compromise, lest they be seen as pro-abolitionist, Lincoln counseled, "Stand with anybody that stands right. Stand with him while he is right and part with him when he goes wrong. Stand with the abolitionist in restoring the Missouri Compromise, and stand against him when he attempts to repeal the fugitive slave law. In the latter case, you stand with the Southern disunionist. What of that? You are still right. In both cases, you oppose the dangerous extremes. That," he said, "is good old Whig ground. To desert such ground because of any company is to be less than a Whig, less than a man, less than an American." Scouting Douglas's attempt to enlist the Founding Fathers as supporters of popular sovereignty, Lincoln quite rightly pointed out that the argument of necessity was the only argument they ever admitted in favor of slavery. And so far only, as it carried them, did they ever go. They found the institution existing among us, which they could not help, and they cast blame upon the British king for having permitted its introduction. In 1787 they forbade slavery from expanding from the original states into the Old Northwest. In writing the Constitution, they forbore to so much as mention the word slave or slavery in the whole instrument. So the thing is hid away in the Constitution, just as an afflicted man hides away a wen or a cancer, which he dares not cut out at once, lest he bleed to death, with the promise, nevertheless, that the cutting may begin at the end of a given time. The early Congresses followed suit, prohibiting the exportation of slaves in 1797, outlawing the importation of slaves into the Mississippi Territory in 1798, forbidding U.S. citizens from participation in the slave trade between foreign countries in 1800, restraining the internal slave trade in 1803, banning the importation of slaves in 1807, and declaring the African slave trade to be piracy in 1820. So the founders showed hostility to the principle of slavery, and toleration only by necessity. But, Lincoln argued, Douglas was forsaking the Founding Fathers by placing slavery on the high road to extension and perpetuity, and with a pat on its back says to it, "Go, and God speed you." Warming to his task, Lincoln deplored this betrayal of the framers' vision. Near 80 years ago we began by declaring that all men are created equal. But now, from that beginning, we have run down to the other declaration, that for some men to enslave others is a sacred right of self-government. These principles cannot stand together. They are as opposite as God and Mammon. He was especially incensed at Indiana Senator John Pettit, who, in supporting the Kansas-Nebraska bill, referred to the Declaration of Independence as a self-evident lie. None of his colleagues in the Douglas camp rebuked Pettit for that statement. Passionately, Lincoln remarked that if such words had been spoken to the man who captured Andre, the man who said it would probably have been hung sooner than Andre was. If it had been said in Old Independence Hall 78 years ago, the very doorkeeper would have throttled the man and thrust him into the street. It is said that the applause that followed was continued for some minutes. The new cynicism about the Declaration was a sad evidence that, feeling prosperity, we forget about right, that liberty, as a principle, we have ceased to revere. In his heartfelt peroration, Lincoln urged North and South alike to reconsider their views. In our greedy chase to make profit of the Negro, let us beware lest we counsel and tear to pieces even the white man's charter of freedom. Our Republican robe is soiled and trailed in the dust. Let us re-purify it. Let us turn and wash it white in the spirit, if not the blood, of the Revolution. Let us turn slavery from its claims of moral right back upon its existing legal rights and its arguments of necessity. Let us return it to the position our fathers gave it, and there let it rest in peace. Let us readopt the Declaration of Independence, and with it the practices and policy which harmonize with it. Let North and South, let all Americans, let all lovers of liberty everywhere, join in the great and good work. If we do this, we shall not only have saved the Union, we shall have so saved it as to make and to keep it forever worthy of the saving. We shall have so saved it that the succeeding millions of free, happy people the world over shall rise up and call us blessed to the last generations. This statesmanlike speech, delivered with the utmost conviction, attracted a more marked attention, Lincoln observed, than had his earlier addresses, and was published in the Illinois State Journal. Significantly, Lincoln devoted little attention to nativism, temperance, or any issue other than slavery. The Springfield Register thought it noteworthy that Lincoln spoke of Judge Douglas in a less denunciatory manner than is the custom on such occasions. He had come a long way since the 1830s and 1840s, when he heaped ridicule on James Adams, Dick Quinton, George Forker, James Shields, Peter Cartwright, Lewis Cass, James K. Polk, Dick Taylor, Jesse B. Thomas, and other Democrats. Horace White recalled the occasion in Springfield vividly. It was a warmish day in early October, and Mr. Lincoln was in his shirt sleeves when he stepped on the platform. Although awkward, he was not in the least embarrassed, starting off in a slow and hesitating manner, but without any mistakes of language, dates, or facts. It became immediately clear that he had mastered his subject, that he knew what he was going to say, and that he knew he was right. Lincoln's thin, high-pitched falsetto voice of much carrying power could be heard a long distance in spite of the bustle and tumult of the crowd. Betraying his backwoods upbringing, Lincoln spoke with the accent and pronunciation peculiar to his native state, Kentucky. In time, as he warmed up with his subject, his angularity disappeared, and he took on an air of unconscious majesty. While progressing through his 3-hour oration, his words began to come faster, and his face to light up with the rays of genius, and his body to move in unison with his thoughts. Lincoln's gestures, made with his body and head rather than with his arms, were the natural expression of the man, and so perfectly adapted to what he was saying that anything different from it would have been quite inconceivable. He presented not a graceful figure, yet not an ungraceful one. A tall, angular form, with the long, angular arms, at times bent nearly double with excitement, like a large flail animating 2 smaller ones. The mobile face wet with perspiration which he discharged in drops as he threw his head this way and that like a projectile. Now and then his manner was very impassioned, and he seemed transfigured with his subject. Sweat would stream from his face, and each particular hair would stand on end. At that point, the inspiration that possessed him took possession of his hearers also. His speaking went to the heart because it came from the heart. The crowd felt that he believed every word he said, and that, like Martin Luther, he would go to the stake rather than abate one jot or tittle of it. At such transfigured moments as these, when his words resembled electrical discharges of high tension, Lincoln seemed to White like an ancient Hebrew prophet. In his dispatch to the Chicago Journal, White described Lincoln as a mammoth, who had this day delivered a speech, the greatest ever listened to in the state of Illinois, unless himself has made a greater. Douglas never in his life received so terrible a backfall. For vigor of thought, strength of expression, comprehensiveness of scope, keenness of argument, extent of research, and candor of presentation, the speech of Mr. Lincoln has rarely been equaled in the annals of American eloquence. White considered Lincoln's address one of the world's masterpieces of argumentative power and moral grandeur, which left Douglas's edifice of popular sovereignty a heap of ruins. Herndon agreed, calling Lincoln's speech the profoundest, in our opinion, that he has made in his whole life. Lincoln, according to Herndon, quivered with emotion as he attacked the Nebraska bill with unusual warmth and energy, as well as scorn and mockery. He felt upon his soul the truths burn which he uttered, and the audience, as still as death, sensed that he was true to his own soul, and approved the glorious triumph of truth by loud and continued huzzahs. Women waved their white handkerchiefs in token of woman's silent but heartfelt assent. At certain passages his feelings swelled within and came near stifling utterance, most notably when he said that the Declaration of Independence taught us that all men are born free and equal, that by the laws of nature and nature's God all were free, that the Nebraska law chained men, free and equal, and that there was as much difference between the glorious truths of the immortal Declaration of Independence and the Nebraska bill as there was between God and Mammon. These are his own words. They were spoken with emphasis, feeling, and true eloquence. Eloquent because true, and because he felt and felt deeply what he said. Immediately after Lincoln finished, Douglas took the stand actually quivering, complained that he had been grossly assailed, though in a perfectly courteous manner, that Lincoln had handled him without mercy or gloves, and argued that Lincoln and other critics aimed to agitate until the people of the South would, from fear of their slaves, set them free. Democrats attacked the speech for alleging that the white man had no right to pass laws for the government of the black man without the nigger's consent. The Springfield Register sneered at it as an act of liege majesty. Endowed by heaven with a talent to hoodwink the blind, and with a facility of speech well calculated to deceive the ignorant, he vainly imagines himself a great man, and as such endeavored to cope with such men. The Springfield Peoria address greatly enhanced Lincoln's stature in Illinois. Hitherto he had been appreciated chiefly in his own congressional district, as one Douglas adherent put it. But at the Capitol, men of influence from every county of the state, substantial men and politicians who had gathered together at the holding of the fair, had heard him. On that day, he opened the outer gate of the path that he followed to the presidency. This oratorical masterpiece was, as Ward Hill Layman's ghost-written biography of Lincoln maintained, almost perfectly adapted to produce conviction upon a doubting mind. It ought to be carefully read by everyone who desires to know Mr. Lincoln's power as a debater, after his intellect was matured and ripened by years of hard experience. It contained the seeds of his later powerful arguments against slavery. After Lincoln finished his memorable address in Springfield, 24 of the state's most militant opponents of slavery met at the Capitol, praised the speech, and formed what they styled the Republican Party of Illinois. Although Lincoln did not attend that conclave, the delegates elected him to the party's 12-member state central committee, an act that Democrats cited as proof positive of Lincoln's radical abolitionism. On October 16th, Lincoln delivered substantially the same speech in Peoria that he had given at Springfield, adding a response to Douglas's most recent criticism of the October 4th address. Lincoln began by saying he could appreciate an argument and, at times, believed he could make one, but when one denied the settled and plainest facts of history, you could not argue with him. The only thing you could do would be to stop his mouth with a corncob. In fact, Douglas had made some egregious historical errors, asserting that Illinois had been admitted to the Union as a slave state and that the Constitution had mandated the end of the African slave trade. But Lincoln was more concerned with Douglas's moral arguments than his factual errors. The senator had maintained that the U.S. government was made by white men for white men. Lincoln thought this comment showed that the judge has no very vivid impression that the Negro is a human, and consequently has no idea that there can be any moral question in legislating about him. In Douglas's opinion, Lincoln continued, the question of whether a new country shall be slave or free is a matter of as utter indifference as it is whether his neighbor shall plant his farm with tobacco, or stock it with horned cattle. Lincoln objected that, whether this view is right or wrong, it is very certain that the great mass of mankind take a totally different view. By 1854, most people around the world had come to consider slavery a great moral wrong, and their feelings against it not evanescent but eternal. It lies at the very foundation of their sense of justice, and it cannot be trifled with. It is a great and durable element of popular action, and I think no statesman can safely disregard it. A Democratic newspaper in Peoria attacked Lincoln for virtually sanctioning miscegenation, in arguing that no people were good enough to legislate for another people without that other's consent, or, in other words, the people of Nebraska are not competent to legislate for the Negro without the Negro's consent. Lincoln had denied the legitimacy of Illinois' constitutional provision forbidding whites and blacks to marry. After all, the paper asserted, that prohibition was made without consulting the feelings of the Negroes. If so, Lincoln is correct. Our laws, with adequate penalties, preventing the intermarriage of whites and blacks, and that no colored person shall ever, under any pretext, be allowed to hold any office of honor or profit in this state, are all wrong, because each of these provisions have been adopted without the consent of the Negro. The Peoria Republican took a more favorable view of Lincoln's truly able and masterly speech. The editor said that they had never heard the subjects treated of so eloquently handled, nor have we often seen a speaker acquit himself with greater apparent ease and self-possession. After replying to Lincoln in Springfield and Peoria, Lincoln planned to continue the pattern, starting at Lincoln on October 17th. The senator, however, had become hoarse and canceled his Lincoln appointment. Lincoln, not wishing to take advantage of his rival's indisposition, also called off his appearance there. Douglas recovered sufficiently to speak in Princeton on October 18th, but the following day temporarily retired from the campaign trail to recruit his health. Before Election Day, he managed to give a few more speeches. Meanwhile, Lincoln fulfilled engagements in Urbana, Chicago, and Quincy. Lincoln was, according to Herndon, thoroughly displeased by Douglas's appearance at Princeton 2 days after he declined to renew their debate at Lincoln because he was allegedly too unwell. Understandably, this action tended to confirm Lincoln's belief that Douglas lacked political scruples. 4 years later, Lincoln would have much more evidence of Douglas's unethical nature. As Lincoln was leaving Urbana in an ancient omnibus, a new friend, the young attorney Henry C. Whitney, criticized him for making the most execrable music on the harmonica. He replied, "This is my band. Douglas had a brass band with him in Peoria, but this will do me." Whitney recalled that Lincoln's attire and physical habits were on a plane with those of an ordinary farmer. His hat lacked any nap. His coat seemed 10 years old, his boots were unshined, his valise was well-worn and dilapidated, and his umbrella was substantial, but of a faded green, well-worn, the knob gone, and the name A. Lincoln cut out of white muslin and sewed in the inside. Senate bid. In November, Democrats lost badly throughout the free states, including Illinois. Never before had the democracy of Illinois been so completely vanquished, observed the Joliet Signal. Opponents of the Kansas-Nebraska Act dominated both the legislature and the congressional delegation, gratifying anti-slavery journals like the New York Tribune, which deemed the election a referendum on Douglas. No senator of the United States ever before received such a withering repudiation. Douglas's Illinois colleague in the Senate, James Shields, ascribed the defeat in their state to the Little Giant's dictatorial insistence that all Democratic candidates support the unpopular Kansas-Nebraska Act. Many voters, Shields reported, thought that Douglas had become the tool of Missouri Senator David Rice Atchison, who wanted Kansas, located on Missouri's western border, to become a slave state. Democrat John M. Palmer deeply resented the high-handed tactics of the Little Giant, whom he called this miniature Negro driver, this small sample of a Carolina overseer who speaks to us as if we were slaves. Despite the Democrats' poor showing, Yates lost his bid for re-election, largely because he was labeled a know-nothing. The foreign-born overwhelmingly supported his opponent, Thomas L. Harris. Those same voters had already been alienated by the temperance crusade, conducted in part by Whigs. Ironically, Yates was also hurt by rumors that he was a drunkard. In September, Lincoln reported that the congressman's enemies are getting up a charge against him, that while he passes for a temperate man, he is in the habit of drinking secretly, a charge which Lincoln dismissed even though, as it turned out, Yates did in fact have a drinking problem. Half a dozen delegates reported that Yates was drunk at the 1860 convention, which nominated him for governor. Democrats denounced Yates as a friend to blacks. As the Springfield Register said, those who are in favor of repealing all laws making distinctions between whites and blacks, and are willing to let the Negroes vote, sit on juries, and give evidence in court against the white man, and that whites and blacks marry indiscriminately, just let them vote for Mr. Yates. Illinois Democrats had concentrated their utmost efforts on defeating Yates. Douglas had issued orders to beat the damned little pup. In October, it was reported that the Douglasites would willingly lose every other of the 9 districts to see Thomas L. Harris elected. The Democratic legislature had recently redrawn Yates's district, lopping off northern counties where Whigs predominated and adding southern counties with more Democratic voters. Yates was further damaged by his failure to deliver on all his patronage promises. If Yates bemoaned his defeat, Lincoln regretted his own victory in the legislative contest, for, as he soon learned, it rendered him ineligible for the U.S. Senate seat that he hoped to gain when the newly elected General Assembly, with a slim majority of anti-Nebraska members, convened in January. It is uncertain just when the prospect of the senatorship first tickled Lincoln's ambition, but as Election Day approached, it seemed clear that he might attain such a high office. On September 27th, he wrote to George Gage, a candidate for the General Assembly, about the senatorship. Gage replied, "I have strong hopes we shall elect a senator the ensuing session, and that you will succeed. Rest assured you have my best wishes. I shall try and render you all the assistance I can." Around this time, Lincoln read aloud to Henry C. Whitney passages from Byron's Childe Harold, reciting the following canto, earnestly, if not indeed reverently. "He who ascends to mountain tops shall find those loftiest peaks most wrapped in clouds and snow. He who surpasses or subdues mankind must look down on the hate of those below. Though high above the sun of glory glow, and far beneath the earth and ocean spread, Round him are icy rocks, and loudly blow contending tempests on his naked head, and thus reward the toils which to those summits led. Whitney believed that Lincoln had a premonition that he was destined to ascend to the mountaintops of human achievement. In political terms, that mountaintop was a U.S. Senate seat. In 1859, he told Norman P. Judd, "I would rather have a full term in the Senate than in the presidency." A year later, Lincoln said, "I would rather have a full term in the Senate, a place in which I would feel more consciously able to discharge the duties required, and where there was more chance to make a reputation and less danger of losing it, than 4 years in the presidency." Invitations to speak outside his congressional district may have stoked Lincoln's senatorial ambition. Horace White, urging Lincoln to campaign in Chicago, told him, "The Whigs are bound to elect a U.S. Senator in place of James Shields. Chicago has 5 votes in the legislature and influences a great many more in northern Illinois. Part of our representatives in the next assembly will be Whigs, part Free Soilers, and part anti-Nebraska Democrats. Those Democrats might bolt at the nomination of a Whig for the Senate. The idea is to have you go to Chicago and make a speech. You will have a crowd of from 8 to 10 or 15,000, and the result will be that the people will demand of their representatives to elect a Whig senator. What might be doubtful otherwise will thus be rendered certain." At the same time, Richard L. Wilson, editor of the Chicago Journal, told Lincoln that the defeat of Shields is certain. Neither Wilson nor White specifically alluded to Lincoln's own candidacy, but William H. Randolph of Macomb did. In his appeal for Lincoln to stump in western Illinois, Randolph said, "Your name is also spoken of as a candidate for U.S. Senator. Can we not reasonably hope to elect a thorough anti-Nebraska legislature? If so, we hope for your election to that place." Abraham Jonas of Quincy, imploring Lincoln to canvass his locale, dropped a hint that he might thereby win support for a Senate bid. "I trust you may be able to pay us the visit, and thereby create a debt of gratitude on the part of the Whigs here, which they may at some time have it in their power to repay with pleasure and with interest." Lincoln, Herndon recalled, was ambitious to reach the United States Senate, and warmly encouraged in his aspirations by his wife, campaigned for the post with his characteristic activity and vigilance. During the anxious moments that intervened between the general election in November and the assembling of the legislature in January, he slept, like Napoleon, with one eye open, and he kept relentlessly busy pursuing the goal. 3 days after the November election, Lincoln began writing a torrent of letters asking support for his Senate bid. On November 10th, he appealed to Charles Hoyt of Aurora. "You used to express a good deal of partiality for me, and if you are still so, now is the time. Some friends here are really for me, for the U.S. Senate, and I should be very grateful if you could make a mark for me among your members." That same day he told Jonathan Y. Scammon of Chicago that some partial friends here are for me for the U.S. Senate, and it would be very foolish and very false for me to deny that I would be pleased with an election to that honorable body. If you know nothing and feel nothing to the contrary, please make a mark for me with the members. The following day he asked Jacob Harding of Paris to visit his legislator and make a mark with him for me, for I really have some chance. Later that month he appealed to Thomas J. Henderson of Tulane. "It has come around that a Whig may, by possibility, be elected to the U.S. Senate, and I want the chance of being the man. You are a member of the legislature and have a vote to give. Think it over, and see whether you can do better than to go for me." The following month he told Joseph Gillespie that, "I have really got it into my head to try to be United States Senator, and if I could have your support, my chances would be reasonably good." In late November, belatedly realizing that his status as a member of the General Assembly might render him ineligible for the Senate, Lincoln formally declined election as a state representative.
Although this step helped pave the way for his elevation to the Senate, it was risky, for anti-Nebraska forces enjoyed only a slim majority in the legislature and were divided by old party animosities. In the special election called to replace Lincoln, the Democratic candidate, Jonathan McDaniels, surprisingly defeated Republican Norman Broadwell. McDaniel's supporters conducted a still hunt, eschewing an overt campaign and waiting on Election Day to vote until the last minute. This tactic lulled the Whigs into complacency. Although Yates had received 2,166 votes the previous month in Sangamon County, Broadwell won only 984. Lincoln had paid little attention to the Broadwell-McDaniel contest, in part, perhaps, because Broadwell favored Yates for the Senate. Shields gloated over the unexpected result, telling Charles Lanphier, editor of the Springfield Register, "Nobly done. You are a glorious set of Democrats. You turned the tables upon the Whigs. They made a maneuver to crush you, and were blown up by a mine while making the maneuver. This is the best Christmas joke of the season." Lincoln offered that same journalist a different gloss on the election. "It reminds me of Montague Morris, a private in Baker's regiment in the Mexican War. Some of the soldiers had purchased a barrel of cider and were retailing it at good profit for 20 cents a glass. Montague, whose tent was backed up to the cider barrel tent, tapped the other end of the barrel through his tent and began retailing the cider at 10 cents a glass. He sold considerable before he was detected. That's the way we were served by the American vote, and while it's funny, it hurts." It hurt more than Lincoln may at first have realized. The anti-Nebraska forces in the legislature were understandably angry at Lincoln and other Sangamon County Whigs for losing that seat. David Davis told Lincoln that voters would say, "Damn Springfield, the Whigs have behaved so shamefully that they ought to be punished, and Lincoln should not be elected." The Aurora Guardian objected to Lincoln's resignation from the legislature. This fact, together with his overweening anxiety to obtain the place, will stand, and ought to do, against him seriously. The Rock River Democrat concurred, saying that Lincoln overreached himself that time, and may do so again before a senator is chosen. Broadwell's defeat especially disenchanted the abolitionists. On December 29th, an anti-slavery editor reported from Springfield that, "I find here a strong feeling against Lincoln among those who should properly be his friends. The election of that Nebraska man in the county of Sangamon to fill the vacancy occasioned by Abe's resignation has done more than anything else to damage him with the abolitionists. That has put the seal to their discontent." Lincoln also alienated anti-slavery radicals by failing to make common cause with them when they gathered in Springfield to form the Illinois Republican Party. At that meeting, held on October 4th and 5th, they elected Lincoln, without his knowledge, to their Central Committee. When some delegates objected that Lincoln was too conservative on the slavery issue, the anti-slavery firebrand Owen Lovejoy vigorously defended him. The following month, Lincoln declined that honor, saying, "I have been perplexed some to understand why my name was placed on that committee. I was not consulted on the subject, nor was I apprised of the appointment, until I discovered it by accident 2 or 3 weeks afterwards. I supposed my opposition to the principle of slavery is as strong as that of any member of the Republican Party. But I had also supposed that the extent to which I feel authorized to carry that opposition, practically, was not at all satisfactory to that party. The leading men who organized that party were present on the 4th of October at the discussion between Douglas and myself at Springfield, and had full opportunity to not misunderstand my position." On November 30th, Zabina Eastman, an abolitionist from Chicago, declared in his newspaper, The Free West, "We could not advise the Republicans to support for this station, U.S. Senator, Lincoln, or any of the moderate men of his stamp. He is only a Whig, and the People's Movement is no Whig triumph. All of Whiggery that survived has been crushed out in the recent congressional election." Eastman preferred Owen Lovejoy, Ichabod Cotting, Richard Yates, and William Bissell to Lincoln. When criticized by the Chicago Press and Tribune, Eastman replied, "Our opposition is based upon shortcomings on the Republican basis." He is reported to be a compromise Whig, and having a full attachment to that mummy of a party, which has done us no good in this state, but has brought upon us all the calamities and defeats of the Republican movement. He dares not oppose the fugitive slave law, and he would not pledge himself not to go against the admission of any more slave states. If these cannot be gotten from him, of what service would he be in the Senate when the slavery question comes up? The senator to be elected from this state must be prepared to vote against the admission of Kansas or Nebraska as slave states, or else we have only been fighting in the past election over the shell disgorged of the oyster. A Democratic editor in Joliet sneered at Eastman's attack on Lincoln. The Free West, having received from the cause of abolition and nigger equality all the aid and comfort from the Whigs that it demanded, now turns about and attempts to kick them out of the abolition ranks. Other anti-slavery militants favored Yates if an abolitionist like Cotting or Lovejoy could not win. To help combat such opposition, Lincoln enlisted the aid of Congressman Elihu B. Washburn of Galena, a former Whig, who had volunteered to do all he could to secure Lincoln's election. The ambitious, obstinate, strong-willed, and belligerent Washburn was a simple, earnest fellow, not intellectually gifted, but with a deep streak of common sense. In December, Lincoln told him, "I have not ventured to write all the members of the legislature in your district, lest some of them should be offended by the indelicacy of the thing, that is, coming from a total stranger. Could you not drop some of them a line?" As time passed, Lincoln grew ever more concerned about his lack of support in northern Illinois. On December 14th, he told Washburn that there must be something wrong about U.S. Senator at Chicago. My most intimate friends there do not answer my letters, and I cannot get word from them. He asked the Galena congressman to pump John Wentworth, a leading anti-Nebraska Democrat from Chicago, to discover what was amiss. Washburn jumped in to help, writing not only to legislators but also to Eastman, urging him to reconsider. The abolitionist editor would not yield, and retorted that many anti-Nebraska Democrats have a repugnancy at voting for Lincoln, who did not give entire satisfaction to the Republicans in his speech in Chicago, did not take high ground enough. Washburn received similar word from Anson Miller of Rockford, who reported that he had spoken with our senator and representatives as to Lincoln for U.S. Senator. They are not committed, but one thinks Lincoln is not enough anti-slavery. He wishes Lincoln to take the ground of no further extension of slavery, no more slave territory. Better write Lincoln and suggest to him the absolute importance of taking high ground in the slavery question. Without this, he cannot get the vote of the Northern members. In response, Washburn implored Eastman, whom he considered easy to manage, to be flexible and magnanimous. "I feel the greatest interest about the senator. I am afraid our friends will be so impractical that we may lose the fruits of our splendid victory. We must be yielding and liberal all around." I mentioned Lincoln, not because he had been a Whig, but because he is a man of splendid talents, of great probity of character, and because he threw himself into the late fight on the Republican platform and made the greatest speech in reply to Douglas ever heard in the state. I know he is with us in sentiment, and in such times as these, when we want big men and true men in the Senate, it seems cruel to strike him down. I thought also he could combine more strength than any other man in the state. He has great personal popularity, and the entire confidence of all men of all parties. In the election for the legislature, the Whigs, it must be confessed, have been very liberal to the old Democrats and Free Soilers who came into the Republican movement. I hope the same liberal spirit may continue to guide our new party. I can say to you that in the event of the success of Lincoln, neither you nor your friends will have any cause to complain. He will not only carry out our views fully in the Senate, but he will be with us in our views and feelings. Eastman bypassed Lincoln and consulted with more vocally anti-slavery Herndon, who assured him that his partner was all right. Herndon later recalled that the anti-slavery men of Chicago, the whole north of this state, knew me early as an abolitionist, hence trusted me, sent down a committee to see me, and inquired, "Can Mr. Lincoln be trusted?" Herndon responded emphatically, "I pledge you my personal honor that at the proper time he shall be with us." Herndon was persuasive. Later, Eastman told him that he had visited Springfield to learn from something nearer than public report and public life what were Mr. Lincoln's particular feelings and scruples in regard to the colored people of the United States. "I wanted to know if he was their friend. If he was their friend, we knew he was a politician that could be trusted. You satisfied me." With Eastman in the fold, Lincoln managed to convert another anti-slavery journalist, Charles Henry Ray, editor of the Galena Jeffersonian, who at first opposed his candidacy. In December, Ray told Washburn, "I cannot well go in for Lincoln or any of his tribe. I have little faith in the strength of their anti-slavery sentiments, and as the slavery question is the only one likely to be discussed for years yet, let us have someone whose opposition to the institution admits of no question." Ray confessed that, "I am afraid of Abe. He is Southern by birth, Southern in his associations, and Southern, if I mistake not, in his sympathies. I have thought that he would not come squarely up to the mark in a hand-to-hand fight with Southern influence and dictation. His wife, you know, is a Todd, of a pro-slavery family, and so are all his kin. My candidate must be like Caesar's wife, not only not suspected, but above suspicion." Ray also hesitated because he did not want to alienate anti-Nebraska Democrats by supporting a Whig. "But," he added, "I do desire to lend a helping hand to checkmate the rascals who are making our government the convenient tool of the slave power, and if I can best do so by going for Lincoln, why, I am on hand." Over the next 3 weeks, Ray grew to appreciate Lincoln, in part because of Washburn's lobbying. According to Washburn, Ray is, in reality, for the man who will be of the most service to him. He looks for an overthrow of the powers that be, and he wants friends in that contingency. In January, the Galena congressman reported to Lincoln that Ray, who had won election as clerk of the Illinois State Senate at the beginning of the month, wants a position in the House next Congress, and I am going to write him if you are elected. We will all take hold and help. I think he can do something with some of the anti-Nebraska Democrats. He also wants the legislature to do something for him in connection with the census. All these matters can be worked in. Ray won appointment as a trustee of the Illinois and Michigan Canal at Lincoln's request. On January 12th, Ray confided to Washburn, "I have made up my mind. This is private, that our best course is to go in strong for Lincoln when the day comes, and I shall so advise our friends of the anti-Nebraska party, and shall labor to that end." Ray may have been influenced by a talk Lincoln gave on January 4th to the Springfield chapter of the American Colonization Society, in which he reviewed the history of the African slave trade and efforts to abolish it. He also introduced resolutions calling for the legislature to instruct the Illinois congressional delegation to restore the Missouri Compromise, to work to prevent the admission of Kansas or Nebraska as slave states, to use their utmost endeavors to prevent domestic slavery ever being established in any country or place where it does not now legally exist, to resist to their utmost the now threatened attempt to divide California in order to erect one portion thereof into a slave state, and to oppose the now threatened attempt to revive the African slave trade. In addition to Washburn, another U.S. representative from northern Illinois, Jesse O. Norton of Joliet, helped Lincoln woo legislators from that region. In December, Norton reported to Lincoln from Washington, "I have written to an influential Whig in Oswego in Kendall County to have your interests looked to in connection with their delegate. I have also written to my friend Strunk of Kankakee. I have also written a kind but pointed letter to Eastman of the Free West. I hope he will see in the impropriety of his course." Norton believed that one of the main things to be done is to keep down all bickerings in the newspapers, as leading almost certainly to heartburnings and a schism. A month later, the congressman urged Lincoln to accommodate anti-slavery militants. "It seems to me that you might, by some concessions, such as could be made by you without any sacrifice of principle, bring the whole free soil element to your support. I speak of those who have hitherto been distinctive free soilers. Are you bound to stand by everything in the compromise measures of 1850? Couldn't you concede to them a modification of the Fugitive Slave Act? With this and such positions as you can assume in relation to the prohibition of slavery in the territories and the admission of additional slave states, I cannot see why these men cannot unite upon you to a man." Lincoln took Norton's advice, telling legislators that he would not pledge to vote against the Fugitive Slave Act, but he would vote to strip that law of its obnoxious features. Lincoln had already publicly declared that any legislation for the return of runaways should not, in its stringency, be more likely to carry a free man into slavery than our ordinary criminal laws are to hang an innocent one. This was a clear reference to the procedural problems and evidentiary bias against alleged runaways found in the Fugitive Slave Act. In gaining the support of anti-slavery legislators from northern Illinois, Lincoln received enthusiastic and invaluable help from his old congressional messmate, Joshua Giddings of Ohio. The day after Christmas, Washburn informed Lincoln that, "I have this moment had a long talk with Giddings, and he is your strongest possible friend, and says he would walk clear to Illinois to elect you. He will do anything in the world to aid you, and he will today write his views fully on the whole subject to Owen Lovejoy, in order that he may present them to all the free soilers in the legislature. He will advise them most strongly to go for you en masse." Giddings was as good as his word, writing to Lovejoy twice and showing the letters to other Illinoisans. David Davis weighed in for Lincoln, too. Lobbying General Assembly members, Davis persuaded some anti-slavery militants to support the Springfield attorney. Other Eighth Circuit lawyers, including Leonard Swett and T. Lyle Dickey, also worked on Lincoln's behalf. But a few radicals, like Abraham Smith of Bureau County, remained obdurate. Smith told Lincoln bluntly, "I don't like Lincoln personally, have much reason to dislike thee." The previous year, Lincoln had represented a client who successfully sued Smith for libel. The abolitionists probably also objected to Lincoln because of the Matson case, in which he defended a slave owner. The same regional rivalry that had thwarted Lincoln's bid for the commissionership of the General Land Office 5 years earlier continued to be a stumbling block for him. In December, Washburn advised him that an influential voter in Winnebago County complained that the Springfield influence has always been against us in the North, and that if you should be elected, the North would be overlooked for the center and the south part of the state. Astounded by this objection, Lincoln assured Washburn that for a senator to be the impartial representative of his whole state is so plain a duty that I pledge myself to the observance of it without hesitation, but not without some mortification that any one should suspect me of an inclination to the contrary. Citing his record in the General Assembly, where he had supported the Illinois and Michigan Canal, a pet project of northern Illinois, and other measures of interest to that part of the state, Lincoln protested that he would be surprised if it can be pointed out that in any instance the North sought our aid and failed to get it. Similarly, while in Congress, he had offered his feeble service to promote the interests of northern Illinois. As a senator, I should claim no right, as I should feel no inclination, to give the central portion of the state any preference over the North, or any other portion of it. By the time the legislature convened in early January, Lincoln's hard work lining up the anti-slavery members had paid dividends. Washburn, Norton, Giddings, Ray, Davis, and others had overcome the objections of most abolitionists. Lincoln later told Norton, "Through the untiring efforts of friends, among whom yourself and Washburn were chief, I finally surmounted the difficulty with the extreme anti-slavery men, and got all their votes, Lovejoy's included." To help win the vote of abolitionist Senator Waite Talcott, who represented Winnebago and neighboring counties in the North, Washburn suggested that Talcott hire Lincoln to represent him in a major patent infringement case. Lincoln appealed directly to Talcott and won his support. As the General Assembly gathered, Lincoln was understandably confident of his prospects for the senatorship. Of the 100 members of the legislature, a majority opposed the Kansas-Nebraska Act. In the House of Representatives, Lincoln estimated that the Whigs and anti-Nebraska Democrats outnumbered the Democrats 44 to 31. Their majority in the Senate was only 13 to 12. The chief business before the legislature was choosing a U.S. senator, a high-stakes contest that both sides desperately sought to win. As Washburn put it, "The whole country is looking to the election of senator in our state, and should the anti-Nebraska men fail to elect, a shout of triumph would go up from the Nebraskaites that would make us all hang our heads." The Democrats justly feared that if an anti-Nebraska candidate won the senatorship, the nation would interpret it as a repudiation of Douglas and popular sovereignty. Lincoln reported in December that a leader of the regular Democrats had written to a legislator saying in effect that the anti-Nebraska forces have a clear majority of at least 9 on joint ballot. They outnumber us, but we must outmanage them. Douglas must be sustained. We must elect the Speaker, and we must elect a Nebraska U.S. Senator, or elect none at all. Lincoln speculated that all pro-Nebraska members of the General Assembly received similar letters. From Washington, Yates informed Lincoln, "There is the greatest anxiety here as to the election of a senator from our state. The peculiar connection of Douglas with the state and the Nebraska question causes that election to be looked to with more interest than that of any other state." Upon convening, the General Assembly filled all its offices save one with Democrats. By a vote of 40 to 24, Thomas J. Turner, an ardent prohibitionist and militant abolitionist, became Speaker of the House. George T. Brown and Charles H. Ray were chosen Secretary of the Senate and Enrolling and Engrossing Clerk, respectively. Only one Whig was elected in either chamber. "I do not say that the Whigs have any pledges in return for this liberality," a journalist observed, "but as all their efforts, hopes, and energies are concentrated upon the great object of securing the election of senator, there can be no question but they will expect favors in return." Many Whigs besides Lincoln, including Cyrus Edwards, Joseph Gillespie, Don Morrison, Richard Yates, and Archibald Williams, hoped to win election to the Senate as a result of such anticipated magnanimity. On January 6th, Lincoln informed Washburn that other contenders' prospects were poor, for he himself was the front-runner with 26 committals. No one else had more than 10. Lincoln began to make personal appeals to legislators once they assembled in Springfield. One recalled that when Lincoln approached them, his manner was agreeable and unassuming. He was not forward in pressing his case upon the attention of members. Yet before the conversation ended, the topic of the senatorship would arise, and Lincoln would say, in essence, "Gentlemen, this is rather a delicate subject for me to talk upon, but I must confess that I would be glad of your support for the office, if you shall conclude that I am the proper person for it." The Democrats anticipated that if the incumbent, James Shields, were unable to prevail, the legislature would adjourn without choosing his successor, thus leaving the seat vacant temporarily. Shields had injured his re-election chances by supporting the Kansas-Nebraska Act despite his opposition to it in principle. Anti-Nebraska Democrats like William H. Bissell and Lyman Trumbull
were regarded as possibilities, though Bissell's poor health seemed to disqualify him. Lincoln worried that pro-Nebraska Democrats, realizing that Shields's prospects were hopeless, might unite behind Bissell. But that fear proved illusory. Douglas insisted that the party stand by Shields to the last and make no compromises. If the Irishmen were to lose, then the Democrats could denounce their opponents as nativist bigots who opposed Shields simply because he had been born abroad. By refusing to meet with the House, the Senate Democrats delayed the vote. On January 12th, the ever-optimistic Shields said of the anti-Nebraskaites, "A fusionist party cannot hold together long. Time kills it. Delay has killed them." As the days passed, however, less optimistic Democrats grew concerned. On January 17th, James W. Sheehan, editor of Douglas's organ The Chicago Times, wrote in alarm to Charles Lanpher at Springfield, "I think that all hope of electing Shields is gone, that the postponement of the election is a hazardous matter. Anti-Nebraskaites will let no means be untried to get a man. I think, therefore, that too long trifling with Shields's name will not bring a vote to us, but will close some men against us, in which case they may slip over to the opposition. A new man should be talked of at once, and before the election let a caucus be held, at which Shields's declination should be read by someone." But who should that new man be? Sheehan thought Governor Joel Matson the most electable. Matson, who discreetly opposed the Kansas-Nebraska Act, had managed to ingratiate himself with both factions of the Democratic Party. By 1854, he had become one of the most popular and trusted politicos of Illinois, for he entertained lavishly and avoided controversy timidly. Even the Whigs harbored few negative feelings for him. But if the popular Matson were to become a Senate candidate, the Democrats had to move quickly, for another aspirant, the vain, wealthy William B. Ogden of Chicago, was busily bribing legislators to support his candidacy. "Ogden has bought up some of the doubtful men," Sheehan reported, "and unless our man goes to work, he will find the market empty. Hopes ought to be held out to Matson that Shields will not be in the way." Though unannounced as a candidate for the Senate seat, Matson, also a wealthy man, was quietly bribing legislators himself. Elected as governor in 1852, he would soon become celebrated for his corruption. As he was about to leave office in 1856, he fraudulently redeemed $388,528 worth of 20-year-old canal scrip for new state bonds. The scrip had already been redeemed once, but had not been canceled. Matson knowingly enriched himself at the expense of the state. When the General Assembly investigated this scheme in 1859, it became known as the Great Canal Scrip Fraud, one of the worst political scandals in 19th century Illinois. An anti-Nebraska Democrat, George T. Allen, who called pro-Nebraska Democrats a den of thieves, drunkards, gamblers, and blackguards, told Lyman Trumbull in 1866 that the Democratic or Nebraska members of the legislature employed every means to buy my vote for Matson during the senatorial election 11 years earlier. Evidently aware of such bribery attempts, the Quincy Whig rejoiced that the Nebraskaites had failed to buy or bully a sufficient number of members to reverse the people's plainly expressed will. The Chicago Democrat declared that it is time our legislature was composed of other than marketable material. Matson worked industriously to line up votes. The first legislator he approached was John Strunk, a Kankakee Whig who at the beginning of the legislative session had told Lincoln that he would walk 100 miles to elect him. In February 1855, Lincoln reported that Strunk was pledged to me, which Matson knew, but he succeeded in persuading him that I stood no chance of an election, and in getting a pledge from him to go for him as second choice. Strunk was a good friend of the governor. Matson then got anti-Nebraska Democrats E.O. Hills, Gavion D.A. Parks, David Strawn, Henry S. Baker, A. H. Trapp, and Frederick S. Day to follow suit, even though he was assuring other legislators that he would support Douglas through fair weather and foul. With these 7 votes in hand, Matson then assured the pro-Nebraska Democrats that he could win if he had their support after they had cast a few ballots for other candidates. Matson's appeal led them to abandon Shields in his favor. Meanwhile, Democrats had gained control of the state Senate with the defection of Whig Don Morrison and anti-Nebraska Democrat Uri Osgood, who was allegedly bought outright. The Senate then refused to hold a joint session with the House to elect a senator until Matson had lined up the necessary votes, and so it was not until February 8th that the joint session took place. Although Matson tried to operate behind the scenes, rumors began circulating about his candidacy. In late January, John Todd Stewart's wife, Mary Stewart, reported from Springfield that the senatorial election has not yet come on, but it is believed now that Governor Matson has a better chance of success than any other of the numerous candidates. Richard J. Oglesby heard reports that Lincoln's chance is growing small by degrees. The anti-Nebraska Democrat John M. Palmer told his wife, "I think Governor Matson will be elected senator. The chances are that both wings of the Democracy will unite on him." The logic behind choosing Matson was, Palmer explained, simple. He is anti-slavery in all his antecedents and is a decided anti-Douglas man, which is the real point involved in the controversy. The great end we have in view is the organization of the Democratic Party on the basis of the personal independence of its members. Shields goes now, which will be a warning that Douglas cannot disregard. He will see the handwriting upon the wall. On February 8th, the State House galleries and lobby were packed as the voting began. Lincoln received 45 votes on the initial ballot, a mere 5 short of victory. Because one senator persistently abstained, only 50 votes were required to win. Those 5 votes could have been provided by Norman B. Judd, Burton C. Cook, Henry Baker, George T. Allen, and John M. Palmer, anti-Nebraska Democrats all. But adamant in their refusal to vote for a Whig, they united behind Lyman Trumbull, an anti-slavery Democrat from Alton who had just won a seat in the U.S. House. Baker and Allen lived in Madison County, part of Trumbull's district. Those 5 liked Trumbull personally and regarded his election to the Senate as essential to unite the opponents of Douglas's popular sovereignty dogma, for it would lure thousands of Democrats, who would balk at the choice of Lincoln, to support the anti-Nebraska Party. In 1844, Trumbull had been passed over for the Senate, in part because of his condescending manner and aloof personality. Indeed, he enjoyed an unenviable reputation as the most cold-blooded man who had ever appeared in public life in Illinois. Thomas Ford, who said Trumbull was devoured by ambition for office, thought him remarkable for a small, lean face, giving promise of narrow, cramped views, great prejudices, and industry in finding fault with others. In 1846, Gustav Korner described Trumbull as the most unscrupulous fellow on earth. Referring to Trumbull's unsuccessful bid for a seat in Congress, Korner declared that the slanders, contrivances, intrigues, and conspiracies resorted to by him in this last canvass would fill a volume. Born and raised in Connecticut, Trumbull came to Illinois in his early 20s, practiced law, entered politics, and earned respect, if not affection, for his powerful intellect, exceptional industry, skill as a debater, and mastery of constitutional law. But by opposing the Kansas-Nebraska Act, he alienated the pro-Nebraska Democrats, who regarded him as a combination of Judas and Benedict Arnold. Lincoln understood that Trumbull's supporters would be hard to woo. In mid-January, he confided to Yates, "I may start with 20 or 25 votes, but I think I can, in a few ballots, get up to 48. But how I am to get the 3 additional votes, I do not yet see." He predicted that the contest could degenerate into a general scramble, in which case anyone, including Trumbull, might win. Although it was speculated that Trumbull could have as many as 18 votes on the initial ballot, he actually received only 5, while Lincoln's closest competitor, Shields, had 41. Over the next 5 ballots, Lincoln's vote decreased, Shields's held steady, and Trumbull's grew. When it became clear that Lincoln could not win, Stephen T. Logan moved for adjournment till the morning, but the anti-Nebraska Democrats teamed up with their estranged party colleagues to defeat the motion. The 7th ballot created great excitement as the pro-Nebraska Democrats suddenly switched from Shields to Matson, who received 44 votes. On the 8th ballot, the governor picked up 2 more, while Lincoln's total dwindled to 27, and Trumbull's swelled to 18. The following ballot showed Lincoln with 15, Trumbull with 35, and Matson with 47. Sensing that the governor was about to win, some Nebraskaites grew nervous and declared that they preferred Lincoln or Lovejoy to the turncoat Trumbull. Jokingly, Lovejoy told them, "Boys, if you want me elected, you have got no time to lose, for it will be too late after another ballot." Lincoln feared that Matson would win on the next ballot. The governor, however, was hoist with his own petard, for Shields's supporters deeply resented Matson's failure to back the incumbent. If a Democratic caucus had been held in a timely fashion, they believed, Shields would have won, or at the very least the election of a senator would have been postponed. But to enhance his own prospects, Matson had scotched the proposal for a caucus. Some of Shields's angrier friends determined that Matson would not gain by that move, and though they did not vote against the governor, they kept the anti-Nebraska forces apprised of Matson's maneuvers, including his loan of money to certain Whigs and Free Soilers who were to vote for him. They also reported that certain men were voting for Judge Trumbull as a Democrat a few times until both Shields and Lincoln could be dropped and Matson brought into the field. Some Matson men in disguise, who had been into all sorts of railroad and state fund speculation with the governor, were ready to desert Judge Trumbull whenever their votes could elect Governor Matson. Tipped off by the disgruntled Shields men, Lincoln and his allies threw their support to Trumbull, who won on the 10th ballot, receiving 51 votes to Matson's 47. Lincoln feared that some of Trumbull's supporters might well defect to Matson unless, as he put it, they should be kept on Trumbull's side by seeing my remaining men coming on to him. I accordingly gave the intimation, which my friends acted upon, electing Trumbull on that ballot. It was, he said, an impulsive decision, made in the heat of battle. Lincoln explained that few, if any, of my remaining 15 men would have gone over from me without my direction, and I gave the direction, simultaneously with forming the resolution to do it. Some of Lincoln's 15 die-hard supporters, notably Stephen T. Logan, wept bitterly at their man's appeal to switch to Trumbull. One senator, George W. Waters, refused to vote for him, going instead for Archibald Williams. The rest reluctantly cast ballots for Trumbull. But Logan went along only after Lincoln begged him to do so. Logan had worked hard all winter for his former partner, and understandably thought Judd, Palmer, and others were acting most ungenerously. Jubilation reigned among the anti-Nebraska forces at Trumbull's election. A tremendous roar rang out in the lobby of Representatives Hall, which overflowed with well-wishers. The New York Tribune hailed the glorious result as a fitting finale to the repeal of the Missouri Compromise by Douglas and Company. Zemina Eastman crowed that, of all the candidates named for the station, the successful one was the most obnoxious to the aspiring leader, Douglas, and whose election is the most mortifying to him personally and politically. Similarly, the Chicago Tribune, which called Trumbull a man of more real talent and power than Abraham Lincoln, thought that a more decisive and emphatic rebuke to Stephen A. Douglas could not have been administered. If Matson and his friends did resort to bribery, which seems highly probable, then it is easy to understand why Lincoln rejoiced at thwarting the governor's scheme. "I regret my defeat moderately," he told Washburne, "but I am not nervous about it. I could have headed off every combination and been elected, had it not been for Matson's double game, and his defeat now gives me more pleasure than my own gives me pain." Lincoln was not gloating or being vindictive. He was genuinely offended by Matson's tactics and regarded his defeat as a triumph for anti-slavery principles and a rebuke to Democrats who had supported the Kansas-Nebraska Act. On the whole, he mused to Washburn, it is perhaps as well for our general cause that Trumbull is elected. The Nebraska men confess that they hate it worse than anything that could have happened. It is a great consolation to see them worse whipped than I am. I tell them it is their own fault, that they had abundant opportunity to choose between him and me, which they declined, and instead focused it on me to decide between him and Matson. Lincoln correctly gauged the level of discomfort in the Douglas camp. Trumbull reported that the pro-Nebraska Democrats are exhibiting towards me a great deal of ill-natured and malignant feeling. The editor of the Chicago Times told Douglas that Trumbull's election constituted the severest blow we could have received. The Chicago Democratic press echoed that sentiment. No other man could have been elected to the Senate whose presence there would be regarded by Mr. Douglas as a more signal rebuke. Though pleased that he had delivered a blow to the Douglas forces, Lincoln acknowledged that it was rather hard for the 44 to have to surrender to the 5, and a less good-humored man than I perhaps would not have consented to it, and it would not have been done without my consent. I could not, however, let the whole political result go to ruin on a point merely personal to myself. Despite the stoic tone of Lincoln's letters, his failure to win the Senate seat plunged him into depression. As Herndon noted, Lincoln thirsted for public notice, and hungered, longed for approbation, and when he did not get that notice or that approbation, was not thoroughly appreciated, he writhed under it. Elihu B. Washburn thought, no event in Mr. Lincoln's entire political career brought to him so much disappointment and chagrin as his defeat for United States Senator in 1855. Shortly after the election, Joseph C. Howell reported that Lincoln, like his friends, feels very much hurt. When Samuel C. Parks, a pro-Lincoln legislator, tried to console him by saying he would surely be elected senator in 1858, he predicted that the taste for the senatorship would get out of his mouth by then. Joseph Gillespie, another legislator active on Lincoln's behalf, accompanied him home after the defeat, and later recalled, I never saw him so dejected. He said the fates seemed to be against him, and he thought he would never strive for office again. He could bear defeat inflicted by his enemies with a pretty good grace, but it was hard to be wounded in the house of his friends. One of those friends was John M. Palmer, an anti-slavery Democrat who had already offended his party by opposing the Kansas-Nebraska Act, and said he therefore must vote for a Democrat for the Senate. He recollected that Lincoln felt hurt and was a little angry. However dejected he may have been, Lincoln, at a party in honor of the senator-elect, cheerfully responded to a query about his disappointment by saying he was not too disappointed to congratulate my friend Trumbull. Later he praised Trumbull as a peculiar man, peculiar for his rigid honesty, his high-toned independence, and his unswerving devotion to principle. A more conscientious man cannot be found. He cannot be bought. He cannot be bribed. He cannot be frightened out of what he knows to be right. I wish we had more such men as Lyman Trumbull than we have in public office. Recovering his good spirits, Lincoln told Samuel C. Parks he believed that his defeat was the best thing that ever happened to him. To young Shelby Cullom, who offered condolences, he replied, My boy, don't worry. It will all come right in the end. When asked if he were bitter about Judd's failure to support him, Lincoln replied, I can't harbor enmity to anyone. It's not my nature. Lincoln's magnanimity would eventually pay dividends, for the short, chunky, red-faced Judd was to play a key role in promoting his political fortunes. Not all of Lincoln's friends were as forgiving as he was. There was a great deal of dissatisfaction throughout the state at the result of the election, Parks reported. Because the Whigs constituted a vast majority of the anti-Nebraska party, they understandably thought they were entitled to the Senate, and that Mr. Lincoln, by his contest with Mr. Douglas, had earned it. James Matheny denounced the Democrats who had refused to support Lincoln and called Trumbull mean, low-lived, and sneaking. David Davis swore that if he had been in Lincoln's place, he would not have capitulated. To a friend, Davis wrote that he was unhappy with the election of Trumbull, who, he said, has been a Democrat all his life, dyed in the wool, as ultra as he could be. Davis thought Lincoln ought to have been elected. I had spent a good deal of time at Springfield getting things arranged for Lincoln, and it was supposed that his election was certain. I was necessarily absent the day of the election, and have been since glad of it, for I reckon that Trumbull's election is better than that the matter should have passed over. But if I had been there were 10 members of the legislature who would have fully appreciated the fact that 46 men should not yield their preference to 5. Stephen T. Logan, overcome with grief and emotion, declared in the legislature that anti-slavery men who refused to vote for Lincoln had exhausted his patience. A feather was light, but it was the last feather that broke the camel's back. They have laid on us that last feather, and my back is broke. Abraham Smith, a conductor on the Underground Railroad, claimed that his opposition to Lincoln may have been the feather that turned the scale. Joseph Gillespie angrily complained to Lincoln, "I am tired of being dragooned by some half-dozen men who are determined either to rule or ruin. I am out of all temper with, and have no faith in, the honesty of men who insist that 10 Whigs shall go with 1 Democrat because they cannot in conscience vote for a Whig." Gillespie was well satisfied with Trumbull, yet his 5 particular friends who would rather see the country go to the devil than vote for a Whig are not at all to my taste. I have made up my mind that henceforth I can be as reckless as they are. In reacting indignantly to Trumbull's victory, no one outdid Mary Lincoln, who denounced his cold, selfish treachery. She even turned on her old friend and bridesmaid, Julia Jane, now Mrs. Lyman Trumbull, calling her ungainly, cold, unsympathizing, and unpopular. Shortly after the election, she snubbed Julia Trumbull as the 2 women emerged from a church service. When Mrs. Trumbull tried to catch her eye, Mary Lincoln looked away. Julia persuaded her mother to invite Mrs. Lincoln to a party, but the invitation was declined. When the 2 politicians' wives met by chance, Mary Lincoln was singularly ungracious. Julia reported that, "I have shaken hands with Mary. Her lips moved, but her voice was not audible. I think she was embarrassed." During the 1860 campaign, Republican leaders, eager to smooth relations between Lincoln and Trumbull, enlisted Mrs. Norman B. Judd's aid in an attempt to heal the breach. At Springfield, Mrs. Judd found neither Mary Lincoln nor Julia Trumbull willing to take the first step. Eventually, after much cajolery, Mrs. Trumbull consented. But as she prepared to call on her former friend, she balked when Adeline Judd innocently observed, "You are doing a great service to the cause and the country by this act." Flinging down her bonnet, Julia Trumbull declared that she would not be reconciled simply for political reasons. Undaunted, Mrs. Judd then turned to Mary Lincoln, who in time agreed to invite Mrs. Trumbull for a ride. At the Trumbull home, Mary Lincoln refused to accompany Adeline Judd to the door. "Why didn't Mrs. Lincoln come in?" asked a miffed Julia Trumbull. "I told her not to," replied Mrs. Judd. "I thought it was better." Despite this inauspicious start, the 2 former enemies spoke as they rode by the courthouse, where Lincoln, Trumbull, Judd, and others observed them. Judd blanched as one of the men whispered, "How did she do it?" In August 1860, Judd told Mrs. Trumbull that a systematic effort has been made for political purposes to poison Mary's mind against her, that John A. McClernand and another Democrat, unnamed, instigated their wives to do it, that Mrs. McClernand probably was unconscious of it, that Mary had been told a great many things and advised, if she had any self-respect, to keep away from Julia Trumbull, that Mary fully understood this attempt now, and felt how unjust she had been to Mrs. Trumbull, and was very happy to be again upon the old terms with her former bridesmaid. The rapprochement was short-lived, for relatives and politicians soon persuaded Mary Lincoln that the peace overture had been part of a plot to make former Democrats gain the upper hand over erstwhile Whigs in the Republican coalition. When invited to a party at the Trumbulls' home, Mrs. Lincoln developed a convenient headache. Early in the Lincoln administration, at a presidential reception, Mrs. Trumbull paused in the receiving line to chat with the First Lady, who instructed the usher, "Tell that woman to go on." "Will you allow me to be insulted in this way in your house?" Julia Trumbull asked the President. Shortly after her husband's assassination, Mary Lincoln complained that Mrs. Trumbull has not yet honored me with a call. Should she ever deign, she would not be received. She is indeed a whited sepulchre. Judd, one of the 5 anti-Nebraska Democrats whose obstinacy spoiled Lincoln's chances, appreciated that Lincoln never joined in that clamor against them. He had the good sense to see that our course was the result of political sagacity, Judd explained. If we had voted for him, we should simply have been denounced by our own papers as renegades who had deserted the Democrats and gone over to the Whigs. But as events unfolded, that charge couldn't be maintained a moment against us. To the contrary, we could maintain our entire consistency as anti-Nebraska Democrats, and that enabled us to carry over a faction of the Democratic Party sufficiently large to give us control of the state. Some of Lincoln's admirers reconciled themselves to his defeat after Trumbull attacked Douglas in the Senate. In 1857, John H. Bryant of Princeton, brother of the poet and anti-slavery leader William Cullen Bryant, told Trumbull that, "I often hear it is said that the legislature, when they elected you, did the best thing they could have done, that you had met your adversary, Douglas, with more adroitness and skill than probably any other man could have done. For Mr. Lincoln I know the people have great respect, and great confidence in his ability and integrity. Still the feeling here is that you have filled the place, at this particular time, better than he could have done." Disappointing though his defeat was to both him and his spouse, Lincoln could derive satisfaction for having laid the foundation for the Illinois Republican Party, which would mature into a full-blown organization by 1856. By magnanimously throwing his support to Trumbull, Lincoln had helped cement the coalition of former Whigs and former Democrats. He might also have taken heart from John M. Palmer's pledge that he and his Democratic friends would stand by him in the next fight against Douglas. Lincoln's statesmanlike reaction to his loss illustrated the truth of Richard J. Oglesby's observation that he submitted to adversity and injustice with as much real patience as any man I ever knew, because he had an abiding belief that all would yet come out right, or that the right would appear, and justice finally be awarded to him. And so it would. Building a New Party, A House Divided, and the Lincoln-Douglas Debates, 1855 to 1858. Chapter 11. Unite with Us, and Help Us to Triumph. Building the Illinois Republican Party, 1855 to 1857. "You inquire where I now stand," Lincoln wrote to Joshua Speed in the summer of 1855. "This is a disputed point. I think I am a Whig, but others say there are no Whigs, and that I am an abolitionist. That was not the case," he insisted, "for I now do no more than oppose the extension of slavery." To unite all those who shared this goal became Lincoln's quest. As he helped to build a new anti-slavery party to replace the defunct Whig organization, he little imagined that he would soon become its standard-bearer. In this party endeavor, he displayed the statesmanlike qualities that would characterize his presidency: eloquence, shrewdness, industry, patience, selflessness, diplomacy, commitment to principle, willingness to shoulder responsibility, and a preternatural sense of timing. While many joined the Republican ranks out of hostility to the South, the tolerant Lincoln played down sectional antagonism and focused on the evils of the peculiar institution itself. Difficulty in forming a new party. Of all the obstacles Lincoln faced in rallying Illinoisans against the extension of slavery, none was more formidable than the upsurge of nativism and prohibitionism. In June 1855, the prohibitionist distraction faded after voters in the Prairie State soundly defeated a measure outlawing the sale of liquor. The nativist movement, however, proved more durable. In 1855, the Know-Nothings of Illinois united to form a branch of the American Party, which denounced Catholicism, immigrants, and the expansion of slavery. Their bigotry alienated many other anti-slavery advocates, making it difficult to keep the successful anti-Nebraska coalition intact. Antagonizing the foreign-born, who constituted 20% of Illinois' population, would be politically ruinous, but so too would be any move that offended the nativists. David Davis, who shared Lincoln's views, complained that the intelligent and right-minded and useful portion of the Whig Party in this state will not join the Know-Nothings. They cannot affiliate with them at all, believing their policy to be mean, narrow, and selfish. And hence the state will go for Douglas. The liquor vote goes for the Democrats, and the foreign vote, by the present course of things, is forced to go for them. But for the combined force of these two elements, the democracy would have been by this time, owing to their devotion to slavery, past any chance of doing harm. In the summer and fall of 1855, abolitionists Owen Lovejoy, Joshua R. Giddings, Ichabod Cotting, and Zabina Eastman campaigned throughout Illinois trying to enlist support for their cause and lay the groundwork for a Republican victory in the 1856 presidential election. The Joliet Signal sneered at this effort to promote what it called a nigger-stealing, stinking, putrid abolition party, and Whig papers expressed skepticism about the endeavor. In Quincy at the end of July, the proselytizers managed to convince some western Illinois Whigs, Free Soilers, and anti-Nebraska Democrats to band together on a platform opposing the extension of slavery. When Lovejoy proposed that a state anti-slavery convention meet in Springfield that autumn, Lincoln replied that although he was ready to endorse the principles of the Quincy meeting, the time was not yet ripe for a new party. "Not even you are more anxious to prevent the extension of slavery than I," he told Lovejoy, "and yet the political atmosphere is such just now that I fear to do anything, lest I do wrong." The main problem was that the Know-Nothing organization had not yet entirely crumbled to pieces, and until the anti-slavery forces could win over elements of it, there was not sufficient materials to successfully combat the Nebraska Democracy with. As long as nativists cling to a hope of success under their own organization, they were unlikely to abandon it. I fear an open push by us now may offend them, and tend to prevent our ever getting them. In central Illinois, the Know-Nothings were, Lincoln said, some of his old political and personal friends, among them Joseph Gillespie of Edwardsville. Lincoln hoped their organization would die out without the painful necessity of my taking an open stand against them. Of course, he deplored their principles. Indeed, I do not perceive how any one professing to be sensitive to the wrongs of the Negroes can join in a league to degrade a class of white men. He was not squeamish about combining with anybody who stands right, but the Know-Nothings stood wrong. In 1855, Lincoln, like many others, still nursed a hope that the Whig Party might continue as a viable organization. In the presidential election of 1848, it had won 43% of the popular vote, and 4 years later its share of the vote had declined only slightly to 42%. Moreover, Whigs held 4 of Illinois' 9 seats in the U.S. House of Representatives. Lyman Trumbull concurred with Lincoln about the wisdom of forming a new party. telling Lovejoy that it was very questionable whether it would be advisable, at this time, to call a state convention of all those opposed to the repeal of the Missouri Compromise, irrespective of party. In the Alton area, there is so much party feeling, so great aversion to what is called fusion, that very few Democrats would be likely to unite in a convention composed of all parties. If a convention of the Democracy, opposed equally to the spread of slavery, to abolition, and know-nothingism, could be called, we could, I think, get a respectable representation from this part of the state, and such a movement would probably damage the Nebraska Democracy more than anything else, which could be done. But I do not presume any considerable portion of the North would unite in a convention of this kind. To carry Illinois, we must keep out of the pro-slavery party a large number of those who are Democrats. To accomplish that objective required overcoming old party associations and side issues, such as know-nothingism and the temperance question. Discouraged by Lincoln and Trumbull, Lovejoy and his allies postponed plans for a statewide convention. Joshua Giddings also tried to enlist Lincoln's support for a new anti-slavery party. In September, the Ohio congressman invited Lincoln to meet with him, Archibald Williams, and Richard Yates, saying, "You, my dear sir, may now, by your own personal efforts, give direction to those movements which are to determine the next presidential election." Because he had to be in Cincinnati on business at that time, Lincoln could not accept his friend's invitation. Lincoln's doubts about launching a new party in 1855 were as great as his skepticism about nonviolent abolition. Writing to Kentucky attorney George Robertson, who, during the congressional debates over the Missouri Compromise in 1820, had predicted the peaceable elimination of slavery, Lincoln said, "Since then we have had 36 years of experience, which demonstrated, I think, that there is no peaceful extinction of slavery in prospect for us." Lincoln pointed to the unsuccessful 1849 effort made by Kentuckians, led by Henry Clay, to abolish slavery gradually. Their defeat, together with 1,000 other signs, extinguishes that hope utterly, Lincoln declared. He bemoaned the decline of American virtue since 1776, when the nation called the maxim that all men are created equal a self-evident truth. Now, he said, we have grown so fat and have lost all dread of being slaves ourselves, we have become so greedy to be masters that we call the same maxim a self-evident lie. Sarcastically, he observed, "The 4th of July has not quite dwindled away. It is still a great day for burning firecrackers." The idealism of the Revolutionary era, which had prompted several states to abolish slavery, has itself become extinct, he lamented. Lincoln's compassion for the slaves shone through his assessment of their current plight. "So far as peaceful, voluntary emancipation is concerned," Lincoln wrote to Robertson, "the condition of the Negro slave in America, scarcely less terrible to the contemplation of a free mind, is now as fixed and hopeless of change for the better as that of the lost souls of the finally impenitent." He predicted that the autocrat of all the Russias will resign his crown and proclaim his subjects free republicans sooner than will our American masters voluntarily give up their slaves. Foreshadowing a speech that would make him famous 3 years later, Lincoln told Robertson, "Our political problem now is, can we, as a nation, continue together permanently, forever, half slave and half free? The problem is too mighty for me. May God in His mercy superintend the solution." To another Kentuckian, Joshua Speed, Lincoln also unbosomed himself on the vexed question of slavery. Speed had criticized Northerners for agitating the slavery issue, which he maintained concerned Southerners alone. The people of the North should mind their own business. In response, Lincoln argued that Speed ought to applaud the restraint shown by him and other free state residents who were willing to honor constitutional provisions regarding fugitive slaves and states' rights. With heartfelt emotion, Lincoln reminded Speed of a journey they had taken years earlier. In 1841, you and I had together a tedious low-water trip on a steamboat from Louisiana to St. Louis. You may remember, as I well do, that from Louisiana to the mouth of the Ohio there were on board 10 or a dozen slaves, shackled together with irons. That sight was a continual torment to me, and I see something like it every time I touch the Ohio or any other slave border. It is hardly fair for you to assume that I have no interest in a thing which has, and continually exercises, the power of making me miserable. You ought rather to appreciate how much the great body of the Northern people do crucify their feelings in order to maintain their loyalty to the Constitution and the Union. Passing from old memories to current affairs, Lincoln expressed outrage at events in Kansas, where pro-slavery forces, led by Missourians, ran roughshod over free soilers, stealing elections by fraud and violence, expelling anti-slavery legislators, and passing statutes that forbade criticism of slavery and imposed the death penalty on anyone assisting runaway slaves. When Speed declared that if he were president he would support the death penalty for the so-called Missouri border ruffians, Lincoln replied that there was little hope for a fair decision of the slavery question in Kansas, because the Kansas-Nebraska Act was not really a statute. I look upon that enactment not as a law, but as violence from the beginning. It was conceived in violence, passed in violence, is maintained in violence, and is being executed in violence. Sarcastically, he predicted that Kansas would enter the Union as a slave state, even though most settlers there opposed slavery. By every principle of law ever held by any court, North or South, every Negro taken to Kansas is free. Yet, in utter disregard of this, in the spirit of violence merely, that beautiful legislature in Kansas gravely passes a law to hang men who shall venture to inform a Negro of his legal rights. The friends of slavery would prevail in Congress, Lincoln predicted, because Northern politicians were corruptible. With asperity perhaps rooted in his defeat for the Senate a few months earlier, he told Speed, "Standing as a unit among yourselves, you slaveholders can, directly and indirectly, bribe enough of our men to carry the day, as you could on an open proposition to establish monarchy." Scornfully he referred to the Democratic Party's iron discipline. "Get hold of some man in the North whose position and ability is such that he can make the support of your measure, whatever it may be, a Democratic Party necessity, and the thing is done." Reluctant as he was to deny anyone the enjoyment of property acquired or located in good faith, Lincoln could not admit that good faith in taking a Negro to Kansas to be held in slavery is a possibility with any man. No sensible person could misunderstand the outrageous character of this whole Kansas business. In response to Speed's professed willingness to dissolve the Union if the rights of slaveholders were violated, Lincoln said that he would not back secession if the tables were turned and Kansas were admitted as a slave state. To be sure, Speed had expressed the hope that Kansas would be admitted as a free state. But Lincoln rejoined, "Slaveholders' deeds belied their words. All decent slaveholders talk that way, and I do not doubt their candor, but they never vote that way. In private correspondence or conversation, you will express your preference that Kansas shall be free, but you would vote for no man for Congress who would say the same thing publicly." Echoing his 1854 Peoria address, Lincoln told his friend that slave breeders and slave traders are a small, odious, and detested class among you, and yet in politics they dictate the course of all of you, and are as completely your masters as you are the masters of your own Negroes. Though dubious about the prospects for a free Kansas, Lincoln said he would work for that cause. "In my humble sphere I shall advocate the restoration of the Missouri Compromise, so long as Kansas remains a territory, and when, by all these foul means, it seeks to come into the Union as a slave state, I shall oppose it." In the fall of 1855, Lincoln stumped Illinois to carry out that pledge. As he had done the previous year, he followed Douglas around the state, responding to the Little Giant's attempts to reunite the Democratic Party and vindicate his record. No account of Lincoln's speeches has survived. He probably made arguments similar to the ones contained in his 1854 addresses and in his subsequent letters to Robertson and Speed. Lincoln's efforts won the approval of Samuel Hitt, who told David Davis, "I am glad Lincoln is at Douglas's heels. Douglas's friends here are using every possible means to build him up, and, lamentable to tell, they make some headway." In December, Davis reported that Lincoln made a very few able speeches this fall and was to answer Douglas at Danville, when Douglas was taken sick. The senator had come down with bronchitis and underwent throat surgery in December. He had worn himself out campaigning, not only in Illinois, but in several other states, as he positioned himself for yet another presidential run. During the campaign, Lincoln was also thinking about the 1856 election and how to promote the anti-slavery cause. He probably shared the pessimistic view of David Davis, who noted that election results in New York and Massachusetts gave such an impetus to this know-nothing movement throughout the free states, and so frittered away and weakened the opposition to the democracy, that the next presidential race will certainly be spoiled. In New York and Massachusetts, know-nothing candidates for Secretary of State and Governor, respectively, won. Rufus Choate expressed the disgust that many Northerners, including Lincoln, felt at the nativists' triumph. Anything more low, obscene, feculent, the manifold leavings of history have not cast up. We shall come to the worship of onions, cats, and things vermiculate. To lay plans for combating the know-nothing threat, Lincoln met in January 1856 with Ebenezer Pick, Lyman Trumbull, Jackson Grimshaw, Joseph Gillespie, C.D. Hay, and Gustav Korner, among others. It was agreed that the anti-slavery Whigs and Democrats would have to work together, but they were not sure how to respond to the possibility that the know-nothings might field their own candidates for office. The anti-slavery men, who realized that a former Democrat stood a much better chance of winning than an ex-Whig, favored William H. Bissell for governor. Launching the new party, the Decatur Editors' Convention. Shortly after the 1855 elections, a group of anti-slavery newspapermen launched another attempt to unify the Friends of Freedom. In November, Paul Selby, of the Jacksonville Morgan Journal, proposed that editors of anti-Nebraska journals convene to lay the foundation for a new party. When the Winchester Chronicle seconded the idea, young John G. Nicolay, editor of the Pike County Free Press, provisionally endorsed the suggestion, not only because such a convention would be the most direct means of bringing about a triumphant victory in our next state election, but also because it will tend to bring about a proper appreciation and recognition of the power and influence of the political press. To be effective, all ultraism would have to be avoided and conservative principles adopted as a basis of union. Other editors also feared too much ultraism. Soon after the Pike County Free Press endorsed the formation of a new party, more than 20 papers followed suit. When George T. Brown of the Alton Courier and John T. Morgan of the Quincy Whig suggested that the meeting be held on February 22nd at Decatur, centrally located and well served by trains, Nicolay protested that it will scarcely leave time to make the necessary arrangements. We have plenty of time before us, and it is not worthwhile to act in too much haste. Despite Nicolay's objections, however, the recommendation for time and place was accepted. On January 10th, a call signed by 5 papers appeared in the Decatur, Illinois Chronicle, whose editor, William J. Usry, predicted an attendance of 50 to 75. But when a severe snowstorm hit central Illinois, only 12 hardy journalists managed to reach Decatur for the event. Lincoln participated in the meeting as an informal guest. He had grown more optimistic about the chances for successful fusion because hostility to slavery and to the South was mounting throughout the North, largely in response to the outrages in Kansas. One conservative Northern paper declared that, after fighting the Battle of the South for 12 long years, defending its political rights, domestic institutions, social character, manners, and habits on all occasions, recent occurrences have convinced us that the time has come for the North, with its superior numbers, intelligence, wealth, and power, to take a stand, firm and fixed as its granite hills, against the threatening, bullying, browbeating, skull-breaking spirit of the South, a spirit that tramples on compromise, violates the sacred freedom of parliamentary debate, and murders the settlers upon their common soil for simply opposing, by voice and vote, the fastening of slavery upon a free and virgin territory. However mischievous and detestable the sentiments promulgated by the Republicans may be, they have never resorted to bullets and bludgeons to carry their points, or to silence their opponents. Republicans meeting in Decatur rejoiced at the swift decline of prohibitionist strength and had new confidence that they could defuse the nativist threat. According to Charles H. Ray of the Chicago Tribune, who would play a leading role at the editors' conference, Republicans might win the support of the 20,000 anti-slavery Germans in Illinois by assuring them that the party does not contemplate any change of the naturalization laws. Ray predicted that with such a plank in our temperate platform, and William Bissell thereupon, we can whip Douglas and Nebraska clean out of the state. Ray nonetheless feared that the Democrats were scheming with the Know-Nothings to have Bissell nominated by the nativists before the Republican State Convention, thus tainting him in the eyes of the Germans. "I am still of the opinion that Know-Nothingism will damage us," Ray wrote in early May. "If the Republicans repudiated nativism, we get the German, English, Protestant Irish, Scotch, and Scandinavian vote, in all about 30,000, more than double the Know-Nothing strength, which in its palmiest days was not over 25,000, and is not now 15,000. In Decatur, Lincoln helped draft a platform containing an anti-nativist plank. One editor, German-born George Schneider of the Chicago Staatszeitung, who came to Decatur with his war paint on, had prepared a declaration sharply condemning Know-Nothingism. Because it provoked strong opposition, Schneider turned in desperation to Lincoln, who, after reading it, told the editors, "The resolution introduced by Mr. Schneider is nothing new. It is already contained in the Declaration of Independence, and you cannot form a new party on prescriptive principles." Lincoln's intervention, according to Schneider, saved the resolution and helped to establish the new party on the most liberal democratic basis. Schneider's memory may have been faulty, for the resolution adopted was clearly a compromise. On the one hand, it roundly condemned prejudice in the appointment of men to office. "In regard to office, we hold merit, not birthplace, to be the test, deeming the rule of Thomas Jefferson, 'Is he honest? Is he capable?' the only true rule." In dealing with immigration, the resolution declared that "we shall maintain the naturalization laws as they are, believing as we do that we should welcome the exiles and immigrants from the Old World to homes of enterprise and of freedom in the New." On the other hand, the resolution reached out to the Know-Nothings, who opposed public funding of Catholic schools. "While we are in favor of the widest tolerance upon all matters of religious faith, we repel all attacks upon our common school system, or upon any of our institutions of an educational character, or our civil polity by the adherents of any religious body whatever." Lincoln, with his strong desire to wean away the Know-Nothings, may have added the passage about schools. Lincoln composed the States' Rights plank, which read, "Resolved, that the conditions which are demanded under pleas of rights as being essential to the security of slavery throughout its expanded and expanding area are inconsistent with freedom, an invasion of our rights, oppressive and unjust, and must be resisted." The preamble and the other resolutions called for the restoration of the Missouri Compromise, and endorsed the principle that slavery was local and hence the exception, and freedom national, and hence the rule. But they also affirmed that the Fugitive Slave Act must be obeyed, and that the federal government was not authorized to tamper with slavery in the states where it existed. After adopting this declaration of principles and naming a central committee, which included Herndon, the editors called for a state convention of anti-slavery forces to meet in Bloomington on May 29th. It is likely that Herndon's selection was made at the behest of Lincoln, who evidently wanted him to serve as his agent in building the party. Selby recalled that when the committee was chosen, some of the members were suggested by Mr. Lincoln, while the others received his approval. Throughout the winter and spring, Herndon conducted an active political correspondence, wrote editorials, delivered speeches on behalf of the cause, and helped with preparations for the Bloomington Convention. By having Herndon act as his surrogate, Lincoln probably sought to preserve his reputation as a moderate. The editors did not formally endorse a gubernatorial candidate, though some wanted to run Lincoln. He, however, had been trying, along with other anti-slavery leaders, to woo the popular anti-slavery Democrat and Mexican War hero William H. Bissell, who seemed the most electable of all the anti-Nebraska leaders. In 1850, as a congressman, Bissell had achieved national renown by accepting Jefferson Davis's challenge to a duel. The Illinoisan specified that the weapons should be Army muskets, charged with ball and buckshot, to be used at close range. An eloquent speaker, Bissell suffered from poor health, which made his availability problematic. Lamed by syphilis contracted in Mexico, he would die in 1860, at the age of 49. At the dinner following the editors' convention, Lincoln announced his support for Bissell. When toasted as "our next candidate for the U.S. Senate," he replied that he was very much in the position of the man who was attacked by a robber, demanding his money, when he answered, "My dear fellow, I have no money, but if you will go with me to the light, I will give you my note." Lincoln added, "If you will let me off, I will give you my note." The editors would not let him off, so, after apologizing for his presence, he spoke for half an hour. He stated that he believed he was a sort of interloper there, and was reminded of the incident of a man not possessed of features the ladies would call handsome, while riding on horseback through the woods, met an equestrian. He reined his horse to one side of the bridle path and stopped, waiting for the woman to pass. She also checked her horse to a stop and looked him over in a curious sort of a way, finally broke out with, "Well, for land's sake, you are the homeliest man I ever saw." "Yes, madam, but I cannot help it." "No, I suppose not," she said, "but you might stay at home." Lincoln said that he felt as though he might have stayed at home on that occasion. Turning serious, Lincoln referred to the proposition some of the editors had made that he run for governor. "If I should be chosen," he remarked, "the Democrats would say it was nothing more than an attempt to resurrect the dead body of the old Whig Party. I would secure the vote of that party, but no more, and our defeat will follow as a matter of course. But I can suggest a name that will secure not only the old Whig vote, but enough anti-Nebraska Democrats to give us the victory. That man is Colonel William H. Bissell." The editors' convention had, in effect, launched the Republican Party of Illinois. Under Lincoln's leadership, it steered a moderate course to avoid alienating potential allies, especially conservative Whigs and Know-Nothings. At the same time, it forcefully condemned the expansion of slavery. The editors shied away from the name Republican, which, as anti-slavery Congressman John Wentworth of Chicago observed, meant to many voters a sort of Maine law, free love, spiritual medium, etc., concern. Indeed, the New York Herald charged that socialism in its worst form, including the most advanced theories of women's rights, the division of land, free love, and the exaltation of the desires of the individual over the rights of the family, and the forced equality of all men in phalansteries, or similar organizations are a part of the logical chain of ideas that flow from the anti-slavery theory, which forms the soul of black republicanism. In some states, when anti-slavery forces banded together, they called themselves the People's Party, or the Opposition, rather than Republicans. Understandably, then, the Illinois State Journal declared that the editor's platform was neither Know Nothing nor Republican. First Republican Convention. The gubernatorial nomination would be formally considered at the convention summoned for May 29, 1856, at Bloomington. 3 weeks before that date, the anti-Nebraska forces in Sangamon County issued a call for a convention to choose delegates. Because Lincoln was at that time on the circuit, Herndon, who was busily promoting the convention, took the liberty of signing his partner's name to the call. Herndon's claim that he propelled a reluctant Lincoln to throw himself into the movement to establish the Republican Party is improbable. John M. Scott rightly observed that the Bloomington Convention came about mainly through Lincoln's management and by his advice. Moderation was the watchword that spring. As Herndon told Lyman Trumbull, "We intend to get the best men in our state to attend the convention in Bloomington, and where we hope to be conservative, not hunkerish, firm, conciliatory, united, putting every man's individual opinions on other questions out of sight, sinking them in the greater one of slavery extension, and to frame some broad, liberal, conciliatory, firm resolutions or platform." E.B. Washburn urged Richard Yates to help recruit delegates for the Bloomington Convention. "If we will all wheel in under that anti-Nebraska convention call and go to work to get delegations from all the counties, we can have a convention, which in point of character and ability will be without a parallel in the state's history." Most important, the anti-Nebraska forces needed to select the right gubernatorial candidate. As Lincoln had suggested at Decatur, William Bissell was the obvious choice. In January, the colonel had indicated a willingness to run, saying that although his health was shaky, and he would prefer to serve as a private in the ranks rather than a leader, he would do whatever the party thought best. By early May, he had changed his mind. As he explained to Trumbull, he began to fear the anti-Nebraska organization was not being formed for success. "The convention at Bloomington is too likely to be composed of the same persons, and very few others, that composed the Decatur Convention. And nominations by such a convention are but the surest modes of killing off the nominees." Instead of these Whig editors leading the way, he said, the anti-Nebraska Democrats ought to have rallied and taken the control and direction of this Bloomington Convention, made it and its candidates their own. Bissell concluded, "My present inclination is to decline a nomination, should one be tendered me." Bissell's reluctance placed the entire movement in jeopardy. No record of Lincoln's direct attempts to reassure him survives, but through Herndon he indirectly conveyed the optimism needed to dispel Bissell's gloom. 2 weeks after Bissell had expressed his reluctance to run for the governorship, Herndon told Trumbull of an upbeat discussion he had just had with his partner. "Lincoln and myself had a long talk in reference to affairs, and I have never seen him so sanguine of success, as in this election. He is warm. I gathered this from him. Recollect he has been round our judicial circuit, that the people are warm and full of feeling on this question, this great and mighty issue. They have moved more since Bissell wrote you than in the past year. Never saw so much dogged determination to fight it out. The Democrats are coming to us daily, and if you will look over our papers, you will see that Lincoln is correct. He says this, that some few corrupt old-line Whigs who are gaping for office in and about towns are going with the nigger-driving gentlemen, that is, Democrats, but that the Whigs and Democrats in the country are all right on the question, and are becoming more so every day. Riper and riper they grow for freedom, the longer the time is extended." Prospects brightened 4 days later when Bissell reversed course, informing George T. Brown, a leading organizer of the Bloomington Convention, that he would in fact accept the gubernatorial nomination, even though his health was so impaired that he could not campaign vigorously. Brown, who would preside at the opening of the conclave at Bloomington, had worked hard to ensure that the tone of the proceedings will be conservative. On May 27th, Lincoln probably felt relieved as he boarded a train in Danville, where he had been attending court, and headed off to Bloomington. There, if Brown's efforts proved effective, if Bissell honored his most recent pledge, and if the delegates ratified a moderate platform, like the one hammered out at the editors' conference in February, victory seemed entirely possible. While in Danville, Lincoln had also been able to recruit several young lawyers and editors to accompany him to Bloomington. En route to the convention, Lincoln and Henry C. Whitney strolled about Decatur during the layover. Upon reaching the courthouse, Lincoln grew reminiscent, describing his experiences in Macon and Sangamon counties during the 1830s, the Hanks family, and the difficulties he had to overcome in his early life. Later that afternoon, seated on a tree trunk in a brush thicket, he expressed to his colleagues, including Joseph O. Cunningham, his hopes and fears of the results of the coming convention and of his earnest wish that the old Whig element from southern Illinois might be well represented there. He did not, Cunningham recalled, attempt to conceal fears and misgivings entertained by him as to the outcome of the gathering. He was well assured that the radical element of the northern counties would be there in force, and feared the effect upon the conservative element of the central and southern parts of the state. The next day, as his train rolled northward toward Bloomington, Lincoln anxiously inquired of fellow passengers if they were delegates from southern Illinois, where anti-slavery sentiment was scarce. He was jubilant upon discovering 2 trainmates from Egypt who would attend the convention. Arriving in Bloomington the next day, Lincoln eagerly sought out Whig friends from Egypt, among them Jesse K. Du Bois. Lincoln's goal was to persuade Du Bois and other conservatives to unite with the abolitionists of northern Illinois and the moderates of the central part of the state. Energetically, but discreetly, holding no official position other than the chairman of the Nominations Committee, Lincoln was the master spirit of the convention, managing through some political alchemy to convince former enemies to set aside their differences and cooperate for the greater good. Chicago delegate John Locke Scripps thought that no other man exerted so wide and salutary an influence in harmonizing differences, in softening and obliterating prejudices, and bringing into a cordial union those who for years had been bitterly hostile to each other. Whitney never saw him more busily engaged, more energetically at work, or with his mind and heart so thoroughly enlisted. Although Lincoln was in a state of enthusiasm and suppressed excitement throughout this convention, he kept his mental balance and was not swerved by a hair's breadth from perfect equipoise in speech or action. Whitney was in a good position to observe Lincoln, for he stayed with him at David Davis's house during the convention. In promoting moderation at the convention, Lincoln had help from T. Lyle Dickey and Archibald Williams, who were also staying at the Davis house. Those 3, said Whitney, did more than all others combined in shaping the moderate and conservative platform. In particular, they helped craft the main slavery plank in the platform, which said, "Resolved, that we hold in accordance with the opinions and practices of all the great statesmen of all parties, for the first 60 years of the administration of the government, that under the Constitution Congress possesses full power to prohibit slavery in the territories, and that while we maintain all constitutional rights of the South, we also hold that justice, humanity, the principles of freedom as expressed in our Declaration of Independence, and our national Constitution, and the purity and perpetuity of our government, require that that power should be exerted to prevent the extension of slavery into territories heretofore free." In justifying this stance to radical anti-Nebraska Democrats, Lincoln said, Your party is so mad at Douglas for wrecking his party that it will gulp down anything. But our party, the Whig Party, is fresh from Kentucky and must not be forced to radical measures. The abolitionists will go with us anyway, and your wing of the Democratic Party the same, but the Whigs hold the balance of power and will be hard to manage anyway. Why, I had a hard time holding Du Bois when he found Lovejoy and Cotting here. He insisted on going home at once. Intervening to settle more disputes between radicals and conservatives, Lincoln offered advice on the other platform planks, which were based on the document adopted at the Decatur Editors' Conference. They denounced the violence in Kansas, called for the restoration of the Missouri Compromise, urged the admission of Kansas as a free state, professed devotion to the Union, pledged to support the Constitution of the United States and all its provisions, criticized nativist bigotry. We will proscribe no one by legislation or otherwise on account of religious opinions or in consequence of place of birth, and attacked the administration of Governor Matson. The platform was adopted unanimously. The convention chose a slate of presidential electors, headed by Lincoln and Frederick Hecker, a German-born anti-slavery leader who persuaded many of his fellow countrymen to support the Republican Party. Lincoln was also named a delegate to the Republican National Convention, scheduled to meet in June at Philadelphia. Uniting the delegates was their indignation at events in Kansas, where on May 21st, pro-slavery militia sacked the Free Soil town of Lawrence, and in Washington, where on May 22nd, Congressman Preston Brooks of South Carolina cudgeled abolitionist Senator Charles Sumner of Massachusetts into insensibility at the Capitol. Earlier in May, another Southern-born Democratic congressman, Philemon T. Herbert of California, shot and killed an Irish waiter in a Washington hotel dining room. Those violent acts enraged the North. In the subsequent election campaign, Republicans aroused the free states with their appeal to remember Bleeding Kansas and Bleeding Sumner. Fueling the anger in Bloomington were refugees from Kansas, including Governor Andrew H. Reeder, who on the night of May 28th described to a crowd the violence he had observed in that territory before being compelled to flee for his life. The people who heard Reeder speak called for Lincoln, who briefly compared the abrogation of the Missouri Compromise to the destruction of a fence, thus allowing one man's cattle to eat the crops belonging to his neighbor. Lincoln also spoke of the outrages in Kansas, including the destruction of newspaper offices and the dismissal of government employees for political reasons. The next day, another fugitive from Kansas, James S. Emory of Lawrence, portrayed the outrages he had witnessed in that territory. After Emory described the sacking of Lawrence, he watched Lincoln stride to the podium with a giraffe-like gait. His hair was tousled, his clothes were not neat, and his shoulders were stooped. But the delegates, so arrested by Lincoln's intensely serious look, scarcely noticed his appearance. Emory recalled that he had once held the big audience and handled it like the master he was before the people, pleading in a great and just cause. Incredibly, Lincoln's remarks on that occasion have not survived, and this oration, believed to be one of his masterpieces, has become known as the Lost Speech. Reporters were allegedly so carried away by it that they dropped their pencils and listened spellbound. Although many journalists were present, only 2 brief newspaper accounts of the speech's substance were extant. According to the Alton Courier, edited by George T. Brown, Lincoln enumerated the pressing reasons of the present movement, said he was here ready to fuse with anyone who would unite with him to oppose the slave power, and referred to the bugbear of disunion, which was so vaguely threatened. Apropos of Southern threats to secede, he said, "It was to be remembered that the Union must be preserved in the purity of its principles, as well as in the integrity of its territorial parts." He quoted from Daniel Webster's famous reply to Robert Hayne in 1830. Liberty and union, now and forever, one and inseparable. Lincoln also rejected Douglas's contention that his doctrine of popular sovereignty squared with the teachings of Henry Clay, and maintained that a sentiment in favor of white slavery now prevailed in all the slave state papers, except for a few border states. Lincoln was doubtless referring to the Richmond Enquirer, which he saw regularly. The journal ran several inflammatory editorials, declaring, among other things, "Slavery is the natural and normal condition of the laboring man, whether white or black. Make the laboring man the slave of one man, instead of the slave of society, and he will be far better off. 200 years of labor have made laborers a pauper banditti. Free society has failed, and that which is not free must be substituted. We do not adopt the theory that Ham was the ancestor of the Negro race. The Jewish slaves were not Negroes, and to confine the jurisdiction of slavery to that race would be to weaken its scriptural authority, for we read of no Negro slavery in ancient times. Slavery, black or white, is necessary." The only other contemporary account of Lincoln's remarks appeared in the Belleville Advocate, edited by Nathan Niles, a delegate to the convention. Abraham Lincoln, by his wonderful eloquence, electrified the audience of 2,000 men, and excelled himself. Men who had heard him often said he never spoke as well before. He paid his respects to those national Whigs, as they call themselves, who are all the time stepping about to the music of the Union. He had no doubt but that the music of the overseer's lash upon a mulatto girl's back would make some of them dance a Virginia hornpipe. "Let them step," he said, "let them dance to the music of the Union, while we, my old Whig friends, stand fast by principle and freedom and the Union together." In a dispatch written that day, John Locke Scripps described the delivery and reception of Lincoln's speech. "For an hour and a half he held the assemblage spellbound by the power of his argument, the intense irony of his invective, and the deep earnestness and fervid brilliance of his eloquence. When he concluded, the audience sprang to their feet, and cheer after cheer told how deeply their hearts had been touched, and their souls warmed." The Bloomington Pantagraph said of Lincoln's words, "Several most heart-stirring and powerful speeches were made during the convention, but without being invidious, we must say that Mr. Lincoln, on Thursday evening, surpassed all others, even himself. His points were unanswerable, and the force and power of his appeals irresistible." Reminiscent accounts tend to confirm the meager press reports. Thomas J. Henderson recalled that at one point, Lincoln, after repelling with great power and earnestness the charge of disunion made against the anti-Nebraska party, stood up as if on tiptoe, his tall form erect, his long arms extended, his face fairly radiant with the flush of excitement, and, as if addressing those preferring the charge of disunionism, he slowly but earnestly and impressively said, "We do not intend to dissolve the Union, nor do we intend to let you dissolve it." Then, Henderson said, everybody present rose as one man to their feet, and there was a universal burst of applause, such as I have never seen on any other occasion. It was amid the wildest excitement and enthusiasm, continued for several minutes before Mr. Lincoln resumed his speech. Others remembered Lincoln uttering a slightly different version of that rousing sentence, obviously a reply to Southern leaders who threatened disunion if an anti-slavery candidate won the White House. "We say to our Southern brethren, we won't go out of the Union, and you shan't." Judge John M. Scott of Bloomington recollected that as Lincoln began speaking, there was an expression on his face of intense emotion seldom, if ever, seen upon anyone before. It was the emotion of a great soul. Even in stature he appeared greater. A sudden stillness settled over that body of thoughtful men as Mr. Lincoln commenced to speak. Everyone wanted to hear what he had to say. After his customary slow beginning and careful choice of words, Lincoln steadily increased in power and strength of utterance, until every word that fell from his lips had a fullness of meaning not before so fully appreciated. The scene in that old hall was one of impressive grandeur. Every man, the venerable as well as the young and the strong, stood upon his feet. In a brief moment, everyone in that assembly came to feel as one man, to think as one man, and to purpose and resolve as one man. It was, Scott believed, the speech of his life in the estimation of many who heard it. It was a triumph that comes to but few speakers. It was an effect that could only be produced by the truest eloquence. Other eyewitness testimony confirms Scott's awestruck account. The failure of newspapers to report the content of Lincoln's remarks may have resulted from a deliberate political decision. It appears that the speech was not fully written out. Lincoln told the crowd the night before that he had prepared a speech, but he may have meant that he had assembled some notes or an outline. According to Joseph Medill, Lincoln did not write out even a memorandum of his Bloomington speech beforehand, but he carefully prepared it nonetheless. He intended days before to make it, and conned it over in his mind an outline and gathered his facts, and arranged his arguments in regular order, and trusted to the inspiration of the occasion to furnish him the diction with which to clothe the skeleton of his great oration. After the address, Mr. Lincoln was strongly urged by party friends to write out his speech, to be used as a campaign document for the Fremont presidential contest of that year. But he declared that it would be impossible for him to recall the language he used on that occasion, as he had spoken under some excitement. Beyond that excuse of faulty memory, however, Medill believed that after Mr. Lincoln cooled down, he was rather pleased that his speech had not been reported, as it was too radical an expression on the slavery question for the digestion of Central and Southern Illinois at that time, and that he preferred to let it stand as a remembrance in the minds of his audience. In 1908, Eugene F. Baldwin, a Peoria editor and publisher, agreed that the great mass of the leaders felt that Lincoln made too radical a speech, and they did not want it produced for fear it would damage the party. Lincoln himself said he had put his foot into it, and asked reporters to simply report the meeting and not attempt to record his words, and they agreed to it. Some biographers have endorsed this conclusion, which seems plausible, though no hard evidence supports it. It is also possible that reporters were indeed so caught up in the excitement that they stopped writing in order to listen. That had happened before, when Edward Bates delivered a stirring address at the Chicago River and Harbor Convention in 1847. Returning to Springfield, Lincoln was accosted on the train by a delegate who declared, "I never swear, but that was the damnedest best speech I ever heard." On June 10th, before a crowd at the Springfield courthouse, Lincoln hailed the work of the convention. The Democratic Register sneered, "His niggerism has as dark a hue as that of William Lloyd Garrison or Fred Douglass." The 1856 campaign. With Bissell heading their state ticket, anti-Nebraskaites had reason to be optimistic. "Since the nomination of Bissell, we are in good trim in Illinois," Lincoln reported. "If we can save pretty nearly all the Whigs, we shall elect him, I think, by a very large majority." But saving the old-line Whigs would not be easy. Archibald Williams described such a Whig as a gentleman who takes his toddy regularly and votes the Democratic ticket occasionally. Nationally, the Democrats reacted to the public revulsion against the Kansas-Nebraska Act and the turmoil in Kansas by rejecting both incumbent President Franklin Pierce and Stephen A. Douglas. Instead, they chose as their standard-bearer James Buchanan of Pennsylvania, who had recently been in London as U.S. Minister to the Court of St. James and thus was untainted by the Kansas-Nebraska Act and its consequences. This move alarmed Lincoln, who observed that a good many Whigs of conservative feelings and slight pro-slavery proclivities withal are inclined to go for him, and will do it unless the anti-Nebraska nomination be such as to divert them. Lincoln, who had worked so hard to ensure that Illinois Republicans avoided taking a radical anti-slavery stance, hoped the Republican National Convention, meeting in mid-June at Philadelphia, would follow suit. His favorite candidate was John McLean, whose nomination, he said, would save every Whig except such as have already gone over hook and line. The mainstream Whigs might, however, flee to Buchanan if the Republican chose a radical, like Salmon P. Chase of Ohio, Nathaniel P. Banks of Massachusetts, William Henry Seward of New York, Frank P. Blair of Missouri, or John C. Fremont of California. Blair and Fremont might be acceptable to Illinois Whigs for vice president, but not president. To former Democrat Lyman Trumbull, Lincoln pointed out that 90% of the anti-Nebraska votes came from old Whigs. Rhetorically, he asked, "In setting stakes, is it safe to totally disregard them? Can we possibly win if we do so?" Alluding to his own defeat at Trumbull's hands, he noted, "So far they have been disregarded. I need not point out the instances." Lincoln assured Trumbull that he was in, and shall go for any one nominated unless he be platformed expressly or impliedly on some ground which I may think wrong. Lincoln's view was shared by his friend Orville H. Browning, who told Trumbull, "McLean, in my opinion, would be stronger in this state than anyone whose name has been suggested. We have many, very many, tender-footed Whigs who are frightened by ugly names that could not be carried for Fremont, but who would readily unite with us upon McLean." Though chosen a delegate to the Republican National Convention, Lincoln did not attend. At Bloomington, he had declined the honor on account of his poverty and business engagements. But when Jesse W. Fell offered to pay his expenses, Lincoln said he might be able to go after all. At the last minute, however, Lincoln wired Fell that he could not accept, so Fell's brother, Kersey, went as his replacement. At the same time, Lincoln, who was on the circuit, urged Trumbull to attend. On June 15th, the senator replied that he had hesitated to go, "But your letter just received decides the question. I will go, and do what I can to have a conservative man nominated and conservative measures adopted." Lincoln wrote to Elihu B. Washburne, endorsing McLean. Delegates at the convention used that letter to bolster the Ohioans' candidacy. At Philadelphia, the Republicans did not choose a conservative candidate. To Lincoln's dismay, John C. Fremont, a former Democrat known as the Pathfinder for his celebrated explorations in the West, secured the presidential nomination. William L. Dayton of New Jersey was selected as his running mate. Though chagrined by the nomination of Fremont, Lincoln doubtless found some consolation in the 110 votes he himself received for vice president. The Illinois delegation had supported McLean for president. When that Ohioan lost, a leading Prairie State delegate, Congressman William B. Archer, resolved to nominate Lincoln for the second spot on the ticket. Working well into the night with Nathaniel Green Wilcox and Martin P. Sweet, Archer lined up support for Lincoln. At the Illinois caucus, Trumbull declared that they should pick a man of decided Whig antecedents for vice president. When Wilcox suggested Lincoln, Trumbull said he had named a very good man. No one, however, seconded the motion. Several hours later, well into the night, Wilcox met with Archer and others, including 2 delegates from Indiana, Caleb B. Smith and Schuyler Colfax. Upon learning that Easterners were uniting on Dayton, Wilcox again suggested to Archer that they back Lincoln. Archer responded positively and summoned the other Illinois delegates, who resolved to present Lincoln's name to the convention. Archer, Wilcox, William Ross, and others lobbied throughout the night, calling on Daniel S. Dickinson and Thurlow Weed of New York, Thaddeus Stevens of Pennsylvania, and Chauncey F. Cleveland of Connecticut. Archer asked a fellow congressman, John Allison of Pennsylvania, to nominate Lincoln. The next day Allison complied, describing Lincoln as a prince of good fellows and an old-line Whig. Seconding the nomination, Archer declared that he had been acquainted with the man who had been named for 30 years. He was born in gallant Kentucky and was now in the prime of life and enjoying remarkable good health. And besides, the speaker knew him to be as pure a patriot as ever lived. He would give the convention to understand that with him on the ticket there was no danger of northern Illinois. Illinois was safe with him, and he believed she was safe without him. With him, however, she was doubly safe. Suddenly an Ohio delegate interrupted Archer, shouting out, "Will he fight?" To the amusement of the delegates, Archer, a gray-haired old gent, slightly bent with age, then jumped straight from the floor, as high as the secretary's table, and cried out, shrill and wild, "Yes!" The delegates were convulsed, and a tremendous yell of approbation substantially inserted a fighting plank in the platform. According to the journalist Murat Halstead, Archer slightly spoiled the effect of his vaulting performance, adding, "Why, he's from Kentucky, and all Kentuckians will fight." There was a peculiar restlessness and heavy breathing from the multitude, showing that they were strong in faith that men born north of the Ohio could fight as well as those who had suffered the accident of birth on the other side of that stream. Also seconding Lincoln's nomination was John M. Palmer, who said, "I have known him long, and I know he is a good man and a hard worker in the field, although I never heard him, for when he was on the stump, I dodged. He is my first choice. We can lick Buchanan anyway, but I think we can do it a little easier if we have Lincoln on the ticket with John C. Fremont." Representative John Van Dyke of New Jersey, who had served with Lincoln in the 30th Congress, added his voice to the modest chorus of praise. "I knew Abraham Lincoln in Congress well, and for months I sat by his side. I knew him all through, and I knew him to be a first-rate man in every respect." These gratifying accolades came too late. Dayton won on the second ballot, largely because of his conservative Whig background, because his state was doubtful, because he had supported McLean, because he was not a know-nothing, and because he had ingratiated himself with the anti-slavery forces by endorsing an amendment to the Fugitive Slave Act, providing jury trials for accused runaways. Wilcox thought that if the entire Illinois delegation had worked for Lincoln from the start, and if the convention had delayed selecting a vice presidential candidate for a few hours, Lincoln would have won. Lincoln did not actively encourage friends to promote his vice presidential candidacy. He had earlier told O.B. Ficklin, who suggested that he might be suitable for that honor, "There is one office I am not fitted for, the office of vice president." Ficklin knew he referred to his lack of grace and elegant manners, so desirable in a presiding officer of the U.S. Senate. He had no thought of becoming president. The Senate was his aim. Word that he had been seriously considered for the vice presidency may have changed Lincoln's mind. Jesse W. Wyke wrote that this tribute to his genius and ability reportedly afforded him more real gratification than any other which came to him during the years of his political activity. When the news arrived of his near nomination for vice president, Lincoln modestly shrugged it off, saying the candidate being discussed was probably Levi Lincoln of Massachusetts. After friends showed him that indeed he was the one who almost won the vice presidential nomination, he remained seemingly unmoved, but according to James H. Matheny, it may have inspired him to think of running for the presidency, and Henry C. Whitney believed that, from that time, Lincoln trimmed his sails to catch the breeze which might waft him to the White House. Lincoln probably was flattered by notices in the Republican press. The Chicago Democrat said, "We are glad Mr. Lincoln got so many votes for vice president. There is no political Maine-lawism," a reference to prohibition, or know-nothingism about him, and a better Fremont man does not live. The Ottawa Republican was even more complimentary. "We would have supported Mr. Lincoln for the second office, in the gift of the people, though we hope some day to vote for him for the first. He is among the men who endure." Hobbled by Fremont's nomination, Illinois' fledgling Republicans also faced a dilemma in the 3rd Congressional District, where, on July 2nd, an uncompromising abolitionist, Owen Lovejoy, defeated Leonard Sweatt's bid to run for a U.S. House seat. Lovejoy, whose brother Elijah had been murdered in 1837 by an anti-abolitionist mob in Alton, seemed too radical for mainstream voters. A Congregationalist minister, he fiercely opposed slavery. Short, stout, with a face of flint, a mouth of decision, and in every way and motion bearing the mark of a radical, suggestive and indomitable man, he was quick and peremptory, and not over-courteous in his bearing, looking like one more ready to demand his rights and to enforce them than to ask favors. Alarmed conservatives bolted and looked for another candidate. On July 16th, they chose T. Lyle Dickey to challenge Lovejoy and his Democratic opponent, threatening to split the anti-slavery vote. Although Lincoln did not directly urge his good friend Dickey to withdraw, he did so indirectly through David Davis. To Davis, he explained on July 7th, "When I heard that Sweatt was beaten and Lovejoy nominated, it turned me blind. I was, by invitation, on my way to Princeton, where Lovejoy lived, and I really thought of turning back. However, on reaching that region and seeing the people there, their great enthusiasm for Lovejoy, considering the activity they will carry into the contest with him, and their great disappointment if he should now be torn from them, I really think it best to let the matter stand." Acknowledging that it is not my business to advise in this case, he nonetheless told Davis to show his letter to others, including Asahel Gridley, who had denounced Lovejoy as a nigger thief. 2 days after the Bloomington conclave, Davis, echoing Lincoln's arguments, informed Dickey that even though the nomination of Lovejoy deadens enthusiasm, dispirits and causes all people who really love the Union of the States to pause, the sentiment in favor of him was strong throughout the district because the outrages in Kansas and the general conduct of the administration, with the attack on Mr. Sumner, have made abolitionists of those who never dreamed they were drifting into it. The many Whigs objecting to Lovejoy's nomination, among them Davis, who despised him, still preferred the preacher, as an opponent of slavery expansion, to a Democrat who did not oppose it. Others felt that Lovejoy had won the nomination fairly, that the process should be honored, and that they had agreed to fuse and must abide by the decision of the Fusion Convention. "Lovejoy's views and opinions are becoming the views and opinions of a majority of the people," Davis observed. If Dickey ran, he would surely lose. In mid-September, Dickey reluctantly agreed to withdraw. 7 weeks later, Lovejoy won by more than 6,000 votes. Lincoln's own congressional district also caused him distress, for Yates declined to run for the seat he had lost 2 years earlier. In July, Lincoln met with Yates, Trumbull, James Matheny, and other Republican leaders in an attempt to persuade John M. Palmer to run, and former Whigs to support him if he did. When Palmer refused, the Republicans settled on little-known John Williams as their sacrificial lamb in the congressional race. Lincoln threw himself into the presidential campaign, delivering over 50 speeches around Illinois in an unusually bitter and violent campaign. His principal concern was to woo disaffected Whigs, a class well represented by his old friend Joseph Gillespie, who still resented the anti-Nebraska Democrats who had voted against Lincoln for senator the previous year. Gillespie was tempted to support the American Party ticket, headed by former Whig President Millard Fillmore. In June, Gillespie told Lincoln that when he saw the results of the Bloomington Convention, he had entertained the hope that conservatives would band together to defeat the forces of Douglas and Pierce. But when he learned that a leading anti-Nebraska Democratic paper in Alton endorsed James Buchanan for president, he concluded that the Democrats who had participated in the Bloomington Convention were betraying the cause. Therefore, he would vote for a true conservative like Fillmore, even if the former president stood little chance of winning, for it would be more creditable to be fighting under that banner than to triumph in such company as I fear some of the wire workers at Bloomington are. Lincoln heard from others to the same effect. A Southern Illinoisan told him that, as Mr. Fillmore was elected to the vice presidency as a Whig in 1848, many of the Whigs in this section of our county still adhere to him, not considering by whom he was nominated. Hence the difficulty here to get all the Whigs here to drop him. To enlist anti-slavery Whigs, Lincoln had to confront the charge of abolitionism and fears of disunion. John M. Palmer reported that in southern Illinois, the dog howl of abolitionism, black republicanism, had frightened many old Whigs. In addition, others feel that they are called specially to the patriotic duty of saving the Union, which can only be done by throwing their votes away on Fillmore. Lincoln learned that his friend Edwin B. Webb is really right and wants to have Richardson and Douglas defeated, but stands opposed to abolitionism, and is afraid of separating the Union through any means, and fancies the Republican movements are likely to do it. Webb was reportedly a good soul, a right-minded man, but timidly afraid of doing mischief to the integrity and perpetuity of the Union. From Springfield, Benjamin S. Edwards reported that Fremont's nomination was particularly unfortunate, for in central Illinois a great many are startled by the cry of abolitionist, and will shrink from the support of a man of so little reputation as Fremont, and one whom they are persuaded was forced on the public by abolitionists. Nor is he liked by the Whigs, who, though willing to support a Democrat in opposition to Buchanan, are not yet prepared to support unhesitatingly a man whose antecedents have so little to recommend him. Edwards told Lyman Trumbull that Illinois Republicans faced an uphill fight. You need vindication against the charges of abolition and opposition to the Union, which, however unfounded they may be, are yet made and must be met. Lincoln responded to the challenge energetically. With Herndon, he stumped extensively, particularly in southern Illinois, where his services were in demand. This was disagreeable, discouraging labor. Frequently, crowds failed to turn out because there were simply too few Republicans in the area. In rural counties, Republican processions, headed by a few frantic marshals leading a brass band and a carriage full of local dignitaries, often looked pitiful when the shy farmers would not fall in behind them. The result was a poor excuse for a parade. Among the many annoyances speakers had to endure were odoriferous petroleum torches, glee clubs singing banal campaign songs nasally, loud brass bands playing indoors, and tedious party adherents who boasted endlessly of their service to the cause. Lincoln began to canvass the state in July with a speech at Lovejoy's hometown of Princeton. He proceeded to Dixon, Sterling, Chicago, Galena, and Oregon City. No full text of his many other Illinois addresses that year has survived, but in an extant draft fragment of his Galena speech, he refuted the charge of sectionalism leveled against the Republicans, a charge he called the most difficult objection we have to meet. Lincoln briefly summarized the naked issue that divided the Democrats from his party. Shall slavery be allowed to extend into U.S. territories now legally free? Appealing to fair-minded voters, he asked, how is one side of this question more sectional than the other? If the parties were, like most other institutions, divided along sectional lines, how should the problem be solved? The answer was simple, he declared. One side must yield. Republicans boldly say, let all who really think slavery ought to spread into free territory openly go over against us. But why, he asked, should anyone who opposed slavery vote Democratic? Do they really think the right ought to yield to the wrong? Are they afraid to stand by the right? Do they fear that the Constitution is too weak to sustain them in the right? Do they really think that by right surrendering to wrong, the hopes of our Constitution, our Union, and our liberties can possibly be bettered? To those who objected that Fremont and Dayton were both from free states, Lincoln pointed out that the Constitution stipulated that the President and Vice President must come from different states, not different sections. Although it had become customary for one of the standard-bearers to be a resident of a free state and his running mate from a slave state, it was not mandatory. He conceded that Fremont would probably receive all of his electoral votes from free states, but Lincoln pointed out that Buchanan expected to win mainly with the votes of slave states, with some help north of the Mason-Dixon line. Why, Lincoln asked, was this the case? It is not because one side of the question dividing them is more sectional than the other, nor because of any difference in the mental or moral structure of the people north and south. It is because, in that question, the people of the South have an immediate, palpable, and immensely great pecuniary interest, while, with the people of the North, it is merely an abstract question of moral right, with only slight and remote pecuniary interest added. The value of Southern slaves would double if slavery were allowed to expand. It would be reduced if slavery were hemmed in. This consideration unites the Southern people as one man, but it cannot be demonstrated that the North will gain $1 by restricting it. It was a pity, Lincoln observed, that moral principle constituted a looser bond than pecuniary interest. He excoriated Northern Democratic presidential aspirants for selling out to the South. Scornfully, he noted that the party lash and personal ambition led them to auction off their principles and abandon their own honest impulses and sense of right. At Princeton, young Clark E. Carr attended Lincoln's speech and found it disappointing. From what I had heard of Mr. Lincoln, I expected to be interested in his speech, to be greatly moved and charmed by his eloquence, Carr wrote. But there was not a brilliant utterance, no flight of oratory, no well-rounded periods, no rhetorical climax, simply a plain, homely talk, rather an apology than otherwise for being a Republican. He took great pains to make the audience understand that, while he abhorred slavery, to be a Republican did not by any means imply an effort to overthrow slavery, but simply to prevent its extension into new territory. He gave a history of the Missouri Compromise and made a lawyer's argument to prove that it was constitutional, and that there was no justification for its repeal. Among other things, he declared himself not to be opposed to the fugitive slave law. He used such homely illustrations as that the thing was as plain as the nose on a man's face, like rain running off from a duck's back, and the longest pole gets the persimmons. He did not attempt to conceal the fact that he had always been a high-tariff Whig, but he handled that matter gingerly, so as not to drive away the free-soil Democrats who were inclined to come into the new Republican Party. Journalist Noah Brooks, who heard Lincoln speak at Dixon, assessed him differently. His irresistible force of logic, clinching power of argument, and manly disregard of everything like sophistry or claptrap impressed not only Republicans like Brooks, but also rock-ribbed Democrats, who had withstood the arguments and truths of scores of able men. Those Democrats were forced to confess that their reason was held captive while they listened to the plain, straightforward, and sledgehammer logic of the speaker. Brooks remembered that when Lincoln first stood on the platform, almost everyone was disappointed by his personal appearance. But once he started to explain the reasonableness of what was asked by the North, and the madness and folly of the demand of the South that all governmental power and legislative action should be subservient to the interests of her own peculiar institutions, his manner and appearance were entirely lost and forgotten in the magic of his eloquence, and in the fund of irresistible argument which he poured forth. Lincoln's manner, never tedious or harsh, became instinct with life, energy, and electric vivacity. Every motion was graceful, every inflection of his voice melodious, and when, dropping for the moment argument, he good-naturedly appealed to his fellow Republicans to admit certain alleged charges, and then went on to show how, notwithstanding all this, the platform and principles of the party were untouched and uninjured. His consummate shrewdness and long-headed, astute perceptions of the truth never failed to touch the audience with a sudden shock of pleasure and surprise, which brought forth spontaneous bursts of applause from friends and opponents. When an unusually impertinent and persistent heckler interrupted him, Lincoln wearily replied, "Look here, my friend, you are only making a fool of yourself by exposing yourself to the ridicule which I have thus far succeeded in bringing upon you every time you have interrupted me. You ought to know that men whose business it is to speak in public make it a part of their business to have something always ready for just such fellows as you are. You see you stand no show against a man who has met 100 times just such flings as you seem to fancy are original with yourself. So you may as well, to use a popular expression, dry up at once." Lincoln also defeated hecklers in Vandalia. When a Democratic physician interrupted him, calling Fremont a woolly head, Lincoln retorted, "What has Fremont said that you call him a woolly head? I ask you, sir." The doctor offered no response. "You can make this charge, and yet, when called upon to justify it, your lips are sealed," Lincoln said. As the doctor consulted with friends, Lincoln remarked, "That's right, gentlemen, take counsel together and give me your answer." Finally, the heckler said that Fremont found the woolly horse, that is, supported abolitionism, and ate dogs. "That ain't true. But if it was, how does it prove that Fremont is a woolly head? How?" Lincoln queried. The doctor, wearing the expression of a man standing on a bed of live coals, did not get off any answer. Lincoln closed the colloquy, saying, "You're treed, my friend." In early August, Lincoln swung through southeastern Illinois. At Grandview, he was accompanied by Henry P.H. Bromwell, who recalled that Lincoln made one of the most masterly speeches of his life, and his jovial spirit seemed to fill the assembly, even though the room contained more than 100 Fillmore and Buchanan supporters, and only half a dozen Republicans. In nearby Shelbyville, Lincoln and Democrat Anthony Thornton, an aristocrat in mien, deportment, and bearing, commensurately financed, elegantly attired, and possessing unusual ability with energy to use it, were to debate on August 9th. Thornton recollected that because it was my meeting, and as a matter of courtesy, I consented that Mr. Lincoln should open the discussion. He commenced at 2 o'clock and spoke until nearly 5. He knew he was addressing people who sympathized with the South, and he made a most ingenious and plausible speech. He, however, spoke so very long that I became apprehensive as to any effort I might make to a wearied crowd. I began my reply by telling one of Mr. Lincoln's stories, and thus obtained the attention of the crowd, and made a short speech. The Democratic press ridiculed Lincoln's address as prosy and dull in the extreme, all about freedom, liberty, and niggers. With characteristic modesty, Lincoln said that since there were only 16 registered Republicans in Shelby County, however poorly I may defend my cause, I can hardly harm it if I do it no good. Later that month, Lincoln spoke in Kalamazoo, Michigan, alluding to Stephen A. Douglas's reluctance to specify just how and when the people of Kansas could, under his popular sovereignty doctrine, prohibit slavery. Lincoln sarcastically referred to the little giant as a great man at keeping from answering questions he don't want to answer. Cogently, Lincoln argued that once slavery managed to take root in Kansas, attempts to expel it would fail. Suppose that there are 10 men who go into Kansas to settle. 9 of these are opposed to slavery. 1 has 10 slaves, The slaveholder is a good man in other respects. He is a good neighbor, and being a wealthy man, he is enabled to do the others many neighborly kindnesses. They like the man, though they don't like the system by which he holds his fellow men in bondage. And here let me say that in intellectual and physical structure, our Southern brethren do not differ from us. They are, like us, subject to passions, and it is only their odious institution of slavery that makes the breach between us. These 10 men of whom I was speaking live together 3 or 4 years. They intermarry. Their family ties are strengthened. And who wonders that in time the people learn to look upon slavery with complacency? This is the way in which slavery is planted and gains so firm a foothold. I think this is a strong card that the Nebraska party have played and won upon in this game. Here, as elsewhere, Lincoln urged all opponents of the peculiar institution to abjure Fillmore, even though he was not an avowed friend of slavery or the Kansas-Nebraska Act. To those who denied that Northerners had any stake in the slavery expansion debate, Lincoln pointed out that they had an obvious interest in preserving the territories for the homes of free white people. Northerners also had an interest in keeping the principle of freedom alive, for the nation prospered and grew strong because it was free, and every man can make himself. Lincoln protested against the Richmond Enquirer's assertion that slaves are far better off than freemen. In response, he exclaimed, "What a mistaken view do these men have of Northern laborers! They think that men are always to remain laborers here, but there is no such class. The man who labored for another last year, this year labors for himself, and next year he will hire others to labor for him." Regarding Southern threats to secede if Fremont were to win, Lincoln asked, "How is the dissolution of the Union to be consummated? Who will divide it? Is it those who make the charge that the Republicans threatened the existence of the Union? Are they themselves the persons who wish to see this result? A majority will never dissolve the Union. Can a minority do it?" Lincoln denied that Fremont and his party were abolitionists. "I know of no word in the language that has been used so much as that one, abolitionist, having no definition." Anticipating his famous House Divided speech of 1858, Lincoln argued that the federal government must be put on a new track. Slavery is to be made a ruling element in our government. The question can be avoided in but 2 ways. By the one, we must submit and allow slavery to triumph, or by the other, we must triumph over the black demon. We have chosen the latter manner. If you of the North wish to get rid of this question, you must decide between these 2 ways. Submit and vote for Buchanan. Submit and vote that slavery is a just and good thing, and immediately get rid of the question. Or unite with us and help us triumph. We would all like to have the question done away with, but we cannot submit. Lincoln movingly appealed to Democrats to honor the principles they had espoused before the introduction of the Kansas-Nebraska Act. Their party, he said, has ever prided itself that it was the friend of individual, universal freedom. Now, to support Douglas's handiwork, Democrats have abandoned their idealism. In closing, he implored Democrats to come forward, throw off these things, and come to the rescue of this great principle of equality. He would not exclude former Whigs from his exhortation. To all who love these great and true principles, he beckoned, come and keep coming. Strike and strike again. So sure as God lives, the victory shall be yours. According to a Democratic paper, Lincoln's very fair and argumentative address proved far too conservative and Union-loving in his sentiments to suit his audience, which frowned when he proclaimed that the Southern men had hearts, consciences, and intellects like those around him. Returning to Illinois, Lincoln repeated his warning about the inevitable conflict between slavery and freedom. At Bloomington in September, he addressed a large crowd.
It is my sincere belief that this government cannot last, always part slave and part free. Either slavery will be abolished, or it must become equally lawful everywhere, or this union will be dissolved. There is natural incompatibility between the institutions incident to slaveholding states, so irreconcilable in their character that they cannot coexist perpetually under the same government. When T. Lyle Dickey warned him that preaching such a doctrine would hasten the outbreak of a bloody civil war, Lincoln reluctantly agreed to stop. Lincoln also spoke in Petersburg, where the local Democratic journal labeled him the great high priest of abolitionism, the depot master of the Underground Railroad, and the post-mortem candidate for the vice presidency of the abolition political cockboat. In Jacksonville, the opposition press was more charitable, calling Lincoln a fine speaker and certainly the ablest black Republican that has taken the stump at this place. Another observer praised Lincoln's speech in Jacksonville, where he held a great audience in breathless attention for some 3 hours, in sunshine and rain, with their umbrellas over their heads, still shouting, "Go on," while he was demolishing the Buccaneers and Fillmorites right and left so effectively that not a soul of them have dared to peep since, except to say, "I am for Fremont." In August, Lincoln and Herndon felt optimistic about the outcome of the election. "We are gaining on the nigger democracy every day," Herndon informed Lyman Trumbull. Lincoln told the senator that "we shall ultimately get all the Fillmore men who are really anti-slavery extension. The rest will probably go to Buchanan, where they rightfully belong." The great difficulty in persuading anti-slavery Fillmore supporters to back Fremont is that they suppose Fillmore as good as Fremont on slavery expansion, and it is a delicate point to argue them out of it, for they are so ready to think you are abusing Mr. Fillmore. The Fillmore men proved very difficult to convert. In July, George T. Brown observed that the Fillmorites are making a good deal of stir. Joe Gillespie is moving heaven and earth. The following month, Richard Yates reported from Jacksonville that the Fillmore diversion is large in this section of the state, splitting the anti-Nebraska vote right in the middle. We have slight hopes of making it right yet, but very slight. If its leaders were true to their professions, we would soon get them back, but with some of them I fear that a fondness for the peculiar institution is a dominant motive. In September, Lincoln heard from Yates that in central Illinois there are 5 times as many pro-slavery Whigs as we have estimated. Lincoln appealed in vain to those erstwhile allies. At a Springfield meeting in September, he received as many curses as blessings from the crowd, which contained insolent Democrats, surly know-nothings, and others who were cold and suspicious. In late September, Herndon told Wendell Phillips, "Had we a few months longer to go on, I think we would carry this state for Fremont. Were the Republicans and the Americans to join, we could easily, now, at this moment, carry the state for Fremont." But the American Party adherents would not fuse with the Republicans. Lincoln, who guessed that Buchanan would receive about 85,000 votes, Fremont 78,000, and Fillmore 21,000, urged an old friend, John Bennett of Petersburg, to reconsider his support for the ex-president. Every vote taken from Fremont and given to Fillmore is just so much in favor of Buchanan. The Buchanan men see this, and hence their great anxiety in favor of the Fillmore movement. They know where the shoe pinches. They now greatly prefer having a man of your character go for Fillmore than for Buchanan, because they expect several to go with you, who would go for Fremont, if you were to go directly for Buchanan. On September 8th, Lincoln wrote a form letter to the supporters of the American Party's candidate, arguing that Fillmore could only win if the election were thrown into the House of Representatives, where the former president might prevail as a compromise candidate. But that would never happen if Buchanan carried Illinois, whose electoral votes, when combined with those of the South and of the Democratic standard-bearer's home state of Pennsylvania, would assure his election. Therefore, Fillmore backers in Illinois should vote for Fremont, because Fillmore had no chance of carrying the state. "This is as plain as the adding up of the weights of 3 small hogs," Lincoln declared. He sent this letter, marked confidential, to many good, steady Fillmore men throughout the state. In Bloomington on September 16th, Lincoln ridiculed Douglas's popular sovereignty scheme, which reminded him of the man who went into a restaurant and called for a ginger cake, which was handed to him, but, spying the sign, "Sweet cider for sale," handed the cake back and said he would take a glass of cider in its place. After drinking the cider, he started to leave, whereupon the keeper called to him to come back and pay for his cider. The customer replied, "Cider? Why, I gave you the cake for the cider." "Well, then pay me for the cake." "Pay you for the cake? I didn't have the cake." "Well," replied the keeper, scratching his head, "that is so, but it seems to me I am cheated some way in the deal." "And so," said Lincoln, "somebody, the North or South, is bound to be cheated by Mr. Douglas' theory of squatter sovereignty." In mid-September, Lincoln spent another week stumping Southern Illinois. "The unpopularity of the Fremont-Dayton ticket in Egypt meant my efforts are more needed there than elsewhere," he lamented. The challenge was daunting. Old Whigs, leaning toward Fremont, were dissuaded by Edward Bates of Missouri, who was especially effective in Morgan, Sangamon, and Madison counties, where the outcome of the election hung in the balance. The following month, Lincoln addressed a rally in Ottawa, where he was introduced as our next United States Senator. In Belleville, the largest city in Egypt, and home to many German Americans, including Lieutenant Governor Gustav Korner, Lincoln referred to the Germans and the noble position taken by them in just and dignified terms. When he called down the blessings of the Almighty on their heads, a thrill of sympathy and pleasure ran through his whole audience. Korner, who introduced Lincoln to the crowd, recalled that he spoke in an almost conversational tone, but with such earnestness and such deep feeling upon the questions of the day that he struck the hearts of all his hearers. Saying that he had found the Germans more enthusiastic for the cause of freedom than all other nationalities, Lincoln, almost with tears in his eyes, broke out in the words, "God bless the Dutch." Everybody felt that he said this in the simplicity of his heart, using the familiar name of Dutch as the Americans do when amongst themselves. A smart politician would not have failed to say Germans, but no one took offense. Soon thereafter, a campaign encounter with another German won Lincoln a lifelong devotee. In Pittsfield, to deliver a speech, he called at the office of the Pike County Free Press to get some materials printed. The paper was edited by a young journalist, John G. Nicolay, who had helped arrange a political rally for Lincoln. Later that evening, as a member of the Republican Committee, Nicolay was introduced to the speaker. That introduction changed his life. The young man became an enthusiastic admirer even before hearing the magnetic speech, which further strengthened his devotion to Lincoln. 4 years later, he would become Lincoln's chief personal secretary. Nicolay's fellow Germans struggled to balance their hatred of slavery with their revulsion against nativism. Traditionally Democrats, they despised the Kansas-Nebraska Act but loved its author, Douglas, for his opposition to the Know-Nothings. The Republicans' choice of William Bissell sat well with the Germans, however. The leading Democrat had predicted in April that the only danger we have to fear is that the Republicans will nominate Bissell, in which event our German vote may be endangered. We cannot persuade them that Bissell is not a Democrat, and with a Catholic wife, Know-Nothingism won't take a good hold upon him. To woo the Illinois Germans, Lincoln urged the widespread dissemination of anti-slavery German newspapers and helped raise funds for the relief of Friedrich Hecker, a prominent German campaigner whose house had burned down in August. All the while, the Democrats strove to pin the nativist label on the Republicans. In September, Lincoln heard rumors that Chicago Germans were deserting the party. Scared a little, he anxiously asked Charles H. Ray if there were any truth in such reports. Despite this threat, the Republicans captured over half the German vote in November. The Democratic press also denounced Fremont supporters as nigger worshippers. An account in the Joliet Signal of a Republican rally there on October 8th sarcastically observed that it was a wonderful day for the niggers and nigger worshippers of this county. Our city was literally filled with enthusiastic Fremonters. The following week, the Springfield Register declared, Black Republicanism not only teaches the doctrines of amalgamation with Negroes, but it sets its Negro advocates up to preach a dissolution of the Confederacy. Can white men who love their country participate in this unholy work? Another Democratic paper described the Republican program thus: Down with the foreigners and up with the darkies. Imagine a big, burly, thick-lipped African crowding General Shields away from the polls on Election Day. That is the practical working of the fusion policy. Democrats sang racist ditties like the following: Come, Democrats, and listen, and I will sing you a song. 'Tis all about the nigger worshippers, and it will not take me long. Fremont is on their platform, and their principles endorse to worship niggers night and morn, and ride the woolly horse. The Democrats' tactics worked. Buchanan carried Illinois handily, winning 105,528 votes to Fremont's 96,278 and Fillmore's 37,531. Fremont received 74% of the vote in northern Illinois, 37% in the central part of the state, and 23% in Egypt, mostly from Germans living near St. Louis. Nationwide, the Democratic nominee garnered 174 electoral votes to Fremont's 114 and Fillmore's 8. In the popular vote, Buchanan won 45% of the ballots cast, Fremont 33%, and Fillmore 21%. Like Republicans throughout the North, the Fremonters of Illinois had failed to gain the support of either the conservative Whigs, who feared disunion, or the Know-Nothings, who believed the false charge that Fremont was a Catholic, as well as the allegation that he was too radical on the slavery issue. Bissell, a moderate opponent of slavery who could not plausibly be accused of nativism, did far better than Fremont among the 1852 Scott voters, especially in southern and central Illinois. He won the governor's race with 111,466 votes, 47%, to his opponent's 106,769, 45%. This is glory enough for Illinois, Herndon crowed. We Fremont men feel as if victory perched on our banner. Despite this triumph, a conscience-stricken Bissell hesitated to take the oath of office, for in 1850 he had accepted Jefferson Davis's challenge to a duel, and was, he thought, ineligible to serve as governor because Illinois law disqualified from office-holding anyone who had issued or accepted a challenge to duel. Lincoln and other party leaders persuaded him to overcome his scruples and assume the governorship. Lincoln, accurately, ascribed Buchanan's success to lack of cooperation among his opponents and to the Democrats' race-baiting. Republicans, Lincoln told his political allies, were without party history, party pride, or party idols, and were merely a collection of individuals but recently in political hostility one to another, and thus subject to all that distrust and suspicion and jealousy could do. The Democrats enjoyed a significant advantage, for their ranks contained old party and personal friends, jibing and jeering and framing deceitful arguments against us, while dodging the real issue. We were constantly charged with seeking an amalgamation of the white and black races, and thousands turned from us, not believing the charge, no one believed it, but fearing to face it themselves. Taking a longer view, Lincoln hailed the election result as a milestone on the road to equal rights. "Our government rests in public opinion," he told Republican banqueteers in December. Public opinion on any subject always has a central idea, from which all its minor thoughts radiate. That central idea in our political public opinion, at the beginning was, and until recently has continued to be, the equality of men. And although it was always submitted patiently to whatever of inequality there seemed to be as matter of actual necessity, its constant working has been a steady progress towards the practical equality of all men. Reiterating a theme he had stressed at the Bloomington Convention 6 months earlier, Lincoln called the presidential contest a struggle by one party to discard that central idea, and to substitute for it the opposite idea that slavery is right, in the abstract, the workings of which, as a central idea, may be the perpetuity of human slavery and its extension to all countries and colors. To promote the ideal of equality, the solid majority who opposed Buchanan must unite. Warming to his theme, Lincoln said, "Let everyone who really believes and is resolved that free society is not and shall not be a failure, and who can conscientiously declare that in the past contest he has done only what he thought best, let every such one have charity to believe that every other one can say as much. Thus let bygones be bygones, let past differences as nothing be, and with steady eye on the real issue, let us reinaugurate the good old central ideas of the Republic. We can do it. The human heart is with us. God is with us. We shall again be able not to declare that all states as states are equal, nor yet that all citizens as citizens are equal, but to renew the broader, better declaration, including both these and much more, that all men are created equal." This eloquent address helped clinch Lincoln's reputation as the leader of Illinois' Republicans. A correspondent of the Illinois State Journal declared, "There is no man upon whom they would so gladly confer the highest honors within their gift, and I trust an opportunity may not long be wanting which will enable them to place him in a station that seems to be by universal consent conceded to him, and which he is so admirably qualified by nature to adorn." To Noah Brooks, Lincoln expressed guarded hopes for the future. While the Free Soil Party is bound to win, in the long run, it was not certain that its victory was imminent. Everything depends on the course of the democracy. There's a big anti-slavery element in the Democratic Party, and if we could get hold of that, we might possibly elect our man in 1860. But it's doubtful, very doubtful. Perhaps we shall be able to fetch it by 1864. Perhaps not. Lincoln's pessimism seemed justified in April 1857, when Republicans lost the Springfield municipal elections. "We quarreled over temperance," Herndon explained. "We ran some know-nothings, and the Dutch, to a man, united against this proceedings. We are whipped badly. We have learned a good lesson. Do better next time." Newspapers would play a central role in building up the party. Anticipating the 1860 election, Lincoln and Frank Blair laid plans to have the Missouri Democrat of St. Louis, which had a large circulation in southern Illinois, become a Republican paper that year. The Louisville Journal would follow suit, as would an unnamed Virginia newspaper. All this was to seem coincidental, and thus make the Republican Party appear strong and growing stronger. Lincoln also helped found the Republican Club of Springfield, organized by the photographer John G. Stewart, a friend of Robert Lincoln, and a veteran of the Fremont campaign. Throughout the winter of 1856 to 1857, Lincoln continued to help strengthen the Republican Party in Illinois, often attending caucuses of legislators. When in doubt about how to deal with the Democrats, Norman B. Judd would say, "I will go round and bring old Abe tomorrow night." Lincoln regularly obliged, amazing the lawmakers with his shrewd analysis of their opponents' thinking, and offering much appreciated advice about legislative strategy, particularly in combating a reapportionment law that would have ruined the Republicans' electoral prospects. Collecting a $5,000 fee. Much as he wanted to help the Republican cause, in 1857 Lincoln was forced by economic necessity to devote most of his energy to practicing law. "I lost nearly all the working part of last year, giving my time to the canvass," he wrote in August, "and I am altogether too poor to lose 2 years together." To replenish his coffers, he sued the Illinois Central Railroad for $5,000 as a fee for services in the case of Illinois Central Railroad versus McLean County, Illinois, and Park. Accounts of Lincoln's efforts to collect his fee, the largest of his career, differ. According to Herndon, when Lincoln submitted a bill for $2,000, a company official expostulated, "Why, sir, Daniel Webster would not have charged that much." Mason Brayman, who hired Lincoln to argue the case, testified that he offered a fee of $1,250, and when Lincoln presented his bill, he was told, "Why, that is as much as a first-class city lawyer would charge." Smarting from this rebuff, Lincoln returned to Springfield, en route stopping in Bloomington, where he consulted prominent attorneys. They told him that he should have asked for $5,000 and urged him to sue for that amount. Lincoln did so and won. Sources connected with the Illinois Central present a different account. They maintain that the suit was a mere formality and that the company had all along intended to pay Lincoln his fee. Documents in the company files indicate that Lincoln submitted his bill to John M. Douglas, an acquaintance of his who served as solicitor for the company. Douglas referred the matter to the head of the company's law department, Ebenezer Lane, who in turn passed it along to the president, William H. Osborne. In the summer of 1856, Osborne asked James F. Joy his opinion of Lincoln's bill. Joy's reply was not extant, but he later recalled telling Lincoln that his fee was excessive. The egotistical Joy held Lincoln in contempt, regarding him as a run-of-the-mill provincial attorney. For his role in the case, Joy had received only $1,200 above and beyond his regular salary. "I think there would have been no difficulty with Mr. Lincoln's bill if I had charged, as perhaps I ought to have done, $5,000, Joy later mused. In response, Lincoln said that he had done good work, that the amount in litigation far exceeded the fee many thousand times over, and that he thought he ought to get a good fee. Joy recollected that the Illinois Central leaders said to Lincoln, in effect, "Bring suit against the company for the amount demanded, and no attempt will be made to defend against it. If by the testimony of other lawyers it shall appear to be a fair charge, and there shall be a judgment for the amount, then we shall be justified in paying it." This reminiscence may be inaccurate, for less than a month after filing suit for his fee, Lincoln told some potential clients, "I have been in the regular retainer of the Illinois Central Company for 2 or 3 years, but I expect they do not wish to retain me any longer. I am going to Chicago on the 21st instant, and will then ascertain whether they discharge me, and if they do, as I expect, I will attend to your business." There may have been some bad blood between Lincoln and Joy. Charles L. Capon, an eminent attorney who investigated the handling of the fee, reported that the whole trouble was with Mr. James F. Joy, whom Mr. Lincoln afterward despised. In 1855, Joy had rudely questioned a modest bill Lincoln submitted for services to the company. 7 years later, John M. Douglas, a friend of Judge Thomas Drummond, who aspired to a seat on the U.S. Supreme Court, thought it best not to have Joy lobby President Lincoln on the judge's behalf. Douglas said, "It would do no good for Joy to see Lincoln, but possibly do harm growing out of past relations." The case was slated for trial at Bloomington on June 18, 1857. Lincoln was prepared to fight hard for his fee, suggesting that the suit was not a friendly one. In notes for his plea, he alleged that he, not Joy, had made the point and argument on which the case turned, and asked, "Are or are not the amount of labor, the doubtfulness and difficulty of the question, the degree of success in the result, and the amount of pecuniary interest involved, not merely in the particular case, but covered by the principle decided, and thereby secured to the client all proper elements by the custom of the profession to consider in determining what is a reasonable fee in a given case. He concluded that $5,000 is not an unreasonable fee in this case. To buttress his argument, he supplied a deposition signed by attorneys Norman B. Judd, Grant Goodrich, Orville H. Browning, Archibald Williams, Norman H. Purple, and Stephen P. Logan, all of whom agreed that the amount asked was reasonable. Gustav Korner told him that he would have been justified in asking twice as much. On the day of the trial, John M. Douglas, the company attorney, did not appear, leading the judge to award Lincoln his fee by default. Mortified by his failure to be in court when the case was tried, Douglas asked that it be retried, evidently so that he could save face. He did not want his superiors to see that the company had lost by default. Lincoln, gracious beyond what could reasonably have been expected, decided to forego his victory, agreeing with opposing counsel to have a perfunctory second trial with a predetermined outcome. On June 25th, the court, after a very brief trial, again awarded Lincoln his requested fee. The railroad could have appealed, but instead consented to give Lincoln his $5,000. Douglas did not admire Lincoln. In 1860, he told George B. McClellan that Lincoln is not a bold man. He has not nerve to differ with his party and its leaders. Why Illinois Central executives required Lincoln to sue them is unclear. Joy's explanation that it was a friendly suit is contradicted by Lincoln's notes for a brief and by his fear of losing his retainer with the company. Perhaps officials of the Illinois Central, which was in desperate financial straits, suspected that the corporate directors in New York would object to such a large sum. At that time, shareholders in Great Britain were sending agents to inspect the company's books, and they may have balked at a $5,000 fee. In any event, their behavior did little credit to the company's managers. Though it may not be obvious why the Illinois Central wanted Lincoln to sue for his fee, the company's motive for settling is. Its executives wished Lincoln to represent them in another tax suit that the state of Illinois threatened to file. To prosecute the case, Lincoln's friend, State Auditor Jesse K. Du Bois, sought to hire Lincoln, who would probably have accepted if he had not been on retainer to the Illinois Central. He declined, however, and in December 1857 urged Du Bois to abandon his plan. Henry C. Whitney, who represented the Illinois Central in Champaign County, told officials of the company that we could not afford to have Lincoln as our enemy instead of an ally. The Illinois Central's chief attorney explained to its president, "We can now look back and in some degree estimate the narrow escape we have made." Having Lincoln as opposing counsel would have been a serious setback, the attorney explained, because he knew all about the obscurity of those sections of our charter relating to taxation, which, unexplained by the history of the charter, would harm the railroad's position. In addition, Lincoln was not only the most prominent member of his political party, but the acknowledged special advisor of the Bissell administration. A year later, Stephen A. Douglas, referring to the $5,000 fee, accused Lincoln of taking the side of the company against the people. Lincoln replied that because the McLean County tax case was worth $500,000 to the Illinois Central, he thought a fee of $5,000 reasonable, while the company wanted to pay me about $500. That, Lincoln said, constituted the whole truth about the fee, and what tendency it has to prove that I received any of the people's money, or that I am on very cozy terms with the railroad company, I do not comprehend. It has been suggested that Lincoln's fee in this case enabled him to run against Douglas for the Senate in 1858, but that contention does not withstand scrutiny. He split the money evenly with Herndon, and then lent his share to Norman B. Judd, who did not repay it until 1865. The charge that Lincoln was a railroad lawyer siding with corporations against the people is misguided. Although he did represent the Illinois Central and other railroads successfully on many occasions, he often brought suit against them. Like most other lawyers of his time and place, he was prepared to represent virtually any client against any foe. The major exception was the Illinois Central, whose retainer prevented him from suing it on behalf of others. He worked steadily for that company from 1852 to 1860, handling 47 documented cases, but those cases constituted a tiny percentage of his business. It is impossible to determine with precision what portion of Lincoln's income derived from various clients. Aside from the large fee he wrested from it in the McLean County tax case, he received modest sums. His annual retainer was $250, and his fee for trying most cases was $10. Whatever he did receive from the Illinois Central he was grateful to get. He told Herndon, "Billy, it seems to me that it will be bad taste on your part to keep on saying the severe things I have heard from you about railroads and other corporations. The truth is, instead of criticizing them, you and I ought to thank God for letting this one fall into our hands." Henry C. Whitney, also hired by the Illinois Central, told an interviewer, "I had authority to employ additional counsel whenever I chose to do so, and in Judge Davis's circuit I frequently applied to Lincoln when I needed aid. I never found him unwilling to appear in behalf of a great, soulless corporation." According to Whitney, Lincoln said during the trial of a case in which he represented the railroad corporation, "Counsel avers that his client has a soul. This is possible, of course, but from the way he has testified under oath in this case, to gain or hope to gain a few paltry dollars he would sell, nay, has already sold, his little soul very low. But our client is but a conventional name for thousands of widows and orphans whose husbands and parents' hard earnings are represented by this defendant, and who possess souls which they would not swear away as the plaintiff has done for 10 million times as much as is at stake here." In July 1857, Lincoln and his family traveled to New York, evidently to collect the $5,000 fee awarded to him. Company officials refused to pay, so Lincoln, on August 1st, had the sheriff of McLean County issue an execution on the corporation, which only then agreed to comply with the court order. He later recalled that he spent his time in New York visiting with his wife the various lions of the city. Mary Lincoln reported to her half-sister, Emily, in September, "This summer has strangely and rapidly passed away. Some portion of it was spent most pleasantly in traveling east. We visited Niagara, Canada, New York, and other points of interest." She added that, "When I saw the large steamers at the New York landing, ready for their European voyage, I felt my heart inclined to sigh that poverty was my portion, how I longed to go to Europe. I often laugh and tell Mr. Lincoln that I am determined that my next husband shall be rich." This trip to Niagara was the family's second. The first had occurred 9 years earlier when Mr. Lincoln returned home from his Massachusetts campaign swing. The majesty of the falls inspired him to meditate on the indefinite past. He marveled that when Columbus first sought this continent, when Christ suffered on the cross, when Moses led Israel through the Red Sea, nay, even when Adam first came from the hand of his Maker, then as now, Niagara was roaring here. Mastodons and mammoths, now so long dead, that fragments of their monstrous bones alone testify that they ever lived, have gazed on Niagara. In that long, long time, never still for a single moment, never dried, never froze, never slept, never rested. Attacking the Dred Scott decision. As 1857 dawned, the tide of political unrest seemed to be ebbing. On New Year's Day, the Illinois State Journal announced that the mood throughout our republic is buoyant and encouraging. The prospect before the nation is well calculated at once to induce gratitude to divine providence. Most importantly, the violence in Kansas had finally been quelled, thereby cooling off both Southern disunionism and Northern anti-slavery zeal. Then, the U.S. Supreme Court abruptly shattered the calm. On March 6, 1857, that tribunal handed down its decision in the case of Dred Scott v. Sanford, ruling that Congress could not prohibit slavery from entering the Western territories and that blacks, both slave and free, were not American citizens. The Chicago Tribune spoke for millions when it called the majority opinion of Chief Justice Roger B. Taney and 6 colleagues sudden, unexpected, and shocking to the sensibilities and aspirations of lovers of freedom and humanity, reversing the current of progressive ideas and Christian humanity, and bidding fair to reintroduce the iniquitous despotism and legalized inhumanity of barbarian ages. In June at Springfield, Lincoln denounced the court in one of his most eloquent speeches, prompted by Stephen A. Douglas's address there 2 weeks earlier. The little giant had declared that the history of the times clearly shows that our fathers did not regard the African race as any kin to them, and determined so to lay the foundations of society and government that they should never be of kin to their posterity. This to immense applause. But, Douglas added, when you confer upon the African race the privileges of citizenship, and put them on an equality with white men at the polls, in the jury box, on the bench, in the executive chair, and in the councils of the nation, upon what principle will you deny their equality at the festive board and in the domestic circle? He also renounced Republican criticism of the Dred Scott decision, declaring that anyone who resists the final decision of the highest judicial tribunal aims a deadly blow to our whole Republican system of government, and is an amalgamationist. In 1856, Douglas had declared during a Senate debate, "We do not believe in the equality of the Negro, socially or politically, with the white man. Our people are a white people, our state is a white state, and we mean to preserve the race pure, without any mixture with the Negro." In reply, Lincoln stated that the Republicans offer no resistance to the Dred Scott decision, for the court might change its mind. Lincoln had first-hand knowledge of such a reversal, for in the one case that he argued before that august tribunal, Lewis v. Lewis in 1849, the court overruled a decision it had issued 10 years earlier. He conceded that it would be revolutionary not to acquiesce in it as a precedent, if and only if it had been made by the unanimous concurrence of the judges, and without any apparent partisan bias, and in accordance with legal public expectation, and with the steady practice of the departments throughout our history, and had been in no part based on assumed historical facts, which are not really true, or, if wanting in some of these, it had been before the court more than once, and had been there affirmed and reaffirmed through a course of years. But because the decision satisfied none of those requirements, it was not resistance, not factious, not even disrespectful to regard it as not having yet quite established a settled doctrine. Curiously, Lincoln did not make the common Republican argument, raised by dissenting justices in the case, that the decision regarding congressional power to prohibit slavery in the territories was obiter dictum, an incidental observation lacking the force of law. Heatedly, Lincoln challenged Taney's suggestion that the condition of American blacks had improved since the adoption of the Constitution, pointing out that in 1857 fewer states allowed blacks to vote or masters to manumit their slaves than had done so 70 years earlier. Lincoln eloquently and compassionately described the plight of the black man in America. All the powers of earth seem rapidly combining against him. Mammon is after him, ambition follows, and philosophy follows, and the theology of the day is fast joining the cry. They have him in his prison house, they have searched his person, and left no prying instrument with him. One after another they have closed the heavy iron doors upon him, and now they have him, as it were, bolted in with a lock of 100 keys, which can never be unlocked without the concurrence of every key. the keys in the hands of 100 different men, and they scattered to 100 different and distant places, and they stand musing as to what invention, in all the dominions of mind and matter, can be produced to make the impossibility of his escape more complete than it is. It is grossly incorrect to say or assume that the public estimate of the Negro is more favorable now than it was at the origin of the government. Lincoln protested vehemently against Douglas's racial demagoguery, conceding that there was a natural disgust in the minds of nearly all white people to the idea of an indiscriminate amalgamation of the white and black races. Lincoln scornfully observed that Douglas evidently is basing his chief hope upon the chances of being able to appropriate the benefit of this disgust to himself. If he can, by much drumming and repeating, fasten the odium of this idea upon his adversaries, he thinks he can struggle through the storm. He therefore clings to this hope, as a drowning man to the last plank. He makes an occasion for lugging it in from the opposition to the Dred Scott decision. He finds the Republicans insisting that the Declaration of Independence includes all men, black as well as white, and forthwith he boldly denies that it includes Negroes at all, and proceeds to argue gravely that all who contend it does do so only because they want to vote and eat and sleep and marry with Negroes. Bosh, said Lincoln. I protest against that counterfeit logic, which concludes that because I do not want a black woman for a slave, I must necessarily want her for a wife. I need not have her for either. I can just leave her alone. In some respects, she certainly is not my equal, but in her natural right to eat the bread she earns with her own hands without asking leave of anyone else, she is my equal, and the equal of all others. Cleverly, Lincoln showed that Douglas's complaint about the Republicans' desire to promote racial mixing was better directed at whites in the South, where the mulatto population of 405,751 dwarfed the mulatto population of the North, 56,649. These figures demonstrated that slavery is the greatest source of amalgamation. If Douglas were sincere in his desire to prevent racial amalgamation, he should oppose the expansion of the peculiar institution. Lincoln was especially indignant at the way that Douglas made a mere wreck, mangled ruin out of the Declaration of Independence, which contemplated the progressive improvement in the condition of all men, everywhere, by insisting that it referred to the white race alone, and not to the African. The authors of that glorious document, Lincoln observed, intended to include all men, black as well as white, but they did not intend to declare all men equal in all respects. They did not mean to say all were equal in color, size, intellect, moral developments, or social capacity. They defined with tolerable distinctness in what respects they did consider all men created equal. Equal in certain inalienable rights, among which are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They did not mean to assert the obvious untruth that all were then actually enjoying that equality, nor yet that they were about to confer it immediately upon them. Rather, they meant to set up a standard maxim for free society, which should be familiar to all and revered by all, constantly looked to, constantly labored for, and even though never perfectly attained, constantly approximated, and thereby constantly spreading and deepening its influence, and augmenting the happiness and value of life to all people of all colors everywhere. The Declaration's statement about equality was intended to be a stumbling block to those who in after times might seek to turn a free people back into the hateful paths of despotism. Its authors knew the proneness of prosperity to breed tyrants, and they meant when such should reappear in this fair land and commence their vocation, they should find left for them at least one hard nut to crack. Lincoln chided Douglas for his inconsistent application of the popular sovereignty doctrine. Whereas the Little Giant opposed federal intervention in the Kansas Territory to forbid slavery, he supported federal intervention in the Utah Territory to control Mormon settlers. This double standard is only additional proof that doctrine was a mere deceitful pretense for the benefit of slavery. In closing, Lincoln passionately drew a distinction between the two parties. The Republicans inculcate, with whatever of ability they can, that the Negro is a man, that his bondage is cruelly wrong, and that the field of his oppression ought not to be enlarged. The Democrats deny his manhood, deny or dwarf to insignificance the wrong of his bondage. So far as possible, crush all sympathy for him, and cultivate and excite hatred and disgust against him. Compliment themselves as Union savers for doing so, and call the indefinite outspreading of his bondage a sacred right of self-government. Economic self-interest helped explain the Democrats' views, Lincoln argued. The plainest print cannot be read through a gold eagle coin, and it will be ever hard to find many men who will send a slave to Liberia and pay his passage while they can send him to a new country, Kansas, for instance, and sell him for $1,500. Curiously, Lincoln dwelt at much greater length on the Supreme Court's denial of black citizenship than on the overthrow of the Missouri Compromise. Politically, it would have been safer to focus on the latter rather than the former, given the intense Negrophobia of the Illinois electorate. Moreover, he did not attempt to show how the decision might affect Douglas's popular sovereignty doctrine. That task he postponed for a year. Given the weak reasoning of the court's majority opinion and concurring opinions, the vigorous dissents of Justices Benjamin R. Curtis and John McLean, and the significance of the slavery issue in American life, Lincoln was justified in maintaining that Dred Scott did not definitively settle the question of slavery in the territories. The Southern Illinoisan called Lincoln's speech an able and masterly refutation of Douglas's slanders. In the Chicago Tribune, Herndon praised it for containing no rant, no fustian, no bombast. Instead, there was something in it of more force and power than these. The heart felt, and he gave utterance to the heart inspiration, clothed in the eternal maxims of purest reason. Herndon told friends in Massachusetts that Lincoln bursted Douglas wide open, as we say in the West, with his gentlemanly, strong, powerful, and conclusive speech, which contrasted sharply with the Little Giant's low, gutter, rabble-rousing effort. Gustav Corner, however, found Lincoln's remarks too much on the old conservative order. Lincoln, he said, was an excellent man, but no match to such impudent Jesuits and sophists as Douglas. The speech attracted attention outside Illinois. The New York Times ran excerpts, though it incorrectly identified the site where it was given as Indianapolis. The New York Tribune published a synopsis submitted by an Illinoisan who declared that there is not a man in this state whose opinions on political subjects command more universal respect by all classes of men than his. A striking feature of this speech was Lincoln's compassionate description of the plight of blacks. Usually he shied away from expressing concern for the suffering of the slaves, probably because Illinois voters would be unresponsive to such anti-slavery appeals. But when Julian M. Sturtevant commented to him that St. Louis opponents of slavery seemed to care only for the well-being of whites, Lincoln replied, "I must take into account the rights of the poor Negro." A Democratic paper, in commenting on Lincoln's address, sneered at him as a failure in whatever he turned his hand to. He probably would not have disagreed, at least not strenuously. Around that time he wrote a private memo comparing his lack of success with Douglas's string of accomplishments. 22 years ago, Judge Douglas and I first became acquainted. We were both young then, he a trifle younger than I. Even then we were both ambitious. I, perhaps, quite as much so as he. With me, the race of ambition has been a failure, a flat failure. With him, it has been one of splendid success. His name fills the nation, and it is not unknown even in foreign lands. I affect no contempt for the high eminence he has reached, so reached that the oppressed of my species might have shared with me in the elevation. I would rather stand on that eminence than wear the richest crown that ever pressed a monarch's brow. In 1858, the comparatively obscure Lincoln would challenge the internationally famous Douglas in what became known as the Lincoln-Douglas debates, not the Douglas-Lincoln debates. They would raise Lincoln to national prominence and fatally injure the Little Giant's chances to win the presidency. In time, most people would remember Douglas only as Lincoln's debate opponent, while the name of Lincoln would fill the nation and reverberate around the world. Chapter 12. A House Divided. Lincoln versus Douglas. 1857 to 1858. Throughout 1857 and the first half of 1858, Lincoln devoted himself to his law practice. When asked to speak publicly on behalf of the Republicans, he replied in May 1858, "It is too early. Considering that when I once begin making political speeches, I shall have no respite till November. The labor of that I might endure, but I really cannot spare the time from my business." Lecture on Discoveries and Inventions. He did, however, carve out time to deliver a lecture on discoveries and inventions. In 1855, Lincoln and some friends, including Henry C. Whitney, had read and discussed historian George Bancroft's recent oration on the necessity, the reality, and the promise of the progress of the human race, which celebrated mankind's progress in the 19th century as unequaled in its discoveries and its deeds. Lincoln remarked that he had for some time been contemplating the writing of a lecture on man, from his earliest primeval state to his present high development, and detailed at length the views and opinions he designed to incorporate in his lecture. Mrs. Norman B. Judd provided another version of the lecture's origin. In 1856, Lincoln told her that one evening he and his fellow lawyers on the circuit were discussing the date at which the brass age began. He recalled that Tubal-Cain, the son of Lamech, worked in brass, and that his brother Jubal made harps and organs. Checking his recollection in the Bible, he ransacked the Old Testament and compiled a list of the discoveries and inventions mentioned there. Shortly afterward, he accepted an invitation to address the Young Men's Literary Society in Bloomington. He used those Old Testament notes, as well as some research in an encyclopedia, to create his lecture. Lincoln's lecture, Discoveries and Inventions, like his 1838 Lyceum address, was ostensibly non-political, but in fact contained a thinly disguised put-down of Stephen A. Douglas. At the time, the Little Giant was championing a program of bumptious, expansionistic nationalism, known as Young America, a title that distinguished it from old fogey Whigs and senior Democratic leaders. The term applied to a faction of the Democratic Party eager to revive the jingoistic spirit of manifest destiny that had prevailed in the mid-1840s, to promote the expansion of the United States southward and westward, to emulate the contemporary Young Germany and Young Italy movements, to express sympathy for gallant, unsuccessful European revolutionaries, especially the Hungarians, whose bid for independence had been squashed by Russian troops in 1848, and to repudiate the stuffy conservatism of superannuated officeholders like Lewis Cass. Douglas was widely regarded as Young America's chief spokesman. In his lecture, Lincoln discussed Young America as if it were a person, Douglas, rather than a movement or a slogan. "Some think him conceited and arrogant," Lincoln remarked, adding that Young America, that is, Douglas, had reason to entertain a rather extensive opinion of himself. Lincoln poked fun at Young America for coveting Cuba, a favorite hobby of Douglas's, and other territory. "He owns a large part of the world by right of possessing it, and all the rest by right of wanting it and intending to have it." Citing a passage from Joseph Addison's play, Cato, Lincoln playfully remarked,
As Plato had for the immortality of the soul, so young America has a pleasing hope, a fond desire, a longing after territory. Young America also lusted for political office, in Douglas's case, the presidency. He has a great passion, a perfect rage for the new, particularly new men for office. Mocking Douglas's popular sovereignty doctrine, as well as his expansionism, Lincoln said, "He is a great friend of humanity, and his desire for land is not selfish, but merely an impulse to extend the area of freedom." Lincoln alluded to Douglas's well-known fondness for liquor and cigars. "His horror is for all that is old, particularly old fogey, and if there be anything old which he can endure, it is only old whiskey and old tobacco." Turning from political satire, Lincoln became serious, asserting that the discovery of America and the introduction of patent laws ranked among the most significant of all modern developments. He extolled not only patents like the one he himself held, but the cast of mind that produced them. To be fruitful in invention, it is indispensable to have a habit of observation and reflection. He deemed written language the great invention of the world, and called printing the better half of writing. The ignorance of the Dark Ages he considered slavery of the mind, which Gutenberg's printing press abolished, creating a habit of freedom of thought. Such imagery came easily to a man who had emancipated himself from rural ignorance and backwardness through the written and printed word, and who strove to end chattel slavery. The lecture failed to impress. At Pontiac, an auditor reported that the people generally were disappointed in his lecture, as it was on no particular subject and not well connected. He was, I thought, decidedly inferior to many a lecturer I have heard. In Jacksonville, where the audience was small, he refused to accept an honorarium, asking only for enough money to cover expenses. When a mere 40 people showed up to hear him in Bloomington, Lincoln canceled the event. Later he referred to this lecture as rather a poor one. Herndon agreed, calling discoveries and inventions a lifeless thing. He thought that Lincoln, for all his skill as a political speaker, had not the fire, taste, reading, eloquence, etc., which would make him a lecturer. Although Lincoln did compose a fragment of a talk, probably written in the late 1850s, to be delivered to law students, he never again attempted a formal, non-political lecture. Douglas's bid for Republican support. While devoting himself to law in his lecture, Lincoln also followed closely the high political drama unfolding in Washington, where Douglas had declared war on the Buchanan administration. During the autumn of 1857, pro-slavery Kansans, though a distinct minority of the territory's population, had managed to dominate the Constitutional Convention in the town of Lecompton, largely because Free Soilers, regarding the election for delegates as fraudulent, had shunned the polls. When the territory applied for statehood under a pro-slavery constitution passed at Lecompton, Buchanan, in a special message on December 8th, urged Congress to accept this outcome and admit Kansas, even though most fair-minded observers regarded the Constitution as woefully unrepresentative of majority opinion among the settlers. Northerners were outraged by what they considered yet another example of Southerners' high-handed, arbitrary behavior and contempt for fair play. Douglas, suffering from hurt pride, very fearful that if he supported the Lecompton Constitution he would doom his chances for re-election in 1858, resentful of Buchanan for ignoring his patronage requests, and incensed by the administration's support for a clear miscarriage of popular sovereignty, immediately denounced the president's message. "By God, sir, I made Mr. James Buchanan, and by God, sir, I will unmake him," he exclaimed. Buchanan warned him to beware of the melancholy fate of senators who had opposed President Andrew Jackson, saying, "Mr. Douglas, I desire you to remember that no Democrat ever yet differed from an administration of his own choice without being crushed." Douglas replied, "Mr. President, I wish you to remember that General Jackson is dead, sir." The Little Giant's impulsive revolt, an uncharacteristic act for such a pragmatic champion of democratic unity, cheered his party colleagues back home. "Your position takes the wind clean out of the black Republican leaders. Their only hope is that you will yet waver," a constituent wrote. Another declared, "You have adopted the only course that could save the Northern democracy from annihilation at the next election." Even some Illinois Republicans applauded his stand and considered backing him for re-election. Observing the rumpus among the Democracy over the Kansas Constitution, Lincoln was reminded of a case he had tried involving two contentious old farmers who had come to blows. Lincoln was hired to defend the winner of the fight, who was sued by the loser for assault and battery. When a witness for the plaintiff sought to exaggerate the fight's importance, Lincoln asked him how much ground the pugilists had covered. "About an acre, stranger," replied the witness. "Well now, witness," said Lincoln, "just tell me, wasn't that just about the smallest crop of a fight off of an acre of ground that you ever heard of?" "That's so, stranger. I'll be gol darn if it wasn't." After this exchange, the jury fined Lincoln's client 10 cents. Lincoln counseled his allies to stand clear of the fight, for both the President and Douglas are wrong, and Republicans should not espouse the case of either, because they may consider the other a little the farther wrong of the two. He told Lyman Trumbull that Douglas was attempting to draw off some Republicans on this dodge and had made some impression on one or two. Trumbull doubted that the controversy would amount to much, except perhaps to help us a little with the people. But in fact, Douglas's rebellion shook the political world. Many Republicans in the East regarded his bolt as providential, splitting the Democrats and smoothing the way for a Republican victory in 1860. Douglas met with Horace Greeley, editor of the influential New York Tribune, who believed that the senator might well join the Republican Party. Greeley therefore urged Illinoisans to support the Little Giant's re-election bid. Lauding Douglas's fidelity and courage, Greeley told his many readers that the senator's course has not been merely right, it has been conspicuously, courageously, eminently so. Though privately Greeley called the Little Giant a low and dangerous demagogue with enormous self-conceit, the Tribune editor was convinced that Douglas could not be beaten. Greeley wrote to John O. Johnson, secretary of the Illinois Republican State Central Committee, urging him to back Douglas. Johnson, speaking for a party that had been formed largely to oppose Douglas and his popular sovereignty doctrine, replied that we shall, without a doubt, send one of the best Republicans, ablest statesmen, and truest men which can be found in the West, to fill the place which Mr. Douglas now occupies. On the contrary, if an attempt is made, to any extent, to get up sympathy for Mr. Douglas in his present position, it will inevitably result in our defeat. Though leading papers in the East, including the Boston Atlas and Daily Bee, the Albany Evening Journal, the Hartford Courant, and the Atlantic Monthly, seconded Greeley's motion that Republicans support Douglas, the general recognition of the principle of popular sovereignty is all that is needed to restore peace to the country, and to allay the agitation of the slavery question, declared the New York Times. The Springfield, Massachusetts Republican praised Douglas as the man who leads the battle against the administration and the slave power, chastised Illinois Republicans for opposing him, and called ridiculous the sensitiveness and ill temper they displayed in protesting against Eastern politicians for supporting the senator's re-election bid. They regarded Lincoln as a man of less intellectual ability and political power than Douglas. Even the Washington National Era, the anti-slavery periodical that had first serialized Harriet Beecher Stowe's best-selling novel, Uncle Tom's Cabin, endorsed the Little Giant. Prominent New England Republicans, like Henry Wilson, Truman Smith, Nathaniel P. Banks, and Anson Burlingame, sided with Greeley. On the floor of the House of Representatives, Massachusetts Congressman Burlingame called Douglas gallant and gifted, and urged voters to stand by him and his Democratic allies without distinction of party. In December 1858, Burlingame would express gratitude to Douglas Democrats for helping him win re-election. Along with Greeley's editorials, Burlingame's speech, the first pro-Douglas public feeler by a Republican congressman, infuriated his party colleagues in Illinois. Contemptuously, Lincoln referred to the Massachusetts congressman as Sister Burlingame. There seems to be a considerable notion pervading the brains of political wet nurses at the East, observed the Chicago Press and Tribune in response to Burlingame, that the barbarians of Illinois cannot take care of themselves. Caustically, the paper remarked that Mr. Burlingame would look well on the stump with a Douglas orator whose every other sentence contained a whiskey-inspired jeer at the black Republicans. If the Republicans of Illinois should now sink all party differences and re-elect Mr. Douglas, their party would be so disintegrated that the state would be lost to freedom in 1860, or, if saved, saved only because he, Mr. Douglas, allowed it to be saved. The Republican Party would be wholly at his mercy. Lincoln, the obvious candidate to challenge the Little Giant for his Senate seat, indignantly asked Lyman Trumbull, "What does the New York Tribune mean by its constant eulogizing and admiring and magnifying of Douglas? Does it, in this, speak the sentiments of the Republicans at Washington? Have they concluded that the Republican cause generally can be best promoted by sacrificing us here in Illinois?" Bitterly, he added, "If so, we would like to know it soon. It will save us a great deal of labor to surrender at once." Trumbull wondered how the Republicans ought to respond to the Little Giant's revolt. Should Douglas be driven out of the African democracy, as I think he will be, what are we to do with him? You know the man who won the elephant found it difficult to dispose of him. He told Lincoln, "I do not feel just now either like embracing Douglas or assailing him. As far as he goes, I believe him to be right, though his course now is utterly inconsistent with what it was a year ago." Trumbull added that he had seen the difficulty which the laudation of Douglas by Republicans was likely to occasion us in Illinois, and had remonstrated with some of our friends about it, but his course was so unexpected to many, and was looked upon as such a godsend, that they could not refrain from giving him more credit than he deserves. Some Republicans in Washington act like fools in running after and flattering Douglas. He encourages it and invites such men as Wilson, Seward, Burlingame, Marcus Parrott, etc. to come and confer with him, and they seem wonderfully pleased to go. Republican Senator James Dixon of Connecticut wanted to establish yet another new party, with Douglas at its head, to overthrow the Southern-dominated democracy. The Little Giant encouraged such courtship, telling Senator Henry Wilson that he hoped the Republicans would do as little as possible about candidates for 1860. Let the Charleston Convention of the National Democratic Party be held, and when they have made their ticket, we will all combine and crush it into powder. Alluding to these politicos, especially Seward, Chicago Mayor John Wentworth, known as Long John because he was 6 feet 9 inches tall, warned Lincoln, "You are sold for the Senate by men who are drinking the wine of Douglas at Washington." Douglas later denied consorting with the Republicans, though abundant evidence suggests that he did. Several times he informed prominent Republicans that he had severed his ties with the Democrats, that he had checked his baggage through, that he had crossed the Rubicon and burned his boats, that hereafter he should be found in the opposition to the South. On a map, He pointed out how his plan to have the Pacific Railroad run southwest from the Missouri River would facilitate the influx of so many settlers that slavery would never take hold along its route. He also assured Republicans that the Kansas-Nebraska Act was essentially an anti-slavery statute. Anson Burlingame, Schuyler Colfax, and Frank Blair often met with Douglas at his house to hold private conversations, during which the senator inveighed against Southern high-handedness. Colfax described at length a 3-hour interview he and Burlingame had with Douglas on December 14, 1857. Blair also acknowledged that those meetings took place. The Little Giant asked Pennsylvania Congressman John Covode to request Trumbull to win the backing of Illinois Republicans for his re-election. Evidently speaking for his law partner, William Herndon protested to Congressman Elihu B. Washburne about rumors that Illinois was to be chaffered for and huckstered off without our consent and against our will, that we were to get treason and the traitor as the consideration for the sale, that Douglas was to be elevated to the Senate again over the heads of long, pure, and well-tried Republicans. In tones reminiscent of Lincoln's heated complaint about John J. Hardin's attempt to cheat him out of the nomination for the U.S. House a decade earlier, Herndon insisted that Illinoisans want to govern ourselves in our own way. We want the man that we want, and have him alone. We in Illinois know pretty well who the pimps of traffic are. New York, Massachusetts may sell their own men just as they please, but Illinois is not for sale. We are not willing to be sacrificed for a fiction. If the Republicans of Illinois were to run Douglas as their candidate for the Senate, the masses would drag us from power and grind us to powder. The Little Giant's abuse of us as Whigs, as Republicans, as men in society, and as individuals has been so slanderous, dirty, low, long, and continuous that we cannot soon forgive and can never forget. If Douglas were to embrace the anti-slavery cause, then it is sufficient time to ask us in Illinois to give up the great and honorable and raise the mean and undivine. In addition to wooing members of Congress, Douglas sent an emissary to ask the editor of the Chicago Press and Tribune, Charles H. Ray, if he would support the Little Giant for re-election as a Republican. "We are almost confounded here by his anomalous position," Ray told Trumbull, "and know not how to treat him and his overtures to the Republican Party." In January, O.M. Hatch, the tall, lean, and affable Secretary of State of Illinois, noted that party leaders concluded to keep cool for the present and see what might be developed in Congress. Congressman Elihu B. Washburne allegedly visited Ray at the behest of Horace Greeley, seeking support for Douglas. After some discussion, Ray and other editors rejected Greeley's overture. Ray urged Trumbull to tell our friends in the House, presumably including Washburne, who may be more zealous than discreet, that we in Illinois have not delegated our powers to them, and that we may not ratify bargains that they make. In a word, that among the inducements which they hold out to the distinguished senator to ensure the continuance of his fight with the administration, they must not hold up the senatorship as the prize of his defection. I take it that it is a foregone conclusion that Abraham Lincoln will be the next Republican candidate for Mr. Douglas's seat, and that he will occupy it if we have a majority, or that we must make up our minds to a fight. It is not clear if Washburne actually lobbied on behalf of the Little Giant. According to a correspondent of Long John Wentworth, he did. When Lincoln mentioned this rumor to the Galena congressman, he emphatically denied it, though he did tell Herndon in April, "I have said, God speed him," referring to Douglas. "I am rejoiced to see him laboring so manfully in a direction to make some amends for the injury he has brought upon the country. He is doing a grand service for the Republican party, and for one, while he pursues his present course, I shall not lay a straw in his path. He is fighting this Lecompton swindle in all its phases, with boldness and determination. If things go on as it now seems inevitable, if he be not with us, a vast number of his followers will be, and hence I cannot see the wisdom of abusing him, or them, as matters stand now. I have no fears that the Republican party is to be swallowed by them. I say leave open wide the doors, and invite all to come on to our platform and greet them with kind words. Our party is not so large, but what it will hold a few more. Both Herndon and his partner ignored insinuations that Washburn was flirting with Douglas. Lincoln speculated to the congressman that the rumor was probably based on some misconstruction, coupled with a high degree of sensitiveness, and assured him, "I am satisfied you have done no wrong." Lincoln could not, however, share Washburn's enthusiasm for Douglas. To Lincoln it appeared obvious that the little giant, though opposing Buchanan on a matter of fact, that is, whether the Lecompton Constitution truly reflected the views of most Kansans, continued to side with the president on matters of general policy. In May, Lincoln told a friend, "There remains all the difference there ever was between Judge Douglas and the Republicans. They insisting that Congress shall, and he insisting that the Congress shall not, keep slavery out of the territories before and up to the time they form state constitutions. By making common cause to fight the Lecompton Constitution, neither the Illinois senator nor the Republicans conceded anything which was ever in dispute between them." 4 months earlier, the Springfield Journal had run an editorial which Lincoln may well have written, questioning Douglas's sincerity. During the 1856 to 1857 session of Congress, the little giant had seemed unconcerned about fair play in Kansas. If he did not cheer on the border ruffians in their work of devastation and plunder, we all know how he reviled and defamed the Free State men and Republicans, not only as the authors of these outrages, but as seeking to prolong the troubles in Kansas. Republicans most cheerfully give him all due credit for his recent condemnation of the Lecompton Constitution, but we demand to know why he did not lift up his voice in defense of popular sovereignty in Kansas, when Lawrence, Leavenworth, and Osawatomie were ravaged, when he knew, or ought to have known, that till the present time there has been scarcely an office-holder in the whole territory who was not notorious, during all the troubles there, as connected with the bandits who robbed and murdered the people, fleeing from their burning homes. He knows that Mr. Buchanan, instead of handling these men as pirates and outlaws, has appointed them to office in the midst of a people they have pillaged. While some of Lincoln's friends dismissed Douglas's rebellion as an election-year gimmick, others were truly tempted to ally with anti-Lecompton Democrats. Pascal P. Enos told Henry Wilson that although he supported Lincoln for the Senate, he did not feel bound to oppose Douglas under all circumstances. In March, Ozias M. Hatch and Jesse K. Du Bois asked Lincoln about overtures being made by Douglas's allies. In reply, Lincoln urged them to resist the senator's siren song. "We must never sell old friends to buy old enemies. Let us have a state convention in which we can have a full consultation, until which let us all stand firm, making no committals as to strange and new combinations." In December 1857, Lincoln prepared a speech angrily warning Republicans not to flock to Douglas's banner, no matter how much they might admire his attacks on the Buchanan administration. He scorned the demagoguery of the little giant, whom he called the most dangerous enemy of liberty because the most insidious one. He was especially incensed at Douglas's remarks in June 1857, when the little giant charged that whoever believed that blacks were included in the Declaration of Independence's assertion that all men are created equal must necessarily license him, the black man, to marry a white woman. According to Douglas, the Founding Fathers had witnessed the sad and melancholy results of the mixture of the races in Mexico, South America, and Central America, where the Spanish, from motives of policy, had admitted the Negro and other inferior races to citizenship, and consequently to political and social amalgamation. The demoralization and degradation which prevailed in the Spanish and French colonies, where no distinction on account of color or race was tolerated, operated as a warning to our revolutionary fathers to preserve the purity of the white race. The founders understood the great natural law, which declares that amalgamation between superior and inferior races brings their posterity down to the lower level of the inferior, but never elevates them to the high level of the superior race. In the 1858 campaign, Douglas would assert that the experience of the world in all ages proves that the Negro is incapable of self-government in all climes, prompting a Republican paper to ask what the experience of the world has to say on the subject of French or German or Russian or Irish or Italian capacity for self-government. In that campaign, Douglas was also to argue that all presidents from the time of Washington had implicitly endorsed the proposition that blacks were not citizens by refusing to grant them passports. Lincoln also condemned a resolution, allegedly written by Douglas, endorsed by Morgan County Democrats, who declared their opposition to place Negroes on an equality with white men by allowing them to vote and hold office, and serve on juries, and testify in the courts against white men, and marry white women, as advocated by those who claim that the Declaration of Independence asserts that white men and Negroes were created equal by the Almighty. Lincoln further deplored the Little Giant's allegation of November 1857 that black Republicans will allow the blacks to push us from our sidewalks and elbow us out of car seats and stink us out of our places of worship. Douglas's indifference to the evils of slavery, which contrasted starkly with the Republican view that the peculiar institution was not only morally wrong, but a deadly poison in a government like ours, professedly based on the equality of men, aroused Lincoln's ire. Republicans, he advised, should not oppose any measure merely because Judge Douglas proposes it. Indeed, they ought to join him in assaulting the Lecompton Constitution, which should be throttled and killed as hastily and as heartily as a rabid dog. But the combined charge of Nebraskaism and Dred Scottism must be repulsed and rolled back. The deceitful cloak of self-government, wherewith the sum of all villainies, that is, slavery, seeks to protect and adorn itself, must be torn from its hateful carcass. Most Illinois Republicans agreed that Douglas was hardly a fit champion of their cause, no matter how vehemently he combated the Lecompton Constitution. The Chicago Press and Tribune said that in battling the Lecompton fraud, Douglas was simply an efficient co-worker, and we shall treat him accordingly. The Little Giant has recanted none of his political heresies, nor has he given evidence of any intention of doing so. It is asking too much of the freemen of Illinois to support a man for the Senate who, if not avowedly a champion of slavery expansion, gives all his influence to it, and against the personal and political rights of free white people who depend upon their own honest industry for a livelihood. State Auditor Jesse K. Du Bois remarked, "It is asking too much for human nature to now surrender to Judge Douglas, after having driven him by force of public opinion to do what he has done, to quietly let him step foremost in our ranks now, and make us all take back seats." The Illinois State Journal spoke bluntly. "Republicans intend to stand firmly by their own colors, and let the Douglas men skin their own skunks." Many of the party faithful believed that Lincoln had earned the senatorial nomination. They regarded him as their most capable leader, and felt that it was only fair to reward the magnanimity he had shown by bowing to Trumbull in the 1855 Senate contest. The Clinton Central Transcript, observing that a penitent prostitute may be received into the church, but she should not lead the choir, speculated that if the Republicans had no champion like Lincoln, a few might lend a hand in again electing Judge Douglas. But Lincoln deserved the party's allegiance, and Republicans do not feel like sacrificing the gallant Lincoln upon the shrine of the man who turned traitor upon treason even though his future should be endorsed by Greeley and Company. An editor in Dixon agreed. "We want no such ominous wooden horses run into our camp. All eyes are turned toward Mr. Lincoln as the unanimous choice of the people." Charles Henry Ray urged Republicans to shun Douglas, insisting that Abe Lincoln cannot be overlooked, should not be. Gustav Corner recommended that Republicans make the Douglasites understand that Lincoln is our man, and that we will try every means to elect men favorably to him. A Chicago Republican told Greeley, "We all think more highly of Douglas than we did a year ago, but still we hope to be pardoned for preferring one of the truest and most effective advocates of Republican principles, that is, Lincoln, to the little giant." Heatedly, John M. Palmer protested against the Wall Street operation, by which Lincoln, to whom we are under great obligations, and all of our men, are to be kicked to one side, and we are to throw up our caps for Judge Douglas, and he very coolly tells us all the time that we are abolitionists and Negro worshippers, and that he accepts our votes as a favor to us. In support of his candidacy, Long John Wentworth's paper said, "Lincoln has worked hard and had nothing." Democrats tried to sow dissension and to alarm voters by alleging that despite his public praise for Lincoln, Wentworth was secretly maneuvering to win the nomination himself. "Under no possible circumstances will Wentworth allow Lincoln to be chosen," declared Douglas's organ, the Chicago Times, whose editor reported that Wentworth openly declares that Lincoln can never get elected. The Illinois State Register warned that the Chicago autocrat of black republicanism will have complete control of a majority of the next legislature, and if that party should have a majority, he will control the nominations of its caucus. In truth, though Wentworth may have harbored senatorial ambitions, he realized that his chances were poor, for his abrasive, arrogant personality had alienated many Republicans as well as former allies in the Democratic Party. He therefore did nothing to promote his own candidacy. Lincoln bemoaned the everlasting croaking about Wentworth in the Democratic press, which sought to frighten men into supporting Democratic candidates for the legislature because the Republicans might choose Wentworth senator. When Democrats also alleged that Lincoln had gained Wentworth's support by agreeing to back Long John for governor, Lincoln denied it. "I am not directly or indirectly committed to anyone for governor," he told Charles L. Wilson. "I have had many free conversations with John Wentworth, but he never dropped a remark that led me to suspect that he wishes to be governor. Indeed, it is due to truth to say that while he has uniformly expressed himself for me, he has never hinted at any condition." In addition to these challenges at home, Lincoln and the Illinois Republicans had to contend with the Eastern Republicans' persistent enthusiasm for Douglas. Norman B. Judd, Wentworth, Herndon, and others kept praising Lincoln to their friends in the East. Alluding to Seward, Herndon asked Theodore Parker to tell him to keep his fingers out of our fight, keep his wishes to himself if he is for Douglas. In March, Herndon visited Washington, New England, and the Middle Atlantic states, ostensibly as a mere sightseer, but in reality acting as his partner's eyes and ears. As president, Lincoln would dispatch his personal secretaries and many others on such missions. Lincoln, though he professed a liking for Greeley, was personally dejected by the influential editor's support of Douglas, saying in substance that the man is not doing me, an old Republican and a tried anti-slavery man, right. He is talking up Douglas, an untrue and an untried man, a dodger, a wriggler, a tool of the South once, and now a snapper at it. Hope he will bite him good. But I don't feel that it is exactly right to pull me down in order to elevate Douglas. I wish that someone would put a flea in Greeley's ear. See Trumbull, Sumner, Wilson, Seward, Parker, Garrison, Phillips, and others, and try to turn the currents in the right directions. These men ought to trust the tried and true men. Taking the hint, Herndon packed his bags and headed for Washington. There he met with Douglas, who told him, "Give Mr. Lincoln my regards when you return, and tell him I have crossed the river and burned my boat." He added that he and the Republicans would be together soon. From Trumbull, Herndon learned that some Eastern Republicans were scheming to betray their Illinois counterparts by supporting Douglas's re-election bid. Rumor had it that Greeley, Seward, Weed, Henry Wilson, and Douglas had struck a bargain, whereby the Little Giant pledged to support Seward for president in 1860 if the editor of the Tribune would back Douglas's re-election in 1858. Evidently, the Little Giant in the winter of 1857 had agreed to help defeat the Lecompton Constitution in return for Greeley's promise to back him and other anti-Lecompton Democrats for re-election. In New York, Herndon called on Greeley, who, he reported, evidently wants Douglas sustained and sent back to the Senate. Greeley talked bitterly, somewhat so, against the papers in Illinois, and said they were fools. When Herndon referred to the Little Giant as one who had abused and betrayed the North, Greeley replied, "Forget the past and sustain the righteous. The Republican standard is too high," the editor declared. "We want something practical." The party platform, in his view, was too abstract and ought to be lowered, slid down. After returning home, Herndon informed Greeley that Illinois Republicans could not possibly support Douglas. 3 months later, Herndon scoffed at Greeley's belief that Douglas might join the Republicans. "Did Douglas ever give an inch in his whole political life?" he asked. "He is the most imperious and selfish man in America. He is the greatest liar in the world." Herndon doubtless wrote in consultation with Lincoln, who did not directly communicate with Greeley in 1858. Seward's role in Illinois politics is not clear. Privately, he lauded Douglas and other anti-Lecompton Democrats. "God forbid that I should consent to see freedom wounded, because my own lead or even my own agency in saving it should be rejected. I will cheerfully cooperate with these new defenders of this sacred cause in Kansas, and I will award them all due praise for their large share of merit in its deliverance." Yet when publicly accused of supporting Douglas, Seward, through his allies, vehemently denied it. In the summer, Seward urged his Illinois friend Samuel L. Baker to visit the prominent Whig John Bell of Tennessee and get him to endorse Lincoln. Baker reported to Lincoln that "Seward and Weed both assured me that they would do all they could to help us with money and otherwise." In December 1858, Douglas, in conversation with Charles Henry Ray, spoke freely about his cooperation with Seward. Ray was convinced that the two men had struck a bargain the previous year. Warned that Seward's allies in Illinois might balk if Lincoln's candidacy were regarded as an anti-Seward gesture, Lincoln scattered reports that Seward or Greeley actually conspired with Douglas. On June 1st, Lincoln told Charles L. Wilson that Greeley might prefer Douglas over himself, but I do not believe it is so because of any secret arrangement with Douglas. Rather, it was because he thinks Douglas' superior position, reputation, experience, and ability, if you please, would more than compensate for his lack of a pure Republican position, and therefore his re-election would do the general cause of Republicanism more good than would the election of any one of our better undistinguished, pure Republicans. Lincoln extended this assessment to include Seward, speculating that the New Yorker feels about as Greeley does, but, not being a newspaper editor, his feeling in this respect is not much manifested. He assured Wilson that neither he nor his friends had been setting stakes against Governor Seward. No combination has been made with me or proposed to me in relation to the next presidential candidate. Although he did not write to Greeley, Lincoln actively corresponded with Illinois Republicans, promoting unity and giving advice about increasing the party's strength in the legislature, which would choose a senator early in 1859. Perhaps at Lincoln's bidding, his friend Jesse K. Du Bois urged Republicans in northern Illinois to support a moderate platform, lest they drive off potential supporters in Egypt. Lincoln implored Wentworth's enemies in Chicago to stop criticizing the mayor, warning that the unrelenting warfare made upon him is injuring our cause. Lincoln denied that former Democrats like Wentworth were more likely than former Whigs to desert the Republican Party and support Douglas. There were, after all, some notable examples of pro-Douglas Whigs, among them President Jonathan Blanchard of Knox College, Buckner S. Morris, James W. Singleton, Usher F. Linder, Anthony Thornton, T. Lyle Dickey, and Edwin B. Webb, as well as Cyrus, Ninian, and Benjamin S. Edwards. Even Lincoln's old friend Anson G. Henry supported the Little Giant, and John Todd Stewart declared that he sided with Douglas on the slavery issue, though, out of friendship for his former partner, he would neither campaign for the senator nor vote for legislators in November. In February, Simeon Francis wrote Douglas a fan letter. Lincoln's modesty in promoting his own candidacy disappointed Norman B. Judd, chairman of the state Republican Party, who declared on April 19th, "If Lincoln expects to be senator, he must make a personal canvass for it in the center of the state. So I advised him 2 months ago, but I do not hear of any fruits." Some northern Illinois Republicans had begun to argue that since Trumbull of Belleville was already in the Senate, it would be fitting if a northerner like W. B. Ogden or Elihu B. Washburn, rather than Lincoln, should be the party's candidate to replace Douglas. When Boone County Republicans asked if he wanted a formal endorsement for senator, Lincoln declined. "I suppose it hardly necessary that any expression of preference for U.S. senator should be given at the county or other local conventions and meetings. When the Republicans of the whole state get together at the state convention, the thing will then be thought of, and something will or will not be done, according as the united judgment may dictate." On April 21st, fear that Douglas might seduce Illinois Republicans all but evaporated at the Democratic State Convention in Springfield. There, the delegates endorsed the party's 1856 platform calling for popular sovereignty, berated Republicans harshly, and failed to denounce the Buchanan administration for supporting the Lecompton Constitution and for dismissing pro-Douglas government employees. This action alienated anti-slavery men who could have been won over by the Little Giant. Republicans rejoiced at the hard blows and withering strokes that the pro-Buchanan and pro-Douglas factions administered to one another. "Oh, what a sight!" Herndon exclaimed. "Plunderers of the people, now at bloody war with each other over the spoils." "Douglas cut his own throat with his own hands," Herndon observed. "He cut himself loose from the Southern democracy and tore loose from all Republican sympathy." The disaffected pro-administration delegates, constituting roughly 1/10 of the total and calling themselves National Democrats, bolted the convention and resolved to hold a conclave of their own in June. Sneered at by their detractors as Buccaneers and Danites, they received patronage from the administration as it removed many of Douglas's supporters from office. The evening of the Democrats' turbulent convention, Lincoln met in Springfield with 24 leading Republicans to discuss strategy. Everyone in attendance was optimistic about the party's chances and made it clear that they had no intention of supporting Douglas. They expressed great indignation at the course of Anson Burlingame and deplored the wavering of some Illinois congressmen, including Washburn. When some voiced concern that ex-Democrats in their party would desert Lincoln, George T. Brown reassured them that he had spoken with several Democrats turned Republican, all of whom vowed their determination to back Lincoln. Brown added that Trumbull's election in 1855 made it morally imperative that he and other former Democrats in the party support Lincoln. Anxiety over Washburn's reported apostasy was dissipated by State Representatives Cyrenius B. Denio and Charles H. Ray, to whom the Galena congressman scoffed at rumors that he supported Douglas's re-election. Lincoln was quite disturbed by the controversy over Washburn, and reassured Ray that he had given no credence to the rumors. He maintained that both Wentworth and Washburn were dependable. Lincoln rejoiced that the badly divided Democrats left Springfield on April 21st in not a very encouraged state of mind, while the Republicans with whom he had conferred parted in high spirits. They think if we do not triumph, the fault will be our own, and so I really think. The following day, the Republicans agreed to hold their convention on June 16th at Springfield. As Herndon explained, probably had not Douglas called his convention, or had he not taken the Cincinnati platform as the groundwork of his future course, then it is likely that a kind of compromise would have taken place. But now, and on his present grounds, never. Lincoln denied that he and his colleagues were plotting to make common cause with the pro-Buchanan National Democrats in order to defeat Douglas. Of course, the Republicans do not try to keep the common enemy from dividing, but so far as I know or believe, they will not unite with either branch of the division, he said, adding that it is difficult for me to see on what ground they could unite, but it is useless to spend words. There is simply nothing of it. It is a trick of our enemies to try to excite all sorts of suspicions and jealousies amongst us. The following month, Lincoln declared that if being rather pleased to see a division in the ranks of the democracy, and not doing anything to prevent it, is proof of a conspiracy, then the accusation is valid. But if it be intended to charge that there is any alliance by which there is to be any concession of principle on either side, or furnishing of the sinews, or partition of offices, or swapping of votes to any extent, or the doing of anything, great or small, on the one side for the consideration, express or implied, on the other, no such thing is true. In fact, Republicans did work behind the scenes to promote discord in the Democratic ranks. Herndon freely acknowledged that the Illinois State Journal, and each and every Republican, is trying to create the split between the Douglas and Buchanan forces. We want to make it wider and deeper, hotter and more impassable. Political hatred, deep-seated opposition is what is so much desired, and if we can do this between the worshippers of Buck and Doug, we will effect it. Lincoln was kept ignorant of such machinations. Herndon reported to Trumbull that his partner does not know the details of how we get along. I do, but he does not. That kind of thing does not suit his tastes, nor does it suit me, yet I am compelled to do it. Do it because I cannot get rid of it. Since his father and brother staunchly supported Buchanan, Herndon was unusually well placed to learn the doings of the National Democrats. Preserving Republican Unity. A threat to Republican unity emerged in early June when disgruntled conservatives schemed to defeat Congressman Owen Lovejoy, whom the Illinois State Register called a notorious nigger-worshipping abolitionist. Spearheaded by some of Lincoln's close friends, including David Davis, Leonard Swett, T. Lyle Dickey, and Ward Hill Layman, the anti-Lovejoy movement attracted conservatives like Josh Whitmore, who declared, "I am not only mad, but tired of this nigger-worshipping. If Lovejoy is to be the nominee, I am ready to vote for a Douglas Democrat." Lincoln, who received appeals from abolitionists to thwart the plot, warned Lovejoy that your danger has been that the Democracy would wheedle some Republican to run against you without a nomination, relying mainly on Democratic votes. I have seen the strong men who could make the most trouble in that way, and find that they view the thing in the proper light, and will not consent to be so used. But, he added, they have been urgently tempted by the enemy, and I think it is still the point for you to guard most vigilantly. When Lovejoy's renomination seemed inevitable, Lincoln counseled Ward Hill Layman not to support an independent candidate, for such a move would result in nothing but disaster all around, assuring a Democratic victory, injuring Lincoln's chances for a Senate seat, and destroying the reputation of the Bolters' nominee. In response to an attack on David Davis, who was accused of advising friends not to vote for Lovejoy. Lincoln wrote a pseudonymous letter to the Chicago Press and Tribune defending the judge. Davis expects Lovejoy to be nominated and intends to vote for him, and has so stated without hesitation or reserve. Furthermore, Davis disapproved of a scheme concocted by certain influential persons to bring out a stump candidate without a nomination for the purpose of ensuring Lovejoy's defeat. In thanking Lincoln, Davis explained that a bolt would probably have occurred if delegates had not feared that it would harm Lincoln's senatorial prospects. When chastised for supporting an abolitionist who hurt the party's chances statewide, Lincoln replied, "It is the people, and not me, who want Lovejoy. The people have not consulted me on the subject. If I had opposed Lovejoy, I doubtless should have repelled voters from among our own friends, and gained none from Douglas's friends." Lincoln was right about Lovejoy's popularity. In November, he won re-election by the lopsided vote of 22,373 to 14,998, a more decisive victory than he had achieved in 1856. Lovejoy's candidacy drove T. Lyle Dickey from both the Republican Party and Lincoln, with whom he had been close since the 1830s. Born and raised in Kentucky, Dickey had been a devoted Henry Clay Whig, with an abhorrence of abolitionism. When in August he announced his defection to the Democrats, Republicans expressed regret. Clifton H. Moore told Lincoln that Dickey is too good a man to lose, but added that he will do us less harm as an open enemy than he would in pretending to be a Republican and go growling about, trying to sour everybody. 4 years earlier, Dickey had told Lincoln, "I love you and want you to be a U.S. Senator." Now, he denounced Lincoln for abandoning Henry Clay Whiggery. As the date for the Republican State Convention approached, Lincoln grew optimistic. "I think our prospects gradually and steadily grow better," he told Washburne on May 15th. "There is still some effort to make trouble out of Americanism. If that were out of the way, for all the rest, I believe we should be out of the woods." Less sanguine Republicans fear that many of Illinois' 37,351 Fillmore voters might make common cause with Douglas on a Union-saving platform. Douglas remained a difficult and dangerous foe. Lincoln worried about his attempts to woo Republicans while holding on to Democrats by playing down his differences with the Buchanan administration. When in April, the Little Giant refused to support the English Bill, a Democratic compromise measure designed to heal the breach created during the fight over the Lecompton Constitution, Lincoln noted with satisfaction that many Illinois Democrats were annoyed and begin to think there is a Negro in the fence, that Douglas really wants to have a fuss with the president. That sticks in their throats. To Lincoln, Joseph Medill expressed great alarm at the prospect in the north of Illinois of Republicans going over to Douglas, on the idea that Douglas is going to assume steep, free soil ground and furiously assail the administration on the stump when he comes home. Lincoln inferred that there certainly is a double game being played somehow. The pro-Buchanan National Democrats were slated to hold a convention at Springfield in the second week of June. Possibly, Lincoln mused, even probably, Douglas is temporarily deceiving the president in order to crush out the 8th of June convention here. But he predicted the Little Giant's attempt to please both factions would fail. Unless he plays his double game more successfully than we have often seen done, he cannot carry many Republicans north, without at the same time losing a larger number of his old friends south. To defeat Douglas's double game, Lincoln had to convince his party colleagues that the senator was hardly a true believer in their principles. Republican leaders in Washington were still urging their Illinois counterparts to back Douglas. On the eve of the state convention, Lincoln received word that his friend from the 30th Congress, Representative Richard W. Thompson of Indiana, and his messmate at Mrs. Spriggs' boarding house, journalist Nathan K. Sargent, wanted Lincoln to step aside in favor of the little giant. In private correspondence and anonymous journalism, Lincoln had for months been arguing against fusion with Douglas. At the Republican State Convention, he seized the opportunity to make his case in what would become one of his most famous speeches. Nomination for the Senate. On June 16th, Republican delegates crowded into the Hall of Representatives in Springfield, where they speedily adopted a platform similar to the one passed at the 1856 Bloomington Convention and nominated candidates for the 2 state offices to be contested that fall. In the midst of their deliberations, the Chicago delegation unfurled a banner reading, "Cook County for Abraham Lincoln," which was greeted with loud shouts. When it was suggested that the text be amended to read, "Illinois for Abraham Lincoln," the motion received a deafening barrage of hurrahs. Later that day, Charles L. Wilson, editor of the Chicago Journal, unexpectedly offered a resolution which won unanimous, enthusiastic approval. Resolved, that Abraham Lincoln is the first and only choice of the Republicans of Illinois for the United States Senate as the successor to Stephen A. Douglas. Wilson sought to counter the Democrats' whispering campaign, alleging that if the Republicans won the legislature, they would send John Wentworth to the Senate. A journalist reported that unanimity is a weak word to express the universal and intense feeling of the convention. Lincoln, Lincoln, Lincoln was the cry everywhere, whenever the senatorship was alluded to. Delegates from Chicago and from Cairo, from the Wabash and the Illinois, from the North, the Center, and the South, are alike fierce with enthusiasm whenever that loved name is breathed. This was an extraordinary development, for state parties did not usually endorse a candidate for Senate before the election of the legislature, which would decide who would fill that post. But so intensely did the Republicans of Illinois resent Horace Greeley, Anson Burlingame, and other Easterners who urged them to support Douglas, that in many counties they had passed resolutions endorsing Lincoln for the Senate. The Chicago Press and Tribune declared, "We assure our Eastern contemporaries, who have been so sorely troubled with fear that the Republicans of Illinois could not take care of their own affairs, that this action, where not spontaneous, has been provoked by their interference, though it is the result of no arrangement or concert. It is the natural and expected remonstrance against outside intermeddling." That evening Lincoln addressed the delegates, uncharacteristically reading from a manuscript. He had been working steadily on his speech for over a week, taking great pains trying to make it accurate. He delivered it slowly and carefully, fully aware that his auditors might be startled by his arguments. Lincoln aimed to show that Douglas's rebellion against Buchanan, which rendered the little giant so attractive to many opponents of slavery, was superficial, and that the senator and the president fundamentally agreed on basic principles, and had cooperated, either by design or coincidence, in promoting the interests of the slave-holding South. Lincoln began with a paraphrase of what he considered the very best speech that was ever delivered. Daniel Webster's second reply to Senator Robert Y. Hayne in 1830. "If we could first know where we are, and whither we are tending, we could then better judge what to do, and how to do it." Webster had begun his famous address thus: "When the mariner has been tossed for many days in thick weather, and on an unknown sea, he naturally avails himself of the first pause in the storm, the earliest glance of the sun, to take his latitude, and ascertain how far the elements have driven him from his true course. Let us imitate this prudence, and before we float farther on the waves of this debate, refer to the point from which we departed, that we may at least be able to conjecture where we now are." Since the introduction of the Kansas-Nebraska Act, a measure with the avowed object and confident promise of putting an end to slavery agitation, that agitation has not only not ceased, but has constantly augmented. Such agitation, Lincoln predicted, will not cease until a crisis shall have been reached and passed. That was inevitable, he said, because a house divided against itself cannot stand, as Jesus had long ago warned. I believe this government cannot endure, permanently half slave and half free. I do not expect the Union to be dissolved. I do not expect the house to fall. But I do expect it will cease to be divided. It will become all one thing or all the other. Either the opponents of slavery will arrest the further spread of it, and place it where the public mind shall rest in the belief that it is in course of ultimate extinction, or its advocates will push it forward, till it shall become alike lawful in all the states, old as well as new, north as well as south. After prophesying the future, Lincoln analyzed the past, arguing that a conspiracy to expand slavery had been actively pursued over the past 4 years. In 1854, the Kansas-Nebraska Act opened all the national territory to slavery, and was the first point gained. The popular sovereignty justification for this momentous change, Lincoln scornfully defined as the belief that, if any one man choose to enslave another, no third man shall be allowed to object. The election of James Buchanan in 1856 was the second point gained, for it seemingly endorsed the popular sovereignty doctrine, as did the final annual message of President Franklin Pierce in December 1856. A third point gained by the pro-slavery forces was the Dred Scott decision in 1857. Lincoln thought it noteworthy that when Douglas was asked if the people of a territory can constitutionally exclude slavery from their limits, the little giant had replied, "That is a question for the Supreme Court." Equally noteworthy was Buchanan's inaugural address calling on all Americans to abide by whatever decision the court might reach in the case of Dred Scott. 2 days later, a suspiciously short time, the justices handed down their controversial decision, ruling not only that blacks were excluded from citizenship and that Congress could not prohibit slavery from entering the territories, but in addition that whether the holding a Negro in actual slavery in a free state makes him free as against the holder, the United States courts will not decide, but will leave to be decided by the courts of any slave state the Negro may be forced into by the master. This last point, Lincoln said, was made not to be pressed immediately, but if acquiesced in for a while, and apparently endorsed by the people at an election, then to sustain the logical conclusion that what Dred Scott's master might lawfully do with Dred Scott in the free state of Illinois, every other master may lawfully do with any other one, or 1,000 slaves in Illinois, or in any other free state. The behavior of Douglas, Pierce, Buchanan, and the Supreme Court, presided over by Roger B. Taney, aroused Lincoln's suspicion. These things look like the cautious patting and petting a spirited horse, preparatory to mounting him, when it is dreaded that he may give the rider a fall, he said. Switching the metaphor, he continued, "We cannot absolutely know that all these exact adaptations are the result of pre-concert. Nevertheless, when we see a lot of framed timbers, different proportions of which we know have been gotten out of different times and places, and by different workmen, Stephen Douglas, Franklin Pierce, Roger B. Taney, and James Buchanan, for instance, and when we see these timbers joined together, and see they exactly make the frame of a house or a mill, all the tenons and mortises exactly fitting, and all the lengths and proportions of the different pieces exactly adapted to their respective places, and not a piece too many or too few, not omitting even scaffolding. Or, if a single piece be lacking, we can see the place in the frame exactly fitted and prepared to yet bring such a piece in. In such a case we find it impossible to not believe that Stephen and Franklin and Roger and James all understood one another from the beginning, and all worked upon a common plan, or draft, drawn up before the first lick was struck." Lincoln pointedly asked why the Kansas-Nebraska Act's provision regarding the people of a state, as well as of a territory, was lugged into this merely territorial law, and why the justices of the Supreme Court had failed to declare whether or not the Constitution permits a state, or the people of a state, to exclude it. These anomalies in this recent history convinced Lincoln that we may ere long see another Supreme Court decision declaring that the Constitution of the United States does not permit a state to exclude slavery from its limits. Illinoisans shall lie down pleasantly dreaming that the people of Missouri are on the verge of making their state free, and we shall awaken to the reality instead that the Supreme Court has made Illinois a slave state, Lincoln predicted, unless the power of the present political dynasty shall be met and overthrown. Reaching the central point of his address, Lincoln maintained that to achieve the overthrow of the slave power, its opponents must resist the overtures of the Douglasites. Relentlessly, he argued that the Little Giant was not the aptest instrument to thwart the slavery expansionists. The senator and his followers wanted to give the impression that he sought to keep slavery from expanding, but in fact there was little reason to believe it. Douglas's resistance to the Lecompton Constitution, although admirable, did not prove the point, for the quarrel with Buchanan was about a matter of fact, not principle. Lincoln noted that Douglas's supporters remind us that he is a very great man, and that the largest of us are very small ones. Conceding the point, Lincoln quoted from Ecclesiastes, "A living dog is better than a dead lion," and maintained that even though the Little Giant was not exactly a deceased lion, he was a caged and toothless one. Democrats used this unfortunate metaphor to ridicule Lincoln throughout the campaign, comparing him to a puppy dog fighting a lion. How, Lincoln asked, could Douglas oppose the advances of slavery? He don't care nothing about it, and his avowed mission is impressing the public heart to care nothing about it. Nor would Douglas necessarily resist calls for reopening the African slave trade. For years he has labored to prove it a sacred right of white men to take Negro slaves into the new territories. Can he possibly show that it is less a sacred right to buy them where they can be bought cheapest? And, unquestionably, they can be bought cheaper in Africa than in Virginia. On the issue most dear to Republicans, prohibiting the expansion of slavery, clearly Douglas is not now with us, and does not pretend to be. He does not promise to ever be. The Republican cause must be entrusted to and conducted by its own undoubted friends, those whose hands are free, whose hearts are in the work, who do care for the result. He reminded his party colleagues that though they were a combination of strange, discordant, and even hostile elements, they had successfully fought the battle through under the constant hot fire of a disciplined, proud, and pampered enemy who was now wavering, dissevered, and belligerent. Here again Lincoln borrowed from Webster's second reply to Hayne, in which the Massachusetts orator alluded to states dissevered, discordant, belligerent. This was no time to falter. Optimistically, he predicted that, sooner or later, the victory is sure to come. Lincoln had worried about the nation becoming all slave as far back as 1849, when anti-slavery forces were trounced at the Kentucky Constitutional Convention. He told Joseph Gillespie that he had asked a Kentuckian why the peculiar institution had such a powerful grip on a state with relatively few slaveholders. The reply was revealing. You might have any amount of land, money in your pocket, or bank stock, and while traveling around nobody would be any the wiser, but if you had a darky trudging at your heels everybody would see him and know that you owned slaves. It is the most glittering, ostentatious, and displaying property in the world, and now, says he, if a young man goes courting, the only inquiry is how many Negroes he or she owns, and not what other property they may have. The love for slave property was swallowing up every other mercenary passion. Its ownership betokened not only the possession of wealth, but indicated the gentleman of leisure who was above and scorned labor. According to Gillespie, these things Mr. Lincoln regarded as highly seductive to the thoughtless and giddy-headed young men who looked upon work as vulgar and ungentlemanly. Mr. Lincoln was really excited and said with great earnestness that this spirit ought to be met and, if possible, checked, that slavery was a great and crying injustice, an enormous national crime, and that we could not expect to escape punishment for it. He also predicted that a few years hence we will be ready to accept the institution in Illinois, and the whole country will adopt it. Lincoln's House-divided speech was hardly the first public expression of the thesis that either freedom or slavery would inevitably triumph. Lincoln explicitly denied that he was entitled to the enviable or unenviable distinction of having first expressed that idea. The same idea was expressed by the Richmond Enquirer in 1856. He was forcibly attracted to an editorial by George Fitzhugh, which appeared in that paper on May 6, 1856. Social forms so widely differing as those of domestic slavery and attempted universal liberty cannot long coexist in the great republic of Christendom. They cannot be equally adapted to the wants and interests of society. One form or the other must be very wrong, very ill-suited to promote the quiet, the peace, the happiness, the morality, the religion, and general well-being of the community. Disunion will not allay excitement and investigation, much less beget lasting peace. The war between the two systems rages everywhere, and will continue to rage until the one conquers and the other is exterminated. If, with disunion, we could have the all and end all there, the inducements would be strong to attempt it. The Richmond paper also declared that two opposite and conflicting forms of society cannot, among civilized men, coexist and endure. The one must give way and cease to exist, the other become universal. If free society be unnatural, immoral, unchristian, it must fall and give way to a slave society, a social system old as the world, universal as man. The Richmond Whig insisted that, far from believing that slavery must die, we have long held the opinion that it is the normal and only humane relation which labor can sustain toward capital. Nor was there any novelty in the speculation that Illinois might welcome slavery. Dumas J. Van Deren, editor of the Mattoon National Gazette, declared in 1857, "We candidly and firmly believe today that if Illinois were a slave state, the best men of Kentucky, Virginia, Tennessee, and even states farther south, would be here as soon as they could remove their families, and the prairies of Illinois would be made to smile as a lovely garden." From the South came comments like those in the Jackson Mississippian. "Establish slavery in Illinois, and it would give us the key to the Great West. The South should not content herself with maintaining her ground. She should progress. She should expand her institutions wherever soil, climate, and production are adapted to them." For decades, abolitionists had been making Lincoln's point about the incompatibility of slavery and freedom. In 1835, William Goodell predicted that one or the other must prevail to the destruction of the other. The laborers at the South will be free, or the laborers at the North will lose their freedom. The following year, James G. Birney insisted that, if slavery live at the South, liberty must die at the North. There was no middle ground. 11 years later, a New Hampshire Free Soiler editorialized, "Slavery or freedom must triumph, for unless justice is a phantom and all liberty a lie, they cannot live and flourish in the same land together." In the fateful year 1854, several militant opponents of slavery stressed that argument. Frederick Douglass told a Chicago audience that liberty and slavery cannot dwell in the United States in peaceful relations. One or the other of these must go to the wall. The South must either give up slavery, or the North must give up liberty. The two interests are hostile and irreconcilable. The just demands of liberty are inconsistent with the overgrown exactions of the slave power. Henry Ward Beecher declared that the two great principles must come into collision and fight till one or the other is dead. It is like a battle between a vulture and an eagle. Slavery is a vulture, of base talons and polluted beak, and liberty is an eagle. They must fight till there is a declaration of victory on one side or the other. Benjamin F. Wade told the Senate, "Slavery must now become general, or it must cease to be at all." Theodore Parker, whom Lincoln admired, analyzed the political situation of the country in similar fashion. These two ideas, of freedom and slavery, are now fairly on foot. They are hostile. They are both mutually invasive and destructive. They are in exact opposition to each other, and one will overcome the other. The New York Tribune asserted that the permanence of the Union is predictable only upon one of two conditions. Either the South must put an end to slavery, or the North must adopt it. In 1857, Lincoln's law partner predicted that there would soon be universal freedom for all the race, or universal despotism for white and black. The previous year, James S. Pike, the New York Tribune's Washington correspondent and a radical opponent of slavery, made the same point, calling the longer continuance of the existing political union a political impossibility, unless the North and South agreed to go back to the position of the founders of the government and regard slavery as an exceptional institution and administer the government in the interest of universal freedom. A Maine Republican told Pike, "Your opinion is by no means a heretical or unusual one, but is shared by nearly all of the intelligent thinkers in the country who are opposed to slavery." 5 months after Lincoln delivered his House-divided speech, a leading Republican spokesman, William Henry Seward, made the same point when he famously described the collision between North and South as an irrepressible conflict between opposing and enduring forces, and it means that the United States must and will, sooner or later, become either entirely a slave-holding nation or entirely a free labor nation. Northerners and Southerners alike had used the quotation from Jesus about a house divided long before Lincoln cited it. In 1847, Daniel Webster said, "If a house be divided against itself, it will fall and crush everybody in it." In 1806, a Maryland critic of slavery, John Parrish, observed that a house divided against itself cannot stand, neither can a government or constitution. This is coincident with the present Chief Magistrate Jefferson's opinion in his notes on the state of Virginia. In 1852, the Boston abolitionist Edmund Quincy wrote, "It was said more than 1800 years ago that a house divided against itself cannot stand, and the truth of the saying is written on every page of history." Quincy predicted that slavery would either be abolished, or it would at last make a fissure that will shatter into heaps the proud structure upon the heads of those that put their trust into it. Theodore Parker, sermonizing about slavery, said that there can be no national welfare without national unity of action. Without that, a nation is a house divided against itself. In 1850, a Southern secessionist declared that the American system of government rests on the broad basis of the people, who are not homogeneous. They do not assimilate. They are opposed in interests, at variance in opinions. They are at war, inevitable, unavoidable war. The cement is broken. The house is divided against itself. It must fall. 5 years later, the American Anti-Slavery Society adopted the following resolution: a church or government which accords the same rights and privileges to slavery as to liberty is a house divided against itself, which cannot stand. Lincoln's other prediction regarding a second Dred Scott decision was not far-fetched. The Bloomington Pantagraph had mentioned such a possibility less than a week after the Supreme Court ruled in the first one. Lincoln was probably alluding to Lemon versus the People, which had begun in New York in 1852 and dealt with the right of slaveholders to take their slaves with them into free states. In 1841, the New York legislature adopted a law stipulating that no person imported, introduced, or brought into this state could be held in bondage. In October 1857, the Lemon case was argued before the New York Supreme Court, which upheld the statute by a 5-3 vote. While the case was being considered by the state's Court of Appeals, opponents of slavery feared that it would eventually reach the U.S. Supreme Court, where Tawney and his colleagues might overrule New York's statute and pave the way for nationalizing slavery. The case was pending in 1858 and not argued before the New York Court of Appeals until 1860. In 1854, Harriet Beecher Stowe had warned that the Tawney Court might decide the case in such a way that it may be declared lawful for slave property to be held in the northern free states. Should this come to pass, it is no more improbable that there may be, 4 years hence, slave depots in New York City than it was 4 years ago that the South would propose a repeal of the Missouri Compromise. Theodore Parker predicted that the court would rule in the Lemon case that a master may take his slaves in transit through a free state and keep them in it a reasonable time, subject not only to his own caprice, but defiant of the laws of that state. In 1858, Lyman Trumbull echoed that warning. There is now a case pending, known as the Lemon case, and when the country gets prepared to receive the decision, you will probably hear again from the Supreme Court of the United States the doctrine announced that, under the Constitution, slavery goes into all the states of the Union. Earlier that year, several senators, including Henry Wilson of Massachusetts, James Harlan of Iowa, Zachariah Chandler of Michigan, and William Pitt Fessenden of Maine, had warned of a new Dred Scott decision forbidding states to outlaw slavery. The organ of the Buchanan administration declared that Southerners had a right to take slaves into free states. In February 1858, the California Supreme Court determined that the slave Archie Lee was to remain the property of his owner, who had moved to Sacramento from Mississippi in 1857. Many others before Lincoln charged that a conspiracy was afoot to nationalize slavery. Among them were the New York Tribune, Congressman David Wilmot, Senators Benjamin F. Wade and William Pitt Fessenden, and the independent Democrats who had issued the famous denunciation of the Kansas-Nebraska bill when it was first introduced. In all likelihood, Lincoln sincerely believed his allegation of conspiracy. In a draft of a speech written during the 1858 campaign, he declared, "I claim no extraordinary exemption from personal ambition. That I like preferment as well as the average of men may be admitted, but I protest I have not entered upon this hard contest solely or even chiefly for a mere personal object. I clearly see, as I think, a powerful plot to make slavery universal and perpetual in this nation. The effort to carry that plot through will be persistent and long continued, extending far beyond the senatorial term for which Judge Douglas and I are just now struggling. I enter upon the contest to contribute my humble and temporary mite in opposition to that effort." The evidence to prove a conspiracy was, he admitted, circumstantial only, but the string of incontestable facts appeared to him inconsistent with every hypothesis save that of the existence of such conspiracy. Judge Douglas can so explain them if anyone can. From warp to woof, his handiwork is everywhere woven in. Unbeknownst to Lincoln, there was solid evidence of collusion between Buchanan and the U.S. Supreme Court. In February 1857, only the 5 Southern justices favored overturning the Missouri Compromise. Worried that such a split decision might not sit well with Northerners, Buchanan urged his friend, Justice Robert C. Greer of Pennsylvania, to side with his colleagues from below the Mason-Dixon line. Greer complied, and let Buchanan know that the court would decide the case soon after his inauguration. Buchanan, who may well have seen a draft of Chief Justice Roger B. Taney's majority opinion, prepared his inaugural address accordingly, urging the public to abide by whatever decision the court might reach. The Republican press in Illinois hailed Lincoln's speech as able, logical, and most eloquent. In Vermont, the Burlington Free Press praised its sound doctrine, lucid statements, clear distinctions, and apt illustrations. William Herndon called Lincoln's quiet, compact, nervous, eloquent speech the best executive expression of the ideas of political republicanism as at present organized that I have seen. At the opposite end of the ideological spectrum, the New Orleans Delta reported that somebody named Lincoln, who in the eyes of his friends is an unshorn Samson of free soilism, made a speech in which he hit the little giant some terrible blows. Horace Greeley's New York Tribune ran the text of the speech, which it deemed admirable, compact, forcible, concise, able, and caustic. Lincoln, said the Tribune, never fails to make a good speech, and this is one of his best efforts. The speech did not change Greeley's mind about Douglas, however. In July, he still privately chided Illinois Republicans for opposing the senator's re-election. "You have repelled Douglas, who might have been conciliated and attached to our own side. Whatever he may now find it necessary to say or do, and instead of helping us in other states, you have thrown a load upon us that may probably break us down." In 1860, Thurlow Weed's newspaper said that this speech called back the Republicans to their original creed, thus preventing a great calamity, namely, accepting Douglas and popular sovereignty. This great speech marked Abraham Lincoln as no ordinary man. Thoughtful men saw in its author a statesman who had the sagacity to discover the peril that awaited the Republican Party if it dallied with the specious theory of Stephen A. Douglas. Douglas's supporters took heart from the House-divided speech because it seemed too radical for Illinois. "I had thought until recently that the little giant was dead in Illinois, until I saw the speech Mr. Lincoln made to the Republican convention in Springfield," remarked a Democrat in Bloomington. "I do not believe that there is any Western state that can upon a fair canvass be brought to endorse the sentiments of that Springfield speech. It is abolition and disunion, so absolutely expressed that it should be made to burn Mr. Lincoln as long as he lives." The Democratic press reviled the speech as an incitement to civil war and a call for abolition. Lincoln was probably unsurprised by such attacks. Before he delivered it, his political confidants had warned that the speech was too extreme and advised him to tone it down. He rejected their advice. When Samuel C. Parks suggested that he modify one passage before publishing it, Lincoln asked, "Isn't it true?" "Certainly it is true, but it is premature. The people are not prepared for it, and Douglas will beat us with it all over the state." "I think that the time has come to say it, and I will let it go as it is." After the election, some friends told Lincoln that his defeat was due to the radicalism of the speech. "Well, gentlemen, you may think that speech was a mistake, but I never have believed it was, and you will see the day when you will consider it was the wisest thing I ever said." Lincoln told Horace White that all of his wise friends had objected to that House paragraph, but he thought the people were much nearer to the belief than the politicians generally supposed. Therefore, while he was willing to assume all the risks incident to the use of that phrase, he did not consider the risk great. The warnings were valid, however. A few days after the speech, John Locke Scripps told Lincoln that its opening lines were too ultra for some of his Kentucky-born friends, who want to be Republicans, but who are afraid we are not sufficiently conservative, who are also somewhat afraid of our name, but who hate locofoism most cordially. Those Kentuckians interpreted the House-divided segment of the speech as an implied pledge on behalf of the Republican Party to make war upon the institution in the states where it now exists. They do not perceive that you referred to a moral tendency, but insist that your meaning goes to a political warfare under legal forms against slavery in the states. In reply, Lincoln insisted that his address was not an abolitionist document. "I am much mortified that any part of it should be construed so differently from anything intended by me," he told Scripps. "The language, 'place slavery where the public mind shall rest in the belief that it is in course of ultimate extinction,' I use deliberately, not dreaming then nor believing now that it asserts or intimates any power or purpose to interfere with slavery in the states where it exists." Emphatically, he declared that, "Whether the clause used by me will bear such construction or not, I never so intended." The charge of ultraism would dog Lincoln throughout the campaign as he tried to woo conservative former Whigs. The Senate campaign begins. Douglas and his allies tried to discredit Lincoln by asserting that as a congressman he had opposed funding supplies for the troops during the Mexican War. The Chicago Times, Douglas's organ, made the outrageous claim that Lincoln swore an oath to refuse to vote $1 to feed, clothe, or minister to the wants of the sick and dying volunteers from my own state, who are suffering in Mexico. Let them die like dogs. Let them die for want of medicine. Let the fever-parched lips of my Illinois neighbors crack in painful agony. Not one drop of cooling liquid shall soothe them if I can help it." Other Democratic papers joined in the attack, calling Lincoln a friend of the greasers and an apologist of Mexico, who pandered to the greasers' profit and advantage, and whose Tory demagogism and mountebank antics provided aid and comfort to a foreign enemy during a bloody war. Joseph Medill warned Lincoln that thousands of our party are old Democrats, and you know their sentiments on this Mexican war supply question. It ruined Ohio Senator Thomas Corwin. The game of the Times is to make a personal issue and not a party fight. Henry C. Whitney told Lincoln that the Times allegation was the most potent and dangerous weapon that can be used against you in the rural districts, and urged that Lincoln not lose ground by inattention to these apparently trifling but really formidable matters. The fight is won effectually between you and Douglas, as if you were in the field for a popular vote. In Egypt, Democrats reportedly exhumed the skeletons of all those who died on the plains of Mexico and attempted to prove by the use of volcanic thunder, ignoring sound arguments, that they all died at the hands of Abe Lincoln. Lincoln swiftly provided Medill an account of his congressional votes on Mexican War appropriations, which he had always supported, and protested that the Chicago Times, in its blind rage to assail me, had ascribed to him a vote that had been cast by another Illinois congressman, John Henry, before Lincoln had taken his seat in the House. Scornfully he observed, "I scarcely think anyone is quite vile enough to make such a charge in such terms without some slight belief in the truth of it." Medill's paper denounced the intense meanness which prompted the Times to falsify his position, and the intenser meanness which induces it not to retract its calumnies. Other Republican papers called the allegation a blistering and cowardly misrepresentation, a self-evident lie, and an example of the kind of ammunition with which these black Democrats are compelled to fight. To their credit, the Democratic Illinois State Register acknowledged that the Times charge was erroneous, and the Mattoon Gazette, which had originated the allegation, apologetically retracted it. In the end, Lincoln said later, the Times' abuse of tactics had helped him amazingly. This was not the last dirty trick that Douglas and his organ would play on Lincoln, for the Little Giant and his editor friend James W. Sheehan would prove to be unscrupulous opponents, willing to make false charges, garble Lincoln's words, resort to bribery, and engage in shameless demagoguery. Each candidate ran scared. A week after his nomination, Lincoln predicted that the Republican nominees for statewide office, Newton Bateman for Superintendent of Public Instruction and James Miller for State Treasurer, will be elected without much difficulty. But he guessed that, with the advantages the Democrats have of us, we shall be very hard run to carry the legislature, which would choose the next senator. In July, Herndon reported that his partner meticulously calculated Republican prospects in each county and was gloomy, rather uncertain about his own success. In assessing Douglas's strengths, Lincoln said that he was a very good logician, that he had very little humor or imagination, but where he had right on his side, very few could make a stronger argument, that he was an exceedingly good judge of human nature, knew the people of the state thoroughly, and just how to appeal to their prejudices, and was a very powerful opponent, both on and off the stump. Douglas reciprocated the sentiment. Upon hearing of Lincoln's nomination, he told a friend, "I shall have my hands full. He is a strong man of his party, full of wit, facts, dates, and the best stump speaker, with his droll ways and dry jokes in the West. He is as honest as he is shrewd, and if I beat him, my victory will be hardly won." More profanely, the little giant later said, "Of all the goddamned Whig rascals of Springfield, Abe Lincoln is the most honest." On July 9th, Douglas opened his re-election campaign with a speech before a crowd of several thousand Chicagoans. He began by complimenting Lincoln, describing him as a kind, amiable, and intelligent gentleman, a good citizen, and an honorable opponent. In general, the tone of this address was so conciliatory that the Chicago Press and Tribune hoped that the senator will conduct the canvass before him with proper regard for the decencies which he has so far repeatedly violated, and for fairness that he never observed. In that speech, Douglas denounced Lincoln's House-divided address for advocating boldly and clearly a war of sections, a war of the North against the South, of the free states against the slave states, a war of extermination, to be continued relentlessly until the one or the other shall be subdued. The little giant argued that Lincoln's policy of uniformity would lead to despotism, for if people did not have the right to decide for themselves whether to allow slavery in their midst, they were no longer free. The true safeguard of liberty, Douglas asserted, was diversity, not uniformity. Turning to the race issue, which he was to emphasize heavily throughout the campaign, Douglas attacked Lincoln's criticism of the Dred Scott decision. In a characteristic appeal to the intense Negrophobia of Illinoisans, Douglas flatly declared, "This government was made by the white man, for the benefit of the white man, to be administered by white men, in such manner as they should determine. I am opposed to Negro equality. I repeat that this nation is a white people, a people composed of European descendants, a people that have established this government for themselves and their posterity, and I am in favor of preserving not only the purity of the blood, but the purity of the government from any mixture or amalgamation with inferior races. I have seen the effects of this mixture of superior and inferior races, this amalgamation of white men and Indians and Negroes. We have seen it in Mexico, in Central America, in South America, and in all the Spanish-American states, and its result has been degeneration, demoralization, and degradation below the capacity for self-government. I am opposed to taking any step that recognizes the Negro man or the Indian as the equal of the white man. I am opposed to giving him a voice in the administration of the government." A Cherokee protested to Douglas that his tribe and others in the West were vastly superior in every respect to any portion of the Negro race, and urged the little giant to draw the necessary distinction between Indians and Negroes. Among those inferior races were the Chinese, Douglas implied. "I do not acknowledge that the coolie must necessarily be put upon an equality with the white race." The senator closed with a salvo against the unholy, unnatural alliance between the Republicans and the pro-Buchanan Democrats. The Chicago Press and Tribune cited this speech as proof that Illinois Republicans had been justified in rejecting their Eastern counterparts' advice to embrace Douglas. In his Chicago address, the senator had avowed and reaffirmed his old and most odious doctrines, his adhesion to the dogma that a majority may enslave a minority, and that slavery goes by virtue of the Constitution wherever that Constitution goes. If the little giant had acknowledged that freedom was a little better than slavery for the new territories, he would have been applauded vigorously. As it was, many auditors went home disappointed, many of them grieved. The Press and Tribune also denounced Douglas for badly misrepresenting the House Divided speech. Angrily, it observed that Mr. Lincoln believes that there is now a struggle, and that it will continue till a certain result is reached. But Mr. Douglas says that Mr. Lincoln calls upon the participants in the struggle to throw down the slow weapon of the ballot box and precipitate the result by the sword. Such garbling was childish, a low prevarication. The paper condemned Douglas's espousal of the monstrous doctrine that the United States, in order to remain a free country, must have diversity, that is, tolerate slave states, in its midst. Lincoln, who sat through Douglas's speech, reported that the little giant sought to make it appear that he is having a triumphal entry into and march through the country. But it is all as bombastic and hollow as Napoleon's bulletins sent back from his campaign in Russia. A majority of the crowd, he estimated, consisted of Republicans, some of whom called for him to respond to Douglas. But since the hour was late, it was arranged that he would speak the following night. The Chicago Press and Tribune asserted that the Douglas meeting was the product of 3 weeks' hard drumming and coaxing, aided by cannon and claptrap, fuss and feathers, and profusion of pyrotechnics and costly parade, complete with hired clackers and fireworks. Alluding to Douglas's cannon, Lincoln, who condemned such hoopla, said, "There is a passage, I think, in the book of the Koran, which reads, 'To him that bloweth not his own horn, to such a man it is forever decreed that his horn shall not be blowed.'" The Republicans throughout Illinois shared Lincoln's scorn for his opponent's triumphal style, with its elaborate processions, brass bands, flag-bedecked trains, militia escorts, booming artillery, banner-festooned wagons, and gaudy pageantry. The next day, before an audience almost as large as Douglas's, and by Lincoln's reckoning 5 times as enthusiastic, the challenger responded to the little giant in a speech that seemed, to a Democratic journalist, a talk that made no attempt at oratory. With gentle mockery, he dismissed the charge of Republican collusion with the Buccaneers. More bitingly, he maintained that popular sovereignty had become a meaningless concept, for thanks to the Dred Scott decision, inhabitants of a territory could only vote to exclude slavery at the very final stage of territorial settlement, when a constitution was to be adopted and application for statehood was to be submitted. According to the Supreme Court, Lincoln noted, if any one man chooses to take slaves into a territory, all the rest of the people have no right to keep them out. Thus, for all intents and purposes, popular sovereignty was a dead letter, and Douglas was hypocritical in proclaiming his devotion both to it and to the Dred Scott decision, which negated it. Lincoln asked, "How much is left of this vast matter of squatter sovereignty, I should like to know?" A member of the audience answered, "It has all gone." Lincoln would return to this point in a debate the following month at Freeport. Douglas's willingness to support the right of people in a territory to frame a constitution in accord with their own wishes was nothing new, for, as Lincoln maintained, no one had ever denied it. Sarcastically, he predicted that his opponent, will claim in a little while that he is the inventor of the idea that the people should govern themselves, that nobody ever thought of such a thing until he brought it forward. Should Douglas be credited with defeating the Lecompton Constitution? In the Senate, 20 Republicans and only 3 Democrats voted against it. In the House, over 90 Republicans and only 22 Democrats voted against it. Now who was it that did the work? Lincoln asked, rhetorically. Douglas's boast that he and his colleagues had won the victory reminded a Republican of 3 English tailors who sent a petition to Parliament beginning, "We, the men of England." Lincoln protested against Douglas's misinterpretation of his House-divided speech. "I am not a master of language," he confessed. "I have not a fine education. I am not capable of entering into a disquisition upon dialectics. But," he insisted, "that the senator had distorted his meaning." 2 years later, Lincoln analyzed his strengths and weaknesses as an orator. "I am not much of a rouser as a public speaker. I do not and cannot put on frills and fancy touches. If there is anything that I can accomplish, it is that I can state the question and demonstrate the strength of our position by plain logical argument." Obviously, the nation had existed half slave and half free for more than 8 decades. But it had done so only because people expected that the peculiar institution would ultimately die out. The Kansas-Nebraska Act had demolished that expectation. Boldly, Lincoln declared, "I have always hated slavery. I think as much as any abolitionist. I have always hated it, but I have always been quiet about it until this new era of the introduction of the Nebraska Bill began. I always believed that everybody was against it, and that it was in the course of ultimate extinction. The Constitution," he argued, plausibly, "was framed and adopted by men who intended and expected the ultimate extinction of slavery." In refuting Douglas's uniformity charge, Lincoln stated his belief that each individual is naturally entitled to do as he pleases with himself and the fruit of his labor, so far as it in no wise interferes with any other man's rights. But he drew a distinction between laws like the Indiana statute regulating the cultivation of cranberries and laws establishing slavery. Only a man who saw nothing morally wrong with human bondage could equate the two. Douglas, Lincoln charged, looks upon all this matter of slavery as an exceedingly little thing. This matter of keeping 1/6 of the population of the whole nation in a state of oppression and tyranny, unequaled in the world. But slavery, Lincoln insisted, should not be regarded as something on a par with the question of whether a man shall pasture his land with cattle or plant it with tobacco. Douglas might demur, but there is a vast portion of the American people that do not look upon that matter, slavery, as being this very little thing. Rather, they look upon it as a vast moral evil. As Lincoln scornfully argued, it was nonsense to assert that anyone who wished to keep slavery from expanding necessarily therefore wanted to force all states to have identical laws regarding cranberries. By insisting that the Dred Scott decision must, like all Supreme Court rulings, be supported unconditionally, Douglas was being hypocritical, for the little giant in his party had endorsed Andrew Jackson's defiance of the court's well-known contention, made in the 1819 case of McCulloch v. Maryland, that Congress had the power to charter a national bank. Lincoln appealed to his audience to honor the Declaration of Independence and to recall what had been achieved under the blessings of liberty. He pointed out that Americans were not united by blood, but rather by a devotion to the principles of the Declaration. Germans, Irish, French, and Scandinavians, who had immigrated since 1783, could find no ancestors among those who had made the Revolution, but they felt deeply attached to the United States when they looked through that old Declaration of Independence, and they find that those old men say that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. And then they feel that moral sentiment taught in that day evidences their relation to those men, that it is the father of all moral principle in them, and that they have a right to claim it as though they were blood of the blood and flesh of the men who wrote that declaration. And so they are. This Revolutionary-era idealism, Lincoln said, contrasted sharply with Douglas's contention that inferior races should not be allowed to enjoy the rights accorded to the superior race. This reasoning he likened to the arguments that kings have made for enslaving the people in all ages of the world. Monarchs always bestrode the necks of the people, not that they wanted to do it, but because the people were better off for being ridden. That is their argument, and this argument of the judge is the same old serpent that says, "You work, and I eat. You toil, and I will enjoy the fruits of it." Turn it whatever way you will, whether it come from the mouth of a king, an excuse for enslaving the people of his country, or from the mouth of men of one race as a reason for enslaving the men of another race. It is all the same old serpent. To understand the purpose of the Declaration, Lincoln urged his audience to bear in mind a statement by Jesus. "As your Father in heaven is perfect, be ye also perfect." Christ, he said, set that up as a standard, and so the Declaration should be regarded. So I say in relation to the principle that all men are created equal, let it be as nearly reached as we can. If we cannot give freedom to every creature, let us do nothing that will impose slavery upon any other creature. Lincoln pleaded with the Republicans not to forget Douglas's racist demagoguery. They should remember, he insisted, all the hard names that Judge Douglas has called them by, all his repeated charges of their inclination to marry with and hug Negroes. Emphatically, he declared, "I protest, now and forever, against that counterfeit logic that presumes that because I do not want a Negro woman for a slave, I do necessarily want her for a wife. My understanding is that I need not have her for either, but as God made us separate, we can leave one another alone and do one another much good thereby. There are white men enough to marry all the white women, and enough black men to marry all the black women, and in God's name let them be so married." The judge regales us with the terrible enormities that take place by the mixture of races, that the inferior race bears the superior down. Why, Judge, if we don't let them get together in the territories, they won't mix there. Eloquently he concluded, "Let us discard all this quibbling about this man and the other man, this race and that race, and the other race being inferior, and therefore they must be placed in an inferior position. Let us discard all these things, and unite as one people throughout this land until we shall once more stand up, declaring that all men are created equal." This remarkable address, with its soaring rhetoric and heartfelt idealism, was published in the New York Times, which deemed it an able speech, and the New York Tribune, which hailed it as admirable and thoroughly Republican. In the Bangor, Maine Courier, which praised its plain, candid, common-sense exposition of Republican doctrine, and in the New York Herald, which referred to Lincoln as Douglas's nigger-worshipping competitor, espousing the most repulsive disunion nigger equality principles and doctrines. The abolitionist Chicago Congregational Herald detected in Lincoln a champion who was willing to stand by the Declaration of Independence and fight for human rights, for man as man, irrespective of country, race, creed, or other accidental circumstances. A leading abolitionist in eastern Illinois, Abraham Smith, congratulated Lincoln. While some Republicans, good men and true, but cautious, will say thou hast taken too high ground, I am rejoiced that by thy speeches at Springfield and Chicago thou art fairly mounted on the eternal invulnerable bulwark of truth. "The war is begun," remarked the Chicago Journal. "The first fire has been exchanged, and the little giant is wounded in several vital parts. In sound, manly argument, Lincoln is too much for him." The Chicago Press and Tribune observed that even though Lincoln's speech was an unstudied and unpremeditated effort, a product of hurried and imperfect preparation, it offered a clear, comprehensive, and overwhelming refutation of the sophistries and charlatanisms of Douglas's remarks the night before. An editor of that paper told Lincoln, "Your peroration on the spirit of liberty was capital." Douglas and other Democrats repeatedly quoted that peroration, which the Chicago Times found disgusting, along with the opening paragraph of the House Divided speech, to illustrate Lincoln's radicalism on the race issue. The Illinois State Register alleged that in his Chicago address, "Lincoln takes bold and unqualified ground with Lovejoy and ultra-abolitionism. Old Whigs can see it in the contemptible abolitionism in which Mr. Lincoln desires to engulf his old Whig friends." The Chicago Times, which likened the challenger to the abolitionist Theodore Parker, regarded Lincoln's Chicago speech as a vain attempt to escape from awkward positions in which he had placed himself by his Springfield address. In it, the Times saw an appeal for slaves to rise up and kill their masters. The Boston Courier called it inelegant, discursive, and laborious. The Madison, Wisconsin Argus detected in the speech only a few sickly attempts at irony, a plentiful supply of cant, and one or two faint quibbles. Thanks to Douglas's prominence, the attention of the nation focused on the Illinois Senate race. Sharing the Little Giant spotlight, Lincoln began to emerge as a national figure. A Cincinnatian told Lincoln that the campaign is assuming national importance in the eyes of the people of all sections of the country. From upstate New York, Charles Henry Ray informed him, "You are like Byron, who woke up one morning and found himself famous. In my journey here from Chicago, and even here, one of the most out-of-the-way rural districts in the state, among a slow-going and conservative people who are further from railroads than any man can be in Illinois, I have found hundreds of anxious inquirers burning to know all about the newly raised-up opponent of Douglas." Some Republicans chided Lincoln for not attacking Douglas more vigorously. One admirer of Lincoln's address called it a first-rate defensive speech, but urged its author to assail and keep assailing. Similarly, Norman B. Judd told Lyman Trumbull, "Lincoln has commenced it gallantly. The only trouble will be that, as I told him, he will allow Douglas to put him on the defensive." When the two candidates spoke in Springfield a week later, the contrast between them was highlighted by their mode of transportation to the capital and by their appearance. Fashionably attired in the so-called plantation style, with a ruffled shirt, dark blue coat with shiny buttons, light-colored trousers, well-polished shoes, and a wide-brimmed hat, Douglas was the glass of fashion in his well-tailored broadcloth and linen garments. Traveling in imperial fashion, he and his wife, along with a large entourage, rode in the private rail coach maintained by the Illinois Central. Accompanying it was a platform car outfitted with a small cannon called Popular Sovereignty, which heralded the Little Giant's approach. On that same train, Lincoln traveled alone as a regular passenger, toting an ancient carpet bag and a bulging umbrella. He wore an ill-fitting coat, vest, and trousers, all of black alpaca. On his head sat a too large, battered, napless stovepipe hat. The outfit made him resemble a preacher. Later in the campaign, while garbed in a similar ensemble, he met Carl Schurz, a young German-American Republican leader from Wisconsin, who wrote that he had seen several public men of rough appearance, but none whose looks seemed quite so uncouth, not to say grotesque, as Lincoln's. Like all lawyers working for the railroad, Lincoln had a free pass, which he used to campaign simply and usually alone. The Chicago Press and Tribune noted the sharp contrast in styles between Douglas and Lincoln. The Republican challenger goes from one appointment to another without parade or ostentation. He charters no palatial cars with a bar-room and hotel aboard. He has no cannon and powder monkeys before him to announce his coming or departure. Occasionally Lincoln would even ride on freight trains. One day, sitting in the caboose of such a train which was shunted onto a siding, while Douglas's special train, decorated with flags and banners, whizzed by, Lincoln jocularly remarked, "Boys, the gentleman in that car evidently smelt no royalty in our carriage." En route to the Capitol, Douglas stopped in Bloomington, where he once again praised Lincoln as a kind-hearted, amiable gentleman, a right good fellow, a worthy citizen, of eminent ability as a lawyer, and, I have no doubt, sufficient ability to make a good senator. But he also attacked his rival as a miscegenationist. Why, he would permit the blacks to marry, would he not? And if he gives them that right, I suppose he will let them marry whom they please, provided they marry their equals. If the divine law declares that the white man is the equal of the Negro woman, that they are on a perfect equality, I suppose he admits the right of the Negro woman to marry the white man. He asserted that the only hope that Mr. Lincoln has of defeating me for the Senate rests in the fact that I was faithful to my principles, and that he may be able, in consequence of that fact, to form a coalition with Lecompton men who wish to defeat me for that fidelity. When he finished, the crowd called for Lincoln, who refused to give a speech, saying, "This meeting was called by the friends of Judge Douglas, and it would be improper of me to address it." In Springfield, on the afternoon of July 17th, Douglas repeated his Chicago speech, placing special emphasis on Lincoln's belief that the Declaration of Independence's assertion that all men are created equal covered blacks. To the crowd's amusement, Douglas sneered, "He thinks that the Negro is his brother. I do not think that the Negro is any kin of mine at all. The signers of the Declaration did not intend to include the Indian or the Negro in that declaration." Warming to his white supremacy theme, Douglas went on, "I am opposed to Indian equality. I am opposed to putting the coolies, now importing into this country, on an equality with us, or putting the Chinese or any other inferior race on an equality with us." Douglas predicted that Lincoln would work to eliminate the Illinois Black Code, forbidding African Americans to settle in the state. "When he lets down the bars, and the floods shall have turned in upon us, and covered our prairies thick with them, till they shall be as dark and black as night in midday, Lincoln would advocate giving them the same citizenship rights as whites." The little giant then went into graphic and extensive detail about the indignities of nigger equality and race mixing, hordes of blacks invading the state, holding office, becoming judges, and, horror of horrors, marrying with whites. "We must preserve the purity of the race, not only in our politics but in our domestic relations," he thundered. The word nigger appears in the account published by the Indianapolis, Indiana State Sentinel, which supported Douglas, but not in the Chicago Times. This difference lends credence to the claim that Douglas regularly used the word nigger instead of Negro, though the Congressional Globe and his organ the Chicago Times sanitized his language. To this racist appeal, the Chicago Journal protested that the subject of ethnology is not a question in the current politics, and has nothing whatever to do with the principles for which the Republican Party are contending. In response, that evening at the State House, Lincoln renewed his attack on the popular sovereignty doctrine as the most arrant humbug that has ever been attempted on an intelligent community. He also responded to Douglas's interpretation of the Declaration of Independence. Did the senator mean to amend that document, to read that all Europeans are created equal? What about Russians in Asia? I expect ere long he will introduce another amendment to his definition. He is not at all particular. He is satisfied with anything which does not endanger the nationalizing of slavery. It may draw white men down, but it must not lift Negroes up. Who shall say, I am the superior, and you are the inferior? Lincoln acknowledged that the Declaration of Independence should not be construed literally. I do not understand the Declaration to mean that all men were created equal in all respects, he conceded, offering a bizarre example of one respect in which the races were unequal. Blacks, he said, are not our equal in color. His meaning is obscure. What is a superior color? Perhaps he was being satirical. In any event, when he repeated it, he did so with a strong qualifier. Certainly the Negro is not our equal in color, perhaps not in many other respects. Still, in the right to put into his mouth the bread that his own hands have earned, he is the equal of every other man, white or black. In pointing out that more has been given you, you cannot be justified in taking away the little which has been given him. All I ask for the Negro is that if you do not like him, leave him alone. If God gave him but little, that little let him enjoy. Noteworthy here is Lincoln's agnosticism about black inferiority, above and beyond the dubious category of color. The black may be inferior to the white in other respects as well, but he did not identify them. Nor did Lincoln say that God gave black people little. He insisted only that if God gave them little, they should be allowed to enjoy that little undisturbed. This carefully hedged treatment of the racial inferiority argument differed sharply from Douglas's unqualified racism. A Democrat objected that Lincoln's speech, especially his query, "Who shall say, I am the superior and you are the inferior?" and his observation that blacks are not our equal in color, perhaps not in many other respects, belied his protestations about black inferiority. Mr. Lincoln may not be in favor of Negro equality, but he cannot follow up his declarations on this subject and land short of so odious a doctrine. It is a telling point, for Lincoln's remarks did imply that blacks might not be inferior to whites. Many believe that Lincoln's speech effectively countered Douglas's racial demagoguery. One auditor reported that Lincoln was particularly clear and forcible, delivering an address full of solid argument, full of caustic criticism, full of pointed illustrations. The Illinois State Journal declared that it was the most masterly answer to all the quirks, quibbles, sophistries, misrepresentations, and falsehoods of Mr. Douglas. A correspondent for the Alton Courier called it splendid, the best speech which has yet been made. When urged to have one of his orations issued as a pamphlet, Lincoln chose this one, for, he said, it appeared to be the most talking speech I have made. It even removed the scales from the eyes of the Louisville Journal, which remarked, "We had supposed Lincoln to be an impracticable abolitionist or something near it from the representation of his views made by Douglas in his Chicago speech. But after reading the speeches of Lincoln at Chicago and Springfield, we find he has been most grossly misrepresented by Douglas." Another Louisville paper, the Democrat, grudgingly observed that Lincoln is able and does full justice to the bad cause he advocates. Not all Republicans were pleased. One complained to Lincoln, "You are too easy on the scamp. You must be severer on him. Just throw aside a little or sufficient of your overabundance of the milk of human kindness." Horace Greeley complained that, although Lincoln's House-divided speech was in the right key, his Chicago speech was bad. "And I fear the new Springfield speech is worse. If he dare not stand on broad Republican ground, he cannot stand at all." Democrats, of course, disliked the speech and harped on Douglas's themes. The Springfield Register objected that in Lincoln's peevish, fretful, and feeble Springfield address, no allusion is made to the interests of the white man, and that all the great questions of the day sink, in his mind, into insignificance compared with the interest of the Negro. Attempting to sort out his thoughts about race, Lincoln wrote a memorandum, probably in 1858, appealing to religious sentiment in a discussion of the alleged inferiority of blacks. "Suppose it is true," he mused, "that the Negro is inferior to the white in the gifts of nature. Is it not the exact reverse of justice that the white should, for that reason, take from the Negro any part of the little which has been given him? Give to him that is needy is the Christian rule of charity, but take from him that is needy is the rule of slavery." For religious defenders of slavery, like the Reverend Dr. Frederick A. Ross, Lincoln had withering contempt. "The sum of pro-slavery theology," Lincoln wrote, "seems to be this: slavery is not universally right, nor yet universally wrong. It is better for some people to be slaves, and in such cases it is the will of God that they be such." Acknowledging that there is no contending against the will of God, he insisted that there is some difficulty in ascertaining and applying it to particular cases. Suppose, for example, that Dr. Ross, a Presbyterian divine who had published a defense of slavery in 1857, has a slave named Sambo, and the question is it the will of God that Sambo shall remain a slave or be set free? God gives no audible answer to the question, and his revelation, the Bible, gives none. No one thinks of asking Sambo's opinion on it. Ultimately, then, Dr. Ross himself must decide the question, and while he considers it, he sits in the shade with gloves on his hands and subsists on the bread that Sambo is earning in the burning sun. If he decides that God wills Sambo to continue a slave, he thereby retains his own comfortable position. But if he decides that God wills Sambo to be free, he thereby has to walk out of the shade, throw off his gloves, and delve for his own bread. So Dr. Ross can hardly be expected to exercise that perfect impartiality which has ever been considered most favorable to correct decisions. In commenting on this example, Lincoln displayed some passion. "But slavery is good for some people. As a good thing, slavery is strikingly peculiar in this, that it is the only good thing which no man ever seeks the good of for himself. Nonsense! Wolves devouring lambs, not because it is good for their own greedy maws, but because it is good for the lambs." In 1860, Lincoln would evince equal scorn for the proposition that slavery was a necessity imposed upon us by the Negro race. In a letter he never sent, he contemptuously wrote that the going many thousand miles, seizing a set of savages, bringing them here, and making slaves of them, is a necessity imposed on us by them, involves a species of logic to which my mind will scarcely assent. The two candidates focused on central Illinois, where legislative races would be the most hotly contested. In the thick of the struggle, Douglas sometimes lost his composure. At Beardstown on August 11th, he assailed Lyman Trumbull for alleging that Douglas's opposition to the Lecompton Constitution was hypocritical. The little giant reportedly raved like a maniac, tore his hair and shook his fists, while branding his senatorial colleague an infamous liar and a miserable, craven-hearted wretch, who would rather have both ears cut off than to use that language in my presence, where I could call him to account. Douglas also said, without evident irony, that while he wished to discuss principles alone, without any indulgence in personalities, his rival had stooped to personal attacks. He had treated Lincoln with marked respect and kindness, and in return, he claimed, he had received abuse. His opponent had charged him with conspiring to nationalize slavery, and then criticized him for not responding. Haughtily, Douglas explained, "I do not suppose that there is a man in America so degraded in his own soul as to believe that such a charge could be true against the Supreme Court and 2 presidents." He went on to call the allegation an infamous lie,
and an assault on my private and public character. He charged that Lincoln made personal attacks in order to shift attention from his own radicalism. Lincoln has been told by his abolition supporters that he made a great blunder in his speech at Springfield, where he should not have avowed the abolition doctrines as broadly, as rankly, as undisguisedly as he did, and that I was getting the advantage of him on the defense of his own issues, Douglas said. He is determined now to change the discussion, if possible, from the principle involved to a personal contest. I confess that I have no taste for personal contests before public audiences. He then proceeded to ridicule Lincoln's exploits with broadswords on his trip to Missouri with General Shields. Douglas further alleged that in 1851 the Illinois legislature had passed the following resolution: the people of each state and each territory should be left by Congress to legislate for themselves, subject to no limitation whatever. 2 days later, a Republican charged Douglas with deliberately falsifying the record. There is no such resolution, as he read, in the proceedings of 1851, or anything resembling it. On August 13th at Havana, where fistfights broke out among boisterous drunkards clogging the streets, Douglas delivered an intemperate speech in which he called Lincoln a liar, a coward, a wretch, and a sneak, and Trumbull a liar and a wretch and a vagabond. At Lewistown, Douglas denounced Lincoln and Trumbull as liars, sneaks, wretches, cowards, villains, and pickpockets. Asked why he used such strong language, Douglas replied that Lincoln's course has been such as to leave him no other line of argument. In Peoria on August 18th, his abuse of epithets for Lincoln and Trumbull, infamous liar, low rascal, knave, and Billingsgate orator, caused a pro-Douglas farmer to observe, "His temper is so rough you could grate nutmeg on it." From afar, the New York Times noted that Douglas's envenomed rhetoric demonstrated how absurd was the hope indulged in some quarters of uniting the Republicans with the supporters of the Little Giant. On August 31st at Joliet, Douglas abused Congressman and Congressional Minister Owen Lovejoy for wearing the clerical robe and uttering vulgarity and mendacity, slandering private character, and traducing honest men. Projecting his own flaws onto his opponents, he characterized Lincoln as a man who lets go of principle, of stern integrity, and undertakes, by the aid of schemes, tricks, and dodging, to get popularity in each locality. In September, Douglas's temper grew even worse. At Pontiac on September 2nd, he exploded in anger when asked a challenging question about a person's right to recover a fugitive slave who runs away from a slave territory to a free state. The questioner reported that the senator looked at us as though he would take perfect delight in eating us up, or would derive exquisite pleasure in knocking the daylights out of us. Approaching us with upraised hand and flashing eye, shaking his shaggy locks, and fairly trembling with rage, he answered, "Yes, sir, he can be recaptured under the fugitive slave law." He then commenced a volley of Billingsgate, which would make a fishmonger blush, calling us an abolitionist, that we were in the habit of going round lecturing in church basements, making abolition harangues after the fashion of Lovejoy and other pincushion lecturers. During a speech at Gillespie on October 16th, David L. Phillips raised a question about the Little Giant's role in amending a bill that would have allowed the people of Kansas a fair chance to vote on any proposed constitution for that territory. Douglas lost his dignity and self-respect, abused and blackguarded Mr. P., calling him a liar half a dozen times. An observer described the senator's behavior as scandalous and galling in the extreme. The Little Giant, whom one Republican called a drunken demagogue, may have been intoxicated during some of these speeches. He drank and smoked so much that throat and liver problems combined to kill him at the age of 48. During the 1858 campaign, he was
drinking himself to death, according to Horace White. In a dispatch from Havana, White remarked that it would be difficult to give an adequate idea of the littleness, meanness, and foulness of Douglas's harangue here, and attributed it to inebriation. Another witness agreed, saying that Douglas was very bitter. He shook his shaggy locks, rolled his eyes, stamped his feet, flourished his arms, pointed his fingers, and gnashed his teeth. The senator's friends reportedly claimed as an excuse for his language that he was intoxicated at the time. A reporter suspected the unshaven and unshorn senator was drunk at Carlinville on September 8th and at Centralia 9 days later. At Centralia, the reporter wrote, "I have never heard him commence a harangue so entirely out of temper as on this occasion. In my hearing, someone asked, 'Is he drunk?' To which a reply was made, 'No, he has quit drinking.' Another voice added irreverently, 'Yes, that's so. I've seen him quit more than a dozen times today.'" Another spectator noted that many in the crowd thought that Douglas was under the influence of liquor, as a sober man would hardly talk and act as he did. The Little Giant's private rail car was well stocked with liquor. An observer of the Quincy debate in October recalled that when Douglas arrived in that train, he was well loaded with booze. Carl Schurz observed Douglas there and later reported that his face seemed a little puffy, and it was said that he had been drinking hard with some boon companions. George B. McClellan, a pro-Douglas executive of the Illinois Central, traveled one day during the campaign with the Little Giant, to whom he had offered his private rail car. McClellan recalled seeing the senator somewhat affected by the large amount of whiskey he had taken, and looking unkempt and sleepy. Douglas had brought with him a number of his political henchmen, with whom he was up all night drinking whiskey, etc. Douglas's drinking had drawn notice long before the 1858 campaign. According to Herndon, in 1854, Douglas was a little cocked when he interrupted Lincoln repeatedly during his speech at Springfield. 2 years thereafter, an attendee at a Douglas rally alleged that the Little Giant was considerably drunk and made one of the most sophistical and deceitful speeches I ever listened to. In time, word of Douglas's tippling spread. George D. Prentice of the Louisville Journal said that Douglas fails to improve, perhaps from his keeping too near the dipper. The Quincy Whig on several occasions alluded to Douglas's alcohol consumption, remarking there are stories of late inebrieties that might be told, and suggested that his confinement to his house in 1860 was related to health problems caused by excessive drinking. Douglas was evidently drunk at the Freeport debate in late August 1858. Herndon reported in October 1858 that Douglas is as bloated as I ever saw him. He drinks very hard indeed. His look is awful to me when I compare him as he now looks with what he was in February of 1858. In 1859, a brakeman aboard the Illinois Central train observed the Little Giant consume so much whiskey that he got into a stupor and sort of slid down between the seats. In Chicago, he had to be carried off the cars. Campaigning for president in 1860, he stormed late one night into William Henry Seward's railroad sleeping car and urged the New York senator to arise and address a crowd at Toledo. Charles Francis Adams, Jr., who along with his father was accompanying Seward, recorded in his diary that Douglas had a bottle of whiskey with him, and as he left the car he stopped to take a drink, and next morning I was told he was plainly drunk. Henry Adams, perhaps based on what his father and brother told him, called the Little Giant a drunkard. Others reported that Douglas was so intoxicated he required assistance to detrain. At that time, an editor of the New York Herald wrote privately that Douglas drinks hard. In March 1861, only months before Douglas died, a Washington correspondent noted that the senator drinks a good deal and has been what the boys call tight pretty often during the past winter. Those who knew him best, the Cincinnati Commercial noted of Douglas in 1860, "are impressed that he cannot live many years. Early in his career he had acquired habits of drinking spirituous liquors. He probably found it next to impossible to avoid those habits, and perhaps did not look upon it as dangerous." In the newspaper's view, the little giant was more to be pitied than censured for succumbing to the temptations that beset public men. The Commercial cited illustrious examples before him of the ruinous consequences of indulging in stimulants to sustain overwrought brain and nerves, and flesh and blood in the devouring excitements of contests involving the issues of political life and death. Lincoln agreed with this analysis. He may have had the example of Douglas in mind when he told a student in his law office, "A large percent of professional men abuse their stomachs by imprudence in drinking and eating, and in that way health is injured and ruined, and life is shortened." At Havana on August 14th, Lincoln subtly referred to Douglas's drinking habits. The day before, Lincoln remarked, "The little giant had said something about fighting, as though referring to a pugilistic encounter between him and myself." These remarks prompted one of Douglas's more enthusiastic supporters to remove his coat and volunteer to take the job off Judge Douglas's hands and fight Lincoln himself. But, Lincoln said, he would not accept the pointless challenge. "If my fighting Judge Douglas would not prove anything," he continued, "it would certainly prove nothing for me to fight his bottle holder." In mid-September, taking offense at Douglas's conduct in the Charleston debate, Lincoln said he was tempted to protest publicly that he did not have to have his wife along to keep him sober. In fact, the beautiful, cultivated, tactful, well-bred Mrs. Douglas, née Adele Cutts, his second wife, a grandniece of Dolly Madison, did accompany her husband, much to the consternation of Republicans who regarded her as an effective weapon in the senator's arsenal. Horace White said he had never seen a more queenly face and figure, and did not doubt that this attractive presence was very helpful to Judge Douglas. Another journalist covering that campaign remembered her as a most lovely and a queenly apparition. "Indeed, it seemed to me that I have never seen a woman more beautiful in every way. Her tall figure was perfectly proportioned, and her every movement and gesture most graceful. She presented a marked contrast, in her youthful, blooming freshness and vivacity, to her small, dark, somber husband. She appeared to be devoted to him, and certainly helped him no little in his political aspirations." Wherever her husband spoke, she attended receptions. At such an event, even a Republican editor, Charles L. Burnett, was so taken with her beauty that he became an admirer of her husband. In late September, Lincoln gallantly agreed to escort Mrs. Douglas on the train from Sullivan to Danville. The little giant's schedule forced him to ride all night between those two towns. Lincoln was traveling the same route by day. To spare her the discomfort of a night journey, Lincoln offered to be her traveling companion. When the challenger arrived in Danville, he firmly, yet kindly, told the Republican welcoming committee that he had a lady in care whom he must first put in the hands of her waiting friends. He then led her to a cab and wished her a good evening. She later remarked that Mr. Lincoln was a very agreeable and considerate escort. Unlike Mrs. Douglas, Mary Lincoln stayed home during most of the campaign. In late July and early August, Lincoln attended some of his opponent's afternoon speeches and responded in the evening. On July 27th, Lincoln listened at Clinton, when Douglas finally answered Lincoln's conspiracy charge. "Unfounded and untrue," Douglas said. "I never exchanged a word with Chief Justice Taney or any other member of the Supreme Court about the Dred Scott decision in my life, either before or after it was rendered. I never exchanged a word with President Pierce on the subject, nor did I exchange a word with President Buchanan upon it until long after it was made." He menacingly warned that if Lincoln resorts to this game after this explanation, he will get my answer in monosyllables. When Douglas said that no man could look him in the face and say that he ever denounced the U.S. Bank decision of the Supreme Court, Lincoln stood and stared directly into Douglas's eyes. The little giant averted his gaze. Tension mounted throughout Douglas's denunciatory speech, after which Lincoln arose pale and trembling, evidently wrought up to the highest pitch, and announced he would reply in the evening at the courthouse. There, by candlelight before a small crowd, Lincoln seemed very much depressed, still smarting under the fierceness of the assault Douglas had made upon him. When a large contingent eventually appeared and filled the room to overflowing, he began to cheer up and finally warmed himself into a very successful oratorical effort, during which he made a withering allusion to the angelic temper which Douglas had displayed in his speech, denied charges that he had voted against supplying U.S. troops in Mexico, reiterated arguments he had made at Springfield and Chicago, and in response to the little giant's assertion that he had never criticized the Supreme Court's ruling in the U.S. Bank case, he said he had heard Douglas as many as 20 times himself, and 1,000 men all over the state would back him in this, both Democrats and Republicans. As he proceeded up the Illinois River in Douglas's wake, speaking at Beardstown, Havana, Bath, Lewistown, and Peoria, Lincoln seemed to be in high spirits. Many old Whig friends accompanied him, delighted to hear his stories and comments on the political scene. When Horace White asked why in his speeches he did not oftener turn the laugh on Douglas, Lincoln replied that he was too much in earnest, and that it was doubtful whether turning the laugh on anybody really gained any votes. On the eve of the August 21st debate at Ottawa, Lincoln was once more urged to abandon his solemn style of oratory and to imitate the Ohio wit Thomas Corwin. He again refused, observing that the subject is too serious and important. His aim as an orator was simple. I do not seek applause, nor to amuse the people. I want to convince them. White was struck by Lincoln's ability to say something new at each stop. Many times, White recollected, I did marvel to see him get on a platform at some out-of-the-way place and begin an entirely new speech, equal in all respects to any of the joint debates, and continue for 2 hours in a high strain of argumentative power and eloquence, without saying anything that I had heard before. In September he asked Lincoln about his ability to offer original remarks in almost every speech, whereas the little giant repeated himself over and over. Lincoln replied that Douglas was not lacking in versatility, but that he had a theory that the popular sovereignty speech was the one to win on, and that the audiences whom he addressed would hear it only once, and would never know whether he made the same speech elsewhere or not, and would never care. Lincoln, in contrast, said he could not repeat today what he had said yesterday. The subject kept enlarging and widening in his mind as he went on, and it was much easier to make a new speech than to repeat an old one. Lincoln took umbrage at Douglas's Beardstown speech, in which the senator had deemed the conspiracy charge an infamous lie. On August 12th, showing much agitation, Lincoln fired back. It would be vastly more to the point for Judge Douglas to say he did not do some of these things, did not forge some of these links of overwhelming testimony, than to go vociferating about the country that possibly he may hint that somebody is a liar. I repeat and renew, and shall continue to repeat and renew this charge until he denies the evidence, and then I shall so fasten it upon him that it will cling to him as long as he lives. A reporter noted that it would be impossible for me to give you readers an idea of the energy and vehemence with which Lincoln uttered these words. It was the most terrible indictment I ever heard. Its effect was electrical. The vast audience gave 3 tremendous cheers when he pronounced the concluding sentence. A Democratic paper, on the other hand, alleged that Lincoln's auditors received his niggerisms with disgust. At Havana the following day, Lincoln arrived as Douglas was speaking. He did not proceed to the site where the little giant held forth, explaining to someone who suggested that he do so, "No, The judge felt so put out by my listening to him at Bloomington and Clinton that I promised to let him alone for the rest of the canvass. I understand he is calling Trumbull and myself liars, and if he saw me in the crowd he might be so ashamed of himself as to omit the most vivid part of his argument. He spoke later that day to a crowd much smaller than Douglas's. The following day at Bath, a town he had laid out as a surveyor decades earlier, Lincoln turned for support to admirers of Henry Clay, who had resoundingly condemned slavery. Lincoln contrasted those views with Douglas's indifference on the subject. On August 17th at Lewistown, facing a Democratic transparency proclaiming, "Lincoln declares the Negro his equal," the challenger, with unwonted vehemence and force, denounced amoral neutrality on the slavery issue. The little giant, he said, was the only statesman of any note or prominence in the country who had never said to friend or enemy whether he believed human slavery in the abstract to be right or wrong. Also at Lewistown, Lincoln delivered an even more ringing apostrophe to signers of the Declaration of Independence than the one he had made in Springfield a month earlier. In their enlightened belief, nothing stamped with the divine image and likeness was sent into the world to be trodden on and degraded and imbruted by its fellows. They grasped not only the whole race of men then living, but they reached forward and seized upon the farthest posterity. They erected a beacon to guide their children and their children's children and the countless myriads who should inhabit the earth in other ages. Wise statesmen as they were, they knew the tendency of prosperity to breed tyrants, and so they established these great self-evident truths, that when in the distant future some man, some faction, some interest, should set up the doctrine that none but rich men, or none but white men, or none but Anglo-Saxon white men were entitled to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, their posterity might look up again to the Declaration of Independence and take courage to renew the battle which their fathers began, so that truth and justice and mercy and all the human and Christian virtues might not be extinguished from the land, so that no man would hereafter dare to limit and circumscribe the great principles on which the Temple of Liberty was being built. With great earnestness, he told his audience, "If you have been taught doctrines conflicting with the great landmarks of the Declaration of Independence, if you have listened to suggestions which would take away from its grandeur and mutilate the fair symmetry of its proportions, if you have been inclined to believe that all men are not created equal in those inalienable rights enumerated by our Charter of Liberty, let me entreat you to come back. Return to the fountain whose waters spring close to the blood of the Revolution. Think nothing of me. Take no thought for the political fate of any man whomsoever. But come back to the truths that are in the Declaration of Independence. You may do anything with me you choose if you will but heed these sacred principles. You may not only defeat me for the Senate, you may take me and put me to death. While pretending no indifference to earthly honors, I do claim to be actuated in this contest by something higher than an anxiety for office. I charge you to drop every paltry and insignificant thought for any man's success. It is nothing. I am nothing. Judge Douglas is nothing. But do not destroy that immortal emblem of humanity, the Declaration of American Independence." Horace White reported that the applause which followed these noble utterances rang far and wide through the pleasant village. White called Lincoln's effort truly one of the finest efforts of public speaking I ever listened to. A Massachusetts newspaper declared that Lincoln's peroration ranks him at once among the foremost orators of the land. Although Lincoln told a friend, "My recent experience shows that speaking at the same place the next day after Douglas is the very thing. It is, in fact, a concluding speech on him." Some Republicans frowned on such a strategy. Farmers were reluctant to neglect their chores for 2 consecutive days. One of his strong supporters said that Lincoln should not allow Douglas to take advantage of him. The little giant persuaded friends to give him elaborate receptions and draw big crowds for a daytime speech, after which most of the audience departed. Thus, Douglas takes the crowd and Lincoln the leavings. At Lewistown, Lincoln only drew about 2,000, whereas Douglas had an audience of 3,000 the day before. At Havana on August 13th, according to the Democratic press, Lincoln attracted only 659 people, compared with Douglas's 6,000 the preceding day. Lincoln's speech was not up to his usual efforts, one Democratic correspondent alleged. He is evidently discouraged, his ultra-Negroism being found to be disgustingly unpalatable to the masses. The Illinois State Register ran similar accounts of his meeting at Clinton on July 27th. After that speech, Lincoln reportedly said that he would have to make his own appointments because Douglas, under present circumstances, has the crowd, and the people will not turn out in the evening to hear him reply. He is much disappointed at his reception in Clinton, where he only drew an audience of 250. Democrats were even more critical of Lincoln's tactics than were Republicans. The Chicago Times called Lincoln a cringing, crawling, poor, desperate creature who would not attract an audience on his own and therefore lurked on the outskirts of Douglas's meetings, begging the people to come and hear him. Such conduct, the Times declared, was mean, sneaking, and disreputable. Richard T. Merrick of Chicago threatened to follow Lincoln and reply to his charges wherever he spoke. George B. McClellan thought Merrick's proposal an excellent one. McClellan praised Douglas, saying apropos of one of his debates with Lincoln, "Douglas's speech was compact, logical, and powerful. Mr. Lincoln's disjointed, and rather a mass of anecdotes than of arguments. I do not think that there was any approach to equality in the oratorical powers of the two men." Unsatisfied by the results of his rebuttals of Douglas, Republicans in Illinois and elsewhere urged Lincoln to challenge his opponent to debate. The New York Tribune suggested that the two candidates speak together at some 15 or 20 of the most important and widely accessible points throughout the state, and that the controversy will be prosecuted at every county seat and considerable town. The Chicago Press and Tribune said, "Let Mr. Douglas and Mr. Lincoln agree to canvass the state together, in the usual Western style." On July 24th, when Lincoln saw the published announcement of Douglas's appointments for August, he conferred with Norman B. Judd about debating his opponent. Judd, sensing that Lincoln had already determined to challenge the senator, said he thought it would be a good idea. Lincoln then wrote a letter for Judd to deliver to Douglas, formally proposing that they divide time and address the same audience. According to one account, Lincoln stated, "I will give him the length of my knife." With great difficulty, Judd tracked Douglas down. When, after 3 days, Judd finally did catch up with him and presented Lincoln's note, the little giant angrily asked, "What do you come to me with such a thing as this for?" He berated Judd for abandoning the Democratic Party. Ignoring the insults, Judd handed over Lincoln's challenge, which Douglas angrily and emphatically declined to consider on the ground that it was a childish idea and that he would be belittling himself and dignifying Lincoln. Another reason for Douglas's hesitation was his respect for Lincoln's ability. As he told Joseph O. Glover, "I do not feel, between you and me, that I want to go into this debate. The whole country knows me and has me measured. Lincoln, as regards myself, is comparatively unknown, and if he gets the best of this debate, and I want to say he is the ablest man the Republicans have got, I shall lose everything, and Lincoln will gain everything. Should I win, I shall gain but little." Judd warned Douglas that if he refused to debate, he would seem afraid of his rival. It was a telling point. The Chicago Press and Tribune noted that it has been justly held that the candidate who refused to speak in debates had no better reason than cowardice for declining the challenge. The Chicago Times asked why Lincoln had not issued the challenge earlier. It was a reasonable question, for, as Douglas noted, the underdog stands to benefit more than the favorite in political debates. Realizing that he could not afford to look cowardly, Douglas offered a counter-proposal. Noting that the Democratic State Central Committee had committed him to speak at party meetings throughout the state, he declined to share time with Lincoln at those occasions, but he would agree to debate in each of the state's 9 congressional districts, except for the 2 where they had already in effect debated, that is, Chicago and Springfield. In picking up the gauge thus flung down, Douglas peevishly and falsely suggested that Lincoln was plotting to include a national Democratic candidate for the Senate in those debates. Forwarding Douglas's response to Lincoln, Judd observed that it is a clear dodge, but he has made the best case he could. On July 29th, protesting against the unjust insinuations of attempted unfairness, Lincoln accepted Douglas's terms. The following day, Douglas submitted a schedule for the debates. Ottawa, August 21st. Freeport, August 27th. Jonesboro, September 15th. Charleston, September 18th. Galesburg, October 7th. Quincy, October 13th. And Alton, October 15th. Each debate would last 3 hours, evenly divided between the 2 candidates, with one opening for an hour, the other replying for an hour and a half, and the first speaker concluding with a half-hour rejoinder. Douglas would have the opening and closing speeches at the 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 7th debates. Mildly protesting that this arrangement gave the little giant 4 openings and closings to his 3, Lincoln accepted these conditions. He also pledged, "I shall be at no more of your exclusive meetings." Republicans belittled Douglas's offer. The Illinois State Journal complained that there were about 100 points in the state where the candidates ought to have held discussions. The senator's excuse for confining the debates to 7 sites is a cowardly showing of the white feather, the Journal protested. The little dodger shirks and backs out, except at half a dozen places which he himself selects, exclaimed the Chicago Press and Tribune. Douglas's reply was so cowardly and contemptible that the editors surmised he is afraid of Long Abe on the stump and would rather go about the country like a strolling mountebank with his cannon, toadies, and puffers to shoot, cheer, and blow for him than to stand up to the work with a full-grown man to confront him. In 1840, Douglas had ridiculed William Henry Harrison for placing himself in the hands of a committee. Now the little giant was using that same excuse. The Illinois State Register countered, "The idea that a man who has crossed blades in the Senate with the strongest intellects of the country, who has, as the champion of democratic principles in the senatorial arena, routed all opposition, that such a man dreads encounter with Mr. A. Lincoln is an absurdity that can be uttered by his organs only with a ghastly fizz." Lincoln, the Chicago Times predicted, will get enough of debate and discomfiture to last him the balance of his life. Throughout the country, eyes turned to Ottawa, where the candidates would inaugurate what one Illinois abolitionist regarded as a contest for the advancement of the kingdom of heaven or the kingdom of Satan, a contest for an advance or a retrograde in civilization. The New York Times prophetically remarked, "The battle must be close, severe, and doubtful. That it will be well fought is certain, and its results will be both important and memorable." Chapter 13. A David Greater than the Democratic Goliath. The Lincoln-Douglas Debates, 1858. In 1860, the radical abolitionist Parker Pillsbury dismissed Lincoln as the Kentucky clodhopper, scoffing at his anti-slavery record, and maintaining there was no essential difference between him and Stephen A. Douglas. In fact, the 2 Illinois rivals disagreed fundamentally about slavery, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, the role of the U.S. Supreme Court, racial equality, and American history. Their epic battle in 1858 threw into sharp relief not only those disagreements, but also the stark difference in the combatants' fundamental character. In addition, as some sensed at the time, their debates proved to be a dress rehearsal for the presidential contest 2 years later. As Herndon accurately predicted, the race in Illinois for 1858 and 1859 for the senatorial seat will be hot, energetic, deadly. It will be broader, wider, and deeper in principle than the race in 1856. As the little giant and his challenger girded for battle, odds makers would probably have favored Douglas, though he suffered a few potential handicaps, including the split in his party, the reluctance of some former Whigs to back a Democrat, the increasing population of the northern part of the state, where hostility to slavery was intense, and the hard times produced by the Panic of 1857, which the public blamed on the Democrats. Outweighing these disadvantages were the little giant's obvious strengths. He was much better known than Lincoln. His leadership in the struggle against the Lecompton Constitution had won respect among Illinoisans, who had earlier lost faith in him because of the Kansas-Nebraska Act. His forceful personality endeared him to many. His party had long dominated the state's politics. His appeals to race prejudice resonated in Illinois, one of the most Negro-phobic of the free states, and his skills as a debater were legendary. In addition, the Illinois General Assembly, which would choose the senator, was malapportioned. The heavily Democratic southern counties of the state had more than their fair share of legislative seats, depriving the Republicans of 6 to 10 votes that they would have had if a reapportionment had been undertaken based on the most recent census. The 25-member state Senate contained Democratic holdovers from some districts that now had Republican majorities. Lincoln acknowledged that Douglas's eminence benefited the Democrats. "Senator Douglas is of worldwide renown," he observed. "All the anxious politicians of his party, or who have been of his party for years past, have been looking upon him as a certainty, at no distant day, to be the President of the United States. They have seen in his round, jolly, fruitful face post offices, land offices, marshalships and cabinet appointments, charge ships and foreign missions, bursting and sprouting out in wonderful exuberance, ready to be laid hold of by their greedy hands. Hoping for such patronage rewards, these politicos rush about him, sustain him, and give him marches, triumphal entries, and receptions." Lincoln, on the other hand, had no such support. "Nobody has ever expected me to be president. In my poor, lean, lank face, nobody has ever seen that any cabbages were sprouting out." Helping to make Douglas formidable in debate was his lack of scruples. As William Herndon told a friend in Massachusetts, Illinois Republicans faced a clever villain. "Douglas is an ambitious and an unscrupulous man. He is the greatest liar in all America. He misrepresents Lincoln throughout, and our people generally are not logical enough to see the precise manner, point, and issue of the deception." In addition, Douglas's verbal dexterity and overweening self-assurance enabled him to impress audiences, even though he might be uttering non sequiturs. Lincoln possessed offsetting advantages. His party was comparatively unified. The appeal of the anti-slavery cause was waxing. The sincerity of his commitment to that cause was palpable and persuasive. He was an effective, seasoned debater with political skills honed over the past quarter of a century. His psychological maturity and paternal qualities predisposed men to regard him with the affection and trust bestowed on a wise father. His self-effacing modesty and keen sense of humor made him likable, and his reputation for integrity had won him an unusual measure of respect. Nevertheless, some Republicans were nervous about the debates. The unpopularity of Lincoln's stands on the Mexican War and on racial issues, along with the opposition of prominent Eastern Republicans like Horace Greeley, whose New York Tribune was widely read in Illinois, boded ill. Shortly before the debates began, Lincoln asked Hiram W. Beckwith of Danville how the party leaders in his area felt. When told that they anticipated the contest with deep concern, Lincoln at first looked pained, but quickly changed his expression as he described two men about to fight. One of them brags about what he means to do. He jumps high in the air, cracking his heels together, smites his fists, and wastes his breath trying to scare somebody. The other fellow, he says not a word. His arms are at his side, his fists are closely doubled up, his head is drawn to the shoulder, and his teeth are set firm together. He is saving his wind for the fight, and as sure as it comes off, he will win it, or die a-trying. The opening debate. Anticipation of the debates was keen. When Lincoln and Douglas took the platform for their first meeting at Ottawa, the crowd of over 10,000 doubled the population of that county seat. People flocked there on special trains from LaSalle, Peru, and Chicago, 84 miles to the northeast. From less distant locales, they poured in on horseback, on foot, on hayracks, and in wagons and carriages. Boats conveyed others along the Illinois and Michigan Canal, which passed through the town. Many came the night before the debate, quickly filling the hotels and private houses. Latecomers were forced to camp wherever they could find space. A resident recalled that the campfires that spread up and down the valley for a mile made it look as if an army was gathered. Like a conquering hero, Douglas arrived in a splendid carriage, drawn by 4 horses, flanked by bands playing martial music and by several hundred supporters waving flags and banners. Adding to the din, cannons fired volleys, well-wishers cheered lustily, and street vendors noisily hawked their wares. Lincoln made a less grandiose entrance into town, aboard a train full of supporters from Chicago. En route, he seemed unruffled, and when asked about the upcoming debate, he calmly and indifferently replied that he was fully prepared. At the depot, a large crowd holding aloft banners emblazoned with pro-Republican mottos greeted him. Abe, the Giant Killer. Edgar County, for the Tall Sucker. Illinois born under the Ordinance of '87. His friend W. H. L. Wallace escorted him to the home of Mayor Joseph O. Glover, where he would spend the night. Because the weather had been unusually dry, so much dust was stirred up that the town looked like a huge smokehouse. Under a blazing sun, the audience jammed into the unshaded public square, where they stood patiently for 3 hours, listening to the debaters. With difficulty, the speakers and dignitaries made their way through the mass of humanity to reach the platform, which was so crowded that part of it collapsed. Douglas opened the debates by repeating many of his earlier arguments, fiercely denying that he had conspired to nationalize slavery and charging that Lincoln favored racial equality. He underscored his points by furiously gesturing skyward, giving his head a shake, and moving forward like a springing panther. Douglas's sledgehammer style displeased some auditors, who thought him too dogmatic and coarse in his expressions. A local Republican paper reported that his face was livid with rage and despair. He threw himself into contortions, shook his head, shook his fists. His whole body shook, as with a palsy. His eyes protruded from their sockets. He raved like a mad bull. His voice at times descended to a demonized howl, and such looks as he gave his antagonist. A former admirer of Douglas found it disgusting to observe how he shuns and avoids the real solid matter and marrow of the matter, avoids everything that looks like fair debate upon questions of national or even of state policy. How he quibbles, how he misrepresents, how he prevaricates, nay, it must be said, how he lies, how he panders to the lowest portions of the lowest classes, with slang, with coarse jokes, with ribaldry, with vile abuse. In his opening remarks, Douglas praised his opponent's character, then abruptly asked the audience, "Are you in favor of conferring upon the Negro the rights and privileges of citizenship? Do you desire to strike out of our state constitution that clause which keeps slaves and free Negroes out of the state, and allow the free Negro to flow in and cover our prairies with his settlements? Do you desire to turn this beautiful state into a free Negro colony in order that when Missouri shall abolish slavery, she can send us these emancipated slaves to become citizens and voters on an equality with you? If you desire Negro citizenship, if you desire them to come into the state and stay with white men, if you desire to let them vote on an equality with yourselves, if you desire to make them eligible to office, to have them serve on juries and judge of your rights, then go with Mr. Lincoln and the black Republicans in favor of Negro citizenship. For one, I am opposed to Negro citizenship in any form. Instead of citing the threat posed by Missouri, some other Democrats pointed to Connecticut, where the state House of Representatives had recently passed a bill to enfranchise blacks. This is Republican policy where that party has full sweep, according to the Illinois State Register. When seeking power, as in this state, they endeavor to cover up their real designs. Let them once secure the power, and, as in Connecticut, they will raise the Negro to the political level of the native white. If blacks were allowed to vote in Illinois, the Chicago Times predicted, thousands of them will drift into this state. Blacks were hopelessly inferior, Douglas argued. Snidely, he remarked, "I do not question Mr. Lincoln's conscientious belief that the Negro was made his equal, and hence is his brother. But for my own part, I do not regard the Negro as my equal, and I positively deny that he is my brother, or any kin to me whatever." Citing history, he added, "I do not believe the Almighty ever intended the Negro to be the equal of the white man. If he did, he has been a long time demonstrating the fact. For 6,000 years the Negro has been a race upon the earth, and during that whole 6,000 years, in all latitudes and climates wherever the Negro has been, he has been inferior to whatever race adjoined him. The fact is, he belongs to an inferior race and must occupy an inferior position." Douglas may have said nigger instead of Negro. The Quincy Whig sarcastically noted that the Little Giant's elegant terms included an accusation that Lincoln espoused the doctrine that niggers were equal to white men. The Whig asked, "Isn't this beautiful language to come from a United States senator?" A journalist who interviewed Robert R. Hitt, the shorthand journalist who covered the debates for the Chicago Press and Tribune, wrote that during the second debate, held at Freeport, Owen Lovejoy became thoroughly aroused by Douglas's reference to the nigger. Douglas said nigger, not Negro, as the Times reported him on that occasion. Throughout the debate, Douglas said nigger, though his organ printed Negro. At Hillsborough, Douglas gave a speech in which he uttered scarcely a sentence which had not the word nigger in it, according to the Chicago Press and Tribune. In the later Alton debate, a reporter had difficulty hearing the Little Giant, but could make out some emphatic words like nigger equality and the Declaration of Independence was not made for niggers. Douglas made several false allegations in addition to the charge that Lincoln favored social and political equality for blacks. He accused Lincoln and Trumbull of having conspired in 1854 to break up the Whig and Democratic parties, with the former to succeed Shields in the Senate the following year, and the latter to take Douglas's seat in 1859. The Little Giant followed this falsehood with another, which would significantly undermine his credibility. He charged that Lincoln had helped write an anti-slavery platform allegedly drawn up at Springfield in October 1854. Douglas read portions of what he wrongly identified as that document, calling for the repeal of the Fugitive Slave Act, the abolition of slavery in the District of Columbia, the elimination of the interstate slave trade, and a ban on the acquisition of more slave territory, among other things. He then posed 7 interrogatories, asking if Lincoln agreed with that platform. He added that he would trot Lincoln down to Egypt and bring him to his milk, that is, confront him with the strong anti-slavery statements he made in northern Illinois. Transcribing Douglas's remarks later, Robert R. Hitt discovered that the Little Giant was quoting a radical platform adopted in 1854 at Aurora, not the more moderate one endorsed at Springfield. Douglas later claimed that he had relied on an 1856 speech by Congressman Thomas L. Harris, who cited a resolution adopted by what he termed the first state convention of the Black Republican Party in Illinois. The day before the Ottawa debate, this resolution appeared in the Illinois State Register, which mistakenly stated that it had been written by a committee on which Lincoln had served. In mid-August, Douglas had asked Harris where and when the convention was held. According to the Little Giant, the editor of the Illinois State Register, Charles H. Lanphier, who replied for the indisposed Harris, misinformed him, saying that it had occurred in Springfield in October 1854, and providing a clipping from the Illinois State Register containing the Aurora platform, misidentified as the Springfield platform. Republicans in 1854 had pointed out the Register's gaffe. Leading Republican newspapers like the Chicago Journal and Democrat had opposed those Aurora resolutions. When the Chicago Press and Tribune revealed Douglas's error, he recounted this tale and asked rhetorically at Galena on August 25th, "Had I not abundant reason for supposing they were the Republican state platform of 1854? This was a lame excuse, for Douglas had made the same mistake in 1856, in a speech on the Senate floor, where Trumbull set him straight. In October, Douglas repeated his explanation and scornfully declared, "It will not do for Lincoln to charge forgery on Charles H. Lanphier or Thomas L. Harris. No man on earth who knows these men or Lincoln could believe Lincoln on oath against either of them. Any man who attempts to make such charges as Mr. Lincoln has indulged in against them only proclaims himself a slanderer." The Chicago Press and Tribune scoffed at Douglas's evasion of responsibility of his own act, which it called mean and pitiful to the last degree, second only to the pusillanimity of trying to fasten it upon an absent friend. Clearly Douglas had not made an honest mistake, his protestations to the contrary notwithstanding. Lanphier, who did not seem to resent Douglas's attempt to blame him for the error, insouciantly argued that it mattered little whether the Republicans at Aurora adopted a platform different from the Springfield platform, for they were all Republicans. This assertion was disingenuous, for the moderate platforms adopted by the Republican state conventions at Bloomington in 1856 and Springfield in 1858 were far more representative of the state party's views than the more radical ones adopted in 1854 by county conventions in northern Illinois. Angry Republicans condemned Douglas's forgery as the shameful and outrageous act of a little coward. The Illinois State Journal pointed out that in 1854 some local Democratic conventions in northern Illinois had adopted resolutions endorsing the principle of no more slave states and calling for the abolition of the domestic slave trade and of slavery in the District of Columbia. It deemed the Little Giant's misrepresentation of the Springfield platform an act that, in the ordinary business transactions of life, will consign its authors and abettors to the society of thieves and blacklegs, and remarked that Douglas now wore the brand of the forger upon his forehead. The Chicago Press and Tribune indignantly observed that Mr. Douglas knew that he basely, maliciously, and willfully lied. He not only lied circumstantially and wickedly, but he spent the first part of his speech in elaborating the lie with which he set out, and the entire latter part in giving the lie application and effect. Men of Illinois, here is your senator. Here is the man who is traversing the Senate from end to end in pursuit of votes, bellowing as he goes, "You lie! "You lie." The Chicago Journal expressed disbelief that such wanton falsehoods would obtain for their author consideration from honorable men. Because the debates drew national attention, newspapers from other states joined the chorus of criticism. The Louisville Journal declared, "Douglas has done a deed of shame. The minuteness of detail in his charge utterly precluded any idea that he was simply and innocently mistaken." Chester P. Dewey of the New York Evening Post reported that Douglas waded very deeply into the mire of mendacity, and concluded that his error takes the very heart and core out of Douglas's Ottawa speech. It strips it to the very bone, and leaves only a hollow and baseless frame behind. The very audacity of this charge gave Douglas this seeming advantage, that it put Lincoln on the explanatory and defensive in regard to a series of resolutions which, whether passed at a one-horse meeting in Kane County or at Springfield, he could know nothing about it, as he had no hand in making them, and it is asking too much to require a politician to have at his tongue's end all the resolutions of 4-year-old conventions. Douglas untruthfully implied that Lincoln was a drinker. In praising his challenger, the senator remarked, "I have known him for nearly 25 years. We had many points of sympathy when I first got acquainted with him. We were both comparatively boys, both struggling with poverty in a strange land for our support. I was a humble schoolteacher in the town of Winchester, and he a flourishing saloon-keeper in the town of Salem. He could beat any of the boys wrestling, could outrun them at a foot race, beat them at pitching quoits or tossing a copper, and could win more liquor than all the boys put together." The Times account said ruin more liquor. Yet another misleading charge concerned Lincoln's record in Congress, where, Douglas said, the challenger distinguished himself by his opposition to the Mexican War, taking the side of the common enemy, in time of war, against his own country. Lincoln fully expected the little giant's mendacity. He told a friend the previous month, "Douglas will tell a lie to 10,000 people one day, even though he knows he may have to deny it to 5,000 the next." In October he stated flatly, "Douglas is a liar." 2 years later, when asked about the little giant's truthfulness, he replied, "Douglas didn't tell as many lies as some men I've known, but I think he cares as little for the truth, for truth's sake, as any man I ever saw." When Lincoln's turn to speak came, he responded to what he called very gross and palpable misrepresentations, which he treated as more amusing than provoking. As he spoke, he swept his arms so vigorously that he resembled a windmill. He thanked Douglas for calling him a kind, amiable, and intelligent gentleman, a compliment that truly gratified him. "I was a little taken, for it came from a great man. I was not very much accustomed to flattery, and it came the sweeter to me. I was rather like the Hoosier with the gingerbread, when he said he reckoned he loved it better than any other man, and got less of it." With more good humor, Lincoln denied the charge that he and Trumbull had conspired to seize the Senate seats and to destroy the Whig and Democratic parties. Because he did not recognize Douglas's mistake in attributing to the Springfield Republicans of 1854 the radicalism of the Aurora Republicans, he failed to call attention to it. Instead, he found himself on the defensive, protesting that he had not helped frame the Springfield platform. As for his alleged saloon-keeping, Lincoln said Douglas is awfully at fault about his early friend Lincoln being a grocery keeper. "I don't know as it would be a great sin if I had been, but he is mistaken. Lincoln never kept a grocery anywhere in the world. It is true that Lincoln did work the latter part of one winter in a small still house up at the head of a hollow." He also asserted that Douglas was grossly and altogether mistaken in conveying the idea that I withheld supplies from the soldiers who were fighting in the Mexican War, or did anything else to hinder the soldiers. Shrewdly, Lincoln did not react to the charge that he could win or ruin more liquor than all the boys put together. If he had done so, Douglas would have harped on the issue repeatedly, diverting the debate from the central issue of slavery expansion. In defending his conspiracy charge against Douglas, Lincoln pointed out that 5 months earlier, the Little Giant had arraigned the Buchanan administration for plotting with pro-Lecompton forces in Congress, as well as with the Washington Union and the authors of the Lecompton Constitution to make slavery national. If Lincoln had a corrupt heart for daring to state that Douglas had conspired to promote that same end, did not the Little Giant have an equally corrupt heart for daring to say that Buchanan and others had done the same thing? Lincoln rejected the charge of abolitionism and racial egalitarianism, quoting from his 1854 Peoria address to illustrate the point. "This is the whole of it," he said, "and anything that argues me into his idea of perfect social and political equality with the Negro is but a specious and fantastic arrangement of words, by which a man can prove a horse chestnut to be a chestnut horse." He then elaborated, "I have no purpose directly or indirectly to interfere with the institution of slavery in the states where it exists. I believe I have no lawful right to do so, and I have no inclination to do so. I have no purpose to introduce political and social equality between the white and black races. There is a physical difference between the two, which, in my judgment, will probably forever forbid their living together upon the footing of perfect equality. And inasmuch as it becomes a necessity that there must be a difference, I, as well as Judge Douglas, am in favor of the race to which I belong, having the superior position. I have never said anything to the contrary, but I hold that notwithstanding all this, there is no reason in the world why the Negro is not entitled to all the natural rights enumerated in the Declaration of Independence, the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I hold that he is as much entitled to these as the white man. I agree with Judge Douglas that he is not my equal in many respects, certainly not in color, perhaps not in moral or intellectual endowment, but in the right to eat the bread, without the leave of anybody else, which his own hand earns. He is my equal, and the equal of Judge Douglas, and the equal of every living man." Eloquently, Lincoln gave his reasons for fearing that Douglas was paving the way for a second Dred Scott decision, making it illegal for any state to exclude slavery. "In this and like communities," Lincoln argued, "public sentiment is everything. With public sentiment, nothing can fail. Without it, nothing can succeed. Consequently, he who molds public sentiment goes deeper than he who enacts statutes or pronounces decisions. He makes statutes and decisions possible or impossible to be executed." As an influential party leader, Douglas had the power to shape public opinion significantly, and he was doing so by stating, repeatedly, that Supreme Court decisions must be obeyed without cavil, even though he himself had undermined the independence of the Illinois Supreme Court in 1841, when he helped engineer the legislative coup by which the court was packed in order to get it to reverse its decision in the Alexander P. Field controversy. Douglas had then been named a justice of the court. So the Little Giant, a man traditionally contemptuous of the sacredness of court decisions, was helping persuade the public to abide docilely by any ruling handed down by the U.S. Supreme Court, presumably even if that body decided that no state could outlaw slavery. Lincoln invoked the authority of Henry Clay, "my beau ideal of a statesman, the man for whom I fought all my humble life." That Kentuckian once said of a class of men who would repress all tendencies to liberty and ultimate emancipation, that they must, if they would do this, go back to the era of our independence and muzzle the cannon that thunders its annual joyous return. They must blow out the moral lights around us. They must penetrate the human soul and eradicate there the love of liberty, and then, and not till then, could they perpetuate slavery in this country. Douglas, Lincoln charged, was blowing out those candles, muzzling those cannons, and eradicating that love of liberty by proclaiming his indifference to the morality of slavery, by asserting that the black man has nothing in the Declaration of Independence, and by stating he cares not whether slavery is voted down or voted up. Once he persuaded the public to adopt his amoral attitude, then it needs only the formality of the second Dred Scott decision, which he endorses in advance, to make slavery alike lawful in all the states, old as well as new, North as well as South. Enraged, Douglas sprang up to deliver his half-hour rejoinder. When he alleged that his challenger had met with the Republicans in Springfield in 1854 as they drafted their platform, Lincoln interrupted angrily to deny it. Republican committeemen silenced him, saying, "What are you making such a fuss for? Douglas didn't interrupt you, and can't you see that the people don't like it?" Douglas went on at length, asking Lincoln if he agreed with the Springfield, actually Aurora, platform of 1854, and denouncing his miserable quibbles. He insisted that Lincoln was responsible for that platform, for he was the leader of that party, and on the very day that he made his speech, there in reply to me, preaching up the same doctrine of the Declaration of Independence that niggers are equal to white men, that very day this Republican convention met there. Passionately, the little giant rejected the conspiracy charge, calling it an infamous lie. Lincoln's face registered indignation at this point. The senator further protested that Mr. Lincoln has not character enough for integrity and truth, merely on his own ipsy-dixit to arraign President Buchanan and President Pierce and the judges of the Supreme Court, any of whom would not be complimented if put on a level with Mr. Lincoln. At the close of the debate, half a dozen well-meaning supporters lifted Lincoln and carried him from the site. The Republican marshal had unwisely selected mostly short men for the job. The lanky challenger's head towered above his honor guard, but his feet dragged. Lincoln protested in vain, saying, "Don't, boys, let me down." But they did not do so until they reached Mayor Glover's house. Recovering himself, he seemed pleased, and, turning to one of the gang that had transported him, said, good-naturedly, Never mind. I'll get even with you, you rascal." The following day Lincoln described the Ottawa debate to a friend. "The fur flew some, and I am glad to know I am yet alive. There was a vast concourse of people, more than could get near enough to hear." Press reaction to the debate followed party lines. Democratic newspapers praised Douglas for exposing Lincoln's nigger-loving propensities and for showing that he himself was no nigger worshiper. The Milwaukee News declared that the little giant had put his opponent on the defensive and kept him there. The Chicago Times reported that Douglas's excoriation of Lincoln was so severe that the Republicans hung their heads in shame, while the Democrats were loud in their vociferations. Douglas was delighted with the outcome, believing with some justice that he had Lincoln on the defensive, for the challenger had ducked the 7 interrogatories, and even if he were to answer them in the next debate, it would not undo the damage. An impartial judge would probably have awarded this first round to Douglas, whose aggressive style seemed to give him the whip hand. An astute Douglas supporter thought Lincoln seemed to repudiate his House divided and Chicago speeches and speculated on the reason why. "Lincoln has killed himself by his ultra-abolition equality doctrine. His declaration that the Negro is the equal of the white man and that our laws should be uniform throughout the United States has aroused the people, who now see that such monstrous doctrines are repugnant to the genius and spirit of our institutions." So at Ottawa, Lincoln was endeavoring to shape a new course by denying that the Negro is the equal of the white man. Though oversimplified, that conclusion is not far from the truth. Lincoln's comments in Ottawa about black equality sounded far different from his comments in his Chicago speech, in which he called for an end to all this quibbling about this man and the other man, this race and the other race being inferior. It is noteworthy that this disavowal of any intention to promote racial equality was delivered in northern Illinois, where abolitionist sentiment was far stronger than it was in the more negrophobic central and southern parts of the state. Not all Democrats were pleased, however. An enthusiastic Douglas supporter recalled that the little giant had not made quite so convincing a speech as was expected, and that the challenger had bested him. When Lincoln got up and said in his slow, frank style that when a fellow heard himself misrepresented a little, he felt ugly, but when he was misrepresented a good deal, it seemed funny, it was plain to see he had caught the crowd considerably better than did Douglas in his opening. Although Lincoln's gestures were awfully awkward, they appeared weighty. There was an obvious sincerity that carried you with him. You could not help it, for he made you feel that he was so honest. When he got through, it was pretty clear that, in the mind of the crowd, he was ahead. The Democratic Post in Providence, Rhode Island, conceded that Douglas's speech contains a little more of gall and wormwood than we can heartily endorse. Illinois Republicans rejoiced over Lincoln's performance. Those at the debate concluded that Douglas is a dead cock in the pit, and Republican leaders unable to attend expressed delight at the challenger's triumph. L.D. Whiting in Bureau County told Lincoln that, "In common with every Republican I have heard express himself, I think you in most respects proved yourself Douglas's superior." According to the Ottawa Republican, "Candid, intelligent men of all parties are free to say that Lincoln won the field. Douglas lost friends and lost votes by the exhibition he made of himself." Herndon judged that Lincoln whipped Douglas badly, very badly, and opined that Douglas' forgery hurts him. This fraud, this base forgery, would kill hell. Republicans outside Illinois cheered the news. Schuyler Colfax of Indiana congratulated Lincoln for having so signally triumphed. From Ohio, Samuel Galloway wrote to John Locke Scripps, editor of the Chicago Press and Tribune, asking, "Who is this new man? He has completely worsted the little giant. You have a David greater than the Democratic Goliath or any other I ever saw." The correspondent of the New York Evening Post informed his readers that Lincoln is altogether a more fluent speaker than Douglas, and in all the arts of debate fully his equal. The Republicans of Illinois have chosen a champion worthy of their heartiest support, and fully equipped for the conflict with the great squatter sovereign. The New York Tribune said, "Of the two, Lincoln and Douglas, all partiality being left out of the question, we think Mr. Lincoln has decidedly the advantage. Not only are his doctrines truer and better than those of his antagonist, but he states them with more propriety and with an infinitely better temper." Abolitionists, however, were disappointed. Theodore Parker objected to Lincoln's evasiveness, for he did not meet the issue. He made a technical evasion. He had nothing to do with the resolutions adopted at Aurora in question. Suppose he had not. Admit they were forged. Still, they were the vital questions, pertinent to the issue, and Lincoln dodged them. That is not the way to fight the battle of freedom. Some Republicans thought Lincoln had been excessively defensive. Herndon explained that his partner is too much of a Kentucky gentleman to debate with Douglas. That is, he will not condescend to lie. He will not bend to expediency. He will not hug shams, and so he labors under a disadvantage. Charles H. Ray implored Elihu B. Washburne, "When you see Abe at Freeport, for God's sake, tell him to charge, Chester, charge. Do not let him keep on the defensive. Let him be fortified with his proofs and commence thus. I charge so-and-so, and prove it thus. I charge so-and-so, and prove it thus. And so on until the end of his hour, charging in every paragraph. Let him close the hour with a charge, and, in his half-hour following, let him pay no attention to Douglas's charges, but lump all his own together and fling them at his head, and end up by shrieking a loud note for freedom. We must not be parrying all the while. We want the deadliest thrusts. Let us see blood flow every time he closes a sentence." Lincoln received similar advice from many quarters, including a Republican in Jacksonville who insisted that mercy to Douglas is treachery to the cause of right and humanity. Henry C. Whitney told Lincoln that his friends think that you ought not to treat Douglas tenderly. He is going to try to intimidate you. You have got to treat him severely. I don't, of course, mean that you ought to call him a liar or anything of that sort, but that you ought to let him know that you are terribly in earnest. One reporter believed Lincoln had made it clear that he was in earnest. Chester P. Dewey of the New York Evening Post, in describing the Ottawa debate, said the Republican champion might be ugly in repose, but stir him up and the fire of his genius plays on every feature. His eye glows and sparkles, every lineament, now so ill-formed, grows brilliant and expressive, and you have before you a man of rare power and of strong magnetic influence. He takes the people every time, and there is no getting away from his sturdy good sense, his unaffected sincerity, and the unceasing play of his good humor, which accompanies his close logic and smooths the way to conviction. Dewey's Republican sympathies may have colored his assessment, but German-born Henry Villard, a pro-Douglas reporter and stump speaker, rendered a similar judgment. Villard recalled that the little giant was more polished, for he commanded a strong, sonorous voice, a rapid, vigorous utterance, a telling play of countenance, impressive gestures, and all the other arts of the practiced speaker. Lincoln, on the other hand, made a poor first impression, with his lean, lank, indescribably gawky figure, and his odd-featured, wrinkled, inexpressive, and altogether uncomely face. He used singularly awkward, almost absurd up-and-down and sidewise movements of his body to give emphasis to his argument. Yet, Villard recollected, the unprejudiced mind felt at once that, while there was, on the one side, a skillful dialectician and debater arguing a wrong and weak cause, there was on the other a thoroughly earnest and truthful man, inspired by sound convictions, in consonance with the true spirit of American institutions. There was nothing in old Douglas's powerful effort that appealed to the higher instincts of human nature, while Lincoln always touched sympathetic chords. Lincoln's speech excited and sustained the enthusiasm of the audience to the end. Gustav Korner similarly recalled that the impetuous, denunciatory Douglas frequently lost his temper, but nevertheless magnetized the big crowd by his audacity and supreme self-confidence. Lincoln impressed his audiences by his almost too extreme fairness, his always pure and elevated language, and his appeals to their higher nature. Douglas, on the contrary, roused the existing strong prejudices against the Negro race to the highest pitch, and not unfrequently resorted to demagogism unworthy of his own great reputation as a statesman. Deliberate garbling of Lincoln's speeches. Casting even more doubt on Douglas's claim to statesmanship was the conduct of his organ, the Chicago Times, which ran a hopelessly garbled and ridiculous version of Lincoln's remarks at Ottawa. Hundreds of discrepancies exist between its version of the challenger's words and the version published in the Press and Tribune. The Times account is briefer. Occasionally it amounts to gibberish. The Press and Tribune declared that a more cowardly and knavish trick was never undertaken by a desperate politician, a trick which betokens a meanness so despicable, a malignity so purely fiendish, and a nature so lost to honor that we know not where to look for a parallel. Chester P. Dewey called it altogether a shameful instance of the dishonorable warfare practiced by the Douglasites. Throughout the debates, the Chicago Times and other Democratic papers persistently misreported Lincoln's remarks, eliciting fierce Republican protests. The Democrat of Galesburg, site of the fifth debate, complained that the Times account of Lincoln's speech there contained scarcely a correctly reported paragraph in the whole speech. Many sentences are dropped out which were absolutely necessary for the sense. Many are transposed so as to read wrong end first. Many are made to read exactly the opposite of the orator's intention. The paper counted over 180 errors in the Times version. The Press and Tribune concurred. Not a paragraph has been fairly reported, from the commencement to the conclusion of his speech. Some of his finest passages are disemboweled, and chattering nonsense substituted in their stead. Wherever Lincoln made a hit, the sentence containing it is blurred, and the point carefully eviscerated. The same paper protested that the Times account of Lincoln's speech at Quincy was so shockingly mutilated as to be unrecognizable, while the reporting of the Alton debate made Lincoln sound like a half-witted booby. The Times shorthand reporter who deliberately mangled Lincoln's remarks was a disreputable character named Henry Benmore. Many years later, Robert R. Hitt gave an interview stating that the misrepresentation of Lincoln in the Times was in accordance with the purpose to make him appear ignorant and uncouth in language beside Douglas. Among the reporters, it was well understood that the report of Lincoln for the Times was to be done in a slovenly manner, to carry out the Democratic estimate of Lincoln. James B. Sheridan, a shorthand expert for the Philadelphia Press, temporarily on assignment to the Chicago Times, was above lending himself to such a dishonorable practice and took down only Douglas's speeches. Sheridan frequently talked privately about this treatment of Lincoln, but did not go further than to express his confidential opinion of it. Because Sheridan refused to misrepresent Lincoln's words, the Times turned to the more pliant Benmore, of whom the Press and Tribune said, "If mutilating public discourses were a criminal offense, the scamp whom Douglas hires to report Lincoln's speeches would be a ripe subject for the penitentiary." Benmore had already been fired from the St. Louis, Missouri Republican for lying. Hitt, who in July had teamed up with Benmore to report Lincoln and Douglas's Chicago speeches, expressed great contempt for him, calling him seedy, a complete little fop and fool with no common sense, a man hard to get along with and always needy. On one occasion, Benmore asked for a loan of $25, explaining that he had nothing but $100 check with him. Hitt confided to his diary, "I have seldom known Benmore to tell the truth about his family." In addition, Hitt complained that Benmore's fondness for telling stories about his connections, the amounts of money he has made, and the familiarity of his acquaintance with every great man ever named in his presence. Hitt complained with some irritation that no land can be mentioned in his presence but he has been there, and is perfectly familiar with the greatest men in that country. Understandably, Hitt had no faith in anything Benmore said. 5 years later, Benmore's misbehavior and deceit led to his dismissal from the Army. While in the service, he had introduced an abandoned woman as his wife and refused to pay his laundry bills in Memphis, and behaved shamefully in Cairo. He was arrested for drunkenness and disorderly conduct. In an appeal for mercy, he explained that he had married at the age of 18 against his parents' wishes, settled in New York, found no work, was evicted by a hard-hearted landlord, sired children, abandoned them and their mother, established a liaison with another woman, then led a vagabond existence, flitting from Utah to Nicaragua, everywhere where excitement was to be found. After his expulsion from the service, Benmore returned to the Chicago Times, where his colleagues held him in contempt. Benmore, it seems clear, would deliberately garble Lincoln's words if told to do so, and his colleague Sheridan confirmed that he did. Because Douglas frequently repeated himself, Hitt would cut and paste passages from the Little Giant's earlier speeches, rather than take down his words in shorthand. In observing this, Sheridan quipped, "Hitt mutilates Douglas for the Press and Tribune, while Benmore mutilates Lincoln for the Times." The Times' claims for the high characters of our reporters of these debates fit Sheridan, but not Benmore. Lincoln doubtless had Benmore in mind when referring to the Times' villainous reporters. Just who instructed Benmore to perform that mutilation is unclear. The Press and Tribune allege that Douglas himself, with the assistance of 2 lawyers and Chicago Times editor James W. Sheehan, had dictated interlineations and mutilations, destroying the sense and turning awry the grammar of his adversary. Benmore had undoubtedly defaced and garbled Lincoln's words at the express orders of Douglas. No hard evidence corroborates this charge, though the Press and Tribune alleged that Benmore had offered to do for us, for pay, in behalf of Lincoln, what he is now doing for Douglas. The Little Giant's lies about Lincoln's record, his claim that Lincoln had helped write the 1854 Springfield Republican platform, and his general unscrupulousness make it seem likely that either directly or indirectly, Douglas commanded Benmore to misrepresent Lincoln. Badly as the Times garbled Lincoln's words, a pamphlet version of the fourth debate at Charleston mangled them even worse. Published anonymously, it presented Douglas's speech in larger type than his opponent's. Probably issued by the Douglas campaign, it further strengthens the suspicion that the Little Giant was behind the misrepresentation of Lincoln's remarks. Abraham Lincoln and His Doctrines, a similar pamphlet of badly mutilated excerpts from Lincoln's speeches, appeared without an imprint. The Times denied all charges and alleged in return that the Republicans have a candidate for the Senate, of whose bad rhetoric and horrible jargon they are ashamed, and that they called a council of literary men to discuss, reconstruct, and rewrite Lincoln's words before allowing them to be published, for they dare not allow Lincoln to go into print in his own dress. Those who heard Lincoln's speeches, said the Times, must know that he cannot speak 5 grammatical sentences in succession. The Press and Tribune retorted that everyone who has ever heard Abraham Lincoln address the people knows that he is forcible, agreeable, and correct in his delivery, and that he never did and never can talk the nonsense which the Times attributes to him. Some of Douglas's supporters in Chicago acknowledged that the Times presented Lincoln's words inaccurately, but ascribed the mutilation entirely to the incompetency of the reporter. To the Chicago Press and Tribune it seemed that, if this charge of incompetency were true, it is quite as dishonorable for Douglas to keep the man employed for the specific purpose of reporting his opponent as it would be to compel a competent reporter to mutilate his speeches. For their part, the Press and Tribune editors may have lightly retouched the text of Lincoln's speeches, which an assistant named Larmeny had transcribed from Hitt's notes. The primitive conditions under which reporters had to cover the debates necessitated at least some repair to their field notes, which the wind could blow. In addition, the small, crowded, unsteady tables on which their notes were taken could be jarred. Whatever cosmetic surgery the editors at the Press and Tribune may have performed on Lincoln's text, however, they never inflicted nearly the damage to the record achieved by the carelessness, incapacity, and partisan malice of Henry Benmore and the Times. Lincoln could be a difficult speaker to report because of his tendency to qualify his points. His sentences, according to Hitt, were not finished and harmonious like those of Douglas, but broken with endless explanation and qualifications and parentheses, which made it difficult to write or read it. Often he repeated what he had to say 2 or 3 times, and each time qualified in some new way. His mind seems to be one of excessive caution, and no statement that he makes will he suffer to go forth without a qualification that will prevent all misunderstanding, but which at the same time deprive the statement of its vigorous and independent tone. Lincoln would, Hitt remembered, dwell upon and emphasize several important words, perhaps in the middle of a sentence, and the rest of it would be spoken with great rapidity, and quickly followed by another sentence in the same manner, convincing to his hearers but annoying and fatiguing to the reporters. Horace White, who italicized the words Lincoln spoke with special emphasis, concurred, noting that Lincoln's words did not flow in a rushing, unbroken stream like Douglas. He sometimes stopped for repairs before finishing a sentence, especially at the beginning of a speech. After getting fairly started and lubricated, as it were, he went on without any noticeable hesitation, but he never had the ease and grace and finish of his adversary. A Democratic observer of the Ottawa debate noted the same pattern. Lincoln's speech there was made up with such expressions as, "I think it is so," "I may be mistaken," "I guess it was done," etc., etc. There were no straightforward assertions. Reporters also struggled with Lincoln's talking speed. Benmore's only defense for his inaccurate accounts was his inability to keep pace with Lincoln. On July 10th, both Hitt and Benmore recorded Lincoln's speech at Chicago. Hitt noted in his journal that, "So fast did his words follow each other that it was with the utmost difficulty that I could follow him, and I was aware all the time that I was not writing my notes in such a neat and legible style." The following day, as he helped Benmore transcribe his shorthand notes, Hitt discovered that there was much matter that Benmore had omitted in his report. These passages were just where I remember Lincoln spoke the fastest. In old age, Benmore told an interviewer, "I never became a record breaker. 200 words a minute for a short time was the best I could do." Lincoln may not have been surprised by the time's distortions. On August 12th, he declared that he would cheerfully allow any gentleman to report his speeches, but at the same time, he would not be responsible for a perverted, distorted, or patched-up report which might appear in the Douglas prints. Second debate. Freeport. 2 days after the Ottawa event, Lincoln asked Ebenezer Peck and Norman B. Judd to meet him for consultation. "Douglas is propounding questions to me," he explained, "which perhaps it is not quite safe to wholly disregard. I have my view of the means to dispose of them." But he wanted his friend's advice. The night before the second debate at Freeport, Judd and Peck met with Lincoln at Macomb, where they arrived at 2 a.m. They awakened the candidate, who received them in a brief nightshirt that struck his visitors as comical. When he read to them his proposed replies to Douglas's queries, Judd suggested modifications to suit the strong anti-slavery sentiment of northern Illinois. "But I couldn't stir him," Judd recalled. "He listened very patiently to both Peck and myself, but he wouldn't budge an inch from his well-studied formulas." Earlier that day, Judd and Peck had conferred in Chicago with Joseph Medill, Martin Sweet, Stephen Hurlbut, and Herman Kreisman to discuss Lincoln's tactics. They recommended answers to Douglas's interrogatories and urged him to ask a few ugly questions of the little giant, including this fateful one: "What becomes of your vaunted popular sovereignty in the territories since the Dred Scott decision?" Lincoln had already anticipated Douglas's reply to such a query. In late July, when Henry Asbury suggested that he pose that very question, Lincoln replied, "You shall have to work hard to get him directly to the point whether a territorial legislature has or has not the power to exclude slavery. But if you succeed in bringing him to it, though he will be compelled to say it possesses no such power, he will instantly take ground that slavery cannot actually exist in the territories unless the people desire it, and so give it protective territorial legislation. If this offends the South, he will let it offend them, as, at all events, he means to hold on to his chances in Illinois." Medill and his colleagues recommended that Lincoln put 2 other questions to Douglas. "Will you stand by the adjustment of the Kansas question on the basis of the English Bill Compromise?" And, "Having given your acquiescence and sanction to the Dred Scott decision that destroys popular sovereignty in the territories, will you acquiesce in the other half of that decision when it comes to be applied to the states by the same court?" Echoing many others, they also counseled Lincoln to be aggressive. "Don't act on the defensive at all. Hold Doug up as a traitor and conspirator, a pro-slavery, bamboozling demagogue. Above all things, be bold, defiant, and dogmatic. Make short work of his nigger equality charges. For once, leave modesty aside. You are dealing with a bold, brazen, lying rascal, and you must fight the devil with fire. Be saucy with the Catiline and permit no browbeating. In other words, give him hell." While drawing up the questions he intended to ask Douglas, Lincoln reviewed the little giant's speech at Bloomington, where he said, as Lincoln had predicted he would, that despite the Dred Scott decision, Slavery will never exist one day or 1 hour in any territory against the unfriendly legislation of an unfriendly people. I care not how the Dred Scott decision may have settled the abstract question so far as the practical result is concerned." So Lincoln knew how the senator would respond, and wanted those answers published so that the entire country could read them. They might well undermine Douglas's support, not only in the South, but also among the pro-Buchanan forces in Illinois. En route to Freeport, Douglas spoke in Galena, where a Republican journalist reported that he dilated luxuriously for half an hour upon Negro equality, amalgamation, marriages of black and white in Boston, and gave the African a general overhaul. He grew even blacker in the face than usual as he said he was no kin to, and never meant to be kin to, the Negro. On August 27th, a crowd 1/3 larger than the one at Ottawa converged on Freeport, a Republican stronghold of 7,000, located 100 miles west of Chicago. Hoteliers and saloon keepers blanched at the hordes, demanding food and drink, and the streets were choked with visitors. Arriving by train the morning of the debate, Lincoln was greeted by cannons, bands, and cheering friends. He tried to find some privacy in his hotel, but his admirers demanded that he shake their hands. After lunch, he boarded a plain Conestoga wagon that conveyed him and a dozen salt-of-the-earth farmers to a nearby grove, where the speaker's platform had been erected. Lincoln sat on the rear of the wagon's box, his long legs sticking out, like the skeleton of some greyhound. Lincoln's modest arrangements contrasted sharply with Douglas's regal entrance the previous night. The next morning, fearful that his customary triumphalism might offend the egalitarian sensibilities of Freeporters, the little giant abandoned plans to ride in a grand carriage drawn by white horses, and instead walked to the debate site. As Lincoln was about to open the debate on that cool, windy, cloudy afternoon, he was interrupted by William Deacon Bross of the Chicago Press and Tribune, who said, "Hold on, Lincoln. You can't speak yet. Hit ain't here, and there is no use of you speaking unless the Press and Tribune has a report." After delaying until the shorthand reporter was found, Lincoln rose and handed his shawl to E.W. Brewster with the remark, "There, Father Brewster, hold my clothes while I stone Stephen." During Lincoln's opening speech, Douglas sat nearby puffing on a cigar, to the consternation of his immediate neighbors. Lincoln began by answering the 7 interrogatories Douglas had posed at Ottawa. He did not, he said, stand pledged to the unconditional repeal of the Fugitive Slave Act, nor to the admission of more slave states into the Union, nor to admitting new states into the Union with a constitution approved by the people, nor to the abolition of slavery in the District of Columbia, nor the abolition of the domestic slave trade. He did believe that Congress had a right and duty to prohibit slavery in all the territories, and he would oppose the admission of a new territory if it would aggravate the slavery question among ourselves. These remarks evidently did not sit well with some anti-slavery auditors, who, according to Henry Villard's report, thought that by his 7 answers Lincoln had repudiated the whole Republican creed. They began to be restive, to grumble, and otherwise express their displeasure in undertones. Villard observed that these 7 answers may still give Mr. Lincoln much trouble, and we should not be surprised if the Republicans in northern Illinois might label them Lincoln's 7 deadly sins. After succinctly responding to Douglas, Lincoln elaborated on his answers. The Fugitive Slave Act, he said, should be framed so as to be free from some of the objections that pertain to it without lessening its efficiency. But since that statute was not now a matter of controversy, he did not favor making it one. He would be exceedingly sorry to have to vote on the admission of a new slave state, but he thought it highly unlikely that such an application from a territory would be made in the future if Congress prohibited slavery from entering the territory in the first place. He would be exceedingly glad to see Congress abolish slavery in the District of Columbia, and in the language of Henry Clay, sweep from our capital that foul blot upon our nation. But he would favor such a step only if it were carried out in accordance with the provisions he had incorporated into his 1849 Emancipation Bill, that is, gradualism, compensation for owners, and approval by a majority of the voters of the district. If Congress were to abolish the domestic slave trade, it should be done in accordance with those same provisions. Having answered Douglas's questions, Lincoln read slowly and distinctly 4 questions to the little giant. 1. Would he favor the admission of Kansas if it had not the population called for in the English Bill Compromise, that is, 93,000? 2. In light of the Dred Scott decision, could the inhabitants of a territory lawfully exclude slavery from its limits prior to the formation of a state constitution if a citizen wished to bring slaves into that territory? 3. Would he support a second Dred Scott decision forbidding states to exclude slavery? 4. Would he support the acquisition of new territory in disregard of how such acquisition may affect the nation on the slavery question? By far the most important question was the second, which placed Douglas in an awkward position. The senator would alienate Illinois voters if he stated that the Supreme Court's ruling forbade settlers from excluding slavery in the territories. Yet, to maintain that the court's decision did not do so would antagonize the South. Lincoln told a friend, "If he sticks to the Dred Scott decision, he may lose the senatorship. If he tries to get around it, he certainly loses the presidency." The question was not original with Lincoln. In July, a Quincy attorney had suggested it, and Republican newspapers had included it among several queries for the little giant. 2 years earlier, Trumbull and other members of Congress had posed the same query to Douglas, who replied that it was up to the courts. Lincoln scolded Douglas for confusing the radical Aurora Republican platform of 1854 with the more moderate one of the Springfield Republicans. Caustically, he observed that the discovery of the little giant's error did not relieve Lincoln of anything, for he had participated in neither convention. "I am just as much responsible for the resolutions at Aurora in Kane County as those at Springfield, the amount of the responsibility being exactly nothing in either case. No more than there would be in regard to a set of resolutions passed in the moon." Douglas had not qualified his allegations, but stated them roundly as being true. How could such an eminent man make such a mistake? When we consider who Judge Douglas is, that he is a distinguished senator of the United States, that he has served nearly 12 years as such, that his character is not at all limited as an ordinary senator for the United States, but that his name has become of world-wide renown, it is most extraordinary that he should so far forget all the suggestions of justice to an adversary, or of prudence to himself, as to venture upon the assertion of that which the slightest investigation would have shown him to be wholly false. Witheringly, Lincoln speculated about the cause of such a blunder, emphasizing Douglas's amorality. "I can only account of his having done so upon the supposition that evil genius which has attended him through his life, giving to him an apparent astonishing prosperity, such as to lead very good men to doubt there being any advantage in virtue over vice. I say I can only account for it on the supposition that the evil genius has at last made up its mind to forsake him." How hypocritical of Douglas to make such a mistake when he is in the habit, in almost all the speeches he makes, of charging falsehood upon his adversaries. In fact, he preferred to stand upon his dignity and call people liars, rather than answer questions. Lincoln betrayed annoyance at Douglas's condescending remarks about an insignificant individual like Lincoln, daring to charge conspiracy against such eminent men as presidents, congressional leaders, and Supreme Court justices. Again, Lincoln asked if it were not the case that Douglas had himself leveled a charge of conspiracy against Buchanan and others. As Douglas rose to reply, a melon hurled from the predominantly Republican crowd glanced off his shoulder. Unfazed, he answered Lincoln's interrogatories, which the challenger had written out and left on the podium. Douglas picked up the paper on which they appeared, read the questions aloud, and replied. In response to the first one, he asserted that he would support the admission of Kansas with a small population even if its voters rejected the Lecompton Constitution. This angered the Buchanan administration, which regarded it as a betrayal of an earlier agreement. Promptly, more pro-Douglas officeholders in Illinois were fired. After reciting the crucial second question, the little giant threw down the slip of paper as if he were disposing of a most trifling matter, and offered what became known as the Freeport Doctrine, a proposition that he had made earlier, most notably in his June 1857 speech at Springfield and his addresses at Bloomington and Springfield in July 1858, but which now became much better known. The Dred Scott decision may have officially forbidden the people of a territory to exclude slavery, he said, but informally they could do so by refusing to pass local police regulations guaranteeing the rights of slaveholders. Slavery cannot exist a day or an hour anywhere unless supported by local police regulations, which can only be furnished by the local legislature. If the people of the territory are opposed to slavery, they will elect members to the legislature who will adopt unfriendly legislation to it. Douglas also argued that the judgment of the court regarding the power of Congress to prohibit slavery in the territories was obiter dictum, lacking the force of law. Presumably he held a similar view of the passage in Taney's majority decision, which stated that, if Congress itself cannot do this, that is, prohibit slavery in the territories, if it is beyond the powers conferred on the federal government, it will be admitted, we presume, that it could not authorize a territorial government to exercise them. It could confer no power on any local government, established by its authority, to violate the provisions of the Constitution. Douglas's answer, Lincoln knew, would sit well with Illinoisans, but would startle and infuriate Southerners, who had been led to believe that the Little Giant's seemingly neutral popular sovereignty doctrine really favored the interests of slaveholders. The correspondent of the New York Evening Post accurately predicted that when Douglas's Freeport remarks shall go forth to all the land and be read by men of Georgia and South Carolina, their eyes will doubtless open. Indeed, as soon as they heard of it, Southern newspapers denounced the Freeport Doctrine, calling it radically unsound, a snare and a swindle, full of mean cunning, rank injustice and insolence, more dangerous and fatal to the interests of the South than any ever advocated by the rankest abolitionist. It added insult to injury, for it mocks and derides the just claim of the slaveholder, and constituted the scurriest possible form of all possible heresies. William Lloyd Garrison, with all his fanatical and demoniacal hatred of slavery, has never in his whole life uttered an opinion at once so insulting and injurious to the South. The Little Giant had earned the contempt and abhorrence of honest men in all sections. The Cincinnati Gazette asked Southerners to consider this fresh and faithless conduct of a man who reported the Kansas-Nebraska bill for the purpose of cheating the North into his support, and thought he had purchased the vote of the South. Douglas's presidential chances were doomed, the Missouri Democrat prophetically declared. If his opposition to the Lecompton Constitution could be forgiven, his Freeport speech, equivocal as it is, would put him out of the ring. The New York Herald exclaimed, "To this lame and impotent conclusion has Judge Douglas' championship of the rights of the South come at last. Could this possibly be the feast to which the author of the Kansas-Nebraska bill invited the South?" The Washington Union remarked that Douglas boldly and unblushingly repudiates the Dred Scott decision. The Freeport Doctrine prompted the Democratic press to insist on a federal slave code for the territories. That cry was taken up by Southern senators, including James M. Mason of Virginia, a supporter of the Kansas-Nebraska Act, who angrily told Douglas, "You promised us bread, and you have given us stone. You promised us a fish, and you have given us a serpent. We thought you had given us a substantial right, and you have given us the most evanescent shadow and illusion." Senator Jefferson Davis of Mississippi called the Freeport Doctrine worse than even the Wilmot Proviso. Mississippi's other senator, Albert Gallatin Brown, also denounced it. "I would rather see the Democratic Party sunk, never to be resurrected, than to see it successful only that one portion of it might practice a fraud on another." Senators Clement C. Clay of Alabama and William N. Gwynn of California echoed Brown. Republicans pounced on the Freeport Doctrine. Douglas's answer to Mr. Lincoln's question amounts to nothing more or less than mob law to keep slavery out of the territories, and the Dred Scotties cannot help seeing it, said the Chicago Press and Tribune. What sort of police regulations enable old Milton McGee, of ruffian notoriety, to hold slaves in Kansas? According to Douglas, he holds them simply because his neighbors don't club him and his niggers out of the territory. The Missouri Democrat called the Freeport Doctrine the most odious embodiment of higher law, contemplating an appeal from the Supreme Court to tumultuous town meetings, to use Douglas's own language, and an ascription of sovereignty and supremacy to mobocracy. Although Lincoln was not the first to expose this weakness in Douglas's popular sovereignty doctrine, at Freeport he brought it fully into public consciousness. The debate with Lincoln is drawing the attention of the whole country to the matter, observed the Washington States. The little giant had not invented the notion that slavery could not exist in territories where settlers did not want it. Senators Alexander H. Stephens of Georgia, Lewis Cass of Michigan, Jefferson Davis of Mississippi, and Jacob Collamer of Vermont, as well as Congressmen William A. Montgomery of Pennsylvania, James L. Orr of South Carolina, and Samuel O. Peyton of Kentucky, had all expressed similar sentiments. But Douglas's clear statement of it at Freeport both ruined his reputation in the South and widened the breach within the Illinois democracy. In his rejoinder, Douglas continued to patronize Lincoln, sneering at his miserable impositions, broadly implying that he was a demagogue, contemptuously likening him to a schoolboy for feigning ignorance of the senator's stand on slavery in the territories, and suggesting that Lincoln was a hypocrite who would fear to espouse opinions in southern Illinois that he voiced at Freeport. He ridiculed Lincoln's intellect, saying of his 4 interrogatories, "He racked his brains so much in devising these few questions that he exhausted himself, and has not strength enough to invent another." Inaccurately, he stated that Lincoln had been driven into obscurity because of his political sins. Here he meant Lincoln's denunciation of the way President Polk had led the United States into war with Mexico. Condescendingly, he said, "I don't think there is much danger of Lincoln's being elected." Douglas claimed that his challenger had tried to deceive voters in 1854 by pretending to be a Whig while he was secretly an abolitionist Republican. Appealing to the deep-seated racial prejudice of white Illinoisans, the little giant predicted that as soon as Lincoln can hold a council of his advisers by getting Congressman Owen Lovejoy and Congressman John F. Farnsworth and Congressman Joshua R. Giddings and Fred Douglass together, he will then frame and propound the other interrogatories. I have no doubt you think they are all good men, good, black Republicans. I have reason to recollect that some people in this country think that Fred Douglass is a very good man. The last time I came here to make a speech while I was talking, I saw a carriage, and a magnificent one, too, drive up and take its position on the outside of the crowd, with a beautiful young lady on the front seat, with a man, and Fred Douglass, the Negro, on the back seat, and the owner of the carriage in front, driving the Negro. I witnessed that here, in your town." When a member of the audience cried out, "What of it?" Douglass exclaimed, "What of it? All I have to say is this. If you black Republicans think that the Negro ought to be on a social equality with your wives and daughters, and ride in the carriage with the wife, while the master of the carriage drives the team, you have a perfect right to do so. I am told also that one of Fred Douglass's kinsmen," evidently an allusion to H. Ford Douglass, who was not related to Frederick Douglass, "another rich black Negro, is now traveling this part of the state making speeches for his friend Mr. Lincoln, who is the champion of the black man's party. All I have got to say on that subject is this, that those of you who believe that the nigger is your equal and ought to be on an equality with you socially, politically, and legally have a right to entertain those opinions, and of course will vote for Mr. Lincoln." Such crude race-baiting further diminished Douglass's claim to statesmanship. When he referred to "you black Republicans," and audience members shouted, "White, white," he contemptuously observed, "There was not a Democrat here vulgar enough to interrupt Mr. Lincoln when he was talking," to great applause and cries of "Hurrah for Douglass." "I know the shoe is pinching you when I am clinching Lincoln, and you are scared to death for the result." Melodramatically, the little giant declared, "I have seen your mobs before, and I defy your wrath." These remarks were followed by considerable disturbance in the crowd, ending in a cheer. Republican newspapers denounced Douglass's racial demagoguery, asserting that he deliberately insulted the audience in order to provoke them to interrupt him, so that he might make capital for himself by the cry of persecution and unfairness. The Illinois State Journal reported that Douglass's platitudes about amalgamation and nigger equality, his only political stock in trade, were too old, too stupid to be listened to with patience. The Missouri Democrat asked rhetorically, "How can there be nigger equality when the nigger is intrinsically inferior to the child of Circassian blood? When nature has made him inferior, how can a political party, if it was so insane as to attempt it, make him equal?" In dealing with the mistake he had made at Ottawa, confusing the Aurora platform of 1854 with the one adopted at Springfield, Douglass offered no apology, but explained that he had obtained the document from the Springfield, Illinois State Register. Refusing to acknowledge his error, he pledged to investigate the matter when he next visited the capital. He aggressively argued that it made little difference where the platform had been adopted. Alluding to Lincoln's 1847 spot resolutions, he observed sarcastically, "Lincoln is great in the particular spots at which a thing is to be done," instead of citing the state Republican platforms of 1856 or 1858. Douglass then read the platform the Republicans of the Freeport District had adopted when they chose their congressional candidate in 1854, and quoted resolutions introduced into the legislature in 1855. These he misleadingly used to illustrate Republican doctrine in 1858. Chastising Lincoln for his alleged failure to state clearly whether he would vote for the admission of new slave states, Douglass boasted, "I have stood by my principles in fair weather and foul, in the sunshine and in the rain. I have defended the great principle of self-government here among you, when Northern sentiment ran in a torrent against it. I have defended the same great principle of self-government when Southern sentiment came down with its avalanche upon me. I was not afraid of the test they put to me." Douglass again denounced Lincoln's conspiracy charge as an infamous lie. As for the contention that he had accused the Washington Union, President Buchanan and the framers of the Lecompton Constitution of a conspiracy to nationalize slavery, Douglass maintained that he had criticized only the newspaper's editor, whom he called the most corrupt of all corrupt men. How a conspiracy could be carried out by one man, he did not explain. Elihu B. Washburn thought Douglass's speech was not up to his usual standard. He was evidently embarrassed by the questions and floundered in his replies. The Dixon Republican and Telegraph found the Little Giant's language coarse, blustering, and insulting, while the Rockford Republican condemned the senator for his Marat-like rant and invective. One observer reported that Douglass had evidently been drinking very strongly, it is said, of brandy. Henry Villard had only positive impressions of Douglass's speech, asserting that it was undeniably one of the best and most brilliant of his life. The independent Cincinnati Commercial said that never before had he appealed with more skill to the prejudices of the white people against the African race, to the political self-righteousness of American citizens, or to the love of conquest and dominion, the passion of the extension of territory, and national and self-aggrandizement. Closing the debate, Lincoln expressed irritation at Douglass's habit of insulting his opponents. Contrasting his own restraint with the senator's intemperate oratory, Lincoln said, "In regard to Judge Douglass's declaration about the vulgarity and blackguardism in the audience, that no such thing, as he says, was shown by any Democrat while I was speaking. Now, I only wish to say that while I was speaking I used no vulgarity or blackguardism toward any Democrat." He insisted that he had never attempted to conceal his opinions, nor tried to deceive anyone in reference to them. He pointed out that the radical platform statements of Northern Illinois Republicans in 1854 were moderated at the Bloomington Convention in 1856 to accommodate the downstate opponents of slavery. He emphatically promised to honor every plank in that platform, and indignantly declared, "I hope to deal in all things fairly with Judge Douglass and with the people of the state in this contest, and if I should never be elected to any office, I trust I may go down with no stain of falsehood upon my reputation, notwithstanding the hard opinions Judge Douglass chooses to entertain of me." In an evident allusion to the question of black citizenship rights, Lincoln urged the anti-slavery members of the audience to waive minor differences on questions which either belonged to the dead past or the distant future. He observed that he turned almost with disgust from Douglass's distortions of his House Divided speech, and recommended that people read that address to see whether it contains any of those bugaboos which frighten Judge Douglass. He denied ducking the question about the admission of new slave states, reiterating that he would vote to admit one in the highly unlikely event that such a question were ever to arise. He objected to the Little Giant's working up these quibbles. At some length he quoted from Douglass's speech denouncing the editor of the Washington Union, as well as President Buchanan and the framers of the Lecompton Constitution. A correspondent for the New York Tribune, who judged that Lincoln had made the best impression, called him an earnest, fluent speaker with a very good command of language, and he run the judge so hard that the latter quite lost his temper. The New York Times declared that Lincoln's speech was full of good hits, while the Missouri Democrat praised his comprehensiveness, tact, temper, logic, and most racy humor. Not all Republicans were pleased. Lincoln's continued defensiveness, according to Joseph Medill, might doom the party to defeat in November. Abolitionists expressed disappointment with his moderation. The Marengo Press, a Republican paper in McHenry County, disapproved of Lincoln's answer to Douglass's questions at Freeport. The press asked, "Are such really his views? And are Douglass's much worse? If this is bringing Lincoln to his milk, why, the judge, of course, has done it, and it proves to be of a quality that some, at least, cannot get down. We think he must have been browsing quite too long in Egypt. Let him be kept till November in a good northern pasture. We think it would improve him." The Democratic press, predictably, ridiculed Lincoln. In the New Yorker Staatszeitung, Henry Villard portrayed him as the apostle of the abolitionists, Negro amalgamationists, nativists, and all other conceivable ists, and a would-be statesman who adorns his speeches with platitudes, with ordinary shop-worn puns, and with a kind of crude backwoods humor, a man who grounds his arguments in Bible quotations, and instead of appealing to the intelligence of his listeners, merely tries to tickle their funny bones. But by forcing Douglas to reiterate his unfriendly legislation doctrine, and exposing his false accusation regarding the radical Aurora platform, Lincoln won the debate and regained the initiative he had lost at Ottawa. In the 3 weeks before the third debate, both candidates stumped Central Illinois, the Whig belt, where most of the 37,351 Fillmore voters of 1856 lived. With good reason, David Davis was especially worried about Tazewell County, where he visited at Lincoln's request. There he found a deadness that I have seen nowhere. Though he believed the county could be carried by energy, in mid-August there was little enthusiasm, and Republicans were generally dispirited. The main problem lay with the charge of abolition at Lincoln. Lincoln is liked personally in the company better than any man in the state. It needs canvassing, active, thorough, old-fashioned canvassing to dissipate this charge. Davis arranged for Lincoln to speak in Tremont on August 30th. At Bloomington on September 4th, young Joseph Pfeiffer, a future governor of Illinois, stood close to the speaker's stand and heard Leonard Swett introduce Lincoln, who began awkwardly. His first sentence didn't seem to suit him, Pfeiffer recalled, and he came back to try it again. Pfeiffer's brother whispered, "Swett is the better speaker. Maybe he'd make a better senator." But as so often happened, once Lincoln warmed up, he mesmerized his audience. Everyone had faces up to Lincoln with their attention riveted on him, Pfeiffer recalled. They looked as though they were hewn out of rock. They were sober and serious. A week later, Lincoln was unusually eloquent at a rally in Edwardsville, where his good friend Joseph Gillespie lived. Gillespie, one of the leading Fillmore supporters in 1856, now backed the Republicans. Lincoln sought to win other Fillmore men by appealing to their moral sense. Succinctly, he noted that Republicans consider slavery a moral, social, and political wrong, whereas Democrats like Douglas do not consider it either a moral, social, or political wrong. Expanding on the theme, he added, "The Republican Party holds that this government was instituted to secure the blessings of freedom, and that slavery is an unqualified evil to the Negro, to the white man, to the soil, and to the state. Republicans will use every constitutional method to prevent the evil from becoming larger and involving more Negroes, more white men, more soil, and more states, and its deplorable consequences." Arguments in favor of Douglas's popular sovereignty doctrine made sense only if you admit that slavery is as good and as right as freedom. But not one of them is worth a rush if you deny it. Appealing to former Whigs, Lincoln quoted from Henry Clay's anti-slavery writings, including an 1849 letter in which the great compromiser said, "I know there are those who draw an argument in favor of slavery from the alleged intellectual inferiority of the black race. Whether this argument is founded in fact or not, I will not now stop to inquire, but merely say that if it proves anything at all, it proves too much. It proves that among the white races of the world, anyone might properly be enslaved by another which had made greater advances in civilization. And if this rule applies to nations, there is no reason why it should not apply to individuals. And it might easily be proved that the wisest man in the world could rightfully reduce all other men and women to bondage." In a memorandum probably written in the 1850s, Lincoln paraphrased Clay's argument, imagining a dialogue with a defender of slavery in which this question was addressed: If A can prove, however conclusively, that he may of right enslave B, why may not B snatch the same argument and prove equally that he may enslave A? You say A is white and B is black. Is it color, then? The lighter having the right to enslave the darker? Take care. By this rule you are to be slave to the first man you meet with a fairer skin than your own. You do not mean color exactly? You mean the whites are intellectually the superiors of the blacks, and therefore have the right to enslave them? Take care again. By this rule you are to be slave to the first man you meet, with an intellect superior to your own. But, you say, it is a question of interest, and if you can make it your interest, you have the right to enslave another. Very well, and if he can make it his interest, he has the right to enslave you. Closing his Edwardsville address, Lincoln reflected on what the future might hold if Douglas's moral neutrality prevailed and a second Dred Scott decision were handed down. Now, when by all these means you have succeeded in dehumanizing the Negro, when you have put him down and made it forever impossible for him to be but as the beasts of the field, when you have extinguished his soul and placed him where the ray of hope is blown out in darkness, like that which broods over the spirits of the damned, are you quite sure the demon which you have roused will not turn and rend you? Rhetorically he asked, what constitutes the bulwark of our own liberty and independence? Not our frowning battlements, or bristling sea-coasts, or the guns of our war steamers, not even the strength of our gallant and disciplined army. These assets are not our reliance against a resumption of tyranny in our fair land, for they all may be turned against our liberties, without making us stronger or weaker for the struggle. Instead, our reliance is on the love of liberty which God has planted in our bosoms. Our defense is in the preservation of the spirit which prizes liberty as the heritage of all men, in all lands, everywhere. Destroy this spirit, and you have planted the seeds of despotism around your own doors. Familiarize yourselves with the chains of bondage, and you are preparing your own limbs to wear them. Accustomed to trample on the rights of those around you, you have lost the genius of your own independence, and become the fit subjects of the first cunning tyrant who rises. And let me tell you, all these things are prepared for you with the logic of history, if the elections shall promise that the next Dred Scott decision and all future decisions will be acquiesced in by the people. After this memorable address, Gillespie drove Lincoln to Highland, a German community on the road to his next scheduled appointment. There, Gillespie got the first inkling of the amazing popularity of Mr. Lincoln among the Germans. The residents of Highland were perfectly enraptured, Gillespie recalled. The bare sight of the man threw them into ecstasies. The next day, as the Challenger and Gillespie continued on toward Greenville, Lincoln said that he had but one serious charge to make against Douglas, namely, that Douglas arrogated to himself a superiority on account of having a national reputation. He added, I would not do that, if we occupied each other's places. On September 6th, as Lincoln was approaching Monticello, a crowd came out to escort his carriage into town. When he saw Henry C. Whitney, he invited the young attorney to join him. I'm mighty glad you are here, said the candidate. I hate to be stared at all by myself. I've been a great man such a mighty little time that I'm not used to it yet. That same day, Douglas, without evident irony, told a crowd at Jacksonville that his friends had chided him for being too courteous by half to Mr. Lincoln, and that he should show the lying, woolly-headed abolitionist how he would talk to him. Rhetorically, he asked, Have any of you an old father in Kentucky, or perhaps a mother in Virginia? Then don't let those dear ties be broken by a demagogue like Lincoln throwing bombshells across the Ohio at him. 2 days later at Carlinville, he characterized his opponents as Yankees and intimates of niggers, and miserable abolitionists who are unacquainted with the true courtesies of civilized life." He also boasted that, "I am much like General Jackson. He didn't understand Latin, neither do I, and when I was presented the Latin sheepskin making me LLD, I couldn't read it." Of the pro-Buchanan Washington Union and its supporters, the Little Giant said, "I intend to expose their treachery, their treason, and their infamy and their coalition with abolitionists everywhere." The Democratic press echoed Douglas's arguments, calling Lincoln a red-hot abolitionist, who would, if chosen senator, be the worst enemy of the slave states to be found in that body.